The ancestral house of the Ling family, with a remote side entrance. Brush. In the dim corridor, two figures suddenly appeared. They stood side by side, wearing the same jet-black bunt clothes, with a long but undetectable aura, like two ghosts appearing out of thin air. Of these two people, the one on the left is tall and mighty, majestic, imposing, is Ling Yi. The one on the right is relatively thinner, standing like a sword, with cold eyes, is Ling Qi. Both of them now have the cultivation base of the peak of the 6th level of innate. After Ling Yi and Ling Qi landed, they immediately looked at each other and smiled, then walked towards the door as if nothing had happened. Big brother, 7th brother, why are you two here? Is there a mission? The two dead men, Ling Ba Ling Jiao, who were on duty at the other end of the aisle, saw the sudden appearance of the two captains. Their eyes lit up and their expressions were excited. Ling Yi glared at the two of them. Mission, now the capital is as calm as a pool of stagnant water. Where are there so many missions? Change the defense. In the first half of the night today, the boss and I will be on duty here for you. You two guys should go to the backyard to practice. Ling Qi spoke very seriously, and waved to the two of them, indicating that they could go in. Switch. Ling Ba and Ling Jiao were taken aback at the same time, and they couldn't help but looked at each other, both feeling baffled, thinking how could such a good thing happen, besides training us, when would you take the initiative to watch over us? Past the gate? Subconsciously, neither of them moved. Ling Ba suddenly smiled at them. Brother 7, what is the good thing? Don't hide it from us, just tell us brothers. Get out of here. Ling Yi was impatient, and directly rushed the two of them away. Judging by the posture, he almost threw them in. Ling Ba and Ling Jiao lost their temper immediately. They looked at each other again, shook their heads helplessly, each muttered dissatisfiedly, and then left here slowly. Hey. After confirming that the other two had left. Only then did Ling Yi and Ling Qi secretly glance at each other. Both of them seemed to have succeeded in their tricks. The two of them, one on the left and the other on the right, leaned against the door frame next to them habitually, and then chatted. Ling Yi glanced at the other party. Lao Qi, are you sure that our patriarch will come back today? Absolutely, tonight. Ling Qi leaned against the door frame loosely, but nodded firmly, and said with fiery eyes, tomorrow is our third master's birthday, and even if something big happens outside, the patriarch will definitely come back. Kindness. Ling Yi accepted the reason, but then he frowned and asked, but what if our patriarch doesn't come here, what if? He raised his hand and pointed to the top of his head. If you fly directly from the sky, or go directly to the gate, then we won't be able to welcome you here. Hey! Ling Qi was amused, and proudly said, let me do the math. While speaking, this guy actually stretched out his right hand, closed his eyes, moved his lips, and counted. After a while, Ling Qi suddenly opened his eyes and nodded seriously. After my calculation, our patriarch will go through this door when he comes home tonight. Seeing this, Ling Yi was so angry that he almost rushed over to beat him up, and said angrily, speak humanly. Ling Qi hurriedly smiled and said, don't worry, let me analyze it for you. Brother, why do you think our patriarch came back? Nonsense, of course it's because the third master has his birthday tomorrow. So when he comes back, he will go to see our third master first, right? Then the two of them will go home together, right? Right. According to my observation, when our third master goes home these few days, he always goes through this side door, so. When Ling Qi said this, he stopped talking, and gave Ling Yi a you understand look. Reliable. Ling Yi smiled when he heard that, and nodded again and again. How else can I say, back then we had more than 100 brothers, why were you the worst? Not bad. Big brother is the fiercest. Ling Qi immediately complimented her back. The two brothers flattered each other here as if no one else was around. Above the Ling family's ancestral house, 1,000 meters away, when Ling Yun and Ling Xiao heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other and smiled. They had just rushed back from the martial arts school, but Ling Yun didn't land directly, but looked down at the entire Ling family's ancestral house from a high altitude, wanting to see if there are any other family's eyeliner lurking around the ancestral house, but he couldn't find the eyeliner, but looked at it. Here comes the wonderful scene. It's interesting. Ling Yun looked interesting and nodded with a smile. Just like Luo Yuqing and Lu Wenlong, Ling Yi and Ling Qi were indeed the two most outstanding among the 108 dead men of our Ling family more than 20 years ago. Ling Xiao looked pleased and approving, and said slowly, "It's a pity that our Ling family was too weak at that time, and we didn't have much cultivation resources to build them, so they stayed in the acquired realm, and it was difficult for them to advance. The pearl is dusty. Yuner, it is because of you that they broke through their innate abilities and finally radiated their due radiance." Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yun seriously, and said seriously, "Yuner, the 36 dead men of our Ling family have all made great contributions to our Ling family, and everyone is willing to stand up for our Ling family. Now that you are the head of the family, their gratitude and admiration for you is even higher than that of your 72 disciples." Ling Yun's blood was surging. He nodded solemnly and said, "Father, I understand, I have always understood." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Then how do we get down?" Ling Yun chuckled, "We can't let the two of them toss in vain. Brush." Before the words were finished, Ling Yun had already descended from the sky. He remained invisible, and suddenly appeared at the side door. "Who?" Ling Yi and Ling Qi sternly shouted at the same time. At that moment, Ling Yi and Ling Qi's pupils shrank suddenly, their faces changed drastically at the same time, their nerves tensed up, and they immediately entered a defensive posture. One was as imposing as a tiger, and the other as vigilant as a wolf. This keen perception and quick response made Ling Yun extremely satisfied. Ling Yun opened his mouth, and at the same time escaped directly from the invisible state. Beside him was Ling Xiao, who was following him with his sword. "What?" Ling Yi and Ling Qi were stunned at the same time, followed by ecstasy, their eyes were burning, and they fell to their knees. Subordinates Ling Yi, Ling Qi, pay homage to Patriarch. Because the two were so surprised and excited, they even forgot Ling Xiao, beside Ling Yun. "Get up." Ling Yun enjoyed the obeisance of the two in peace, and then lifted Ling Yi and Ling Qi from the ground with a support in the air. After Ling Qi stood up, in the midst of his busy schedule, he still gave Ling Yi a smug look, which meant that I was right. But at this moment, where does Ling Yi have time to pay attention to him? I was so excited that I couldn't find the southeast and northwest. "Patriarch, are you really back?" "Really back?" "Well, I'm back." Touched by this, Ling Yun stepped forward with a smile, patted Ling Yi on the shoulder, and said something. Hey. The one who made Ling Yi happy knew how to laugh for a while, but couldn't say anything. This made Ling Qi next to him look full of envy and resentment, wondering why the patriarch only photographed him and not me. "You are very good." Ling Yun looked over at the right time, and said approvingly. Ling Qi was immediately overjoyed. "This door does not need to be guarded tonight, you all follow me in." After speaking briefly with the two of them, Ling Yun took the lead to enter the corridor and stepped into the Ling family's ancestral house. Finally got home. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the entire Ling family was full of shadows, and there was the sound of lightness kung fu being performed everywhere, and the sound of flying through the air. All the figures that flew out were running in one direction. Cloud. The young master is back. The owner is back. Brother is back. This brat is really back. Because of the sudden return of the Ling family, the huge Ling family's ancestral house suddenly became a mess. Today, the Ling family is full of rare people. There are quite a few core figures, all of them are at home, even Ling Yong and Chui Lao are there, and there are more than 20 dead men. So many people soared into the sky from all directions of the ancestral house at the same time, and rushed over. The scene was like flying fish, jumping out of the sea at the same time. This also reflects the current prosperity of the Ling family from the side. Quack, quack. In addition to the sound of the silhouette breaking through the sky, there is also a big black bird with a golden beak and golden eyes, and a golden line on the back, flapping its wings and taking off from the tree in the backyard, with a wingspan of more than 1 meter, flying towards the front yard. Go. This is naturally Ling Yun's golden thread crow, big gold. Want wong, wong wong. In addition, 2 big black dogs with pitch-black bodies rushed out from the backyard. Although Ling Yun had already thought of this scene, he was still very helpless. Just as he walked out of the corridor, he was blocked by a large group of people in front of him. Yun'er met Grandpa. But no matter how many people were in front of him at once, the first person Ling Yun met was his grandfather Ling Lai. Okay. Ling Lai said hello repeatedly, then turned to the sky and laughed loudly, strode forward at the same time, supported Ling Yun's shoulders, looked left and right. The joy and love in his eyes were beyond words. Mr. Cui told me 2 days ago that your father celebrated his birthday, and you might come back. At that time I was not sure. I wanted your uncle to ask you, but I was worried that it would affect your work outside, so I held back. Who knew you would really come back today? Seeing Ling Yun, Ling Lai was so happy that he didn't give others a chance to speak. Hey, it's my father's birthday, of course I have to come back. Ling Yun's sight was blocked by Ling Lai's burly figure. He couldn't see those people behind him, and couldn't greet them, which was a bit embarrassing. Fortunately, after the rest of the Ling family saw that it was Ling Yun who came back, although they each had their own expressions, they were not in a hurry, and gave the grandpa and grandson enough time to chat. Oh, Yun'er, hurry up and meet Mr. Cui, he has figured out that you will come back, and has been waiting for you at home for several days. After exchanging greetings for a while, Ling Lai thought of others, so he hurriedly moved away. Ling Yun finally got to see everyone in the Ling family. Old Cui, Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Ling Li, Ling Xiao, Ling Shui. Ling Yun greeted them one by one, and finally Erbua Lingyue came out from the depths of the courtyard with a smile. Only Chao Shanshan was missing. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Ling Yun didn't see Chao Shanshan, but Ling Yun wasn't worried. After all, he suddenly changed his itinerary and came back. Chao Shanshan didn't know about it. She might have gone to Yenqing University to attend classes, or she might have gone back to Chao's house for a short stay. Anyway, absolutely not. What's the matter? Uncle. Ling Yun went forward to greet Ling Yu. Kindness. Ling Yu looked at Ling Yun and nodded with a smile. When he saw Ling Yun, he was calmer than others, and asked directly, how many days will you stay at home? Seeing Ling Yu's appearance, Ling Yun knew that he must have been betrayed by that guy Tang Meng again, so he said happily, I came back temporarily, and I will leave early the morning after tomorrow. Okay. Ling Yu hummed again, and then said, then have dinner first. After dinner, you can be busy with your business. After you finish all your work, we will talk again. I have to say that every time I get along with Ling Yu, Ling Yun's mood will be extraordinarily comfortable, without any embarrassment, and there is no need to find something to say, because Ling Yu pays attention to the occasion when he talks and does things, and he never talks useless nonsense. Always think about others. Ling Yun even thought that if it wasn't because he was the head of the Ling family, even if Ling Yu heard the movement just now, he would not have come out, he would only wait for Ling Yun to finish his work, and go to his room to find him. Apart from his uncle Ling Yu, there was one more person who could bring Ling Yun such a comfortable feeling, Qin Chunfeng from the Qin family. It is good. After exchanging a few simple but friendly words, Ling Yun readily agreed. It's all gone, it's all gone. Ling Yu began to take the initiative to rescue Ling Yun, Ling Xiu, Ling Feng, Ling Li, and swear, "You guys, don't yell at Ling Yun as soon as he comes back, and listen to him tell stories after he finishes his business. What is the proper way to look like this now?" Ling Yu straightened his face and waved his hands away. Of course, Mr. Ling Lai didn't dare to move, so he could only drive these juniors away first. This works great. In the current Ling family, Ling Lai is the only elder and a symbol of the Ling family. To the outside world, if there is no one of the same age or generation, Ling Lai rarely shows up. At home, Ling Lai is now only obsessed with cultivation. He seldom intervenes in the big and small affairs of the family. The old man wants to understand a truth now. The Ling family, as long as nothing happens to Ling Yun, then nothing will happen to the Ling family. Ling Xiao, because he is Ling Yun's father, and his current level of strength has already surpassed Ling Lai, his status in the Ling family is absolutely respected. One word he said is worth 10,000 words spoken by others. But the problem is that Ling Xiao almost never asks about matters related to family affairs, and he has already stated at home that he will only be in charge of the Ling family's martial arts school and Ling Yun's outer house from now on. For this reason, Ling Xiao seldom even asks about the situation of the dead of the Ling family now, and he completely handed over this situation to Elder Cui. Therefore, even though Ling Xiao was in the Ling family, he only came home to live at night. He gave everyone in the Ling family the feeling that the dragon could not see the end, as if invisible. In this way, just as Ling Yun had expected, the Ling family's huge family, regardless of internal and external, large and small matters, all fell on Ling Yu alone. The current scene of the Ling family can no longer be described in words like a waste of time and prosperity, but rather like a nuclear bomb exploding. The light is dazzling, and at the same time, the airwave is violently sweeping towards the surroundings, sweeping across the wilderness. Ling Yu has a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He sits in the center and strategizes. Even though he is known as the brain of the Ling family and has the ability to reincarnate Zhuge, he still has to worry about it. His nerves are tense every day. There is no time for meditation. So now Ling Yu is simply thirsty for talent. Dong Xuanhuan, Tang Meng, Zhuang Meifeng. As long as they are talents, Ling Yu is trying his best to find a way to let them give full play to their talents and work for the Ling family. However, at the speed of Ling Yun's attacking the country, only relying on such a small number of people is not enough. It is not enough. So the current Ling Yu is actually gritting his teeth and struggling, knowing himself. There is no way. The real core of the Ling family is actually 4 people, Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yun, and him, and the other 3 have simply become big shopkeepers. Who will do if he doesn't? But tired after tired, Ling Yu also enjoys it, enjoying the feeling of being busy day and night and taking charge of the overall situation, because this is also his interest and ambition. After all, no matter how big the family is, it is only one family, and it is far from enough to be the size of a city, a province, or a country. It all became a joke. Ling Yun had to find a way to hold on to a piece of land and come back from outside, and he had to do his best to develop it and grow stronger. Of course, it is impossible to do practical things in vain, and there are benefits to doing practical things. Ling Yu has real power. To the outside world, there must be, but to the inside. In the past few decades, Ling Yu has never been so important, so irreplaceable, and so dazzling in the Ling family. This real power was given to him by Ling Yun, and it was also determined by his position and what he did. Now, apart from Ling Yun's own affairs, it is impossible for all other important matters of the Ling family to bypass him. So now Ling Yu gradually has an aura called majesty, not because of his age in the Ling family, but because of his real power. His majesty is increasing day by day. When he spoke in public, even the 2 princesses of the Ling family, Ling Xiu and Ling Shui, had to listen obediently, let alone Ling Feng and Ling Li. But Ling Yun, Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Chui Lao, and others, were naturally happy in their hearts. So the younger generations of the Ling family, represented by Ling Xiao, greeted Ling Yun one after another, and immediately dispersed to go about their own affairs. Ling Lai glared at his second son, second brother. I miss my grandson, I have to drink with Yuner. Father, I drove those little guys away, just to let you and Yuner talk alone. Ling Yu said with a smile. Hurry up and let the kitchen cook, and send the food and wine to my backyard. Ling Lai gave an order, dragged Ling Yun away involuntarily, and at the same time said to Old Chui, you come here too. The three left quickly. Third brother, we haven't talked properly for 5 or 6 days, why don't you come and sit in my room? Ling Yu didn't follow, he took the initiative to invite Ling Xiao. It is good. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement, and the two brothers just left. Immediately, there were only less than 30 Ling family dead soldiers left in the front yard. The air here suddenly became quiet and stagnant. Because Ling Ba and Ling Jiao are staring at Ling Yi and Ling Qi in front of them with angry eyes, gnashing their teeth, their eyes are almost popping out. Okay, boss, 7th. You are really good at it. I said, how could you two be so kind today and take the initiative to watch the door for us? It turns out that you already know that the master is coming back. Ling Ba, Ling Jiao, you said everything you said, and directly told what you were cheated just now. This, ahem. Ling Yi was very embarrassed, and glanced at Ling Qi, wanting him to explain. Hit them. They don't need to explain, Ling Ba Ling Jiao roared, and more than 20 brothers rushed up, drowning these two people directly. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Bang 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 bang. Crackling. More than 20 dead soldiers of the Ling family divided into 2 waves, surrounded Ling Yi and Ling Qi, and punched and kicked like a storm, giving the 2 brothers a violent beating. Ouch. It hurts me to death. Maid, who made such a ruthless attack, I will never end with you. Don't fight, I was wrong, can't I admit my mistake? At the beginning, Ling Yi and Ling Qi resisted a few punches symbolically, but soon their hands were grabbed, and then turned into human-shaped sandbags. Their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen, and they cried ghostly. Haha, this is really enjoyable. Good fight. Come on. At this time, Ling Feng, Ling Li, Ling Xiao, Ling Shui and other juniors who had just disappeared appeared again out of nowhere. They stood not far away to watch the excitement, and they still didn't forget to yell and cheer. The 9th courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral residence, in Ling Lai's small courtyard. The 3 of them had already sat down at the stone table in the courtyard. Since Ling Yun and Ling Lai possessed divine senses, they had a panoramic view of the sudden riot in the front courtyard, so they were very calm. They only cared about watching the excitement, and neither wanted to speak. Means to stop. Only Elder Chui, whose realm was slightly lower, could only hear his voice, but could not see the specific situation. His face flushed red with anger, the muscles at the corners of his mouth kept shaking, he looked very annoyed, and he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. These guys are really getting more and more unruly, and everything needs to be cleaned up. Hearing that the front yard was getting more and more lively, and there was no sign of stopping, Mr. Chui finally couldn't sit still, got up suddenly, and was about to fly to the front yard. After all, Mr. Chui is the commander of the 36 dead men, and all these people are under his control. As soon as Ling Yun arrived home, they were so noisy. Where does this make Mr. Chui lose face? Let them make trouble. Ling Yun smiled, waved his hand very calmly, and asked Chui Lao to sit down again, and he said with a smile, Chui Lao, from now on, let them settle the matter between their brothers, as long as they can't kill anyone, just let them go, they hit it. But Patriarch. Chui Lao said angrily, these boys are too outrageous. They are so presumptuous in the ancestral house, if they go out to do errands, it will be against the heavens? dead man. Ling Yin shook his head slightly. The dead soldiers of the Ling family, as long as they are loyal to my Ling family in their hearts, that's enough. You don't need to restrict them all the time like before, and train them one by one to be lifeless, without any fireworks. Cultivators, especially cultivators, want a real character. The acquired state is nothing more than that. To put it bluntly, it is only the state of body training to improve the quality of the physical body. But now they are all above the mid-innate stage. If they can't show their personality, it will be very troublesome to practice in the future. With just a few words, Ling Yin spoke out an objective fact: lifeless wood cannot be cultivated, and rules can exist, but they cannot kill human nature. The owner said so. Elder Chui was shocked, and quickly nodded in agreement, then hesitantly said, then let them mess around like this? It's not a nonsense, they won't fight after they fight enough. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, the sound of punches and kicks in the front yard gradually subsided, and slowly stopped. I said, are you brothers? Didn't the two of us meet the patriarch in advance? Why are you so ruthless? Ling Qi, you have made me miserable. Ling Yi and Ling Qi, one lying on their stomachs and holding their heads, the other lying down and covering their lower body, both held in pain. See the patriarch ahead of time? How long has it been since we brothers saw the patriarch? Everyone has been waiting and looking forward to it every day, and finally, the patriarch is back. Fortunately, you two went to guard the door secretly. I'm sorry if I don't beat you, are you? That's right. Let's see if you two dare to eat alone in the future. Led by Ling Bao Lingjiu, who was the most aggrieved, all the brothers shared the same hatred and talked about each other, drowning out the howls of these two people. Ling Yi, Ling Qi, you two, come here. At this moment, Ling Yan's voice rang in everyone's ears, and the dead soldiers of the Ling family immediately stopped talking, and they stopped playing around, but stood upright in an instant. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, Ling Yi and Ling Qi, who were lying on the ground pretending to be dead just now, flew up into the air, and flew towards the backyard like a big bird. The two flew back to the courtyard, silently, and stood side by side in front of Ling Yun. Although their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen, they didn't realize it and were very respectful. The two were waiting for Ling Yun's reprimand. It's really useless. Ling Yun looked at the miserable situation of the two, and it was very funny. He said lightly, if it were me, why would I have to beat up 2 or 3 first, and pull a few backs? Reporting to Patriarch, there are too many of them, and everyone's strength is not much worse than ours. We really can't beat. Ling Qi was ashamed, his eyes wandered, and he faltered and said, that's why I say you are stupid. Ling Yun snorted coldly, you can run if you can't beat it. Turn over one and run away, isn't that okay? I've only heard that 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, but I've never heard that one person can't outrun a group of people. With the realm of the two of you, if you run with all your strength, I'm afraid they won't be able to catch up to you too, right? Ling Yi and Ling Qi were stunned at the same time. They looked at each other and ran away? That's okay too? Since these dead soldiers of the Ling family were selected from childhood and entered the Ling family, many things have been instilled in their heads, but the word escape is the only one that does not exist. However, now their new patriarch has openly taught them to escape in front of the old patriarch and the commander who trained them. After Ling Yi and Ling Qi were stunned for a while, they looked at Elder Chui beside Ling Yun at the same time. See what I do? What the patriarch says, you just do what you want in the future. Yes. Feeling the novelty, the two responded at the same time. You have all reached the peak of the 6th level of the innate. If you put this realm in the Jianghu, you can barely be regarded as a master, but in the entire ancient martial arts world, people who can kill you with a backhand are also countless. Ling Yun talked eloquently, as long as it's not the kind of life and death battle where you will never retreat, when you go out to do errands in the future, if you find that you are invincible, you can retreat immediately. I won't blame you. Yes. Thank you for the family shirt. Ling Yi and Ling Qi fell to their knees on the ground at the same time after hearing these words. Their hearts of gratitude and repayment almost broke through the sky. Get up. With a wave of Ling Yan's hand, he lifted the two of them up from the ground, and then said with a smile, I have a task for you. I have 72 disciples, and I have been practicing in the Ling family martial arts school since I came to Beijing. Tonight, they may leave the martial arts school and come out for activities. Well, I'm worried that these brats won't know the severity and cause some trouble. So, you two lead people and set off immediately to monitor them. Just don't let them get out of hand. Yes. After Ling Yi and Ling Qi finished listening to the task, they were immediately overjoyed, with excited expressions on their faces. I have a bottom line here, that is, what happened tonight will not affect my father's birthday tomorrow in the slightest. If someone comes to Ling's house tomorrow to make trouble, I will settle the score with you too. After finishing speaking, Ling Yan waved to the two of them, let's go. Ling Yi and Ling Qi resigned and quickly left the courtyard. Yuner, what's the matter, making such a big commotion? After they left, Ling Lai couldn't bear it anymore, and hurriedly asked Ling Yun. So Ling Yun smiled and briefly told the two about the things in the martial arts school, which immediately made Ling Lai and Cui Lao burst out laughing. How long has it been? I never imagined that my Ling family will be calling the wind and rain in the capital again. After laughing, Mr. Ling Lai couldn't help but raise his head and sigh. Call the wind and shake the rain? The word Ling Lai is actually very low-key, the 72 disciples don't understand it, they just try their best to find some birthday presents, but as long as they have a group of people who dare to step out of the martial arts school tonight. There are only 4 words to describe the following: rampant and domineering. If the current Ling family is compared to a lion or a tiger, then tonight is the time when the fangs of the lion and tiger are revealed. Yuner, won't you appear a little unscrupulous if you do this? This will break the peace of the capital and make the Long family and the Yi family dissatisfied. This is an assessment. The right to choose is in their own hands. How to choose depends entirely on their own abilities. I only look at the results. Ling Yin was confident, he paused every word, and said very clearly, unlike the 36 dead men, my group of disciples originally belonged to Qinglong. They seem to be arrogant and reckless, but they are actually very slippery. Don't mess with anyone, and it shouldn't make too much trouble. While chatting, food and drinks had already been delivered from the kitchen, so the 3 of them started chatting while drinking. Grandpa, it's my father's birthday tomorrow. We don't spread posts or make publicity. As long as the guests come, it's up to them to decide who comes and who doesn't. During the banquet, when the wine was hot, when Ling Lai asked Ling Yun how he planned to celebrate his father's birthday, Ling Yun said so. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. No posts, no publicity, but everyone who comes is a guest, whether you want to come or not, it's up to you to decide. Ling Yan's words were to define the matter. It's too domineering. This trip back to Beijing, Ling Yan actually came back in secret, but Ling Zhao's birthday is going to be tomorrow, so the Ling family doesn't have much time to prepare, and similarly, the time left for the outside world is even less. No matter who wants to come to celebrate Ling Zhao's birthday tomorrow, he only has one night to prepare. In addition, there are several invisible prerequisites. First, you have to be qualified to know that Ling Zhao's birthday is tomorrow. Second, you have to take Ling Zhao's birthday to heart and truly regard it as a big event. Again, you have to agree with the current status of the Ling family in China. With these 3 prerequisites, in the end, you are qualified to weigh whether you want to give the Ling family this face. Ling Yan is not afraid that there will be few people coming, and he will be more at ease if there are few people coming. Ling Yan is not worried about the large number of people coming, because he knows very well that in the current Ling family, there are many people outside who are willing to take out their own hotel, or even their own luxurious manor villa, and they will spare no effort to do this for Ling Xiao. Birthday. For example, Li Junhua from the Li family. Although just now, after he saw Ling Yun, he didn't say a few words and left as he saw the opportunity, but tonight, he will definitely not be idle, and even sleepless all night, thinking hard, how can he use the whole body of the Li family, do your best to help organize Ling Zhao's birthday party, so as to gain Ling Yun's greater recognition and shorten the distance between the two families. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I am afraid that Li Junhua has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, looking forward to it for a long time, just waiting for this day to come. Thinking of this, Ling Yun couldn't help but smile. So Ling Yun didn't worry at all, let alone arrange for his father's birthday himself. Taking a step back, even if others really didn't take Ling Zhao's birthday seriously, his uncle Ling Yu must have made a decision early on. Count. Otherwise, why did Ling Yu just drag Ling Xiao into his room without looking for anyone else? Therefore, after Ling Yun finished speaking, he stopped talking, but changed the subject and asked Ling Lai. Grandpa, your realm should be almost unstoppable, right? Kindness. I really can't hold back anymore. If you don't come back, even if I don't want to break through, I have to let nature take its course. Ling Lai drank half a bowl of wine in one breath, wiped the wine from his mouth casually, and said proudly. The old man already had an astonishing capacity for alcohol, but after breaking through to the peak of the first level of the supernatural powers, he felt that drinking from a small wine glass was not enough, so he decided to use a bowl instead. Ling Lai was the first member of the Ling family to reach the 8th level of congenital realm. He reached it when Ling Yun first came to Beijing to heal his wounds. Later, on the 15th day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar, the willows of ghosts and gods changed, and the inheritance of the Ling family began. At that time, he broke through to the peak of the first level of the supernatural power realm in one fell swoop. At that time, he still had the strength to break through, but Ling Yun stopped him abruptly. The kung fu he practiced was the purest xuanhuan scripture. After healed his injuries and recovered his meridians, he was thoroughly washed by Ling Yun and cut down his marrow. Now the realm has long been stabilized at the peak of the triple peak of the supernatural power realm. In other words, it is the peak of the 3rd level of qi training. And the spirit is full, the realm is floating, and it has long been uncontrollable. Ling Yun nodded with a smile, and simply said, well, tomorrow night, you and my father will cross the border and cross the tribulation together. Hey! Ling Lai was slightly embarrassed, seemed to be slightly regretful, and said depressedly, after practicing and practicing, I still couldn't get rid of my second child in the end, really. Then Ling Lai kept silent and drank the remaining half-bowl of wine, not knowing whether to complain or to be proud. Guaner watched as Ling Yun watched and smiled, took a sip of drink with him, winked at the old man, and whispered, Grandpa, you go to Guanduji first tomorrow night, and let my father watch. Ling Lai immediately became happy, nodded heavily at Ling Yun, and praised, as expected of my good grandson, this is the right thing to do. I'll break through first and let him watch. When he said this, Ling Lai deliberately amplified his voice, and his eyes were on Ling Yu's yard in front of him. In the front yard, brothers Ling Yu and Ling Xiao, who were drinking tea and chatting with each other, couldn't help looking at each other and shaking their heads secretly after hearing this. Old and young. This is the real old and young at heart. Elder Cui is an innate 8th level peak, and he will enter the supernatural power realm at any time. Ling Yun looked at Elder Cui again, and directly stated Elder Cui's realm. The old slave is dull. Although he has been nurtured so much by the patriarch, he is getting old and old. His physical strength and energy are not as good as before. He is no longer comparable to Ling Yilingqi and his gang. Mr. Cui said respectfully, he was very self-effacing, but at the same time he was laughing at himself. He was telling half the truth, and his eyes were a little lonely. He is an old friend of Ling Lai, and even more a loyal servant of the Ling family. When the Ling family was in decline, he wholeheartedly followed Ling Lai and assisted the Ling family. His determination was unswerving and never wavered. Because of Elder Chui's loyalty and strength, he was the third expert in the Ling family, besides Ling Zhen and Ling Lai. Although he is a servant, how noble and dazzling is his status in the Ling family. After Ling Yin recognized his ancestor and returned to the clan as the head of the family, although he treated Mr. Chui better than before, his position in the Ling family has never changed, but the status is relative. One person attains the Tao, and the chicken and dog ascend to heaven. When Ling Yin came to the Ling family, he not only brought heaven-defying exercises, elixir, inexhaustible cultivation resources, and the spirit-gathering formation, but also opened the Ling family's inheritance Ghost Willow. This is a new, brand new, never-before-seen cultivation environment. In such a heaven-defying cultivation environment, the advantages of starting sooner or later and how high or low are almost completely wiped out. Everyone strives for physique, aptitude, and comprehension. In a word, everyone strives for cultivation speed. Needless to say, the members of the Ling family, they have the terrifying ghosts and gods, Lu, who continuously provide Zuan Wangshan spiritual energy. So many people practice at the same time, it seems that it is inexhaustible. Now, the juniors of the Ling family see that everyone has easily broken through to the late innate stage. Even Ling Yong, who was reluctant to go home to face his family because of his father and brother, was no longer willing to give up after going home once on the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival. He spent time in the Ling family martial arts school every day, but chose to go home to live every day. In fact, he didn't go into the house at all. He just sat on a futon every day and practiced near the Ghost Willow. Chui Lao can only describe the speed of cultivation progress as shocking. Ling Yi Ling Qi and the other dead soldiers of the Ling family, although they are not of the blood of the Ling family, are still young and in their prime. Now that they have those heaven-defying skills, they practice at an astonishingly fast speed, and their realm has advanced by leaps and bounds. These boys, after the task is over, they all go back to the Ling family's ancestral house as soon as possible, and practice crazily. They all know that this is a treasured place for cultivation. Especially Ling Yi and Ling Qi, these two guys can enter the innate late stage at any time. Their realm strength is catching up with Elder Chui, and they have the momentum to come from behind. How can Elder Chui manage this? Fist is afraid of the young. That's why Elder Chui is lonely. However, what is the relationship between Ling Yun and Mr. Chui? It can be said that he was led step by Elder Chui into the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house. How could it be possible to just sit back and ignore Elder Chui now? As the saying goes, brothers and sisters settle accounts clearly, even if they are a family. If they really get along, they should be divided into relatives and distant ones. No problem. Ling Yin smiled when he heard this, and turned to look at Ling Lai. Grandpa, didn't I give you 10 pairs of pills before I left Beijing? Why didn't you give it to Mr. Chui? At first, after Ling Yin made Zhuyan pill and beauty pill at home, he wanted to give it to Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao refused to accept it. There was no other way, so Ling Yin had to give 10 pairs of pills to Ling Lai for him to distribute. Now, Ling Xiao must have finally succumbed to his filial piety and took the elixir, but Ling Lai must have leftovers. Humph. Unexpectedly, when Ling Lai heard this, he frowned, snorted angrily, glanced at old Chui opposite, and said in a deep voice, "Old Chui is good at temper now. After he finished training those bastards outside, I will give him back as soon as he gets home. He is a pair of pills, who knows that he just doesn't want them. He is more stubborn than your father. What can I do?" As he spoke, Ling Lai moved his mind, and saw 2 emerald green medicine bottles appearing in his hands, with white and purple lights shining inside, and there were still 7 pairs left. The old man was obviously very angry. This. Ling Yun turned to look at Mr. Cui, wondering, Mr. Cui, why don't you take this elixir? Is it because you are afraid of being poisoned? This. Patriarch was joking. Cui Lao hurriedly stood up, and said with panic on his face, reporting to Patriarch, your elixir is really a heaven-defying treasure, and it is hard to find in the world. If you eat one, you will lose one, but no matter what kind of treasure you use them for, you can easily buy it. In exchange, how dare this old slave waste a pair? Ling Yun was stunned, dumbfounded, and said, just because of this reason? Cui Lao didn't speak. Ling Lai snorted again, vented his breath through his nostrils, and said angrily, isn't that the reason? This old guy is so mad at me. After scolding Mr. Cui, Ling Lai still felt annoyed, so he drank another half bowl of wine. Mr. Cui's real name is Cui Zhongwu, and loyalty is true loyalty, but being so loyal makes him a little foolish. Ling Yun was very calm. He glanced at Mr. Cui, then smiled slightly, and began to pour the wine. He first filled Ling Lai, then Mr. Cui, and finally himself. Grandpa Cui, I respect you with a bowl of wine. Ling Yun raised his wine bowl and respected Mr. Cui from a distance. Ouch, Patriarch, you've really ruined this old slave. This old slave can't afford it. Cui Lao hurriedly picked up the wine bowl, his hands were trembling, his voice was trembling, and he was very frightened. Dry. Ling Yun didn't talk nonsense, and took the lead in drinking it all down. Cui Lao naturally drank the wine quickly. Putting down the wine bowl, Ling Yun smiled calmly, Grandpa Cui, don't I need to repeat the friendship between the two of us? The thoughtful words, Cui Lao smiled excitedly, and nodded violently with the help of alcohol. Now my Ling family is close to the same age as my grandfather, that is you. You are his old buddy. Over the past few decades, we have gone through many ups and downs together, before we are here today. But now, my Ling family has undergone a complete qualitative change. It is a real cultivation family. Everyone in my Ling family has a very long future, really very long. Ling Yan's eyes were deep, his voice was deep and deep, but his words were powerful and clear. So, in the days to come, my grandfather needs someone who knows him well and can talk to him until. Ling Yan changed his words suddenly, he really wanted to say, until the two lived a lifetime like Shuizhengqi, and met the person he liked again, but he reckoned, if he said this, he might be caught by two embarrassing old men to kill. That would be a big problem. The time has not come, it cannot be said. So, Grandpa Cui, the pill in front of you. Ling Yun deliberately dragged on for a long time, and then suddenly smiled, you don't need to take this medicine. Puff. After hearing this, Ling Lai almost sprayed the wine on the dinner table. The old man said in his heart, you kid has been sensational here for a long time, and I was moved when I heard it, and finally you said this? Cui Lao was stunned on the spot, and his head was a little dazed. Brush. The light is bright. While Ling Yun was thinking, he took out his newly refined middle-grade treasure pill, and the blazing light instantly completely covered up Ling Lai's 2 bottles of pills. This is the Zhuyan pill and beauty pill that I refined not long ago. Both are middle-grade treasure pills, which can restore people's youth for 50 years. Would you like to try this? Cui Zhongwu was stunned. Ling Lai suddenly stood up, dumbfounded. In the front yard, Ling Xiao, who was shaking his head helplessly because of Ling Yan's naughty just now, suddenly had a helpless smile on his face, and the teacup in his hand was almost crushed. Only Ling Yu, sitting upright as usual, paused slightly for the hand holding the tea, then continued to pour the tea calmly, and said with a calm smile, I knew that when this kid Yuner came back, he would bring home only surprises. The air in Ling Lai's courtyard froze for a while. Patriarch, please quickly put away this panacea. Elder Cui was already incoherent. With trembling hands, he pointed at the high-grade elixir in front of Ling Lai. He was extremely moved, but he smiled wryly and said, "I'll take it. Can I take this elixir?" "I'll take it right away." As he spoke, Mr. Chui was going to go get it. "It's late." Ling Yun chuckled, and with a move of his mind, he put away the 2 emerald green medicine bottles. He held up the medicine bottle containing the middle-grade pill, and shook it lightly at Mr. Chui. "This middle-grade pill can cover the effect of the top-grade pill. Anyway, you have to take it sooner or later, so don't waste it on me. That pair of pills is over, eat this directly." Plop. Chui Laohong's eyes were circled, and he knelt down on the ground, choked up and said, "Patriarch, this is absolutely impossible, let alone how precious this pill is. It is the entire Ling family, even the old man has not taken your pill. How dare the old slave take them first? Anyway, everyone has to eat sooner or later. It doesn't matter if you eat first or later." Ling Yun didn't care, and turned to look at Ling Lai. "Is that right, Grandpa?" Ling Lai laughed loudly, and waved his hand. "Well said. It should be so. Let you old boy not listen to me, are you dumbfounded now? You can have fun secretly." In the end, under the coercion of Ling Yun and Ling Lai, Chui Lao Chui Zhongwu became the first person in the Ling family to take Zhuyan Baodan. He took it on the spot, rejuvenated, and all the scars on his face disappeared. Just at this moment, Chui Lao broke through the realm in an instant, officially stepped into the realm of supernatural powers, and at the same time broke through the brow-centered entrance, opened his spiritual consciousness, and entered the early stage of Qi training. Boom! Ling Yin sacrificed yin-yang and 5 elements fire, and the colorful flames enveloped Ling Lai and Chui Zhongwu at the same time, helping them calcinate their bodies, cleansing their tendons and marrow again. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Chui Lao's realm was firmly at the peak of Qi training layer. And after Ling Lai's physical meridians and spiritual consciousness were calcined and tempered, his realm had reached the limit, and was barely suppressed by Ling Yun, and he only had to wait for the breakthrough tomorrow night. "Hey, Mr. Chui, now, you are much younger than those guys, like Ling Yi Ling Qi." After Ling Yun finished his work, he smiled and teased Mr. Chui, then left the two who were still in a dream, and went straight to the front yard. "Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets." Due to the limited time, Ling Yun really didn't have time to sit down quietly, have a long talk with his family, and describe in detail the things he experienced after leaving Beijing. To put it simply, it is enough to let the family members know what they are doing, or be able to rest assured. Otherwise, if Ling Yun really wanted to tell about the experiences after Ling Yun left the capital one by one in detail, then he would not do anything this night, and he would not be able to tell the whole story. Fortunately, today's communications are well developed. The Ling family can fully understand the general process and results of the events that Ling Yun experienced through multiple channels. Therefore, although the Ling family will be shocked and curious about Ling Yun's shocking deeds, and I won't have to get to the bottom of it if I catch him, to find out what happened. What's more, things have priorities. Everyone in the Ling family knows why Ling Yun suddenly returned to the Ling family from outside. Naturally, it is impossible to pull him to ask about things that have long been resolved, wasting his tongue and time. Ling Lai and Chui Lao, of course, even less. To them, it was the greatest consolation that Ling Yun could return home safe and sound. Ling Yun rushed too fast, and the Ling family members were trying their best to catch up with his footsteps. Everyone rushed to be the first, for fear of falling behind, being ignored, or being abandoned. Nothing to do. This is the leading role of a truly strong person. Therefore, Ling Yun had a drink with Ling Lai, and after finishing what he thought was the most important thing, he left directly, because Ling Yu was still waiting for him in the front yard. "Zhongwu, I guess, even you yourself have forgotten what you looked like when you were young, right?" After Ling Yun left, Ling Lai stared at Chui Zhongwu's young face for more than a minute, with a look of nostalgia on his face, and suddenly said. Ling Lai really wanted to call the other party Mr. Chui again, but Mr. Chui looked as young as Ling Xiao now. How could he call the word old out of his mouth? The young master is really a man of God, really a man of God. At this moment, Mr. Chui still seemed to be in a dream, he muttered to himself, and there was only this sentence over and over again. After the training with the 36 dead soldiers of the Ling family, he returned to the Ling family for a while. Ling Lai, Ling Xiao and his wife, and Ling Yu and his wife, were all 20 years younger, without exception. I've seen it all, and I've been shocked. It's one thing to see it with your eyes, but it's another thing to experience it yourself. It's like when you see someone is injured and bleeding, you know that he must be in pain. But you just know that it makes sense that you don't feel any pain at all. Moreover, the pair of elixirs he took just now were of a higher grade, and their effects were far stronger than those of the top-grade elixir that the Ling family had taken, so the shock and impact he suffered was naturally more intense. Ling Lai smiled slightly, picked up the wine bowl, drank the rest of the wine in one gulp, and stood up abruptly. Come on, follow me into the room, take a good look in the mirror and see how you look now. Are you satisfied? Plop. As soon as Ling Lai turned around, he heard a thump from behind. Elder Chui knelt down on his knees again. He tapped his forehead to the ground and slammed his head at Ling Lai, making a bang-bang sound. The old slave is terrified, the old slave knows his mistake, the old slave knows his mistake. Chui Zhongwu regretted not being at the beginning because of his stupidity, but instead he was the first to take the better pill refined by Ling Yun and ranked ahead of the Ling family, which made it impossible for him to pass the test in his heart. Get up, Zhongwu. Ling Lai smiled helplessly, had to turn around again, stepped forward to help Chui Zhongwu up from the ground with both hands, groaned for a while, and then said seriously, Old man, don't treat old slaves one by one in the future, our Ling family has changed. Gone. As you can see, as long as it's something arranged by Yuner, we don't need to speculate at all, but it will cause him more trouble, because his progress is so fast that we can't even think about it, so we can only do it. Go all out to catch up and obey, so that he can relax and not waste energy and time on these trivial matters. What do you think? Yes, the old slave is confused, and he doesn't even know the heights of the heavens and the earth, and he has made plans for the young master, who knows that he is thinking blindly. Mr. Chui was ashamed and kept blaming himself. Ling Lai laughed loudly, patted Elder Chui on the shoulder, and said comfortingly, It's not your fault. In fact, our Ling family has been poor for too long in the past, and we all survived the hardest days. You are my old housekeeper again, and it is normal to have some calculations. And, after all, you are also for our Ling family after all. Ling Lai's temperament is straightforward, and boldness is boldness, but he is definitely not stupid. A person would rather not even have 20 years of youth, and would rather let the Ling family get some more resource benefits. How many people in the world are willing to sacrifice themselves like this? Individual? So, you can afford this pill, eat it and eat it, don't take it too seriously, lest you get infected with your inner demons, and ruin your cultivation instead. With Yuner here, our Ling family has come to the end of all hardships, and the hard days of our old brothers are coming to an end. From now on, you can accompany me to practice with peace of mind and enjoy the happiness. When you are free, you can practice Ling Yi for me. Ling Qi and those boys. Ling Lai's words can be described as sincere affection. Yes. After listening to Mr. Chui, he wiped away his tears and nodded his head. Go, follow me into the house. There was no need to say anything else. Ling Lai stopped right and took Chui Lao directly into the living room. A person grows old, he really grows old. Ling Yin shook his head while walking, the corners of his mouth curled up, thinking that what the old man said just now, one less sentence is too much, and one more sentence would be too much, it is really just right. But this is not scheming, but the way to control people. Anyway, Mr. Chui is not surnamed Ling after all, and Ling Yin just gave him a benefit that is hard to find in the world. If Ling Lai said nothing at this time, then he, Ling Yun, the old owner of the family, did it for nothing. After coming out of Ling Lai's yard, Ling Yun didn't fly directly to the front yard, but walked through the doors and houses, one by one. Ling Yi and Ling Qi had already taken the dead men of the Ling family out to spy on them, or to take care of the 72 disciples, so the 7 or 8 double courtyards were deserted at the moment. Brother. Ling Yin soon came to the 6th courtyard of the Ling family, saw Ling Yong, who was meditating cross-legged under the willow of ghosts and gods, and said hello. Ling Yong had noticed it a long time ago. He opened his eyes, and smiled at Ling Yun. Third brother, go and do your work, don't worry about me. We brothers have something to say, let's talk about it later. Okay. Then I'll go. Through the heart-to-heart conversation last time, Ling Yun and Ling Yong have long been brothers, and there is no need for any nonsense between them. Flappy. Quack. The golden-threaded crow perched on the branch of the ghostly willow tree flew up again at this time. It swooped down and came to Ling Yun, fluttering its wings and hovering in the air. A pair of golden eyes shone with a strange golden light in the dark, pitiful, looking at Ling Yun intently. This guy is hungry. Ling Yun had a good time. The golden-threaded crow flew to the front yard just now, but he waved him away. Now thinking about Ling Yun's pure yang energy, his eyes were anxious, and he became a little violent and impatient. Give you. Ling Yun casually shot out a stream of pure yang qi, which gathered into a blazing ball of light the size of a shot put. The white light shone brightly, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. The golden-threaded crow opened its mouth suddenly, sucked it directly at the pure sunlight ball, sucked it into the mouth, swallowed it hastily, then flapped its wings jubilantly, then flapped its wings back, and sat down on the branch of the tree contentedly went. After feeding the golden-threaded crow, Ling Yun didn't stay any longer. He greeted Ling Yong again, and then his figure disappeared without a trace. Brush. This time, Ling Yun appeared directly in Ling Yu's yard. Uncle. Come and sit. Ling Yu stood up from the bamboo chair, greeted Ling Yun with a smile, and said to him, Your father didn't want to disturb our chat, so he went back just now. Kindness. Ling Yun was also polite, and sat directly on the chair Ling Xiao had sat on just now, and with a movement of his mind, he took out the spiritual tea brought back from Miaojiang, which weighed 10 caddies, not much more. Uncle, this is my tribute to you, let's try this later. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. The packaging of these tea leaves is not good, they are packed in a few ordinary paper bags, and they are not even sealed in time, so the appearance is extremely poor. Moreover, the delivery of tea was not like this. Ling Yun took out more than 10 caddies at once, and piled them all on the table, like a hawker selling Chinese cabbage on the side of the road, or as if he came to sell tea to Ling Yu. However, after the tea leaves were taken out, Ling Yu just sniffed them slightly, and his expression changed drastically. He suddenly stood up and said in shock, Yuner, what is this? Spirit tea. Ling Yun smiled slightly, without concealing it, and said frankly, it is a fine hair tip brought from the 100,000 mountains in Miaojiang. I just ripened it with spiritual energy today, and then brought it back for you to taste. Good boy, it seems that Miaojiang really didn't go in vain. Ling Yu praised. He casually grabbed a paper bag, opened the bag, carefully looked at the shape and color of the tea leaves, and couldn't help sniffing deeply. Revel in it. With this tea, I can't drink the fine Jin Junmei I specially prepared for you. Opening his eyes, Ling Yu smiled wryly and shook his head, wanting to make a pot of spiritual tea directly, but he is a tea lover after all, and he was reluctant to throw away the freshly brewed tea leaves, so he got entangled all of a sudden. It's okay, Uncle's Jin Junmei is also good, drink this first, and then change to new tea, it's better to compare. Ling Yun smiled, pushed the pile of tea paper bags in front of him to Ling Yu, and then offered to pour tea, and the two of them began to talk about serious business. Uncle, is it Tang Meng who sold me again this time? Well, since you brought him with you, how dare he not tell me about your itinerary? Ling Yu smiled casually and nodded, although you, the patriarch, are a big shopkeeper, but what you do casually outside now can affect many aspects of our Ling family, and it has a great relationship. If our Ling family, I don't even know your general whereabouts, so if you tell it, won't you be laughed at? What Ling Yu said was the truth. Although he mentioned it positively, the meaning behind his words was to point out Ling Yun's status and influence. Today's Ling Yun, unknowingly, every move, every advance and retreat, can be related to the overall situation of the Ling family. Uncle said so. After hearing this, Ling Yun smiled shyly, scratched his head and said, I'm outside. Either it is to do things, other than that, it is to find a place to practice. As long as you are serious, you will have to meditate for a day and a night, so the mobile phone, communicator and so on are almost never taken out. Ling Yun has already developed a habit. When he has no urgent need to actively contact others, he has always cut off contact with the outside world, because there are too many interruptions, and he knows very well that anything outside is far worse than what he is doing. What you do is important. Ling Yu said, now our family members are very familiar with your situation, so as long as there is nothing important, they will not call or send you a message, and I also talked to Ling Xiu and Ling Shui specifically. A few of them said hello, and told them to contact you if they have nothing to do. Thank you uncle for your concern. Ling Yun was delighted to hear it, because it really saved him a lot of trouble. Yuner, your father's birthday was originally a matter of our own family, but because you have been away for a month, you have become too prestige outside, which has made our Ling family status invisible, so your father's birthday, even if our Ling family wants to keep a low profile, it's impossible. Ling Yu directly asked the question, showing pride in his words. Ling Yun nodded slightly, and said with a smile, I understand that. Your father originally wanted to have a family dinner together as usual, and this birthday will be over. He didn't want to make the scene too big. But now, the development of the whole situation has made him helpless, gone. Ling Yun smiled mischievously, hey, if you follow my father, I guess he only needs to eat a bowl of noodles to count it as his birthday. Indeed. Ling Yu smiled wryly and said, just now he told me that with the current status of the Ling family, it is no problem to hold a large birthday party, but don't use him as an excuse, but wait until your grandfather's birthday, or when it's my birthday, I'll have a banquet with guests from all over the world. Ling Yun asked, then how did you return? Ling Yu smiled casually, I said yes, but the problem is, I'm not as competitive as Ling Yun. Even if I want such a big scene, there won't be so many people who will give me this face. Uncle, you boast so much that I don't know how to take it. The uncle and nephew looked at each other and smiled. So your father's birthday will be held by the Li family. They will provide the best venue, the best chef, the most professional reception and service personnel, and all the necessary things. As long as the guests who come tomorrow, no matter men, women, or children, you can enjoy the highest standard of hospitality. For this, Li Junhua has been preparing for 10 days. I think there should be no mistakes in all aspects. Ling Yun had already expected this point, and said in his heart that his uncle really gave the Li family this opportunity. And Li Junhua is really good enough. In the evening, in front of Ling Yun, he was able to hold back and didn't say a word about it. No problem? After finishing speaking, Ling Yu still asked Ling Yun for his opinion. Of course there is no problem, just do it. So, with a few words, the two finalized the matter. Anyway, the Ling family didn't need to spend a penny. Yuner, when you go out this time, whether it's going to the Demon Subduing Conference, returning to Qingshui, crossing the East China Sea, going to Qin's house, going to Tianshan to save your mother, and finally going to Miaojiang to match Divine Dr. Shui and Miao Fenghuang, these things, I have a general understanding, as for the details, I will not ask you. But taking this opportunity, I have to tell you about the important events that have happened in our family since you left Beijing, so that you are well aware of them. Ling Yun hurriedly said, Uncle, please tell me. Those mundane things are very important, but they are too trivial, and they are all related to money. You don't bother to ask, so I won't talk about it. In short, the current situation, your uncle's body, has eaten your after Zhuyan pill, it can barely hold on. Hey, uncle is working hard. Ling Yun is the big shopkeeper, he will definitely not take this trouble, he can only pour tea for Ling Yu, and he will fool around after saying that he has worked hard. You just need to understand, kid. Ling Yu glared at Ling Yun, then stopped mentioning it, but changed the subject. There are 3 more important things that you must know. First, during the time you are not at home, especially after the Fumo conference is over, there are many ancient martial arts sects and hermit families in Jianghu, and they all send their core figures to come to my Ling's house to pay a visit, and take the initiative to communicate with us. It is good. What? Ling Yun was delighted when he heard it, he laughed and said, well, it seems that the demon subduing meeting really hurt them. Yes, it's good to know the pain. You boy, you overthrew half of China's ancient martial arts world in one night. If they don't know the pain, they will live in hell. Ling Yu suppressed a smile, and glanced at Ling Yun with approval. Secondly, Yi Qingfeng, the owner of the Yi family in the capital, invited me to his house on the 3rd day after the Mid-Autumn Festival, and most of his talk was about the scene, but according to his words, he also wants to repair it with our family in the future. Yo! Ling Yun patted the table, it's not easy, even Yi Qingfeng invited you? It's really not easy, and this in itself proves the true status of the Ling family today. Kindness. Ling Yu nodded triumphantly, but said the last thing, directly without talking nonsense. This last thing is the most important thing. Yuner, the 2 of us discussed the matter of holding our Ling family's own ancient martial arts auction house. I have almost made preparations during this time. And the time is obviously ripe, everything is ready now, only the east wind is owed. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. All is ready except for the opportunity. The Dongfeng here, of course, is the treasure that will be auctioned when the Ling family Guwu auction is opened. In other words, just waiting for Ling Yun to come back, because the treasures he obtained through various means are now basically stored in his Taishu ring. Originally, I thought you would be able to settle the He family's affairs before your father's birthday, and then return home early, so I have been waiting with peace of mind. Who would have thought that you kid would do 2 things at the same time, and go to match up Divine Dr. Shui and Senior Miao first? Ling Yu is a Confucian scholar, and he pays great attention to abiding by Confucian etiquette. Even if the old couple of Miracle Dr. Shui is not here at the moment, and he has never met Miao Feng Huang, he still doesn't call him by his name when he mentions it. It's a senior name. Hi. Ling Yun could only shake his head with a wry smile, and explained to Ling Yu, there is no way, uncle, to solve the matter of goo worms in Grandpa Shui's body is something I promised when I first met the old man. It has been delayed for half a year, and now the time has come, if it is not resolved, I will always feel sorry. Yuner, uncle didn't blame you, you did the right thing. Ling Yu smiled and said, Master Shui has the reputation of a miracle doctor in our China. Before you rose to the top, he has actually been famous in our high-level circles in China for many years, and has been widely praised and recognized. Therefore, although he has lived in seclusion for many years, it's status honor. Besides, when you started your family in Qingshui City, Miracle Dr. Shui did a lot of things for you, both overtly and secretly. In addition to your relationship with Ninger, our Ling family and their Shui family are actually considered in-laws. You can solve him. The things that matter, that is, to solve their own things, now that the time has come, how can we not go? After Ling Yu finished speaking, he poured tea casually, took a sip, then glanced at the pile of spirit tea next to him, and said with a smile, since you can bring back these tea leaves from Miaojiang, it seems that your trip to Miaojiang will did things go well? It's really perfect. Seeing Ling Yu's question, Ling Yan smiled and briefly narrated his itinerary in Miaojiang to his uncle, who made Ling Yu nod his head repeatedly. Spiritual fields, spiritual tea, spiritual fruits and spiritual vegetables, and spiritual medicines and spiritual grass. Ling Yu put his right hand on the table, tapped it lightly, and pondered, in addition, 3 people who have mastered the supreme Qing Emperor art. Yuner, your handwriting this time is really not small. Just listen to this sentence. Ling Yun knew that Ling Yu wanted to go with him again. Currently, it can only be regarded as a few experimental fields. It is too early to really plant all over the mountains and fields on a large scale. Ling Yun smiled and said, however, if these 5 spiritual fields are used properly, the spiritual objects they grow are enough to be auctioned at our ancient martial arts auction. Well, these planted spiritual things can indeed be a major item that we can sell in the auction in the future. Their advantage is that they are all food and drink things, and the number is large enough, and there is a steady stream. Those ancient martial arts sects or hermits, the family, as long as you buy it back and eat it, you will be reluctant to part with it, and we will flock to it, and we will definitely not worry about not being able to sell it. This analysis is really in place. Ling Yan smiled and said, selling them is only second. In the future, after these spiritual objects are transported from the 100,000 mountains, we must first ensure that our Ling family practitioners can enjoy them. Only those we can't eat and pick the leftovers will be sold. Take it to the auction house and sell it to them. No matter what the benefits are, you must first ensure that your own people enjoy them. This is Ling Yan's principle. After hearing this, Ling Yu was shocked and excited. It seems that our Ling family will make another qualitative leap soon, and we will be able to reach a big level. Such a large family eats spiritual fruits and vegetables every day, drinks spiritual tea, and usually has various spiritual medicines and spiritual herbs to nourish the body. How unnatural is this? This kind of training treatment is not too much compared to the treatment of true disciples in the middle-level cultivation sects in the cultivation world. Think here. Yuner, you have worked so hard, what are you planning to turn our Ling family into? Even with Ling Yu's imagination, it is impossible to imagine the future of the Ling family at this moment. Regarding this question, Ling Yan avoided answering it, because even if he drew it, Ling Yu still couldn't imagine the picture. Ling Yan smiled and said, Uncle, just watch it step by step, you will definitely see it. As for other auction items, such as treasures such as pills, talismans, magic weapons, and sharp blades, and various special cultivation resources, I want as many as possible here. If they are sold at the auction, it will definitely make people those cultivators from the ancient martial arts world are scrambling head to head. We just need to control the number of auction items in each auction. Ling Yu, who was facing him, could hear the corners of his mouth and eyes twitching at the same time. He thought, well, the auction houses of the Long family and the Yi family have an interval of 3 to 5 months or even more than half a year. It takes a long time to search for a decent auction. And in each auction, there are only 3 or 5 items that can be auctioned by those top forces or super experts, which is considered a success. But what is the kid on the other side talking about calmly? Every auction must control the quantity. How many treasures did this guy search outside to come back with such confidence? Good boy. After being shocked for a while, Ling Yu couldn't help but nodded angrily. What a boy, Uncle won't accept anything, but you. Ling Yu really didn't know how to comment, so he simply shook his head vigorously, put aside all these distracting thoughts, and asked, what about the opening and closing prizes? What are you going to auction? Ling Yan smiled leisurely, just use Zhuyan pill and beauty pill for the opening ceremony, and as for the finale, just take an ordinary space ring. Although Ling Yu had expected it long ago, he was still shocked after hearing it. Yuner, this is only our first auction. Are you really planning to use such a heaven-defying treasure as an auction item? Uncle, our Ling family wants to develop greatly, and we don't have time to waste. If our auction house wants to overtake the Long family and the Yi family, we must play like this. Only in this way can we firmly attract everyone's attention. Come here, so that they will never miss our auction no matter what. What people don't have, I have, what others have, I have. This is the only way to run an auction house and make huge profits in business. And when the auction is held, I will personally attend the event, not afraid that anyone will dare to take advantage of our Ling family. The last sentence, in order to make Ling Yu feel at ease, what Ling Yun said was domineering. Okay. Ling Yu's ambition was greatly boosted, he stood up excitedly, and nodded again and again, then do as you say, this way, I will have a plan in my heart. So, when will the announcement be made? Ling Yun's eyes were fixed. Tomorrow, when all the characters from all walks of life will appear on the stage, the best time will be when people come together the most. The two uncles and nephews looked at each other and smiled, no need to say more, they already thought of going together. Brush. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flew over and appeared at the gate of Ling Yu's courtyard. It was Mr. Cui. Patriarch, Second Master. Cui Lao landed quietly, and immediately greeted Ling Yun and Ling Yu. Old Cui, there is no one else in my courtyard, you just come in. Ling Yu invited Mr. Cui into the hospital with a smile, then focused his eyes on Mr. Cui for a long time, clasped his hands together, and said sincerely, Congratulations Mr. Cui, rejuvenate and live another life. Hey, Zhongwu thanked the second master, the little old man can have such good luck, it all depends on the compassionate heart of the family. Old Cui's face was a little embarrassed, but he couldn't hide his emotion. The miracle he had done to Ling Yun could no longer be described in words. Ling Yun asked with a smile, Old Cui, why are you here? Reporting to Patriarch, you asked Ling Yi and Ling Qi to monitor the 72 disciples. They haven't got any information yet. I'm worried that they will really cause some trouble, which will affect the third master's life tomorrow. Shows mood, so I wanted to go out and have a look, and I came here to report to you. When Ling Yun heard this, his first reaction was to say that there is no need, but after he pondered for a while, he still nodded, that's fine. However, if it is not necessary, you'd better not interfere with them, because tonight is my centralized assessment of them. The result is not important. What I want is the performance of each of them. Ling Yun directly pointed out the key points. Old Cui said solemnly, report to Patriarch, the little old man understands. Okay, then I will trouble Mr. Cui tonight. Cui Lao's face turned red immediately, he violently waved his palms, and said to Ling Yun, Master, you must not be so polite to the little old man, I really can't bear it now, really. Ling Yun had no choice, but to wave his hand, okay, then you can go. Only then did Elder Cui feel more at ease, he bent over the two of them, stepped back outside the courtyard gate, and then flew out of Ling's house. Yuner, there is nothing wrong with you arranging this assessment, it's just that your question tonight is too difficult. Ling Yu returned to the table and sat down, shook his head at Ling Yun and said, let's put it this way, if it's my birthday, pens, inks, papers and inkstones, piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, appreciation of antiques, these things, no matter good or bad, as long as those boys want to if I bring it back, I like it and will recognize it. But Ling Yu pointed to Ling Zhao's courtyard, behind with his hand, apart from cultivation, what other hobbies does your father have? Don't mention others, even I can't name a few specific things. You are not embarrassing those little guys? Hey. Ling Yan had a red mouth and white teeth, and smiled, Uncle, this question is really difficult. However, if these guys have enough brains, they should be able to guess what my father, or me, really wants. Ling Yu's breath stopped. His third younger brother, Ling Xiao, who hardly cares about worldly affairs now and looks like he has no desires, what exactly does he want in his heart? Wash away the shame and revive the prestige. Let Beijing, let Huaxia, let those who ridicule, or even completely ignore, those who have forgotten the name Ling Xiao remember this name again in their hearts. Let Ling Xiao be not only in the Ling family, but also in the hearts of those around him who know his current situation, so that he will be as radiant and shocking as he was 20 years ago. Of course, maybe Ling Xiao himself doesn't care about all of this. But his son, Ling Yun, is very concerned about this. He cares very much. Tomorrow is Ling Zhao's birthday, and also the day of his rebirth. Ling Yun wants to help him get back everything his father lost back then. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets, the wonderful plot is coming. It was very inexplicable for Ling Yun to let the 72 disciples with empty hands, nothing on their bodies, and their pockets cleaner than their faces, give Ling Xiao a birthday present. But Ling Yu is so smart, he can know the elegant meaning when he hears Shangya, and after hearing Ling Yun's few words, he can figure out Ling Yun's real purpose in an instant. What Ling Xiao lost, Ling Yun will take back. What Ling Xiao is carrying, Ling Yun will wash away for him. Back then, because of Ling Zhao's incident, the Ling family was massacred by China's righteous and evil forces. That murder happened, and the family was almost wiped out. Ling Xiao was even more humiliated. After that tragic incident, all the masters of the Ling family were killed or injured, only Ling Lai, the most inconspicuous lineage, survived. Over the past 20 years, it has gradually declined, and the family interests have been divided up by several other big families. The status of one of the big families is even more precarious. Even before Ling Yun stepped into the Ling family's ancestral house for the first time and recognized his ancestors as his ancestors, the Ling family was already unable to make ends meet, and could only survive by relying on their old background. In the end, even the current Li family is inferior. Although these years, the Chao family and the Li family, which are also the last 3 of the 7 major families, have rarely had any disputes with the Ling family, and the interests of the Ling family are the least invaded and divided. The Chao family and the Li family, one controls power and the other seeks money. In the secular world, the one who controls power is overwhelming, and the one who seeks money has unparalleled financial resources, which still makes the Ling family unparalleled and cannot be compared at all. It's embarrassing to think about it. What happened to the Ling family before Ling Yun came to Beijing for the first time? What was going through at that time? Ling Xiao was kidnapped for many days, his whereabouts are unknown, and his life and death are uncertain. Ling Yu himself was even arrested and taken to the Chen family, coerced to support the superiors of the Chen family, and imprisoned by the other party for a full week. Ling Shui, who was only 16 years old, joined the Condor group at a young age. She was called around as a maid all day long, and was even ridiculed and humiliated. She became a laughingstock in the eyes of others. And what about the Ling family? At that time, all the remaining money of the family, as well as the remaining assets of the family, were all counted, and it was less than 10 billion, not to mention the other 6 big families, and even the market value of an ordinary listed company could not be compared. What a desolate and miserable scene of decline was that. This kind of Ling family can only be trampled on by others. Even if it is so miserable, the Chen family has no plan to let the Ling family go. After a long time without Ling Yu's reply, they simply plan to use the Oriental ninjas to attack the Ling family in one fell swoop. To completely wipe out the Ling family. There is a sound of spring thunder on the ground. It was also on that night that Ling Yun appeared in time to turn the tide, but overnight, he first rescued Ling Yu, and then killed the invading enemy, making the Chen family's well-thought-out plan come to naught. Even after that, Ling Yun found Ling Xiao and rescued him, and then won the life-and-death battle, annihilating the Sun-Chen alliance in one fell swoop, leading the Ling family to rise again, and once again stood at the top of the 7 major Chinese families. But in the past, in the game between the major families, they were only on the defensive after all. So far, the Ling family has never taken the initiative to attack. Now, at the peak state of Ling Yun's 6th level of Qi training, even with 1 against 5, he can kill the masters of the foundation stage while talking and laughing. They are all in the mid-innate realm. Among the remaining 6 major families in China, the Chao family was married to the Iron Alliance, and the Li family followed with all their heart. As for the Qin family, far away in the Qinling Mountains, not to mention the relationship with the Ling family. Ling Yun is obviously the great elder of the Sky Group, but secretly the leader of the Dragon Group. He once crippled half of the ancient Chinese martial arts world by himself. Those opponents who have been crushed by him so far have not even been crushed by him. The other half of the opponents were all silent, and when they heard Ling Yun's name, they no longer dared to have any thoughts against the Ling family. After the First World War in the East China Sea, no one dared to make irresponsible remarks to the Ling family. Today's Ling family has the strength to hold an ancient martial arts auction. This is the status that Ling Yun has earned. The Ling family has long been self-sufficient, and the top forces of all parties outside have also acquiesced in their hearts. But it's just the default. However, it's just that the Ling family can't be self-sufficient, let alone the outside world's default. Ling Yun is going to take the initiative to attack. Eat mine and spit it out for me, take mine and give it back to me. But now, with Ling Yun's realm and Ling Zhao's mentality, it is impossible for them to do this kind of thing by themselves, because it is boring, and if they do it themselves, they will even lower their status and appear to be worthless. He threw out his 72 disciples at this time, with the purpose of stirring up 1,000 waves with one stone. What he wanted was everything that had been taken away from the Ling family. What he wanted was to remove Ling Zhao's psychological burden, and what he wanted was to restore the former glory of the Ling family. Even better than before. As the saying goes, the father's debt is paid by the son. But in Ling Yun's place, it's the revenge of father and son. There is no doubt that the time has come. Ling Yun wants to wash away all the humiliation suffered by the Ling family in the past 20 years, and let Ling Zhao's lost reputation and dignity fall on him again. The 72 disciples were empty-handed and without possessions. If they wanted to give Ling Zhao a birthday present that he could afford, or a gift that Ling Yun would like, they had to rack their brains and ask, and then it is to ask for. This kind of thing, Ling Yun will not say it clearly. He can only let his disciples figure it out by themselves, so he said that this is an assessment. 72 disciples, one person may not be able to think of these things, but with the brains of 72 people, someone can always think of it, even if they hit by mistake, they can hit it, not many, just one is enough. You boy, what you let out are 72 hungry wolves and crazy tigers. Thinking of this, Ling Yu shook his head with a smile and offered to pour tea for Ling Yun. Hey. Ling Yun smiled triumphantly, took a sip of tea, and said leisurely, raise soldiers for 1,000 days, use them for a short time. Our Ling family can't do this kind of thing, even the dead soldiers of the Ling family are inconvenient, but using these 72 people is the most suitable gone. Ling Yu nodded. You let Ling Yi, Ling Qi, and the others out just now, not to let them monitor those boys, but to let them find targets for them, right? Just let them get to know each other, so that if we work together in the future, no one will know the other. Ling Yun was non-committal and said, casually. The two uncles and nephews looked at each other and smiled, each tacit understanding. Yunner, I see that you have been playing with this silk rope in your hands. And the postures you have stopped after a lot of pauses during the period seem to be some Buddhist handprints. Ling Yu suddenly changed the subject. He had been staring at Ling Yun's left hand for a long time, and asked, curiously. Basically, this is indeed the seal method. But if one's own realm is not enough, cultivation is of little use. Ling Yun confessed frankly. After 3 pots of tea, the color of the tea turned pale. Ling Yun used his magical powers to rebrew the spiritual tea brought back from Miaojiang, and said with a smile, Uncle, you can try the spiritual tea and see how it tastes. Afterwards, the two of them drank and chatted, exchanged information, and began to discuss secretly. Hey, I've been bored in the martial arts school for more than a month, and I finally see the light of day again tonight. It feels really good. In the darkness, Lu Wenlong used the magic step of thousands of miles, leading the 11 brothers of the second group to gallop, and they rushed to the southwest. After Ling Xiao and Ling Yun left the martial arts school, Lu Wenlong didn't discuss with his brothers for too long. They were the first group to escape from the martial arts school. Brother Long, where are we going? Beside Lu Wenlong, a thin guy, who was as fast as him, galloped side by side with him, and asked, curiously. Xuanhuan. Lu Wenlong hurried on his way in a muffled voice, specially picking the uninhabited wasteland to advance. Brother Long, what are we going to Xuanhuan for? Isn't that a waste of time? The destination mentioned by Lu Wenlong immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of several people, and they complained one after another. You know what a fart, it's the 9th month of the lunar calendar, and it's the time when Xuanhuan is the most beautiful. Why don't we go and see it? Lu Wenlong severely taught those who complained. Damn. Go to Xuanhuan Mountain to enjoy the scenery at 9 o'clock in the evening? Even if you have reached the peak of the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow, you can't distinguish red and yellow at night with that little vision, right? It's close to the capital. Without thinking, Lu Wenlong added another sentence, as if talking to himself, but in his heart he said that it was also close to the Ling family's ancestral house. At 9 o'clock in the evening, this group of guys arrived at the top of Xuanhuan Mountain. The 30-kilometer journey, plus mountain climbing, was a small matter for the current group of disciples. After reaching the top of the mountain, everyone was calm. Nice view. After reaching the highest point of the mountain, Lu Wenlong put his hands behind his back, pretended to admire the surroundings, and said calmly. Brother Long, can you really see the color of the leaves? The few people around looked at Lu Wenlong's pretentiousness and didn't believe it at all. Hey, what a bunch of idiots, who said I'm going to show you the color of the leaves, I'm talking about the beautiful night view of the capital. Everyone around rolled their eyes. Lu Wenlong turned a blind eye to the disdainful gazes from around him, sat down on a big rock casually, frowned and said, You guys, what kind of messed up ideas you just came up with, it's too embarrassing for me. TCH, you haven't come up with an idea yet. Someone retorted. Brother Long, why don't our ideas work? The master clearly asked us to go out. Fart. Lu Wenlong didn't wait for the guy next to him to say the word robbery, and directly scolded him so that he swallowed it back. Will you be ashamed or lose your price? Do you think you are still in Qinglong? This is not a land grab. All the people around were scolded by him and dared not speak. Everyone here knows that Lu Wenlong seems to be carefree, but in fact it's just an appearance and a cover-up. He is actually as smart as a ghost, so he must have made up his mind a long time ago. First of all, the master will never want the things we robbed. Secondly, the master said not to cause trouble. These two have blocked all the roads you can think of. Lu Wenlong's eyes flickered, he muttered to himself, speaking to everyone. Someone muttered, Do you really want us to buy it? Shut up. Lu Wenlong directly told the other party to shut up, and then smiled inscrutably. Birthday gifts don't necessarily have to be objects. Brother Long, don't be foolish, just tell us, what exactly does the master want us to do when we encounter this problem? Brush. Lu Wenlong suddenly stood up, raised his hand and pointed to the southeast direction, the bright lights of the capital. He pointed to Jiangshan, and proudly said, Did you see, there are many people in this capital who owe the Ling family, and the master wants us to get it back. Everyone around was stunned. If Ling Yan was present at this time, he would reward Lu Wenlong, well, just based on Lu Wenlong's words. First of all, I would like to apologize to everyone. When Lao Bu writes books, he always strives to have an exciting plot and try to fit the reality as much as possible, so he will always unknowingly dig a big hole for himself, and then, he just doesn't know how to write it. After thinking about it for a few days, I finally know how to narrate this big plot to have a taste. Let's see if you are satisfied. Another update tonight. Rock shattering. Lu Wenlong actually revealed the essence of Ling Yun's assessment all at once. This is absolutely impossible to hit by mistake. Seeing Lu Wenlong's confident appearance and decisive tone, it is obvious that he has thought it over and figured it out a long time ago, but he just keeps refusing to say it. Unfortunately, Ling Yun was not present, and the location of xuanhuan was more than 10 kilometers away from the Ling family's ancestral house, which was beyond the limit of Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness. Of course, at this time Ling Yun was in Ling Lai's small courtyard, using yin-yang and 5 elements fire to temper the bodies of Ling Lai and Elder Cui, cleanse the tendons and cut the marrow, and he didn't have the time to pay attention to these. When Ling Yun decided to release this gang of wolf-like disciples, he had already made up his mind. He didn't care what they did tonight, even if it broke the sky. However, Ling Yun couldn't hear it, but someone could hear it. My God! No wonder the patriarch sent us out to spy on these boys, so there was such a big move tonight. In the darkness, on the halfway up Shangshan Mountain, in a dense forest, Ling Yi was wearing a jet black night clothes, hiding here, listening to the conversation of the group of people on the top of the mountain, every word. Don't ask Ling Yi how he found Lu Wenlong and his group. As a congenital 6th-level peak expert, and a dead soldier of the Ling family who has been secretly trained in the Tiansha intelligence organization for a month, if he can't even find such a big target. It turns out that Ling Yi's status as the elder brother of the dead man of the Ling family has long since been lost. Good boy, this character and temper, as well as this momentum, really suit my appetite. Young people are awesome. Ling Yizhong nodded his head and was very grateful. He gave a secret praise, and then said to the other 2 dead men behind him via voice transmission, 14 and 15, you should immediately notify the other brothers and tell them what you heard, and say that today, have a great night. Ling Yi was so excited that every cell in his body was trembling. He was shocked and excited. They had been humiliated for many years, and they had finally waited for this day when they could feel proud. Boss, if we do that, won't we screw that kid up there? Ling Shiwu was also very excited, but hesitating, and reminded with a frown, I heard it just now. It is obvious that the patriarch is assessing them. He even has to guess the topic. The kid above must have guessed it right. If you just tell the patriarch's intention like this, it doesn't seem very particular, does it? I can't care less. Ling Yi suddenly raised his hand. Stopping Ling Shiwu, he said excitedly, tonight is the day when our brothers stir up the capital and feel proud. There are so many goals, how can there be time to think about who will come first? Come on. After Ling Yi learned about Ling Yun's true intentions, he was even more excited than the group of disciples who were assessed. He raised his hand and pointed to the top of the mountain, and suddenly asked, whose disciples are those boys? Owners. Ling Shishir and Ling Shiwu replied in unison. Ling asked again and again, then we Ling family dead soldiers, who did we work for before, and who are we loyal to now? Of course it was the 3rd master, but now it is naturally the head of the family. The 3rd master is Ling Xiao, and the patriarch is Ling Yun. Ling Yi rolled his eyes and muttered, isn't that enough? Our kung fu, before the patriarch came to the house, the original foundation was given to us by the 3rd master, and the current state and ability are all given by the patriarch. Everything we have now is the result of the owner, father and son. While Ling Yi was speaking, he did not forget to cup his fists in the direction of the Ling family's ancestral house, bowed solemnly, and then continued, we are the dead soldiers of the Ling family in name, but in essence we are also the disciples of the patriarch. Speaking of which, we are the gang from above kid's senior brother. The head of the family sent us out tonight, saying that he wanted to spy on them so as not to cause trouble, hee. Ling Yi suddenly stopped talking. But Ling Shishir and Ling Shiwu understood what he meant behind. After 20 years of hard work, this day is what I have been waiting for. It has to be said that Ling Yi, the boss of the dead of the Ling family, was not in vain. With a few short words, he spurred the excitement of the other two, and all the worries in his heart were thrown out of the sky. Went. Also, look at those boys above, what realm and qualifications are they all in? As far as I know, they have only practiced for less than 3 months, and all of them have become above the acquired 8th level. Although their cultivation environment is far superior to ours, if their own aptitude is not good enough, even if they are soaked in spiritual energy tanks, it will be useless. Ling Yi sighed. The patriarch's vision for selecting disciples is really too sharp and unique. What I mean is, since this Lu Wenlong can think of these things, then the outstanding people among the other 60 disciples must also be able to think of them. So, old 15's worries are not worth mentioning at all. Hurry up and send a message, and I'll hear what those guys have to say. On the top of the mountain, after hearing Lu Wenlong's bold words, the other 11 disciples were all silent, and it took a while for them to regain their strength. Everyone was chattering and discussing. Impossible? Brother Long, I admit that your idea is bold enough, but it's easier said than done. There are too many innate masters in this capital, especially the Long family and the Yi family. I heard that among the 2 major families, the Ling family had the most benefits. With our meager skills, how can we get them? The advantage of young people is that they have blood, passion, and the drive of newborn calves not afraid of tigers. In just over 2 months, their realm strength and vision pattern are no longer what they used to be in Qinglong with machetes and sticks grabbing territory. Of those thugs. But their master is Ling Yun. It is Ling Xiao and Ling Yong who teach them martial arts every day. After being together for a month or so, it is impossible for them to just exercise their physical bodies and improve their realm. They have also systematically studied and understood the past and current situation of the Ling family, as well as the current secular world in the capital and the detailed situation in the ancient Chinese martial arts world. There is a sky beyond the sky. So these boys are not blindly arrogant, everyone knows how much they have. Besides, the key is not a question of strength, but that we have no idea, but we don't know the goal at all. Next to Lu Wenlong, there was still the tall and thin guy. When it came to the most fundamental problem, he rubbed his teeth and said, "Brother Long, tell me, where can we get it, and who can we get it from?" Not to mention the Long family and the Yi family, there are tens of hundreds of miscellaneous families in this capital, and we don't even know who they are or where they live. Hey, Brother Long, it's all your fault for coming out in such a hurry. It would be great if we could ask Master Sanchi for some targets before we go out. Someone sighed, blaming Lu Wenlong for rushing out. This Sanchi, of course, refers to Ling Sanchi, who is in charge of the logistics support of the Ling family martial arts school. Humph. Lu Wenlong sneered, and looked at the sighing guy like a fool. You are not convinced if you say you are stupid. If we ask Lord Sanchi to ask, wouldn't the other 5 guys have guessed it? Mad, they are all as good as ghosts. But this goal is indeed a big problem. Lu Wenlong rolled his eyes, scratched his head, pretended to be thinking hard, and then suddenly sat cross-legged on the ground. The environment here is good, you all sit down and practice, let me empty my mind and think about it. Everyone around was stunned. Then they really saw that Lu Wenlong had really settled down with his legs crossed, his 5 hearts turned to the sky, and he seemed to be thinking hard. After the other 11 people were stunned, they could only follow the example and sat down one by one. As for whether they were practicing or not, no one knew. Mada, this bastard boy, is simply too ghostly. In the dense forest, halfway up the mountain, Ling Yi jumped up angrily when he saw this, and cursed, "This guy is forcing me to show up." After complaining, Ling Yi flew out of the dense forest in a flash, and the swallow jumped 3 times to reach the top of the mountain. Lu Wenlong, don't you fucking pretend there. Ling Yi appeared directly in front of Lu Wenlong, and kicked him up. Get out of here, I will take you to ransack the house. Tonight, the dead soldiers of the Ling family and the disciples of Ling Yun merged together, and the troops were divided into 6 groups, trying to stir up the capital. The realm of cultivation is one step at a time, and the strength gap between the acquired realm and the innate realm is, in layman's terms, the same as the gap between elementary school students and college students. Therefore, the 12 disciples on the top of the mountain, including Lu Wenlong, didn't realize how Ling Yi appeared at all. They didn't react until Ling kicked Lu Wenlong over. The kick was actually not heavy, and Lu Wenlong didn't have any resistance, but simply lay down on the ground. A flash of cunning and complacency flashed in his eyes, and then he still pretended to be stupid. Big uncle. As soon as Ling heard this address, his eyes darkened at that time, and he almost lost his temper. Mad, I am only 32 years old, how can I become an uncle? Only Lu Wenlong continued to ask, how did you find us? Ling Yi didn't bother to answer. He stepped forward with a dark face, looked down at the rascal Lu Wenlong, and said in a deep voice, get out. Lu Wenlong was not stupid. He knew that he would not be able to get up if he lay on the ground, and the next step would be more than just a kick, so he quickly straightened himself up and stood up. Lu Wenlong and Ling Yi stood facing each other. They looked about the same height. Ling Yi stared at the other party. His eyes were cold, but with a hint of a smile, he asked, casually, boy, do you recognize me? Uncle, I've seen you, but I don't recognize you. I don't know the number. Lu Wenlong answered truthfully. A month ago, on the eve before Ling Yun left the capital to participate in the Demon Subduing Conference, the Ling family held a big banquet to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival ahead of schedule. The 72 disciples also went, so Lu Wenlong said that he had seen each other. But it's really not the right number, because there were too many people at that time and it was only one night. Everyone's identities were different, and they couldn't sit together at all. The disciple is a newcomer. No matter how determined he is, he doesn't know who the other party is. But the dead soldiers of the Ling family are different. They rarely fought in the past, and they were mainly responsible for spying on various information for the Ling family. At that time, they had already trained in the Heavenly Killing Organization. Ling Yan's disciples, of course they put their heart into it, so they memorized the faces of these people in just one night. Don't call me uncle in the future. Ling Yi hurriedly corrected him. He tore off the mask and revealed his face. I'm Ling Yi. It's right to call me the boss when you meet me later. Lu Wenlong nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and said with a chuckle, understood, uncle. Ling Yi. He was just in a hurry right now, otherwise, he would have to beat this kid until he couldn't get up for 3 days if he went to Lu Wenlong's intentionally pretending to be stupid. Boy, you are indeed smart enough. Not only can you guess the real intention of the patriarch, but you also have a way to force me to show up. Ling Yi glanced around, and finally returned to Lu Wenlong's face, and said with a smile, you obviously thought of the key point. Although Ling Yi was annoyed, he praised Lu Wenlong unabashedly. The key point is that Ling Yan asked the 72 disciples to do such a big thing, but he didn't tell them what the goal was. Ling Yan only gave them one night, and it was impossible for them to run around like headless flies. He would definitely find someone to lead the way. Then the person who leads the way, besides the dead soldiers of the Ling family who know the enemies of the Ling family very well, and who will never forget the old accounts of the past, who else can be there? Therefore, Lu Wenlong only needs to come out of the martial arts school and find a place close to the Ling family's ancestral house to wait. This is the most convenient way. Lu Wenlong's eyes flickered, and he stood there giggling. However, don't get complacent too early. Ling Yi stared fiercely, and said in a deep voice, I don't have time to deal with you right now. After I finish these 2 days of work, I will definitely go to the martial arts school, to teach you personally. How could Lu Wenlong not be able to tell that the pointing was beating, but he didn't care, and said with a smile, good uncle. Ling Yi's expression froze for a moment, and he couldn't help giving Lu Wenlong a higher look, thinking that this kid is not afraid of troubles because he doesn't eat oil and salt. He nodded involuntarily, moved his lips, and uttered a series of secret words, calling Ling Shirshir and Ling Shirwu up, and then the three stood side by side, looking at the brightly lit capital city in the southeast, and had a secret discussion with each other through sound transmission. After a while, Ling Yi turned his head and looked at Lu Wenlong, beside him. With a playful expression on his face, he said, "Boy, tonight our Ling family will collect the bills. There are mainly three kinds of people we can move. They include super rich businessmen, top dignitaries, and some small and medium-sized families that are emerging in the capital. But no matter what kind, they are basically the branches and leaves attached to the Long family and the Yi family. Ling is very clear to the forces in the capital, especially how the Ling family's interests were eroded and divided back then, and he explained it very clearly in a few words. There are only 7 big families in the capital. Ling Yun has already wiped out the Sun and Qin families, and Ling Yu has wiped out the remnants of these 2 families for a month and a half after taking over. The family has completely surrendered to the Ling family, and these 2 families cannot move. The ones to deal with tonight are the 2 behemoths of the Long family and the Yi family. Let me tell you in advance, neither of these 2 is easy to mess with, and it will affect the whole body. Which one do you want to choose?" After Ling Yi solemnly reminded, he asked with a smile. "Hey!" Lu Wenlong slapped his thigh, and said without hesitation, "Long's family." Ling Yi was surprised. "Why?" Lu Wenlong chuckled and said, "Because their family name conflicts with mine." Ling Yi was speechless again, then Guaner smiled, "Then let's go." It was too quick, the group left as soon as they said they wanted to. Ling Yi waved his hand suddenly, took the lead in spreading his body, and rushed down the hillside due south. The others naturally followed immediately. Whoosh, whoosh, 15 people were like tigers, descending the mountain. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived near a huge building in the western suburbs of the capital, hiding in the surrounding dense forest. Longting Villa. In the dense forest, Ling Yi pointed to the mysterious and low-key building in front of him, but there was something hidden inside, and said with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, "The properties around here belong to the Long family, and the leaders of the forces that are secretly attached to the Long family now. Every night, you will come here to party and play, and there are tricks you can't even imagine. Boys, it's time for you to show your performance. Remember, after entering, you are not allowed to smash or rob. Just talk to the big shots inside." After hearing this, Lu Wenlong's mind was shaken, his tiger eyes fixed on the distant Longting Villa, and he was about to rush out without hesitation, but he stopped abruptly and stopped again. "Uncle, what do we want?" Ling Yi was very happy when he was asked. "Silly boy, you are really smart. You were confused for a while. After you rushed in, you just said that the Ling family collected the bill. Everyone present counts as one. As long as whoever accepted Ling at the beginning, the property of the family will be taken back tonight, including the principal and interest." What Ling Yi said was too simple, but for the current Ling family, this is already the most polite. He seriously warned, "If you want to grab the lead, you have to be faster, and we have to rush to the next place." "Understood." Lu Wenlong understood in seconds. He gritted his teeth, and then waved his hand. "Brothers, follow me." Swipe, swipe, swipe. Lu Wenlong took the lead, leading the other 11 team members, leaping like dragons and tigers, and rushed directly into Longting Villa without concealing his figure. "Who? You old man me." Lu Wenlong had the highest realm, so he was the fastest. He was the first to rush into the compound of Longting Villa, but instead of entering the house, he rushed directly to the main entrance of the villa. Of course, Longting Villa has guards in charge of guarding, but they are not ancient martial arts practitioners, let alone dead soldiers of the Long family, but some well-trained professional security guards. They are responsible for the security of the place 24 hours a day and night, and no one is allowed. Wait to break in. The guards here are strictly guarded, and there are special personnel responsible for watching the monitoring system. If Lu Wenlong and the other 12 people broke in so blatantly, the people in the monitoring room would of course notice it immediately. Someone broke in. Although the 2 security guards staring at the surveillance were confused, they were professional after all. They immediately shouted warnings and rang the siren at the same time. In an instant, harsh alarm bells rang through the entire Longting villa. Bang bang. However, Lu Wenlong didn't care. He rushed to the guard's room with 2 vertical leaps, kicked open the door, punched the 2 security guards unconscious, and then let the alarm bell continue to call the police. Don't even bother to reason. Divide 6 people into groups of 2, and guard them from east, west, south, and 3 directions. Not even a fly is allowed to fly out. There is no need to guard the north, they came from the north. Ling Yi and the other 3 dead soldiers are hiding in the dense forest to the north of the villa. Whoever rushes out is like throwing themselves into a trap. The remaining 5, come into the house with me, and talk to those big shots. Lu Wenlong flew out and directly blocked the gate of the villa, with a big horse and a golden sword. His command was determined, and he had a lot of momentum. Da-da-da-da. At this moment, fires flickered on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the main building at the same time, and gunshots rang out. The security guards were condescending, and their targets were the unshielded Lu Wenlong and the others. Swipe swipe. Lu Wenlong used the phantom fish dragon step to dodge the first wave of bullets with great flexibility, and then his body suddenly flew into the air. The next moment, his figure had already landed on the 3rd floor. Damn, they actually have guns, all of you, be careful. Lu Wenlong was very annoyed. He couldn't help yelling, and while speaking, his figure didn't stop, instantly knocking the people who shot on the 3rd floor unconscious to the ground. At the same time, the 3 security guards on the 2nd floor who were shooting were also knocked unconscious by the 3 flying up, and fell to the ground unconscious. The dense gunfire only lasted for more than 10 seconds, and then stopped completely, and Longting Villa returned to silence. It has to be said that the Long family has been at ease for too long. No one dared to provoke the Long family for more than 30 years. Therefore, the huge Longting Villa, with an area of more than 2,000 square meters, did not send any experts to guard it. This is by no means careless, but the heritage of the Long family is too strong. The members of the Long family would never have imagined that someone would dare to move their territory under their noses, and it was so blatant and unscrupulous. Bang 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 bang. In the compound, a dozen or so security guards who rushed out in a hurry were all knocked down by Lu Wenlong and others in less than half a minute, and no one rushed out after that. Brother Long, it's all done. The thin guy, nicknamed Skinny Monkey, huddled up and carefully scanned his surroundings. After confirming his safety, he said to Lu Wenlong, "Look at your bear." Lu Wenlong looked at the thin monkey's cautious movements, couldn't help but rolled his eyes, scolded him, and then waved his hand. "Come on, go into the house, search for me floor by floor, find all those people, hurry to one place, and then talk together, give me a quick move." Longting Villa is naturally built on the mountain. His main building is a 5-story villa. It looks very inconspicuous. Even the lights projected from the windows are normal white, but there is something strange inside. Every floor in the villa is decorated with incomparable luxury, each room is very large, the inside is resplendent and magnificent, and the various decorations far surpass the 5-star hotels outside. The people hiding in the villa, regardless of their status, are already in a mess at this moment. When Lu Wenlong led Shouho and other 5 brothers, when they swaggered into the 1st floor of the villa, they found that the faces of the people inside were all pale, frightened, anxious, and worried. Some even peed on their pants in fright, emitting a smell of blood from their bodies. The smell of urine is as bad as it needs to be. But there was one person, holding a gun in his hand, facing the 6 people who barged in. His arms trembled slightly, and the fear in his eyes could not be concealed, but he gritted his teeth and stared at the leader, Lu Wenlong. Not half a step back. This is Zhao Chuan, the person in charge of Longting Villa. Something happened here, and others could retreat, but he had no way out, so he had to bite the bullet. Of course, he now also understands that shooting is meaningless. Holding a gun is just a necessary gesture, and it's just an attitude. If he doesn't die tonight, he has to give the Long family an explanation. I'm Zhao Chuan, the person in charge of Longting Villa. I don't know who you are, and I don't know when our villa formed a relationship with you, which made you so violent. The Long family has rules, and they cannot reveal to anyone that Longting Villa is their territory unless it is absolutely necessary. Therefore, even at this time, Zhao Chuan can only solve the matter on his own. Inform the people of the Long family. Zhao Chuan, right? Put the gun down. Lu Wenlong couldn't help laughing at the other party's appearance. He weighed a stone he picked up temporarily in his hand, and said to the other party, I tell you clearly, the thing in your hand is useless to us. Zhao Chuan gritted his teeth, and after a moment of contemplation, he simply threw the gun away. With a flash of thought in his mind, he asked cautiously, Brother, do you know where this is? Longting Villa is a gold-selling cave, and it is also one of the places where the Long family secretly receives all kinds of tribute from the various forces below. Even if ordinary billionaires in the secular world have heard of the Long family and want to manage it, they have no idea at all. Qualified to know this place, one must spend a lot of money to manage layer by layer, and then have a chance to find this place, and then have the qualifications to invest in filial piety and cling to the Long family. Otherwise, you can only be considered a rich man without the backing of background forces. The property in your hands is just the prey of a stronger competitor. If you are careless, you will take it away if you say it. Not only the Long family, but the 8 major families in China, including the Ling family, all play in this way. Everything usually works like this. If there is no major event, the core figures of the family will not come forward at all. Zhao Chuan was 39 years old, and he was able to become the general manager of such a key position. Of course, it was not for nothing. He could tell at a glance that the other party had come prepared, so he didn't go around too much. Seeing that the other party dropped the gun on his own initiative, the fierce look in Lu Wenlong's eyes eased, and he smiled faintly. Seeing that you are on the road, I will let you understand. First, we know that this is the territory of the Long family. Second, we have only one purpose here. Lu Wenlong straightened his posture, and his aura rose instantly. Zhao Chuan, listen carefully, the Ling family will collect the bill. The Ling family collects the bill. Plop. After listening to Lu Wenlong's 2 words, Zhao Chuan directly fell to the ground. His face was pale, and he couldn't say another word. Of course he knew about the Ling family, the capital city, and even Huaxia could not have a second family, but the Ling family had just risen rapidly and is now one of the 3 peak families in China. Has the Ling family finally made a move against the Long family? How can it be so fast? And why did you choose tonight? Zhao Chuan's head was buzzing, almost bursting, thinking how could he be so unlucky? The Long family has so many places like Longting Villa in the capital. Why did you choose me here? I know you're just a person in charge. It doesn't matter what you say about such a big matter, and our target is not you, so I won't make things difficult for you. Lu Wenlong took 2 steps forward, looked down at Zhao Chuan, who was paralyzed on the ground, and said coldly, there are only 2 ways in front of you now. One is to cooperate with us obediently, and the other is to be paralyzed here like this. Let's finish our business and leave, and then you can do whatever you want. Lu Wenlong used to be a member of Qinglong Longtang, who was in charge of collecting bills. He was very familiar with this kind of thing, but he just changed his target, so what to do next? He had a well-thought-out plan and could do it at his fingertips. Zhao Chuan's teeth chattered, he barely straightened his upper body, and asked sadly, you guys, how do you plan to accept it? Lu Wenlong laughed and said, "Don't worry, we won't smash or rob, and we won't hurt anyone. We just take back the benefits that the Long family took from the Ling family back then, including the principal and interest. Are you satisfied with this?" His voice was so loud that it resounded through the 5 floors of the villa, not only for Zhao Chuan, but also for every big shot at Longding Villa. Don't shy away. Lu Wenlong has fully realized what it means to lean against a big tree to enjoy the shade. With Ling Yun behind him, they are collecting bills on behalf of their teachers, so there is nothing to be afraid of. You. After Zhao Chuan heard it, his mind was shaken like 5 thunders. He only uttered one word, and then fell straight down, his personnel and affairs unknown. Active cooperation was impossible, so he chose the second path. You're smart. Lu Wenlong was overjoyed, and without delay, he waved his hand directly. Go upstairs and drive everyone to this hall for me, find out their identities, and talk to them one by one. Following his order, the 5 people behind him who couldn't wait for a long time, each chose a floor, and went up like wolves to find someone. This is just Lu Wenlong's team. At the same time, Ling Yan's other 5 groups of disciples had already rushed out of the Ling family martial arts school at this moment. Led by the dead soldiers of the Ling family, they rushed into the capital from the north in a fan shape, like 6 sharp swords. South all the way forward, rampage. This night, for many people, is destined to be a sleepless night. However, the forces in the capital are deeply intertwined, and a single trigger can affect the whole body. Before the Ling family's 6 groups have harvested their first target, Ling Yun has not received the good news at home, and the entire capital will be completely destroyed. The first to bear the brunt, of course, is the Long family and the Yi family. The Dragon House in Beijing. Strictly speaking, in fact, the Long family does not have an ancestral house like the Ling family and the Yi family. This is because the Long family has been passed down for more than 1,000 years and has experienced too many dynasty changes. The location of the capital of each dynasty changed accordingly. Therefore, the Long family's ancestral home industry is almost all over the ancient capitals of China, and there are too many of them, such as the most famous Chang'an, Luoyang, Nanjing, etc., and of course the current imperial capital. Another important reason for this is that the Long family has been passed down for too long. It has been continuously incensed for thousands of years, and the branches and leaves have continued to spread from generation to generation. Therefore, the direct line of the Long family is too large. Some collateral lines were defeated in the brutal competition within the family. At worst, they were directly uprooted by the opponent, and a branch was killed to death. I dare not call myself the Long family anymore, let alone practice the martial arts of the Long family, and gradually become an ordinary mortal. The vicissitudes of life. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. The same is true for every species. For human beings, it is as big as a country or a nation, it is as small as a certain family, or even specific to each individual. Rise and fall in an instant. However, in the past 600 years, since the Ming and Qing dynasties have placed their imperial capitals in the capital, the winner of each generation of the Long family's internal competition will choose the family's permanent residence not far from the Forbidden City. Being so close to the imperial city, it is convenient to absorb the breath of the real dragon and use it to practice the inherited skills of the Long family. Therefore, the Long family has absolute background and strength, but they are not high-profile, let alone publicized. The living conditions of the entire family are like hiding in the wild, in the city, and in the court. In an invisible word, it is not known to the worldly mortals at all. To the northwest of the Forbidden City, to the west of Jingshan Park, on the east coast of the Beihai Sea, within an old Qing palace. Nowadays, apart from the Forbidden City, some of the more famous palaces of Qing princes all around have already been developed into famous tourist attractions. There is an endless stream of tourists who come here every day, and it is impossible to live there. However, there are still some palaces that have never been opened to the outside world. This is due to the existence of the Long family. They have secretly taken these palaces into their pockets for living or cultivation. For example, this ancient palace in front of him is like this. 30 years ago, he was selected by Long Hauran, who was about to become the head of the Long family, as one of his private houses where he lived in seclusion and practiced. The location of this palace is excellent. Facing the mountain and the water, facing south from the north, the view is wide and the interior area is huge. There are pavilions, rockery and flowing water. Standing on the highest part of the rockery in the yard, you can easily see the whole picture of the Forbidden City. In the past 20 years, Long Hauran, the patriarch of the Long family, has spent most of his time in the capital here when he has no important business to go out. Practicing the Long family kung fu in Beihai can be said to serve multiple purposes. Like Ling Xiao of the Ling family, Long Hauran is the peerless genius with the most cultivation talent in the Long family in the past 50 years. He has made rapid progress in the practice of controlling the dragon, and is supported by the huge cultivation resources in the family. He has already broken through when he was just 10 years old. Since then, he has been designated as Long Ruoyu's successor by the elders of the Long family, and he will be the head of the Long family. Although 40 years ago, the older generation of the Long family who appointed him as the future head of the family all went to Penglai, but Long Hauran did not disappoint them. At the age of 18, he successfully broke through the 9th level of congenital, stepped into the supernatural realm that ancient martial arts practitioners dream of. But after that, Long Hauran took the initiative to slow down his cultivation speed and began to practice steadily, but even so, only 6 years later, at the age of 24, Long Hauran had already steadily reached the peak state of the 3rd level of Qi training. At the age of 25, he successfully took over the position of head of the Long family from Long Ruoyu, and then married a wife and had children. He had 2 sons, Long Tianqing and Long Tianfeng. But the Long family is too large after all, and the affairs are extremely complicated. After Long Hauran took over as the head of the Long family, he naturally needed to be distracted from the internal and external affairs of the family. Moreover, he also had his own family and had to educate and train 2 sons, so the speed of cultivation naturally, it was slower, and of course he deliberately did so he broke through the 4th level of Qi training, that is, the middle stage of Qi training, and spent more than 10 years until he was 36 years old, and he reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi training realm. At the age of 36, reaching the peak of the 6th level of Qi training is not worth mentioning to the big world of cultivation. Even ordinary practitioners in Shushan and Kunlun cannot be compared, but on the earth where the spiritual energy is exhausted, in this secular Chinese society, this is definitely a remarkable achievement. But after that, for some reason, Long Hauran never made a breakthrough, and stayed at the peak of the 6th level of Qi training for more than 10 years. Even now, Long Hauran's 2 talented sons have already reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi training. He still chooses to stick to his realm and has no intention of breaking through. Of course, it's hard to understand, but it's just for outsiders who don't know the inside story. The Long family is not worried about it at all, especially the most powerful figures at the core of the Long family, such as Long Ruoyu, Long Zhaojiang and Long Zhaohai. Even turning a blind eye to Long Hauran's actions, his heart is full of confidence and expectation for him. They knew that Long Hauran hadn't made a breakthrough for a long time, but was just waiting for an excellent opportunity. If he didn't make a sound by then, he would be a blockbuster, and if he didn't fly, he would soar into the sky. Moreover, for more than 20 years, while Long Hauran suppressed his cultivation and devoted himself to polishing his own realm, he was able to devote his main energy to managing family affairs, so that the strength of the Long family's background was steadily increasing. To be able to stand proudly at the forefront of the trend all the time and occupy the position of the #1 peak family in China, even the Yi family cannot shake it in the slightest. At the age of 36, he reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi training. In the past 25 years since he took over as the head of the Long family, he has always kept the Long family at the peak of China, and he has also cultivated 2 excellent sons who are comparable to him. This is Long Haren. If you have to find a word to describe the head of the Long family, you can only use one idiom: unfathomable. It can be said that Long Haren has been going smoothly for 50 years, until another peerless genius was born, and all this came to an abrupt end. Ling family, Ling Yun. After Ling Yun Hengkong was born, it only took half a year to crush all of Long Haren's achievements in the past, leaving no scum, at least on the surface. Especially in the past month or so, Ling Yun swept across the ancient Chinese martial arts world, led the Ling family back to one of the top families in China, and dealt a head-on blow to all the methods Long Haren arranged against Ling Yun, which made Long Haren furious, but he was helpless, and could no longer think of a way to deal with Ling Yun. After the 600-year-old dragon energy in the Forbidden City was absorbed by Ling Yun, Long Haren was furious, and sent Long Tianqing to Qingshui City to find out about Ling Yun, sent Long Tianfeng to Shenanjia to catch Xiao He, and at the same time asked him to go to the Fumo conference to wipe out everyone. To destroy Ling Yun's prestige, the result is that stealing chickens is not enough to lose money. This also caused his elder brother Long Haoqian to be seriously injured. Long Tian disappeared in the waters of Laoi Temple. Only his eldest son Long Tianqing returned safely. This is not difficult for Ling Yun. He, showing generosity, is tantamount to letting Long Tianqing back. In the Battle of Poyang Lake, the Long family was defeated and lost all face. Long Haren, in grief and rage, left Beijing to invite his father, Long Ruoyu, who had been in seclusion for many years, and even his 2 cousins. Long Zhaojiang and Long Zhaohai vowed to avenge his eldest brother and son, regain the face of the Long family, and strangle Ling Yun before his real rise in one fell swoop. Masters, together with Taoist Lei Ting of Longhu Mountain, and Master Zhang Ruyan of the Heavenly Master's Mansion, the 5 masters in the late stage of Qi training joined forces, and it is not Ling Yun's general. In that battle, Ling Yun not only uttered wild words, claiming that he was invincible in Qi training, but also raised 4 demands on the Long family. From then on, the Long family is not allowed to enter Qingshui City, not to get involved in Shenanjia, and not to covet Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. In addition, Ling Yun even proposed to the Long family that before he returns to Beijing next time, he hopes to see Long Kuan and Long Wu regain their freedom. The first request is fine, as long as the Long family avoids Ling Yun's sharp edge and restrains their subordinates from going to Qingshui City, but the other 3 requests are really unacceptable to Long Haren. Shenanjia? Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum? How important and mysterious this place is in Huaxia. Ling Yun even said that he would not let the Long family get involved. There are also Long Kuan and Long Wu. Long Kuan is holding the most important item to the entire Long family, especially to Long Haren. Even if Long Haren wanted to hand it over to someone, he couldn't hand it over to a mysterious place. The most abominable thing is that Ling Yun didn't speak directly to him, but to his biological father, the previous patriarch of the Long family, Long Ruoyu. Asking his father to send him a message is equivalent to calling him in the air. His face. During this month, Long Haren looked at his elder brother who was seriously injured and hard to recover, at his elder son Long Tianqing who had lost his mind, and was still worried about his youngest son Long Tianfeng whose whereabouts were unknown, and his father who returned home after being defeated in the East China Sea. With the 2 cousins, the feeling of being aggrieved, sad, and helpless is indescribable at all, and it is even more uncomfortable than putting him on the fire. Ling Yun alone crushed and humiliated the most heaven-defying figures of the 3 generations of the Long family, and they were all close relatives of Long Haren. This is tantamount to completely trampling the Long family under their feet. Is it tolerable or unbearable? In the past 100 years, has the Long family ever suffered such a great humiliation? However, Longhauran is Longhauran after all, and what should be tolerated is to endure, because even the three of his fathers came forward and returned in a disastrous defeat. Lingyun was gone. Especially, just a few days ago, after Longhauran received the news of the complete destruction of Tianshan's sword sect, he could only respond with a wry smile, but at the same time secretly rejoiced. Because Lingyun not only destroyed the heavenly sword sect, but also beheaded the 4 major disciples sent by Kunlun. This is a deadly enmity, and Kunlun will definitely stay with the Ling family and Lingyun forever. The wind blows over the hills, and the vegetation crawls. For thousands of years, my Long family has followed the real dragon, helped Guizhou, tolerated and compromised with the holy sect, Buddhism, the West and the East. Isn't the family still prosperous now? Although Yu Lingyun was born out of nowhere, you have a mysterious origin. You have never seen or heard of cultivation skills, and you still rely on someone's imperial pen and the emperor's book. So what if my Long family retreats temporarily? Although you, Lingyun, are really against the sky, how dare you take in the Western Blood clan as your servants and kill countless masters from the direct descendants of the major ninja families in the East? The Battle of the Subduing Demon Conference even killed the masters of the ancient Chinese martial arts whirled into rivers of blood, let them dare to be angry and dare not speak out, and now they even killed the 4 major disciples of Kunlun, and took the initiative to put the hatred between Kunlun and your Ling family on the surface. Young people are young after all, and their foundation is too shallow, let alone knowing the various mysterious forces of the earth. You have created so many powerful enemies for yourself in a short period of time, everyone wants to get rid of them quickly. Since that's the case, why don't my Long family learn from their Yi family, keep a low profile for the time being, keep quiet, sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and see how long you can be arrogant. Just wait until the ancestors of my Long family who went to Penglai get news, or my son Tian Feng will get that shocking opportunity to return, or I can get the key of the underground palace, the dragon energy empowerment, the dragon blood pouring on the body, and change the dragon body. After breaking through the foundation building realm, I will compete with you again. After dinner today, Longhauran retreated, and sat on the grand teacher's chair in the main room of the mansion, with a heavy face, silently thinking about digesting all kinds of bad news during this period, and couldn't help talking to himself there. During the whole process, although Longhauran was contemplating, he never forgot to separate a trace of his spiritual thoughts, and kept paying attention to a life lamp placed in the west room of the mansion. Originally, the light of that life lamp was always on and off. Uncertain, as if it would go out at any time, but suddenly, the dark red flame of the life lamp burst out suddenly, bursting into an extremely dazzling red-gold color. The golden light was in full bloom, and the dazzling golden light was transmitted from the doors and windows of the west room, covering the entire the mansion reflects a piece of gold. Okay? Longhauran suddenly became alert, and then opened his eyes wide, his eyes radiating unbelievable surprise. He didn't need to make any gestures, and the figure that was sitting upright disappeared directly on the Grand Master's chair. The next moment, he had already appeared in the west room. Inside, the golden light of that life lamp was too blazing. Even with Longhauran's cultivation base, he could not open his eyes because of the stinging pain, but he didn't realize it, and while his Adam's apple was shaking, he murmured excitedly. Language. Fenger, my good son, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, and he died auspiciously. You really deserve to be the only real dragon in our dragon family for thousands of years. Long Tianfeng's life lamp was full of golden light, and it continued to shine for a long time. Longhauran stood there motionless, staring at it without blinking, unaware of the passage of time, until the golden light of the life lamp gradually weakened and finally turned for the 1-inch-long red golden flame. There was no change. A shocking opportunity, it's done. Until this time, Longhauran's tense expression was slightly relieved, and at the same time, he clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "It's really God helping my Long family. I never thought that my Fenger could be found in the Pingli days." Such a heaven-defying adventure. Just wait for the day when Tian Feng returns to the Long family, that is when you, Ling Yun, will be captured. After finishing speaking, Long Haren stared at the red-golden flame for a few more minutes until he confirmed that the flame had not changed, and was even growing slowly at an undetectable speed. Came out. He looked up at the sky, silently practiced exercises, the tingling feeling in his eyes disappeared quickly, and at the same time he completely calmed down his excited mood, and completely calmed down. Long Haren suddenly pursed his lips and smiled, and said happily, in this case, since Ling Zhao's birthday is tomorrow, I, Long Haren, will give the Ling family a face and go over in person to ease the relationship between the two families first. It's a pity. Before he could finish speaking, suddenly, 7 or 8 black figures flew into the courtyard one after another. Dragon Family Slayer. Long Haren's expression darkened immediately. Didn't I tell you that if there is nothing important these days, no one is allowed to come and disturb me? Having said that, Long Haren knows the rules of the Long family the most. While he was speaking, an ominous premonition had already arisen in his heart. Sure enough, a dead man who flew into the courtyard first knelt down on one knee and said in panic, I want to report to Patriarch, something is wrong. Long Haren's face changed suddenly, and his eyebrows were tightly frowned. What happened? Tell me. The dead man immediately said, just now, the Ling family attacked our Long family. What? When Long Haren heard the news, he felt a rush of blood rushing straight to his forehead. His face was angry, his body trembled slightly, and the blue light on his body suddenly shone. But his trembling figure was undetectable, and the blue light all over his body was only fleeting. Soon, Long Haren calmed down as usual. After thinking for a while, he asked in a deep voice, at the exact time, where did we move, who did the Ling family take action? What is their purpose? Patriarch, the exact time the Ling family attacked was around 9:15 p.m. The first target was the Longting Villa in the western suburbs of the capital, but the person who made the attack was not a dead soldier of the Ling family, but Ling Yun from Qingshui City. Bring those 72 gangsters who have been secretly trained in the Ling family martial arts school for more than a month. These gangsters turned out to be members of Qinglong. It has to be said that the Long family really has deep roots and a solid foundation. It can be seen from the fact that they can be so meticulous in their daily intelligence-gathering work and can make such accurate and quick responses after an accident. Of course, the fact that Ling Yun brought his 72 disciples from Qingshui City and threw them in the Ling family martial arts school for militarized training was never considered a secret from the beginning. After Long Haren listened, he nodded slightly, his eyes flashed, and he asked immediately, then what is the purpose of their attack? They can't attack our Long family out of nowhere, right? Long Haren said in his heart, although the relationship between the Long Ling family has been somewhat tense in the past month or so, and the core figures of the two families have almost completely severed contact, but after all, these are the two peak families in the secular world of China. As a last resort, we still have to consider the face of both sides. If the teacher is out of nowhere and brazenly starts a war for no reason, then it will really become a trifle. What's more, Ling Zhao's birthday is going to be tomorrow. How could the Ling family choose to start a war with the Long family at this juncture? Patriarch, the boy who led people to attack Longting Villa first said, there are only 4 words, saying that the Ling family collected the debt. Long Haren's expression froze completely. The Ling family collects the bill. It can be said that in the whole of China, except for the Ling family, no one understands what these 4 words represent better than Long Haren. 20 years ago, in the case of Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian, Long Haren called a borrowing power to fight with strength at a good level, and killed someone with a borrowed knife at a bad way. In that battle, the Ling family was almost wiped out, and the Long family relied on Long Haren's strategizing not only successfully made Ling Xiao slump, forced away Yin Qingxian, the saint of the demon sect, and successfully dissuaded both good and evil, but also took over 60% of the Ling family's property step by step. Those industries involve oil and gas, electronic communication, finance, real estate, non-ferrous metals, etc., covering almost a dozen industries. What a fat piece of meat, it is almost fat and greasy. And such a fat piece of meat, Long Howren received it for nothing without spending a single soldier, and most of it was offered by the hands of the Ling family. Ling Yin scolded him for being a bully, which really didn't wrong him at all. The so-called people have to bow their heads under the eaves, and the Ling family has to live on their backs for 20 years, so they have nothing to say when the family property is gone. This is like the Li family today. But now? Long Howren knows better than anyone else that as long as Ling Yun is around, the Ling family is the #1 peak family in China, and no one can afford it. What happened back then was caused by Ling Xiao, and Long Howren secretly contributed to the flames, and finally reaped the benefits. Now that the Ling family has successfully risen and returned to the top, Ling Yin wants to avenge his father, and he is here to settle the score. Thinking about it this way, Ling Yin chooses to do it tonight because Ling Xiao celebrates his birthday tomorrow, so everything is logical. Moreover, this is not the most wonderful thing. The most wonderful thing is that Ling Yun didn't do it himself. Even the core figures of the Ling family, the dead soldiers of the Ling family, didn't show up. It was only a group of 17 or 18-year-old punks who did it. If the Long family didn't fight back immediately and waited to find a place at the negotiating table in the future, the Ling family could pretend to be stupid and refuse to admit it, because those boys were not surnamed Ling. But if the Long family decides to fight back, those Ling family dead men hiding in the dark, including the real core figures of the Ling family, and even according to Ling Yun's temper, they would definitely attack directly, and the Long family would suffer even more losses. I didn't expect this kid to play with Lai and come to play with my Long family. Thinking of this, Long Howren felt a bit of bitterness in his heart. It was hard to describe. He felt very aggrieved, but he couldn't think of any way to deal with it for a while. But there is one thing that Long Howren is sure of. Ling Yun has only one real purpose in doing this, and that is to completely wash away his father Ling Zhao's grievances, and to deter the capital and even the whole of China through this move. Although the Ling family's property taken away by the Long family back then has grown to a terrifying astronomical figure, but this is only for the secular world. In the ancient martial arts world and the cultivation world, Ling Yun doesn't like it at all. Sweeping China's ancient martial arts world in a month, I'm already fat. Tonight, Ling Yun won the family property, avenged his father, and fought for the face and status of the Ling family. Swipe. Just at the moment when Long Howren was thinking calmly, several black-clothed dead soldiers rushed over. Report: the Longhua Hotel in the northern suburbs of the capital has been captured. Report: Longxiang Manor in the eastern suburbs of the capital is surrounded. Report: the first few dead men who came here had long been impatient. They were filled with righteous indignation and began to take the initiative to fight. Patriarch, dead man Zhao Wu, take the initiative to ask for a fight and swear to serve the Patriarch. Patriarch, dead man Zhao Jiao, take the initiative to fight and swear to serve the Patriarch. Report to Patriarch. The deceased members of the Long family were not surnamed Long, they were all given the surname Zhao since ancient times. Listening to these continuous voices of reporting and asking for a fight, Long Howren only felt more and more bored. He suddenly raised his palm. Enough is enough, shut up. Why panic? Long Howren immediately asked, did those boys who did it kill someone? Patriarch, those boys didn't kill anyone, but all those who fought back were injured by them. They said, don't smash, don't rob, don't hurt people, as long as those who are blocked by them do things as required, just do it. Long Howren was even more aggrieved. There is a saying how to say it, 1,000 miles of Jiangling will be returned in one day. Ling Yun must have returned to Beijing, and must be at Ling's house right now. In the midst of the noise, Long Howren made a precise judgment. as long as this unscrupulous evil god stays in the capital, it is impossible for his Long family to get any benefits tonight. Long Howren lowered his head, looked at the dozens of black-clothed dead men kneeling in front of him, and said flatly, "The dead men of the Long family obey orders." "Yes." Long Howren was expressionless, and said, "Lead your troops and rush to those places where the Long family has not been captured, and tell those who are still fooling around there to get out quickly. If anyone from the Ling family goes, you are not allowed to resist, don't stop them, just let them toss." This. All the dead soldiers kneeling on the ground were dumbfounded when they heard this. They didn't resist, didn't stop them, and let them run amok? In the past few decades, how has the Long family suffered such a big loss and suffered such humiliation? Seeing this, Long Howren's expression sank immediately. "What's the matter? Don't you even listen to my orders? Follow the order of the patriarch." Long Howren waved his hand. "Go." Whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard full of dead soldiers flew away, and only Long Howren was left in the courtyard. His lonely figure seemed a little lonely. After a while, Long Howren's complexion collapsed, his face was full of despair, and he let out a long sigh. "It's been 20 years of hard work, and I returned to the pre-liberation overnight. It's a pity that 30% of my Long family's family business is Tianxing, don't hide, come out. Brush." Long Tianxing flashed out from the darkness, and now he couldn't maintain his usual javelin-like straight figure. His figure was a little loose, and he didn't even bring the fan that he never left his hand with him. "Father, our Long family, do we really allow Ling Yun to be so arrogant? By doing this, he is simply riding on our heads. Domineering." Long Tianxing's face was full of depression and grief, and his tone was full of unwillingness. Long Howren glanced at his son and said calmly, "Stand up straight." Long Tianxing was startled suddenly, and his figure instantly stood upright like a javelin. Long Howren nodded and said with a smile, "Child, the strong have their own strong opponents. People can be defeated by the enemy, but no matter when and where, you must first defeat yourself." Long Tianxing's face was ashamed. "My child, remember father's teachings." Long Howren continued to laugh and said, 30 years in the east of the river and 30 years in the west of the river, the feng shui just takes turns. Thinking of my 5,000 years of history in China, it has been more than 2,000 years since the ancestor of the Dragon Emperor. How many dynasties have changed, how many ups and downs? Compared with these, the wind and rain that my Long family has experienced now is nothing like that. What's the deal? Long Howren was the son of Jie, and he was also talking to himself. He still had a lot to say, and continued, "He makes him strong, the breeze blows the hills, and the best are easy to break. No matter how strong Ling Yun is, there will always be enemies he cannot defeat. It's just that that person hasn't appeared in front of him yet. Tomorrow is Ling Zhao's birthday. Since Ling Yun decided to give his father a big gift, and was the first to touch our Long family, we might as well be a little more magnanimous and let him take it away. Anyway, it's such a big piece of fat, he couldn't finish it even if he was exhausted. Secret legend says that the Ling family is a war clan. Except for the very few like Ling Zhen and Ling Hao, everyone is passionate, daring to fight, and their disposition is transparent and upright. The family members never do evil. So, it's okay to let the Ling family take care of such a large piece of property. The best things are managed by the strongest people. This is the way of heaven. If the Ling family can't take care of it well, I don't need my Long family to take care of it. Someone will talk to them. Speaking of this, Long Howren raised his hand and pointed to the Forbidden City in the southeast direction. Long Tianxing understood immediately, "My child understands." Besides, with Ling Yan's terrifying growth rate, even if a full-scale war is really going to happen tonight, there is no one in our Long family who is his opponent except your great-grandfather. The practice is at a critical juncture, and I can't interfere with the life or death of the family. Long Tianqing's face tightened, and he nodded in agreement. Go see your brother. Your brother Tianfeng has been found. Just now, his life lamp was shining with golden light, which lasted for more than an hour. Not only was his life safe, but he was also blessed by misfortune, and got a great opportunity. Long Tianqing was ecstatic after hearing this. Really? Long Howren smiled. Of course, this is the only good news for our Long family in recent times. Just wait for your brother to return from his cultivation, our Long family will definitely be in a different situation. When Long Tianqing heard this, he couldn't wait to rush into the west room to watch his younger brother's life lamp, but he stopped immediately as soon as he took a step. Father, I almost forgot that Ling Yun not only attacked our Long family, he sent a total of 6 teams, and 2 other teams went to the Yi family's territory. Oh? Long Howren was shocked, and it took more than 10 seconds to digest the news, but he was still surprised and asked, didn't you say that the 3 of the Yi family helped Ling Yun a lot at the Demon Subduing conference last time? He didn't even give the Yi family face? Long Tianqing gave a rare hey smile. Yes, those bastards are simply going on a rampage. They don't listen to any good words, and just collect their bills. Although Long Howren relieved his son just now, it was mainly because he was worried that he would see that Ling Yun was too strong and that his mood would be damaged, but in fact he was still very aggrieved, as if he had been crushed by a big rock. But when he heard the news, Long Howren suddenly I felt much more comfortable in my heart, and got some kind of delicate balance. It seems that tonight, in order to save face for his father, Ling Yun really won't give face to anyone. Long Howren sighed again. What does he mean by arrogance? Ling Yun is truly arrogant. Father, then tomorrow, at Ling's house, you? Before Long Tian marched into the Westinghouse, he asked the question he wanted to ask the most. Go. Of course I have to go. Long Howren didn't wait for him to finish, and immediately replied with a smile, tonight, 30% of my Long family's property is a birthday gift for Ling Xiao. If you don't even drink a glass of wine, you really can't afford to lose. Long Tianqing said worriedly, but, if that kid Ling Yun really wants to play tricks with you. Long Howren waved his hand casually, don't worry, it will never happen. If there is no fight tonight, the 2 families have not really broken each other. Even if that kid really wants to humiliate me in public, I have my own countermeasures. In short, from now until your younger brother returns, our Long family's strategy for Ling Yun is to be patient and avoid it, as long as he is happy. Long Howren forced a smile and made a final decision. In the eastern suburbs of the capital, in the southeast direction, is the Yi family mansion. Not long after Long Howren received the news of Ling's family collecting the bill, Yi Qingfeng, the current head of the Yi family, also received the news immediately. However, after listening to the report of the deceased at home, he was not as aggrieved as Long Howren, and he did not get angry, but smiled instead. What was supposed to come, came after all. It really is the reincarnation of heaven, and I really can't avoid it even if I want to. Obviously, Ling Yun would attack the Yi family, which had long been expected by Yi Qingfeng. Then he immediately issued an order to the dead soldiers of the Yi family. The order he gave was almost exactly the same as that of Long Howren, but it was much happier. After the dead members of the Yi family took the order to leave, Yi Qingfeng immediately sent someone to invite all the core members of the family to the meeting room and start discussing. There were not many people present, including Yi Qingfeng, Yi Qingxin, and Yi Tiandu. There was also a white-haired, wrinkled, hunched old man who had been guarded by the Yi family for decades. Lei Quangfeng at the gate, Mr. Lei. These people came to the meeting room quickly one after another, and everyone greeted each other, but Yi Qingfeng didn't start talking immediately because there was still one person waiting. Brush. A figure suddenly came to the sky above the Yi family's mansion, stopped suddenly in the air, and then floated down outside the meeting room. This figure looked very fat. It was Yi Tianshui. Damn, crazy, that guy Ling Yun is absolutely crazy. He actually dared to attack our Yi family. He didn't give our Yi family any face. Obviously, Yi Tianxue had also received the news, and as soon as he landed, he yelled at Ling Yun and walked in cursing. Yi Tianxue's curse instantly broke the silence of the meeting room. Tianxue met Grandpa Lei, second uncle, and auntie. With Yi Qingfeng present, Yi Tianxue actually greeted Lei Guangfeng first after he came in, which shows Lei Guangfeng's true status in the Yi family. However, for this point, Yi Qingfeng seemed to be used to it for a long time, and even tacitly agreed in his heart, so he just smiled and nodded at Yi Tianxue, signaling him to sit down quickly. The table in the meeting room is very long and there are enough seats. Yi Tianxue glanced at it, randomly found a place far away from Yi Tian, pulled out the chair and stood in, and at the same time, he did not forget to groan at Yi Tiandu. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian didn't look at him at all. He was still holding a piece of grass that he pulled out at random in his mouth, and he was playing with his purple flying sword in his right hand, which appeared and disappeared in his hand, but his handsome face couldn't hide it. A smug expression. On the middle finger of Yi Tiandu's right hand, of course he was wearing the interspatial ring Ling Yun gave him. He has never taken it off since he put it on. Sword. The meeting room in the Yi family's ancestral house was Yi Qingfeng's special place for discussing major matters of the Yi family, and it was rarely used at ordinary times, so although Yi Tianxue was still envious, he didn't get too entangled with Yi Tiandu. But he didn't sit down, and still looked furious, pulling his neck and yelling, "Second uncle, no matter what, our Yi family also helped that boy Ling Yun at the Fumo conference, and he didn't know so, now we are openly bullying our Yi family. Is it tolerable or unbearable?" Yi Qingxin, who was sitting diagonally across from him, was impatient with Yi Tianxue's continual putting on airs. Without raising her eyelids, she said coldly, "Shut up." Oh. Yi Tianxue couldn't pretend anymore, he agreed honestly, and then sat down. At this time, Yi Qingfeng glanced at the eldest nephew, and said with a smile, "Tianxue, since you said you couldn't bear it, why didn't you see to stop them?" This. Yi Tianxue didn't expect that the second uncle would kill his army as soon as he came up, and his face was full of embarrassment, but he turned his eyes and found a reason. "Second uncle, didn't that fellow Ling Yun promise to give me a space ring, Qian? I paid it all, what if I offend him and he reneges on me?" Pooh. Hear this sentence. Yi Qingxin and Yi Tiandu, who knew the inside story, couldn't bear it anymore, and they both laughed at the same time. Well, that's a reason. Of course, Yi Qingfeng already knew what happened at the Fumo conference, and he nodded slightly, which seemed to agree with Yi Tianxue's statement. After making a joke with Yi Tianxue, Yi Qingfeng turned his face away, coughed lightly, cleared his throat, and said seriously, "It's just the five of us, let's get down to business now. Now that everyone already knows that the Ling family, or simply say that Ling Yun has taken action against our Yi family tonight, I don't need to say more about what's going on in the capital at this moment. The main reason you called here is to hear your opinion on this matter." Yi Qingfeng cut to the chase, and after finishing speaking, he was the first to look at his younger sister, Yi Qingxin. His eyes were full of love, and his eyes were a little dazed, with a little helpless apology mixed in his eyes. Today's Yi Qingxin has already taken the pair of pills Ling Yun gave her, and she has returned to the appearance of an 18-year-old girl, exuding a thrilling beauty all over her body, elegant and refined, like a fairy. The room was silent. Yi Qingxin didn't look at his brother at all, her face was frosty, but she couldn't hide the excitement and joy in her beautiful eyes. She suddenly said, "Yi Qingfeng, you owe the debt you owe." Yi Qingfeng could only smile wryly, but nodded happily, and only said one word, "Okay." He knew that he could no longer ask anything from Yi Qingxin, so he looked at his son, Yi Tiandu. Yi Tiandu had green grass in his mouth, his eyes were calm and leisurely, as if he had nothing to do with it. He squinted his eyes and thought for a long time before he said slowly, "Ling Yun gave me the space ring, and I still owe him a big favor." Yi Qingfeng knew it would be this sentence, so he shook his head with a wry smile again. Just don't ask Yi Tianshui. Just now he showed his attitude as soon as he entered the door, and everyone here knows that his annoyance is purely for show. So in the end, Yi Qingfeng turned his eyes to Lei Quangfeng, who had been sitting there smoking a cigarette, and his eyes became serious. Uncle Lei, what do you think? Cough cough cough. Lei Quangfeng seemed to be puffing heavily on his cigarette, coughing repeatedly, and then took advantage of the situation to knock on the pipe and pot, and then raised his head. According to the scattered information you brought back, this junior of the Ling family's cultivation speed is really terrifying. This old man has lived for more than 90 years, and he has never heard of such a heaven-defying talent for cultivation, and there are people in the same realm. A person with such astonishing combat power. To tell the truth, even if you look at the entire Shu Mountain, there has never been such an amazing and brilliant cultivation genius in thousands of years. Having said that, Lei Quangfeng looked up at Yi Qingxin, who was opposite, and asked with a smile, "Is that right, girl?" Yi Qingxin nodded without hesitation, as a confirmation. Only then did Lei Quangfeng say, "So, this is God's help for the Ling family, and God's will cannot be violated, and it is absolutely not something human can stop." After listening to Lei Quangfeng's evaluation of Ling Yun, everyone present, including Yi Qingfeng, felt as if they were relieved from a heavy burden. Everyone seemed calm, but in fact, their tense nerves suddenly relaxed. Everyone here knows Lei Quangfeng's origin and strength. Even if he evaluates Ling Yun like this, it is tantamount to closing the coffin. Especially Yi Qingfeng, his expression obviously relaxed a lot. He asked in a low voice, "Uncle Lei, forgive me, if you face the current Ling Yun, what are your chances of winning?" Hee hee. Lei Quangfeng actually grinned, showing his yellow teeth, and smiled. It seems that the patriarch is still a little bit unwilling to ask this question. If we only look at the news we have received so far, Ling Yun's real combat power should be able to kill a sword cultivator who is in the foundation building realm. I am only one level above the foundation building realm, and maybe I can barely beat him alone. 1.5 moves. After saying these words, Lei Quangfeng showed no complacency or clinging to the old, but then he decisively shook his head again, and said solemnly, "However, in the battle of the subduing demon conference, Ling Yun has proved countless times that no matter what opponent he meets, he can always be strong when he encounters the strong, and the skills he uses in each battle are almost different, and he can always show new cards. So, I firmly believe that the information we have collected so far about Ling Yun's real combat power is all fake and cannot be used as a basis for consideration at all. Ling Yun seems to be domineering, but in fact he is always hiding his clumsiness. He has so many shocking tricks in his hands that he has never used them. So, if the old man really fights alone with him, if he can barely lose, he will not be ashamed of Shushan." Yi Qingfeng was shocked. Yi Qing was shocked. Yi Tiandu and Yi Tianshui stood up in shock. This is not only because Lei Quangfeng said that he may not be able to defeat Ling Yun, but because if this is the case, it means that Ling Yun can completely crush the entire Yi family by himself. In the past 20 years, although the Yi family and the Long family have been listed as the two peak families in China, only the Yi family knows that if they really want to fight for the background, the Yi family is much inferior to the Long family. The most fundamental reason why the Yi family dared to rank alongside the Long family was their humble old janitor and the Shushan forces behind him. But now, Lei Quangfeng actually said that he was not absolutely sure of defeating Ling Yun, so what confidence did the Yi family have to compete with the Ling family? In the battle between families, it doesn't really matter whether the strong or the weak win or lose for a while. In the end, it is the strongest person in the family who fights. This is the confidence. If the confidence is gone, then the real loser. Ahem. Lei Quangfeng coughed again. He suppressed his smile, and said seriously, "Patriarch, as soon as you call me for this meeting, I will understand your intention. This Ling Yun is a rare cultivation genius in China for thousands of years. This person is invincible. As for the rest, you can figure it out yourself. Yi Qingfeng's real purpose of holding this emergency meeting is of course not to discuss how to deal with the emergency that just happened. Because the Ling family collects the debt, he had already expected it. The difference is just a day earlier or a day later, or whether Ling Yun came to pick it up in person, or he sent someone to grab it directly. That is to say, the difference is only in the time and method, but Yi Qingfeng is very clear, because of Ling Yun's character of revenge and unwillingness to suffer at all, Ling Yun will definitely take back the old account of the Ling family with interest. On this point, at the not long ago demon subduing conference, Ling Yun maimed half of the ancient Chinese martial arts world, not only killed all the enemies who had invaded the Ling family, but also searched the sects where those enemies belonged. Chao Tian, it has been verified long ago. It can be said that no matter who it is, or which side it is, as long as it participated in the attack on the Ling family and the humiliation of Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian, Ling Yun would definitely take revenge. It would be useless for anyone to intercede, because Ling Yun's face, nor will it be given. Yi Qingfeng was well aware of this, and had already had countermeasures, so the decision not to resist was made so happily. Sure enough, it was a hard grab. Very arrogant and rude, there was no warning before the attack, and he didn't even say hello. From the perspective of the family game, Ling Yun's behavior is actually very unruly. If you want to collect the bill, you can have a discussion first. Whether you come forward or not, you should at least send someone to talk with you. Robbing, this is called courtesy first. But Ling Yun didn't do that, not because he didn't understand the rules, but because he did it on purpose. Don't talk, don't say hello to you, this is an attitude in itself. If you are sensible, you will give it to me honestly, and everyone will stop everything. If you are not sensible, then go to war, and if you are disabled, you will still accept it. The lion fights the rabbit. When did you say hello to the rabbit first when you saw a lion? Because I'm hungry, I'm going to eat you, it's that simple. 20 years ago, the Ling family was a rabbit, the Long family, the Yi family were lions and tigers, and the small families such as the Sun Chen family and the Li family were wealth wolves. They shared the fat of the Ling family together tacitly. But now, the Ling family has become a lion, and the lion is roaring up to the sky, and all the beasts have to prostrate. Although it is an open grab, it is actually a secret battle. It was a tacit carve-up back then, and it is still the same tonight, but Ling Yun wants more directly and wants more. What was China's economy like 20 years ago, and what is it like now, after 20 years of rapid development? Not to mention anything else, but the shares that the Long family and the Yi family took away back then may have increased in value by more than 100 times now. Especially real estate. To put it bluntly, in the past 20 years, the Long family and the Yi family have worked for the Ling family for nothing, and they didn't even get a penny of wages, so they did it for nothing. Can Yi Qingfeng not feel distressed? Of course it hurts more than taking a knife out of my heart. But just think about the Sun and Chen families that have been destroyed, think about the half of the ancient martial arts world that was maimed by Ling Yun, and think about the Tianjianzong who was killed by a nest not long ago. He could only endure it. Between giving up 20% of his family business and being completely maimed by Ling Yun, he decisively chose the former. Therefore, Yi Qingfeng's meeting was not about how to deal with the Ling family's collection of accounts, but how the Yi family should position themselves, how to get along with the Ling family, and future strategies from tonight or tomorrow. Orientation problem. In fact, Lei Guangfeng is Yi Qingfeng's mentor, and Yi Qingfeng's martial arts are basically taught by him, so he naturally understands his intentions. Although Lei Guangfeng was old, he was not old and dim-sighted, let alone confused. He accurately stated Ling Yun's current general combat power and the fact that there must be stronger cards that he had not used, and then let Yi Qingfeng figure it out. In the past 6 months, Ling Yun's slaps in the face have been too many, it is almost too numerous to count. So far, everyone who tried to kill him has died, and only he is still alive and kicking. The record is there, and he is indeed invincible. There's always someone who isn't a fool. Lei Quanfeng's realm is there, he is at a different height, of course his vision is also different, and he is an old man, so why not give himself a little advance? Ling Yun is invincible. The conclusion of the 5-word coffin has completely dispelled Yi Qingfeng's last trace of fluke, so what else is there to say? Thank you Uncle Lei, for reminding me, Qingfeng understands. Yi Qingfeng stood up, bowed respectfully to Lei Quanfeng, straightened up, but didn't sit down anymore. He looked around the other 4 people, and then said solemnly, as the 12th generation head of the Yi family, I announce that from now on, our Yi family will do our best to befriend the Ling family at all costs. This is the general strategy of the Yi family in the future. Yes. Yes. When Yi Tianshui and Yi Tiandu saw Yi Qingfeng standing up, they naturally followed suit and nodded solemnly. Especially Yi Tianshui, after agreeing, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, and his face obviously showed an excited expression. He was so happy in his heart, let alone mention it. Yi Tiandu obeys orders. From now on, you are not allowed to practice in that leisurely and undisciplined way like before. You retreat for me. If you can't break through the 7th level of Qi training before the Spring Festival, you are not allowed to leave the customs. Yi Tiandu's face suddenly collapsed. He took a peek at his father, and muttered that he is still at the peak of the 6th level of Qi training. But Yi Qingfeng stared, and Yi Tian was so frightened that he immediately shut up, and said with a bitter face, I'll try my best. In this way, Yi Tianshui, who was next to him, was very happy. He smiled and said to his cousin, secretly, I will let you sneer, let's see how you will slap in front of me in the future. Yi Tianshui listens. Yi Qingfeng then issued the 3rd Taoist order, although you don't need to retreat, from now on, you must accept Uncle Lei's special training, and strive to reach the peak state of the 6th level of Qi training as soon as possible, and firmly stabilize this state, looking forward to an early date, breakthrough. Yes. Yi Tianshui knew that his second uncle would never discount what he said, so he agreed directly. After giving 3 orders in a row, Yi Qingfeng's serious expression eased a little. He looked at the 2 most outstanding talented juniors of the Yi family, and said earnestly, it's not that I'm here to urge you to, but because time doesn't wait for you, and you know Ling Yan's terrifying cultivation speed makes him more aware of what the Ling family has become under his leadership. If the 2 of you are still like usual, without a sense of crisis, and if you don't rush to catch up, then our Yi family will soon be lost. The status of the Huaxia Peak family can't even see the back of the Ling family's neck, and our Yi family has nothing to count on. Do you 2 understand? Hearing this, Yi Tiandu changed his complaining expression, his eyes flashed, and he said seriously, Father, I understand. Yi Tianshui also said seriously, Second uncle, we understand. Very good. Yi Qingfeng was very pleased, he nodded in satisfaction, and then said to Yi Tianshui, Tianshui, Ling Zhao's birthday is tomorrow, you should prepare well tonight, and come with me tomorrow. Yi Tianshui was immediately overjoyed, nodded his head hastily, and the fat on his face trembled up and down, making people laugh. For him, this is definitely a good job. Only Yi Qingfeng said with a smile, I have to announce one more thing. After tomorrow, I will hold a family meeting on a certain day, and pass on the title of Yi family patriarch to you. What? Yi Tianshui was dumbfounded immediately, completely caught off guard. Why, didn't I greet you in advance? Now that you have survived the 4 or 9 small catastrophes, the timing is just right. This family should be yours. But second uncle. Yi Tianshui really didn't want to take this job, and wanted to defend himself, but was interrupted by Yi Qingfeng waving his hand. Tianshui, it doesn't matter if you really don't want to be the head of the family. Anyway, there are still natural people in the family. Our Yi family has been keeping a low profile for many years, and there are not many life and death enemies outside. Being the head of the family is actually just worrying about taking care of some housework. When Yi Tianshui heard that there was a turning point in the matter, he immediately nodded and said, yes, you can let Tianxing be the head of the family, and I will assist him. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingfeng changed the subject, but, what I'm worried about is that if you don't have the identity of the Yi family's patriarch, I'm afraid that if you pursue Ling Xiu in the future. Yi Qingfeng deliberately dragged on for a long time, and then said with a smile, people will look down on you. Hearing this, Yi Tianshui's blood boiled at that time. He blushed and said thickly, second uncle, I will be the owner of this family, and I will definitely do it. Whoever robs me will be in a hurry. Don't worry, I will definitely develop our Yi family. Strong. Real? It's more real than real gold and silver. No change? It won't change even if you kill it. Very well, then this matter is settled. Yi Qingfeng was pinching his elder nephew's life, and he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't answer. After talking about it, he sat down again with a smile on his face. He said to Yi Tianshui, Tianshui, the position of patriarch is not that I have to force you to take it, but that you are the most suitable. Our Yi family's grand strategy has been decided. In the future, we will do our best to make friends with the Ling family. In fact, it is Ling Yun. If you say that the Yi family has the most dealings with him, it is you, and only your personality can stand Ling Yun. With that kind of temper, you can get some benefits from him, for example, your space ring. Tell me, this kind of cheapness, if it were me, or Tiandu, who of us would be able to get it? Yi Qingfeng was scheming and scheming. It could be said that he worked hard to explain to Yi Tianshui. Yi Tianshui nodded repeatedly when he was told, but in fact he knew all these things, and Yi Qingfeng didn't need to tell him specifically. For him, the reason of being qualified to pursue Ling Xiu was enough. Speaking of it, our Yi family and the Ling family have no conflicts that cannot be resolved, except for the debt I owed to the Ling family 20 years ago. All the previous matters, before I pass on the title of patriarch to you, I will thoroughly resolve it. What the Yi family will do in the future depends entirely on you. Yi Qingfeng was full of anticipation when he said this. Tonight, Yi Qingfeng handed over power, and it was a big deal. Wind blows. Lei Guangfeng knocked on the cigarette pot again, and stood up tremblingly. Patriarch, since there is nothing else to do, I will leave. I have to go to see the house. Yi Qingfeng got up quickly. Lei Guangfeng stopped him with a wave of his cigarette bag. Don't send me off, Lu Shu. Then she turned her head. Tianshui, why don't you come with me? Yi Tianshui knew that the hard days were beginning from now, so he could only leave the meeting room bitterly. I'm going to retreat. Yi Tiandu also directly smeared the soles of his feet with oil, and his figure disappeared in a flash. After all three of them left, there was a long silence in the conference room, and then Yi Qingfeng sighed. Sister, are you satisfied with how I handle the matter between the Yi family and the Ling family? Yi Qingxin didn't answer. The conference room fell silent again. Then tomorrow, the 9th day of September, is Ling Zhao's birthday. Do you want to go? Yi Qingxin's delicate body trembled slightly, her pretty face flushed slightly, but she still didn't respond. Yi Qingfeng asked twice, but did not get an answer, but he still said loudly, a few days ago, I invited Ling Yu over, and we actually talked about a lot of things, but those were all family affairs. However, looking at his current appearance, he is only in his early 20s. Just like you, he is really young. I am shocked. I finally know what kind of person Ling Yun is. I asked Ling Yu specifically, and he said that Ling Xiao had also taken a pair of pills and returned to his 18-year-old appearance. You really don't want to go and see? Yi Qingxin was obviously moved, but after thinking about it for a while, she still shook her head firmly. I am a Shushan sword cultivator, and I cannot participate in worldly affairs. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingfeng smiled lightly, and said calmly, what happened to the people in Shushan? It's not that they became nuns. Sister, brother knows that I owed you 18 years ago. As long as you are still willing, brother will try his best to make this happen and fulfill your wish back then. This night, because of the Ling family's sudden action without warning, the entire capital city was in a state of turmoil. Thunder strikes the Huaxia plain. The Ling family has made a move. The main targets are the Long family and the Yi family. This earth-shattering news spread out at the fastest speed before Lu Wenlong's 6 groups of men and horses finished looting the first round of targets. It swept across the entire capital like a hurricane, and radiated to every corner of China. Of course, it is the corner where those people and forces who are qualified to know the news are located. People with insufficient status will never know what really happened in the outside world. Even if they saw Lu Wenlong and others invade Longding Villa with their own eyes, at most they would think that it was a gang of hooligans making trouble and disturbing the public order. Ling Yan's 72 disciples, led by the dead men of the Ling family, went on a rampage without any restraint. One family after another ransacked the territory of the Long family and the Yi family, like wolves, tigers, and leopards, as if entering a land without people. The Long family and the Yi family were so oppressed by the Ling family, but they both chose to remain silent and let others bully and trample on them. Of course, they would not publicize such a shameful thing. The reason why the news was able to spread was because Ling Yan's 72 disciples, wherever they went, just found out the target to collect the money, and left after reaching the target, but they didn't stop those people's mouths. The so-called mountain villas, big hotels, secret clubs, and other places of the Long family and Yi family are actually places specially prepared by their families for the gathering and fun of those big figures in the secular world who cling to and curry favor with their families. Going in and out of these places, spending nights singing and dancing to make peace, and at the same time making friends with powerful people, exchanging valuable information with each other, seizing the opportunity to curry favor with the important figures of the Long family and the Yi family, so that the relationship between myself and the two families is even stronger. Further, get a bigger backer. There are all kinds of people who are qualified to come to this kind of place, and they come from all over China, covering all walks of life in China. When they return to their own territory, they are all people with heads and faces who can call the wind and rain and say what they say. Among them are high-ranking officials, super-rich people, dudes of the 2nd or 3rd generation of the rich, as well as the chairman and general manager of major listed companies, etc., as well as famous celebrities. In a word, there is no white man. After these people survived the catastrophe, after being frightened, they would undoubtedly call the most important people to them, so the news spread unhappily? Therefore, as soon as the Ling family collected the bill, the news swept across the entire land of China in an instant, and no one could cover it up. It was precisely because of this that Long Houran and Yi Qingfeng did not mention this problem when they received the news and made a decision. It's not that they couldn't think of it, but that they all knew it well and couldn't hide it at all. They knew better that this was what Ling Yun wanted most, otherwise, Ling Yun didn't need to do this at all. The weirdest thing is that the Ling family is unscrupulously collecting accounts in full swing. The news of such a big move has spread all over China, but the entire capital, and even the whole of China, is very calm. That feeling is like everything went on as usual tonight, as if nothing happened. There are countless people watching this matter, but no one dares to take care of it. Just kidding, even the 2 top families, the Long family and the Yi family, who are being crushed, kneel down and open the door to be slaughtered. Who dares to say more? Who dares to add trouble to the Ling family and provoke the Ling family at this time? That's just making yourself uncomfortable. Not to mention other forces, it is the same with Huaxia Group, Dragon Group, and Shenying Group. They all received the news at the first time, and they all sent people to pay close attention to this matter, but they never participated in it, just reported process and result. Because these forces all know the inside story. Those who know the inside story know that this is a fight between immortals, a confrontation between the Ling family, the Long family, and the Yi family, the three peak families in China. At this time, no matter who gets involved, they will be strangled to pieces, not left. At this time, there is only one person in China who is qualified to intervene in this matter. So, the Ling family really made a move? Late at night, inside the red wall, an old man was still working at his desk. After listening to the news quietly, he asked Zhao Xingwu with a calm face and no waves in the ancient well. Yes. Zhao Xingwu replied respectfully. The old man nodded, and then asked softly, then what is the reaction of the Long family and the Yi family? The members of the Ling family encountered some resistance at first, but it was just a small fight, but after the first round, when they went to other places, it was like entering a no-man's land. After hearing this, the old man smiled, nodded again, and said softly, from this point of view, Long Hauran and Yi Qingfeng both chose to admit defeat in tonight's confrontation, which is really wise. The old man was very relieved, but he was a little bit regretful. He shook his head and said, if that's the case, nothing big will happen tonight. Xingwu, you don't have to be so nervous. Zhao Xingwu immediately put down a big stone in his heart, and nodded in agreement. However, the old man was not satisfied, and asked with a smile, so, that little guy has returned to the capital? Zhao Xingwu smiled and said, it must be back. If Ling Yan didn't come back, no one in the Ling family would dare to make such a big noise. Hee hee. The old man smiled happily, and said to himself, even I didn't expect that this little guy would attack the Long family and the Yi family so quickly, and with this method, he could actually suppress the two families to bow their heads at the same time. Not bad, really good. It seems that his cultivation base has improved a lot this time he went out. Zhao Xingwu quickly responded, that's true. I received news that Lingyun Tianshan rescued my mother and wiped out the entire Heavenly Sword sect overnight, and also beheaded all 4 foundation-building disciples sent by Kunlun. Kunlun? Hearing the word Kunlun, the expression on the old man's face finally changed slightly. He fixed his eyes, and said in a deep voice. Zhao Xingwu hurriedly said, yes, people from Kunlun have already appeared. The old man stretched out his hand at the desk, tapped the table with his fingers, and said thoughtfully, it seems that Kunlun finally can't sit still. Xingwu, you have to pay close attention to the movement of Kunlun. Yes, I understand. After explaining the matter, the old man's expression eased again, and he pondered and said, although what happened tonight seems to be a lot of trouble, it was actually just a small fight. I understand that little guy's temper. If he really wanted to make a scene, he would have personally shot it long ago, and he would have greeted me in advance. But after tonight, the situation will change a lot, and it will start to become much clearer. Fortunately, this is a change that is beneficial to the country. We need to make some preparations earlier. Xingwu, prepare your pen and ink. Zhao Xingwu was familiar with the door and the way, and quickly arranged the pen, ink, paper and inkstone. The old man stood up, stretched his body lightly, and began to splash ink, write vigorously, and finish it in one stroke. For characters, Da Peng spreads its wings. These words are formed in one go, majestic, powerful, and can swallow thousands of miles. The old man put down the brush, looked down for a while, then nodded in satisfaction, turned his head and said, Xingwu, I was very optimistic about Ling Xiao back then, but it's a pity that something happened to him. Tomorrow is his birthday, but unfortunately I want to meeting foreign guests. You can send these words for me, and treat it as a birthday present for him. Da Peng spreads its wings. The meaning of these 4 words is really too deep. Zhao Xingwu was secretly startled, and nodded quickly. By the way, when you see that little fellow Ling Yun tomorrow, tell him to let him come to my place after he finishes his busy work. Yes. The Ling family. Ling Yun and Ling Yu drank spiritual tea and chatted secretly for more than 2 hours, and it was not over until midnight. At the beginning, the discussions between Ling Yu and Ling Yun were all related to Ling Yun, which required Ling Yun to make a decision on the future direction of the Ling family, but for the next hour or so, most of the time, Ling Yu was mainly talking about Ling Yun. Listening. What Ling Yu talked about was the situation in China's secular world, the recent actions of the major families in the capital, and the current comprehensive situation of the Ling family. He combined the information he had in his hands and told Ling Yun in a very three-dimensional and comprehensive way. Let him have a clear idea and be able to see the overall situation. In fact, with Ling Yu's IQ and ability, he can handle these things very well by himself, and he doesn't need to tell Ling Yun deliberately, but Ling Yu knows that these things can't be done without telling Ling Yun. Because Ling Yun's current status is too high, he can affect or even change the overall direction of many things by doing one thing casually, which is related to the fate of too many people. For example, when the Ling family collected the bills tonight, Ling Yun's single action turned the entire capital and even China upside down. You know, but he's just talking at home. Ling Yun is the head of the Ling family, one of the chief elders of the Huaxia group, one of the leaders of the Huaxia dragon group, the head of the Lingyun sword sect, and the chairman of the Lingyun group. Ling Yun has so many terrifying identities in one body. To put it bluntly, if he really stomped his feet, the whole Huaxia would have to be swayed. If he was blind, he would just beat him up if he went out as before when he saw anyone who was unhappy. If you step on the ground, you don't say that you have lost your price, but what if you beat your own people? Although Ling Yun is the patriarch of the Ling family, but as the patriarch, he is a true hands-off treasurer. Apart from going out to collect all kinds of resources to grow the Ling family, he hardly knows anything about the Ling family's other internal and external affairs. Frankly speaking, until now, Ling Yun doesn't even know what industries the Ling family has in the capital, how many companies and how many hotels there are. What's even more outrageous is that Ling Yun doesn't even know the location of Ling Yu's outer house until now. Although the Ling family was poor in the past, compared to the other 6 major families, the Ling family is one of the 7 major families in China. As long as the direct descendants of the family reach the age of 18, everyone, regardless of gender, can get a gift. Own property. Family belongs to family, and independence belongs to independence. As for where you want to live, of course it depends on your personal mood. Therefore, Ling Xiu, Ling Yong, and Ling Feng, apart from their ancestral home, each had their own foreign house in the capital, but the Ling family strictly abided by filial piety, and they were even more united, and they were usually willing to gather around Ling Lai. I don't want to move out and live alone for a long time. However, so far, Ling Yun didn't even know where these people's houses are, let alone go to them, and he never bothered to ask and understand them. No one will believe this kind of thing, but it is the truth. Has anyone done this? Yes, in the whole world, there is only one, unique, and it is Ling Yun, the master shopkeeper. Because Ling Yun is too busy, he doesn't have the time and thought to ask about these trivial matters. With this time, he would rather concentrate on meditation and cultivation, and improve his realm, and it is impossible to waste time on such things. It can be seen from a glimpse of the leopard in the tube. So it makes sense for the big men to have secretaries, attendants, etc., because they really don't have time and energy to waste on trivial matters in life. In fact, in a sense, Tang Meng, Zhuang Meifeng, and even Ling Yu, the front-faced patriarch of the Ling family, are all Ling Yun's secretaries. In the end, it was Ling Yun who really had the final say. Of course, these also show from the side that Ling Yun's stall has spread too much without knowing it, and it has really affected all aspects of Huaxia. Therefore, as long as Ling Yu believes that it is necessary for Ling Yun to understand the things that are useful for him to look at the overall situation, he had to talk and listen to Ling Yun. As for what Ling Yun would do after he understood this, it depended on his mood. Of course Ling Yun understood these principles, so he listened very carefully, never forgetting, and occasionally told Ling Yu his thoughts so that he could make arrangements accordingly. During the secret discussion between the two, 3 small episodes occurred. First of all, Chao Shanshan rushed back to Ling's house late at night. During the period when Ling Yun left Beijing, Chao Shanshan was actually very busy. For her, the most important thing was to practice the Red Emperor Fire and Phoenix transformation. However, she did not give up her university studies like Ling Yun did. She goes to class normally, and every now and then, she will go back to Chao's house to have a meal with grandpa and parents, to talk and so on. But in the past week, as Ling Zhao's birthday got closer and closer, Chao Shanshan went back to Chao's house more and more, nothing else. She wanted to discuss with her family how to celebrate Ling Zhao's birthday. This is called getting the moon first. The Ling family and the Chao family are an open marriage alliance. For the entire capital and even China, Chao Shanshan is Ling Yun's fiancé, and her future father-in-law is going to have a birthday. Of course, she only needs to participate in the mobilization. For all other matters, Mr. Chao Juanxiong will personally decide and make decisions, and then her father Chao Xingcheng will be in charge of communication and contact with all parties. Tomorrow is Ling Zhao's birthday, so of course, Chao Shanshan went back to Chao's house to work this evening, until the news of Ling's collection spread all over the capital. Chao Shanshan knew Ling Yun so well. The moment she heard the news, she knew that Ling Yun must have returned to Beijing. She was ecstatic and wanted to go back to Ling's house, but was stopped by Chao Juanxiong. The Ling family collected the accounts, and the target was the Long family and the Yi family. This news was too shocking. After pondering for a while, Mr. Chao immediately held a family meeting just like Yi Qingfeng did, and made a decision. Chao Shanshan hurried back to Ling's house. When Chao Shanshan arrived at Ling's house, it was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. She possessed divine sense, so of course she knew that Ling Yun was talking in Ling Yu's yard, so as soon as she entered the house, she went straight to the two of them. After meeting Ling Yu first, Chao Shanshan didn't care about her children's love at this time, and directly told the two of her grandfather Chao Juanxiong's decision, which was also the decision of the entire Chao family. What the Chao family owed to the Ling family back then will be returned together with interest tonight. Seeing Chao Shanshan speak so solemnly, Ling Yun smiled, and Ling Yu was also happy. The two looked at each other, but neither responded, neither commenting nor denying it. Back then, the Ling family underwent horrific changes. After the battle, the 6 families were divided into Ling families, and the Chao family naturally had a share. It doesn't matter if you don't distinguish, because the 7 major families are playing games. If one family is weak, if you don't participate in the robbing, you will be weakened invisibly, and then you will become the next target to be crushed and bullied. This has been the case since ancient times. You must know that at that time, the Ling family did not have Ling Yun, and the Chao family did not have Chao Shanshan. But now that the Ling family has returned to its peak, Ling Yun wants to take revenge and regain what the Ling family lost back then. Things not to mention. Brothers have to settle accounts clearly, not to mention the big family game in Huaxia. Mr. Chao Juanxiong understands better than anyone else that Ling Yun's 72 disciples will not touch the Chao family, nor will the dead soldiers of the Ling family touch the Chao family, but as the head of the family, he must know it well. What's more, since the alliance was formed, Chao Juanxiong had already decided to return the benefits he took from the Ling family back then at a suitable opportunity. It was inconvenient for Ling Yu to intervene in this kind of matter. He sat upright as usual, sipping tea, watching the young couple who represented the 2 major families at the moment, enjoying the show. Ling Yun had no choice but to respond with a smile. "We are all a family, do you need to be so clear?" Chao Shanshan said stubbornly, "My grandfather is arranging for someone to draft the document overnight, and when Uncle Ling celebrates his birthday tomorrow, he will hand over the document and announce the matter." Ling Yun had a smirk on his face, and said lazily, "It doesn't matter, whatever you want, you don't need to talk about this kind of thing here, we can talk about it under the covers later." "Screw you." Chao Shanshan flushed with embarrassment, and disappeared in place, forgetting to say hello to Ling Yu. Another episode came 10 minutes later. Cui Lao went out for about an hour, then returned to Ling's house, and went directly to Ling Yu's yard to announce the good news to the two. Cui Zhongwu's face was flushed with excitement, and he reported to Ling Yun, "To the Patriarch, the big event has been decided." "Oh? How to say?" In fact, Ling Yun was already confident about the result, so he was very calm and asked, with a smile. The Long family and the Yi family did not put up any resistance. Our 6 groups of men and horses seemed to be in the land of no one. Wherever the 72 disciples went, as long as there was a target person there, all the debts that should have been collected will be recovered. Elder Cui was so excited that his voice was a little choked up. "This battle is equal to a complete victory." "Really so cowardly?" Ling Yun raised his eyebrows, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he asked, "Then, roughly how much was recovered?" "Reporting to Patriarch, there are quite a lot of target people blocked tonight." According to the summary of Ling Yi, Ling Qi, and the others, the little old man made a rough calculation, and there are always 30% of them. Ling Yun was stunned, and was a little unhappy at the time. Why is it only 30%? With such a mobilization of teachers and people, only 30% of it was recovered in one night, not even half of it. Of course, Ling Yun would not be very happy in his heart. Cui Lao's expression froze, and he didn't know how to explain it for a while. "Yuner, 30% is already a lot." At this time, Ling Yu suddenly smiled and explained to Ling Yun, "The capital is so big, the sites of the Long family and the Yi family are not visited by worldly figures every night, and even if there are, they may not be all of them. Those who now control the property of our Ling family back then. And as soon as your disciples make a move, the Longye family will definitely receive the news immediately. Although they will not resist, they will definitely evacuate people from other places temporarily, in order to preserve the foundation of the family, retain people's hearts, and continue to vassalize them. Otherwise, tonight you will have everything in one pot, and what these 2 big families have lost is not just this bit of property, but also face, status, and even the foundation will be shaken, and their vitality will be greatly damaged from then on. What we did tonight is nothing more than a knock on the mountain. If we want to really get back the property of the Ling family, we need the heads of the Longye family to come forward and see how they react." After Ling Yun finished listening, he nodded in satisfaction. "Well, what uncle said is indeed reasonable, so it seems that the net tonight has really caught a lot." Ling Yu laughed loudly. "It's not just a lot, it's simply too fat." Elder Cui also nodded immediately, and said repeatedly, "Yes, yes, it is indeed a lot, but Patriarch, those boys have almost robbed them now, but they are still not satisfied. They have already started to search for a single person in the capital. The target person has gone." Ling Yin smiled after hearing this, and said without thinking, "Let them go." The 2 families of Longye both knelt down and didn't even resist. What else did Ling Yun have to worry about? "Then I'll keep watching, and I can't let those boys make any big trouble." Cui Lao smiled and left again. The last episode was shortly after midnight when Ling Yu received a call from Dong Shanchuan. After Dong Shanchuan was invited out of the mountain by Ling Yun, he helped Ling Yu a lot recently. He is familiar with the capital and has a real status. Now he can sit on an equal footing with Li Junhua from the Li family. Seeing his daughter Dong Rulan getting along with Ling Xiao more and more harmoniously, he felt happy and naturally became more motivated. Now that Ling Zhao's birthday is about to be celebrated, he, the father-in-law, runs around personally, worrying about this big event. He called to tell Ling Yu that the Li family had already made all the arrangements for Ling Zhao's birthday, and he wanted Ling Yu to come over to see if there were any mistakes. What else is there to say? When Ling Yu heard this, he immediately got up and rushed over in person. After seeing off Ling Yu, Ling Yun himself immediately started to get busy. Although Ling Yu proposed, Ling Yun did not go with him to see the layout of the venue, the banquet process and other arrangements, because people like Dong Xuanhuan and Li Junhua were better at such things than him, and they must have arranged everything properly before they could do it. Let Ling Yu go to the final acceptance, and at the same time let him know about the banquet situation tomorrow, so as not to lose sight of the other in time. Another thing is, to Ling Yun, no matter how grand the birthday party is, it is just a superficial form. No matter who is rich and powerful, they can have a grand birthday. It doesn't matter. What matters is the essence. As for the fundamental benefits, Ling Yun had already obtained them tonight. Easily crushing the two big families of Longya, and through this method, the Ling family regained everything they lost in the past, officially announcing their return to the status of the top family in China, which attracted the attention of everyone, and they deserved it. This night, there must be many people in Huaxia who will not be able to sleep through the night, but anyone who is qualified to hear the news will reassess the strength and status of the Ling family, and their choices will start to change in the future. And Ling Yun still has a lot of things to do tonight. Ling Yun first came to the 6th courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral house, looking at the green ghost willow, which is the inheritance of the Ling family. At this moment, Ling Yong has long since disappeared and left the Ling family. He went out with Mr. Cui when he went out again after he came back to report. There is no doubt that tonight is the most glorious and proud of the Ling family in recent decades. That night, he couldn't hold back after all, he simply stopped his cultivation, and wanted to go out to harvest, resenting grievances, revenge, and venting his chest suffocation. He left in such a hurry that he chased Elder Cui out without even saying hello to Ling Yun and Ling Yu. The ghost willow in front of me is the one that Ling Yun and Mo Wudao specially searched for Yin Qi and carefully cultivated it. Later, Ling Yun set it up here, sheltering the entire Ling family, and continuously providing the Ling family with the mysterious yellow that they need for cultivation. Fairy energy. But now, because Ling Yun carried another ghost and god willow with him, through robbing the gift of heaven, crossing the calamity with Ling Yun in the East China Sea, was repeatedly tempered by the god thunder, and absorbed a terrifying amount of pure wood-type thunder energy. Qualitative change, the growth rate has already far exceeded this strain. The ghost willow in front of me has a thick bowl mouth and a height of nearly 4 meters. The whole body is green and shiny, and the green brilliance is flowing. Countless willows are hanging down and swaying gently, as if welcoming Ling Yun. Thank you for your hard work. Ling Yun stretched out his hand, gently took a handful of willow sticks, felt the mysterious and yellow breath, and said with a smile. The willow branches swayed gently. Then with Ling Yun's divine thought, the soil under his feet surged like a wave, and the willow of ghosts and gods rose from the ground, and he collected it in the Taishu ring. After taking away the willows of ghosts and gods, Ling Yun's divine mind moved again and performed the Huangquan Earth Emperor Kung Fu. The soil under his feet stopped churning and became solid ground, and the surroundings were tightly connected, as if nothing happened. Ling Yun stayed where he was, and started to use the Supreme Azure Emperor art again. The elixir and spirit grass in the 5th and 6th courtyards of the Ling family began to grow wildly in an instant, and they all matured in just half a minute. Passing through the East China Sea, Ling Yun obtained the terrifying energy of wood attribute tribulation thunder. Now he has reached the peak of the 6th realm of the Supreme Qingdiju, and he is only one step away from breaking through the realm, stepping into the 7th realm, and reaching Yin Yan Hua. Open situation. Now that he is performing the Supreme Qing Emperor art, not only can he easily ripen the elixir and spirit grass in the double courtyard in a short period of time, but he can also send and receive freely, release the aura to go as he wants, and those who have matured, Ling Yun doesn't have a trace of aura. Would be wasted. After ripening all these herbs, Ling Yan immediately used his mana to classify these mature herbs, some for flowers, some for fruits, and some whole plants uprooted without any falling off, and all of them were collected into the Taishu ring. Then Ling Yan leveled the ground again, sowed the seeds again as before, using the spiritual energy to stimulate them, allowing them to quickly take root and sprout out of the ground, like a garden full of flowers and plants. Quack quack. Quack. Since Ling Yan took the willow of ghosts and gods, the golden-threaded crow had nowhere to rest, and it was so anxious that it spun and flew above Ling Yan's head, croaking and screaming non-stop. Ling Yan smiled, he raised his head and drank softly, "Go find a place to play by yourself, and come back at this time tomorrow night, otherwise you will be roasted and plucked to eat meat." Quack. The golden-threaded crow fluttered its wings, and with a whoosh, it flew straight into the night sky and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Hey hey! Seeing the panic-stricken look of the golden-threaded crow, Ling Yan couldn't help but chuckle, then sat cross-legged on the spot, and began to absorb all kinds of spiritual energy in the Ling family's ancestral house. Wu. Ling Yan sacrificed the vortex of yin and yang Zhenqi, and the vortex instantly enlarged, covering him in a radius of tens of meters, forming a huge vortex center, and the spiritual energy gathered in the entire Ling family's ancestral house was quickly absorbed by this vortex, transforming into yin and yang energy, was completely taken into Ling Yan's body. Hey, the spirit gathering formation has absorbed quite a lot of spirit energy these days. After absorbing all of it, it actually made up 70% to 80% of the spirit energy I consumed in Miaojiang during the day. Ling Yan stood up and nodded in satisfaction. Now, in the sea of consciousness between his brows, the divine energy is nearly full, at least 1.7 million drops, and he is competent enough to deal with any unexpected situation. Father Ling Zhao's birthday is tomorrow. Ling Yan does not allow any accidents to happen. If anyone dares to come to the Ling family to make trouble tomorrow, he will definitely let the other party come and go. Receive. Next, Ling Yan raised his left arm, spread his 5 fingers, and moved his divine sense again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. I saw those big iron balls and big shot balls in the Ling family's ancestral house, all flying in the air, flying towards the sky above Ling Yan's head from all directions, and he put them all into the Taishu ring. The Spirit Gathering Formation, the Thousand Chance 9 Killing Formation, and the Cloudy Sky Confusion Formation, these 3 formations were removed by Ling Yan as soon as he raised his hand. In less than 10 minutes, the spiritual energy in the Ling family's ancestral house almost disappeared, all the formations were removed, and it became an ordinary huge house again. Yuner, what's going on? Ling Lai was startled. He suddenly appeared, he was a little confused and asked in astonishment. Grandpa, tomorrow our Ling family's ancestral house will definitely have many important guests, especially there will be many ancient martial arts practitioners and practitioners. Now our Ling family can be called a blessed place for cultivation in the world. The mystery is, I don't want those people to see it. High profile, the Ling family has really been high profile tonight, it's awesome. Tomorrow the Ling family will open its doors to welcome guests from all over the world, just accept gifts, there is no need to deliberately show off. What Ling Yan wants now is to keep a low profile, not only to prevent those practitioners from the outside world from gathering in the Ling family and absorbing spiritual energy in vain, but also to keep them from knowing why the Ling family was able to go against the sky in such a short period of time. High profile and low-key, all with one heart. Hearing Ling Yan's explanation, Ling Lai was stunned at first, but then he figured it out. He shook his head and said in his heart that my grandson really won't let others take advantage of him, and won't let others take any chance. It makes sense. However, in the end Ling Lai nodded emphatically, praised Ling Yan, and then flew back to his small courtyard. Brush. Ling Yan also went directly to the 8th courtyard of the Ling family, outside the dungeon. Ever since Ling Yan took Di Yutong away, the dungeon has been empty, and now it has been cleaned up by the Ling family dead men, and everything is as usual. Ling Yin used his spiritual thoughts and some stones to arrange a small imperial array around the dungeon to prevent the guests who come tomorrow from spying on the place with his spiritual thoughts. So far, Ling Yin has arranged everything in the house properly. That's about it. Ling Yin clapped his hands, and enveloped the entire Ling family ancestral house with spiritual thoughts, feeling very satisfied, and then floated to the 9th courtyard, the Ling family ancestral hall. Because of Ling Yan's return home and his sudden big movement, the Ling family went up and down. Except for those servants, no one at the core could sleep. Ling Xiao was the most important person involved, and of course it was even more impossible for him to really go to rest. After chatting with Ling Yu about some important matters, he just went back to his room to say hello to Dong Rulan, and then came to the ancestral hall to continue the night watch. Come in, Yuner. Knowing that Ling Yin had come outside the ancestral hall, Ling Xiao spoke directly and gently called him in. Ling Yin walked in, and then saw Ling Xiao, who was meditating cross-legged on the futon. Meet the ancestors first. Before Ling Yin could speak, Ling Xiao spoke solemnly. Ling Yin Shanxiang, as the head of the Ling family, paid homage to the ancestors earnestly, then turned around and sat cross-legged on the spot, facing Ling Xiao. Ling Yin mused, thinking about several words in succession, but finally decided to get straight to the point. Father, in fact, you don't have to come here every night to guard, the ancestors have spirits, and they must have understood your intentions over the years. What's more, I have already avenged more than half of our Ling family's great enmity in the past. The father and son looked at each other. This is the last night. Ling Xiao finally opened his mouth slowly. Yuner, after tomorrow night, after I successfully cross the tribulation, I will go to closed doors to break through as soon as possible, and in the future I will kill the demon sect with you and save your mother from the sea of suffering. Let's get together. It is good. Father and son are heart to heart, needless to say. Ling Yun nodded generously. Yuner, you've made such a big fuss over the past month, there should be some movement from the demon sect, right? As for Ling Zhao's identity, his focus is completely different from Ling Yu's. He focuses on matters in the cultivation world, so of course he has his own goals and plans. It's weird. Ling Yin said frankly, ever since Dahayer killed Sakantu's family, the other side of the demon sect has remained silent. I don't know what they are planning. Therefore, my child is still waiting for news from Xingchen. For Ling Yin to deal with the demon sect, of course the most critical person had to be Xingchen. Okay. Ling Xiao nodded, and then warned, Yuner, don't underestimate the demon sect. The demon sect is too mysterious, and their true background strength is far more than those decent martial arts team members at the Fumo conference, so no matter in the future where, if you meet someone from the demon sect, you have to be more cautious. Ling Yin smiled and said, Xingchen has told me about these situations, please rest assured, father. Hearing what Ling Yin said, Ling Xiao immediately felt relieved, and he nodded with a smile, Yuner, then you can just go about your business and leave me alone. I will stay here tonight and have a big banquet tomorrow. Guest, let us announce with you that our Ling family has returned to the top of China. It is good. Ling Yin didn't delay anymore, he stood up and said goodbye to Ling Xiao, the child will go back to the room first. Under Ling Zhao's reassuring and earnest eyes, Ling Yin walked out of the ancestral hall, strode out of the courtyard, paused for a moment, and then disappeared on the spot. Brush. The next moment, Ling Yin's figure appeared directly in the 3rd courtyard. He walked straight towards the door without stopping. At the same time, his divine sense moved slightly, and instantly set up a small imperial array, completely isolating his courtyard from the outside world. It really wasn't that Ling Yun was estranged from his family, he really couldn't do without setting up a formation, he remembered it very clearly. On the night of his engagement with Chao Shanshan on August 28, the two made a lot of noise, and the result was because he forgot to set up the formation, and was heard clearly by the whole family, young and old. The next day, he himself had a big blush, and Chao Shanshan didn't dare to leave the house for almost a day. This is a lesson from history, and it must not be forgotten. Ling Yun, you're back. The door of the room opened suddenly. Chao Shanshan's beautiful eyes were looking forward, her delicate face was brilliant. Before Ling Yun could speak, she plunged into Ling Yun's arms. For Chao Shanshan, Ling Yun's return to the Ling family is not considered a return, it's just a return to the family, and only when he returns to this courtyard can he truly return. So her performance at this moment and just now in Lingyue courtyard are completely different. Well, I'm back. Ling Yun was not polite, he opened his arms a long time ago, and hugged him tightly, firmly. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. The two of them were very quiet, no small movements, just hugging tightly, feeling each other's body temperature and heartbeat, so as to comfort the pain of many days of lovesickness. Really, you didn't give me a letter in advance when you wanted to go home, so I couldn't wait for you at home. After a while, Chao Shanshan broke free from Ling Yun's embrace, leaned her upper body back slightly, stared at Ling Yun's face carefully, and complained quietly. Isn't this a surprise for you? Ling Yun smiled, explained something, then frowned. Said, the mobile phone is too much trouble, I don't bother to use it. I know. Chao Shanshan smiled knowingly, you are afraid of delaying your cultivation, but you can't use it at all. What do you use it for? Ling Yun smiled proudly, now in China, from south to north, from east to west, thousands of miles away, I can travel in the sky, and it only takes an hour at most to get there. This, so fast? Chao Shanshan was shocked. It's already slow. Ling Yun really wasn't bragging. He rushed from Qingshui City to Miaojiang a few days ago, and it took him only 10 minutes to cross China for more than 1,400 kilometers. Calculated in this way, he can fly 7,000 kilometers in 50 minutes. What's more, he took Miao Xiaomiao with him at that time. If it was him, he would travel thousands of miles in an hour without flying with all his strength. Wow! Chao Shanshan recovered from the shock, as if she had thought of something, she suddenly clapped her hands happily. Doesn't that mean that no matter where you are in Huaxia during the day, you can rush home to live at night? Ling Yun was taken aback for a moment, he understood what Chao Shanshan was thinking, but he could only smile wryly. What are you thinking? Full speed requires rapid consumption of divine energy to support it, unless it is deliberate hard work or something urgent, otherwise who would be willing to do so? Wasting divine energy? Do you really think my mana is blown by a strong wind? This is of course true, even a bird needs to consume energy to fly, let alone a person flying in the sky. Chao Shanshan was dumbfounded, she just thought that after Ling Yun possessed such speed, she would indeed be able to go home and live every day, so she blurted out this bold idea out of joy, but forgot that it would cost a lot. After Ling Yun explained it for a while, she would understand, and it would definitely not be worthwhile to ask. Chao Shanshan has also embarked on the road of cultivation now, but she knows how difficult it is to condense a drop of divine essence, and even more so, how difficult it is for Ling Yun to reach today's realm. Fooling her. Thinking of this, Chao Shanshan blushed, lowered her head in embarrassment, and said earnestly, I'm the one who got impatient. Why don't you go into the house now? As Ling Yun was talking, he suddenly bent down and copied Chao Shanshan, hugging her across the waist, directly into the princess's hug, flew into the room, and closed the door with spiritual thoughts, all done in one go. Chao Shanshan let out a low cry, and when she opened her eyes again, Ling Yun had already put her on the bed. A little farewell is better than a newlywed. Ling Yun looked down at her, and laughed aloud, there are still many things to be busy tomorrow, so go to bed quickly. Wait. Chao Shanshan became anxious immediately, she pushed Ling Yun away, and said anxiously, I still have a lot of business to tell you. What business? Ling Yun stared, What business is there? I've been back for a long time, and all the business has already been done outside. Chao Shanshan rolled his eyes at him, and said with an angry smile, the things you do are your business, not mine. Oh? What else do you want? When Ling Yan heard this, the movements of his hands and feet slowed down a lot. Let's listen. It's been a long night, and there is no rush for this moment anyway. Have you made arrangements for your father's birthday tomorrow? Now that Chao Shanshan has lived in the Ling family's ancestral house for a while, she is already very familiar with the Ling family. Under the opportunity of Dong Rulan and others, she has already changed her name to Ling Xiao. Ling Yan smiled, casually, of course. You don't even think about what I'm doing here. After a pause, Ling Yan changed the subject, but I don't need to arrange anything. Li Junhua of the Li family is more concerned about father's birthday party than our Ling family. I can assure you that he will definitely try his best to arrange it. Of perfection. For this point, Ling Yan has absolute confidence. That's for sure. Chao Shanshan couldn't help but smile. That Uncle Li, he has been staying at our house for a while, pestering his father and uncle every day, for fear of any trivial matter. Not a week. While speaking, Chao Shanshan raised her eyebrows slightly, and her beautiful eyes slanted, full of pride. Of course, she knew that the Ling family's status today was all due to this man in front of her, her own man. Ha 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 ha. After hearing this, Ling Yan couldn't help laughing, and then teased, Shanshan, if you're just trying to tell me this, you'd be wasting this beautiful day. Then he looked serious. Let me tell you, after tomorrow night, after Grandpa and Father survive the catastrophe, I will leave in the morning of the day after tomorrow. Who knew that Ling Yan's threat failed this time? I know you have a lot of things to do now, you should be busy when you should, and I won't stop you. Chao Shanshan smiled lightly, and then said seriously, but before I come back, I heard from my grandfather at home that the guests who will come to our house tomorrow, in addition to those we can expect, may also have many foreigners to congratulate. Foreigners? Ling Yan was taken aback when he heard this. He had never heard of this, let alone thought of it. He said in surprise, my father's birthday has nothing to do with them, why are they here to interfere? Who knows? Chao Shanshan's eyes were also flickering, obviously thinking. She analyzed. My father said that in the past few days, several embassies have been inquiring about my father's birthday through various channels. There are those from the United States, Northern Russia, some countries in the European Union, and even the East. Oh. It's interesting. Ling Yan listened with gusto, his eyes flickered, and he sat down on the edge of the dragon bed. At the moment, he didn't think too much about it. Anyway, it was an enemy and not a friend, and a friend was not an enemy. Now that the Ling family has a strong army, he really doesn't take these forces seriously. I think all of this must have something to do with our Ling family's current peak status, but whether it's an enemy or a friend who will come tomorrow, I'm not sure. It's hard to say about other foreigners. After all, we are deadly enemies with Dongyang, and there are 5 blood clans in the family as your servants. After Chao Shanshan's analysis reached this point, she didn't say any more, she just looked at Ling Yan quietly, waiting for him to make a judgment. Ling Yan knew that Chao Shanshan was born in the Chao family, and had traveled to many countries with her grandfather Chao Juanxiong and her parents since she was a child. She had extraordinary knowledge and experienced many big scenes. Well, I see. After thinking for a while, Ling Yan nodded slightly, he didn't care, and smiled lightly, you don't need to think too much, this is just a trivial matter. Ling Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the brilliance in his eyes flowed, it's fine if they don't come tomorrow, if they do come, as for whether it's an enemy or a friend, you can tell at a glance. Ling Yan came to a conclusion in his heart, it was actually very simple, when a friend came, he had good wine, if it was the enemy who came, he was greeted with a shotgun. It's good that you know what's in your mind. Chao Shanshan was very reassured about Ling Yan, and she knew that Ling Yun had made up her mind as soon as she heard it, so she didn't say anything more. And one more thing. There are so many things. Ling Yun was annoyed when he heard this, and he threw off his shoes directly. No matter what is going on, we will talk about it tomorrow morning. If we talk for a while, it will be daylight. The mind moved, and the lights went out. At this time, Ling Yun Duo didn't listen to a word, and now he has mastered the yin and yang art, full of vitality, and has no taboos. In the darkness, Chao Shanshan called out in a low voice. Are you ready? It's already been laid out. A little farewell is better than a newlywed. This night just passed away. The same night. Jiangnan Province, Qingshui City. I'm really full. After Brother Yun leaves, I'll fly directly to the capital. Why do I have to go back to Qingshui City to suffer? At this moment, in Villa number 1, Tang Meng was sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding his head in his hands and scratching his hair, with a gloomy face, complaining about himself. He regrets it. I really regret it. After 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Ling Yun parted from Tang Meng and the others. After leaving Miaojiang, he flew back to the capital with nothing to worry about. But then, it was Tang Meng's turn to start working. Is Tang Meng going to the capital? No doubt, of course go. But he couldn't take He Yuqiong from Guizhou province to the capital directly like Ling Yun did. In that case, Tang Meng would be too ignorant. When He Yuqiong was busy checking out, Tang Meng immediately called Miao Xiaomiao, told her about Ling Zhao's birthday tomorrow, and asked her if she would go. To Tang Meng's surprise, after hearing the news, Miao Xiaomiao pondered for a while, and the answer she gave was not to go. Ling Yun just left. I still have a lot of things to do here, so I won't go this time. This is the reason for Miao Xiaomiao. Very simple. Tang Meng wanted to persuade him again, but after thinking about it, he was right. Ling Yun has been in Miaojiang for several days, and he has spent enough time with Miao Xiaomiao. If he plans to bring Miao Xiaomiao back to Ling's house, why not take her with you? You know, when he came to Miaojiang from Qingshui City, Ling Yun flew here with Miao Xiaomiao. Alright then, I'll go back to Qingshui City first, and I'll take Aunt Qing along with me. Just this one sentence, Tang Meng can be regarded as a pain in the ass for himself. With a private plane, returning to Qingshui City is not troublesome. He took He Yuqiong, under the escort of Wang Chongxiao and the 5 blood clans. The journey went smoothly, and he returned to Qingshui City very quickly, even faster than when he came. Aunt Qing will definitely go. Sister Mei Feng will definitely go there too. And that girl Xuan Mining, if I don't tell her this time, she will definitely play with me if she finds out. And Yao Ro. By the way, Uncle Ling's birthday is too important. I have to tell my dad, and Uncle Li, and ask them if they can go. Well, there are those big bosses in the antique market. Ling Zhao's birthday matter, since Ling Yun took it as the top priority, Tang Meng ignored it earlier, and now he feels very guilty, thinking about how to try his best to make up for it, so he naturally demands perfection, for fear of any omissions, so he still when rushing on the plane, he had already made a list of people in Qingshui City who were eligible to go to the Ling family. I have to say that Tang Meng was very thoughtful, but it wasn't until he landed on the ground and began to call and ask one by one, that he realized that he was very wrong. No. 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 After Tang Meng made 3 phone calls in a row, he bumped into 3 hard nails and rubbed his nose. He was completely stunned. These 3 people are Zhuang Meifeng, Yao Ro, and Xuan Mining. How could it be possible? If you don't go, then what am I going back to Qingshui City? Zhuang Meifeng's reason was that she was too busy with work. The reason Yao Ro gave was that she was not qualified enough. Xuan Mining was the most straightforward, asking Tang Meng why Ling Yun didn't call her. After 3 phone calls, Tang Meng's excited mood plummeted to the bottom of the abyss, and he was about to cry without tears. He couldn't understand why Ling Zhao's birthday was such an important matter, and 3 people who had such a relationship with Brother Yun had actually discussed it with him. It seems that they all chose not to go. If the 3 of them don't go, then my trip to Qingshui City will be tantamount to returning in vain, and it's better to fly directly to the capital from Guizhou province. They don't want such a good opportunity? Why? In the car, Tang Meng stared at his mobile phone with bitterness and hatred all over his face. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out, and he was no longer in the mood to make a call. Forget it, let's go back to Villa number 1 first, listen to Aunt Qing's opinion, and see what she has to say. Tang Meng made a decisive decision, cancelled his plan to go home to find his father Tang Tianhao, and went straight to Villa number 1 in Qingxi district. The Aunt Qing mentioned by Tang Meng is, of course, the blue bird. Fortunately, Qing Yao was practicing in the backyard of Villa number 1. She sensed the arrival of Tang Meng and others, and immediately appeared in the front yard to welcome the group of people in. Brother Ling's birthday, of course I'm going. I planned to leave in the middle of the night after the practice tonight, but I didn't expect you to rush back. Ling Yan is not the only one who remembers Ling Zhao's birthday. Now that Qing Miao's memory has been completely recovered, it is even far better than before, so she naturally remembers it clearly. Hearing that Tang Meng came back to pick her up just for this matter, Qing Miao felt very relieved, nodding and smiling at Tang Meng. Call. After Tang Meng finished listening with a nervous face, he immediately let out a long breath, as if he had received an amnesty, and his heart instantly became more at ease. Finally, one of them agreed to go to the capital with him, and it was not in vain, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Aunt Qing, I don't understand. You said Uncle Ling's birthday is such a good opportunity, why did they choose not to go? Tang Meng quickly expressed the question in his heart. Qing Yao smiled, your child is confused, this is called doing bad things with good intentions. She began to point out the maze, first asking, Xiao Miao didn't come back with you, did she? Tang Meng was taken aback, that's right. Then he said casually, but Xiao Miao just separated from Brother Yun today, and there are many things to deal with in Miaojiang, it's normal for her not to go. Is it normal? Don't even think about it. Your Uncle Ling's birthday is such a big deal. Even Ling Yun threw everything away and rushed back. That girl, Xiao Miao, was busy because the 2 of them had just separated. Then don't go? This time, Tang Meng was really dumbfounded, and said in astonishment, then, is there another reason? You. Qing Yao pursed her lips and smiled, you are smart for the rest of your life, but you are confused for a while. She raised her hand, pointed to the north with her slender hand, and reminded, silly boy, think about it, at this moment, who is in the capital and who is in the Ling family? With just this one sentence, Tang Meng opened his mouth wide. Anyone who opened his mouth could throw eggs into it directly. Who is at Ling's house? Chao Shanshan. The Chao family and the Ling family are an open marriage in Huaxia, and they are a marriage iron alliance. #UN%at. After realizing it, Tang Meng clenched his fist and beat his thigh hard twice. If it wasn't for the presence of Qing Miao, he would have wished to slap himself. Do you still use the blue bird to continue explaining? No need at all. In China, an open marriage is not the same as an ordinary love affair between 2 people. It is a serious engagement, where the 2 families exchange birth dates and documents. In a sense, it is even more important than marriage. Important. This is already the case for ordinary people, let alone the 2 big families with the status of Ling family and Chao family. Moreover, this incident was announced to the world 2 months ago, and the whole world knew about it. In other words, Chao Shanshan is now staying at the Ling family's ancestral house, which is justified, she is Ling Yun's fiancée. In this situation, how do you let people like Shuang Meifeng, Shui Mining, and Yao Rou go to Ling's house? In what capacity? What did you go for? They will definitely see Chao Shanshan when they go. What kind of embarrassing situation will it be then? Brother Yun, you've made my brother miserable. Tang Meng really wanted to cry at this moment, and thought to himself, am I just looking for trouble for nothing, digging a hole for myself? This kind of thing, even if they want to go 10,000 times in their hearts, they have to endure it at this time. Let alone you come to invite, even if that kid Ling Yun comes to invite him personally, they may not necessarily go. Xing Miao smiled, nodded at Tang Meng, and said softly, do you think that Ling Yun returned to Beijing by himself because his father was in a hurry, so he just rushed back early and forgot about these things? Certainly not. He couldn't help it. He knew that it would be a big trouble to take anyone back, so he simply didn't take anyone with him, and went back to the capital by himself. Tang Meng. It's like sitting on pins and needles. But such a big thing. After thinking about it for a long time, Tang Meng still felt unwilling. He felt that such a big event as Ling Zhao's birthday was enough to overwhelm all other things. How big can it be? My brother Ling's birthday this time is indeed very important to the Ling family and many people, but birthdays are celebrated every year. Brother Ling has had birthdays before, and he will still have birthdays in the future. The only difference this year, yes, the resurgence of the Ling family is simply because the outside world has a different view on this matter. Qing Yao smiled and shook her head. However, for these girls, the relationship with Ling Yun is of course very important, but their own status and face are even more important. Can they not care about it? Tang Meng was completely convinced. Aunt Qing, then, what should I do now? Bluebird smiled and comforted, if you care about it, you will be in chaos. Tonight's incident, you will act as if it never happened. Then she came up with a solution, Qing Shui City, except for these girls, please inform them all who you think you should invite. As for whether they will go or not, let them decide for themselves. Xiaomeng, apart from the people around you, Brother Yun, to outsiders, this is actually a huge matter, and there are too many aspects involved. You just need to be notified. Don't force it, let alone make decisions for others, understand? Tang Meng clapped his hands, that's it. Hee, thank you, Aunt Qing. Then you rest first, and when I'm done here, we'll fly directly to the capital tomorrow morning to celebrate Uncle Ling's birthday. It is good. September 9th Day. Double Ninth Festival. In the Book of Changes, 6 is defined as a yin number, and 9 is defined as a yang number. On September 9th, the sun and the moon are yang, and the two nines are the same, so it is called Chongyang, also known as Chongjiu. This festival has been formed as early as the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. It has been passed down for more than 2,000 years and is a traditional festival for the Chinese people. On this day, it is advisable to climb high, walk in autumn, appreciate chrysanthemums, and plant dogwood everywhere. And because it is late autumn. After my flowers bloom, the flowers will kill. In the Ling family, Ling Zhao's birthday falls on this day. At dawn, the people living in the Ling family's ancestral house had already got up and got busy. Regardless of men, women, old or young, each of them had a cheerful smile on their face. When they met and greeted each other, the sound was much earlier and louder than usual. Because everyone here knows that today is an important day for the Ling family. The third master celebrates his birthday and the rise of the Ling family. From today onwards, the Ling family will be completely proud and return to the pinnacle of the Huaxia family. It seems that God also helped. The weather this day is also exceptionally good, the sky is cloudless, the blue sky is as blue as a mirror, and occasionally there is a slight breeze blowing, but the little bit of coolness brought by it is also warmed by the hearts of the Ling family. Dispelled completely. Even though Xiaobia was better than a newlywed, Chao Shanshan still didn't let Ling Yun toss about. After they made love, she persuaded Ling Yun to take a rest early. Early this morning, Chao Shanshan got up early, and then began to rummage through boxes and cabinets, trying to find decent clothes for Ling Yun. "What are you looking for?" Ling Yun woke up, but was still lying on the bed. He didn't bother to open his eyes, and asked, casually. "Of course I'm looking for clothes. Today is my father's birthday. We both have to dress decently, and then we will go to say hello to father together." Ling Yun. "Then you still need to look for it?" "I have plenty of them in Taishu's ring, and many of them are brand new. Just find one and come out." Chao Shanshan was extremely nimble. She kept moving. She turned her head and said with a smile, "That's not allowed. The clothes in your ring were bought from the mall and thrown into it directly. It has not been ironed, and there are fold marks on it, not to mention it is ugly, and it is awkward to wear, which is very uncomfortable." Ling Yin listened, and gradually opened his mouth. He suddenly felt that Chao Shanshan had changed a lot after not seeing her for a while, and she was obviously different from the past. "Don't stay in bed, come and try on this shirt." Chao Shanshan went back and forth, chose a shirt, held it up in front of her eyes for a little visual inspection, and then waved to Ling Yun. "So troublesome." Ling Yun expressed his dissatisfaction, but he could only obediently get out of bed. "I haven't started practicing today, so I don't need to wear it now." For Ling Yun, although his father's birthday is important, his cultivation is equally important, and he can't stop for a moment. Those workaholics in life, compared with Ling Yun's almost crazy cultivation, will really be reduced to scum in seconds. What's more, this day is the 9th day of September, the sun and the moon are both sunny, and the yang energy between the heaven and the earth is particularly strong. It is suitable for both Ling Yun's body training and Ling Yun's qi training. He must not miss such a day. "It's just for a try, it's not for you to wear it now, try it first, and put it on when you come back after you finish training." So, with Chao Shanshan's gentle help, Ling Yun stood in front of the full-length mirror and began to try on clothes, 3 in a row. There is no question that the pieces fit. "Did you see it? I told you that you don't need to try it. Your husband and I are so handsome and have such a good figure. I'm definitely a natural clothes hanger." Trying on new clothes is definitely a joyful mood, not to mention that, as Chao Shanshan said, the clothes that have been bought and washed and ironed are indeed much more comfortable to wear. Chao Shanshan feasted her eyes. She giggled happily. "You are not bragging, but when you were fat, you just..." When Ling Yun was exposed, he immediately stared. "How are you talking? Do you want to go back to sleep? Don't make trouble." Chao Shanshan hurriedly begged for mercy, and changed the subject. "The clothes are all the same size, so there is no need to try them on. You can wear this shirt and that suit today. It doesn't need to be so formal." Ling Yun hurried to practice, he said casually while putting on his usual bunt clothes. "That can't be done. You are fighting outside except for cultivation. Of course, you should wear whatever suits you, but when you get home, you should wear more of your home clothes." "Okay." Chao Shanshan took care of her so carefully, Ling Yun could only let her go. After all, in a big city, she had to deal with different people. "Then I'll go to practice first." Before he finished speaking, Ling Yun immediately disappeared, and his figure disappeared on the spot, and then he rushed out of the door in a flash, rose from the ground, and went straight into the sky above the Ling family's ancestral house. At 5:30 in the morning, on the ground, it seems that the sky is not yet bright, but when you come to a few thousand meters above the sky, the scenery is completely different. This is like watching the sunrise from the top of the mountain. Morning, the so-called stand tall, see far. Ling Yin floated in the air, sat cross-legged facing Dongfang Xiaoxia, and began to breathe and practice. Today's yang energy is indeed particularly strong, and his main practice is still the Diyan gathering stars treasure. As the morning glow shone, a precious light appeared on Ling Yun's body, and there was a faint sign of a breakthrough. This entry is so fast. An hour later, Ling Yun slowly opened his eyes, the light in his handsome eyes was shining brightly, and he had some enlightenment. It's so strange that if you practice deliberately during some special festivals in China, you can get twice the result with half the effort. In fact, Ling Yun has already noticed this point: the 5th day of the 5th month of the lunar calendar, the 14th day of the 7th month, the Mid-Autumn Festival in August, the Chongyang Festival of the 9th month. As long as he deliberately cultivates the appropriate exercises, he can achieve obvious progress. Ling Yun raised his head, looked at the deep blue sky, and muttered in his mouth, could it be that God deliberately chose these days to give benefits to practitioners? From this point of view, there may be some unexpected benefits for Grandpa and Father to cross the tribulation tonight. He guessed half-jokingly, then lowered his head, turned his yin and yang eyes, first looked down at the ancestral house of the Ling family, and then gradually moved his gaze to the outer house of the Ling family, the Ling family martial arts school, the Ling family weapon workshop, the location of the Tianzu, and even the Forbidden City. Glanced around one by one, and even tried to find the approximate location of the Long family and the Yi family according to the location and direction on the home map, and then looked away. Hey, these two families must have been busy all night last night, right? I don't know who they will send over today, and when we meet, I don't know what it will be like. Thinking of his masterpiece last night, Ling Yun couldn't help laughing. He swooped down, flew back to his yard, and then suddenly appeared. Go back to the house, take a shower, and put on the shirt, suit, and leather shoes that Chao Shanshan had chosen for him a long time ago. That's so chic. Chao Shanshan was already dressed. She accompanied Ling Yun, who had tidied up, and the two of them came out together to greet Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and Ling Yu couples one by one. This is the rule of the big family, and the Ling family doesn't care about it on weekdays, but today is different, because today is not only Ling Zhao's birthday, but also the Double Ninth Festival. At 8:15, after the family had breakfast, all the core members of the family came to the meeting room in the front yard. In an hour at most, the guests will come to the door one after another. Before that, the Ling family must hold a meeting and make arrangements in advance so as not to get caught up in time. If you don't spread invitations and don't make publicity, of course there is no problem, but if the guests come to the door and the hospitality is not good, then the price will drop, and people will laugh at you. Meeting room. Today, Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Ling Li, Ling Xiu, Ling Shui, all came at this moment. Even Chui Lao was specially called by Ling Lai. With the soaring strength of the core members of the Ling family, especially the younger generations of the Ling family who have broken through the late innate realm, Elder Chui's authority in the Ling family has indeed declined greatly, but he is the old housekeeper of the Ling family after all, and he has a very good relationship with Ling Xiao, and the family has many affairs that cannot be done without him. Naturally, Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan were also present. All together, everyone came in, greeted each other, took their seats, and the meeting began. Father, then I will directly tell everyone about today's arrangement? Of course Ling Yu was the first to speak. It is good. Feeling very relieved, Ling Lai nodded heavily. You can say what you want, I am happy today, as long as you let me drink, everything is up to you. When he was speaking, Ling Lai did not forget to give Ling Xiao a look, with a warning on his face, for fear that Ling Xiao would stop him from drinking. The old man is of course happy. During the day, the Ling family is beautiful and back to the top of China. At night, he will break through the realm and cross the catastrophe. Moreover, all his children are entering the realm at a rapid pace. Except for the youngest, Ling Li, they have all entered the innate late stage. He can wake up laughing from a dream. Everyone laughed after hearing this. Ling Xiao really wanted to persuade him, but after hearing the warning, he had no choice but to give up. Ahem. Ling Yu cleared his throat, then opened his mouth, and he went straight to the point. Since our family didn't send invitations this time, no matter what level, status, and status guests. As long as they are willing to come, they must come to our Ling family's ancestral house. Ling Yun nodded after hearing this. There is no doubt about it. Apart from the real family members, the reason why many people come to the Ling family is to celebrate Ling Zhao's birthday. If they don't come to the Ling family's ancestral house, where else can they go? But as far as I know, there are quite a few guests who came this time, far more than we imagined. It can be said that there are people who are qualified to receive news and are willing to come to our Ling family, far more than we imagined. Lots and lots. In short, let alone our ancestral house, even counting the outer house in the northwest, our house can't accommodate so many guests. So, according to Li Junhua's arrangement, the guests who come this time should be divided into relatives and distant relatives according to the actual situation, and the importance of status should also be considered. Hearing this, Ling Lai frowned suddenly, and he interrupted, "Is this not good? If we do this, will it appear that our Ling family is too big? Anyway, after all the guests who come here are guests." Ling Yu was silent after hearing this, but just glanced at Ling Yun slightly. Ling Yun smiled and said, "Grandpa, Uncle's arrangement like this is actually a last resort. I don't think there is any problem. Think about it, the guests who came today include big family figures like the Long family and the Yi family, as well as important figures from the Tian group and the Long group, and there must be some core figures from the Hermit family and the ancient martial arts sect. In addition, it is expected that there will be many important secular figures from the political and business circles in China, and according to Shanshan, there seem to be some people from the embassy. How can these people be gathered together? Don't think about it, the guests who came today include cultivators, ancient martial arts practitioners, heads of big families, and secular dignitaries. Not reliable. Well, what Yinner said is so true. I was thinking about it. The old man understood as soon as he heard it, so he stopped insisting and said to Ling Yu, "Then you continue." Ling Yu continued, "So this morning, the focus is on the reception. As for the reception, I have already discussed with Li Junhua. Our family will be received by Ling Ling Qi at the door. If important guests come, I will greet them in person. It's here. Yunner will see the situation and decide whether to come out to greet her in person." Ling Lai nodded again and again, but after listening to it, he realized that it was nothing to do with him, so he couldn't help asking, "What about me?" "Father, you naturally sit at home calmly. Unless someone of your same generation comes, you don't need to come forward." Otherwise, Ling Lai would go to the door to pick up some juniors at every turn, lowering his status for no reason. With the current status of the Ling family, it is absolutely impossible. Same generation, hee. Ling Lai also thought of this level. He thought of the past. Even if the Long family sent a messenger over, he would greet him personally. Comparing the two, it is really infinitely emotional. Today is different from the past. The difference between cloud and mud. Thinking of this, the old man was full of pride, laughed loudly, and said, "Okay. As for after the reception is over." Ling Yu smiled slightly, and continued, "The Ling family doesn't need to worry about the rest. Everything is arranged by the Li family." Dozens of special reception staff sent by Li Junhua came over in a while. After they arrived, let Ling Feng Lingxiu take them to the door of the reception room next to them, and then waited for the guests to arrive. These reception staff will lead them directly to the Panga 7 stars. It has to be said that the reception process discussed by Ling Yu and Li Junhua is really super simple. Of course it is only for the Ling family. In short, no matter what the status of the guests is, the Ling family will have suitable people to greet them. After meeting them, they will be taken from the door to the reception room in the front yard, and then handed over to the special reception staff. If the guests feel that their status is sufficient, their background is deep, or if they are curious about having never been to the Ling family's ancestral house before, it is up to you if you are willing to go to the reception room for a sip of tea, but it will only be served by the reception staff who have been running around. If you want to take this opportunity to have a warm exchange with the Ling family, I'm sorry, the Ling family are very busy today and don't have time to talk to you. Of course, as long as they come here on their own initiative today, it is estimated that such a sightless person dare not say no, but there must be very few of them. The vast majority of guests will definitely be sent to the hotel immediately by the reception staff. As for the Panga 7 stars, it is the most luxurious hotel in the capital and even in the whole of China. It is called a 7-star hotel. Although it cannot be said to be comparable to the 7-star hotel in Dubai, it is not far behind in general. In order to make friends with the Ling family, Li Junhua arranged in advance and booked the entire hotel early. The Li family booked it for 3 days in one go, and everything was enough. To put it bluntly, such a scene is indeed worthy of the current status of the Ling family. Frankly speaking, it was just a birthday party for one person. The Li family was willing to spend so much effort and energy to create such a scene. Not to mention Ling Yu was satisfied, Ling Yun was also satisfied, so he didn't bother to ask from the beginning to the end. The real good people have an inevitable commonality, that is, what you want to do, as long as you say a word, there will be countless people willing to run for you, and arrange everything for you in advance, and the only thing a good person has to do is go out, show up, talk, do the most important thing, and then there is nothing else for him, so why continue doing it? Most of the time don't even spend money, just enough power. Ling Yun happens to have it now, and it is definitely enough. Even the old man Ling Lai was moved. Is it that simple? Ling Yu smiled and nodded, yes. It's that simple. Panga 7 Stars Hotel? The Panga 7 Stars next to the water cube? Yes, they are the Panga 7 Stars. The old man smacked his lips, shook his head slightly, and muttered, the Li family is really willing to spend money, the scene is so big. Then he turned his head to look at Ling Xiao, without saying a word, but his face was covered with the expression of, boy, you've earned it this time. Although Ling Lai was joking, his teasing was not unreasonable. After all, the old man lived to be over 70 years old, and he hadn't celebrated such a birthday yet. Ling Xiao could only helplessly say, Father, when your old man celebrates your birthday, my second brother and I will definitely make the scene better for you. Ha 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 ha. Ling Lai couldn't help laughing, he tapped the table lightly, shook his head and said, I celebrate my birthday, what are you doing all these fancy things, it's a waste of time, as long as our family sits down to have a meal together, you guys I will be satisfied if this junior accompany me to have a good drink. This sentence made everyone laugh. Everyone knows that the old man is not being hypocritical, but speaking from the heart. As for my third brother, he is the protagonist today, so he is the most free. He can see whoever he wants to see today, and he doesn't want to see him if he doesn't want to. He just needs to go to the Pangu Hotel to show his face at noon. After Ling Yu finished speaking, he turned to look at everyone and asked, is there any problem with this arrangement? Everyone in the Ling family nodded one after another. Things are arranged like this, so what else could be wrong? Okay, then let's finish now. Father, third brother, and Yuner, you all go to my yard to drink tea and chat, and wait for the guests to arrive. The second master, Ling Yu, lives in the second courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral residence, which is closest to the gate. When important guests come, of course it is most convenient to greet them from his courtyard, so that they will not lose their etiquette, which is just right. Other trivial matters, Mr. Cui has to take Ling Yong, Ling Feng, these young juniors, to get busy? Hearing this, Elder Cui immediately stood up in awe, his body was like a sword, and his youthful face was restored. He couldn't hide his excitement and his determination, and said excitedly, don't worry, my little old man, I will go all out today, and I promise that I won't show up. Not a single bit of a mistake. Everything is arranged. Everyone left the conference room one after another and began to go their own way. Although the Ling family was excited today, each and every one of them felt calm in their hearts, and now they were able to lift weights as lightly as possible. It can be described as full of confidence. Although this small meeting was a long story, it only lasted more than 10 minutes. By the end of the meeting, it was only 8:30. When Mr. Cui left the conference room, he took away Ling Yong and Ling Feng directly. It wasn't that there were not enough manpower to force them to work, but Ling Yu made a special confession that these two must really experience the big scene, otherwise it's hard to grow. "Shuer, are you happy today?" Ling Yun took Chao Shanshan and several other brothers and sisters out of the conference room. After seeing off a few elders, they were not in a hurry to go back to the house, but strolled and chatted not far from the gate of the front yard. He has nothing to do now, so he finally went home, so he naturally wanted to communicate more with his brothers and sisters. "Happy, of course I'm happy." Ling Shui pursed her lips, perhaps because of being too excited, her little face flushed a little, and she nodded like pecking at rice. "Well, your progress in cultivation is really fast. Unexpectedly, in less than a month, you successfully broke through the 7th innate level and entered the late innate level. Brother is really happy for you." While speaking, Ling Yun glanced at both sides, looked at Ling Xiu, Ling Li and his brother and sister, eldest sister, "You are now at the peak of the 8th level congenital. Ling Li, you have to work hard. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me directly, or if you need any cultivation resources, you can tell me directly, and I will give it to you." Ling Yun is definitely rich and powerful now, and his words are quite confident. Ling Li's face was flushed red. He had just stepped into the peak realm of the 6th innate level, and the realm had not yet been firmly established, but he was the one with the lowest realm among the juniors of the Ling family. But he can't be blamed for this. When Ling Yan recognized his ancestor and returned to his clan, Ling Li was the one with the lowest level. His starting point was too low, and he was the youngest. Now that he can reach such a level, his cultivation speed is already terrifying enough. "Brother, I heard that you have made a lot of pills outside, can you give me?" Although his face was full of shame, Ling Li opened his mouth. "That's really impolite, just ask for it. Don't give it to him." The eldest sister lost her temper as soon as she heard it, and before Ling Yun could speak, she interrupted forcefully, "Third brother, don't spoil him so much, this kid doesn't practice hard all day long, he just wants to take some crooked shortcuts, if you give him another his elixir, his cultivation foundation will be ruined." Ling Yun. Ling Li defended in a low voice, "Sister, I still have to go to school. It's not like you. Not only have you eaten the beauty pill and Zhuyan pill to quench your body, but you also bathe in the spiritual energy of the ghost willow every day." Ling Yun smiled. "Hey, you brats still dare to have sex with me, don't you?" Ling Xiu was even more annoyed, and she came over and pinched Ling Li's ear. "Do you dare to say that you are not lazy in your cultivation?" The eldest sister went crazy. Ling Yun could only back away. "Sister, I was wrong, can't I be wrong? I just said it in passing." Ling Li hurriedly begged for mercy. "That's about the same." Ling Xiu let go of her hand with a smile, but turned her head to stare at Ling Yun. "And you, third child, if you let me know what pills you secretly gave him, see how I will deal with you." In fact, Ling Yun really wanted to pretend to be aggressive, so he said something like, "My majestic patriarch, I will give my brother a little medicine, what can you do to me?" But when he saw Ling Xiu's aura, he resolutely admitted that he would not say this sentence even if he was beaten to death. "Don't worry, big sister, I never do anything to backfire." Ling Yan's righteousness is awe-inspiring, and his righteous words are strict. Damn, no matter what, this is the majesty of the dignified patriarch. However, in the eyes of Ling Li next to him, this needs to be changed. What kind of righteousness is awe-inspiring? This is clearly killing relatives with righteousness. After such a fuss, Chao Shanshan and Ling Shui beside them laughed even more happily. "Meet the patriarch. Meet the patriarch." While the brothers and sisters were playing in the front yard, Mr. Chui was not idle for a moment. He first mobilized Ling Yi and Ling Qi, each with 6 dead soldiers, to go to the gate first to welcome the guests. The dead men of the Ling family were all dressed in uniform today, all in suits and leather shoes. 36 burly men came in and out in groups of 3 or 5, with a majestic aura of their own. Although they were in a hurry, when they saw Ling Yun and the others in the front yard, they did not forget to stop and bow to Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled and nodded frequently, and told them through voice transmission that they don't need to be too polite and just do what's right now. At the same time, Mr. Chui kept in touch with the Li family, Li Junhua, and Dong Qingshan, who was busy at the Pangu Hotel, with a communicator and a mobile phone, handling all trivial matters, and ensuring that everything was running normally. Soon, the luxury convoy sent by Li Junhua to pick up and drop off the guests has arrived. There are 100 luxury cars lined up on the street outside Ling's house, with no end in sight. Ling Yun's consciousness was wide open, and he found that apart from the 2 luxury buses specially transporting the dozens of reception staff, none of the luxury cars in the convoy was less than 2 million yuan. This scene shocked the world. The entire luxury convoy is more than 500 meters long, driving slowly from west to east, bringing a strong visual impact to passers-by, very shocking. The 2 luxury buses were located in the middle of the convoy. After they stopped at the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house, the vehicle in front slowly moved forward for about 50 meters before stopping completely, just passing the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house. Location. Obviously, someone is in charge of the unified command and dispatch of the entire luxury convoy. Ling Yun observed silently with his spiritual sense, and couldn't help nodding secretly, suddenly became interested. Come on, let's go out and have a look. Although Ling Yun has seen a scene countless times larger than this one, it is the first time Ling Yun has seen a convoy of more than 500 meters long, and this is still at his home to pick up someone, so he doesn't see it for nothing. What's more, most of the 2 luxury buses parked at the main entrance are beauties. Ling Yun took the lead, and brought the other 4 people to the gate of Ling's house very quickly. When he came out, he happened to see those beauties receiving them and getting off the bus one after another. After that, he couldn't look away. 2 cars, 66 beauties received the reception, all dressed in uniform, a pair of Chong Sams, divided into red and blue. The red is eye-catching, the blue is dazzling. After getting off the car, they lined up with smiles on their faces. A pair of the long legs are exposed to the air, with exquisite curves and swaying poses, which are really eye-catching. Good, really good. Ling Yun looked at it, and accidentally said what was in his heart. Chao Shanshan squinted. What's good? I said these cars are pretty good. You said there are so many cars of the same style. Where did the Li family get them? Ling Yun hurriedly made amends. There was no way. Chao Shanshan's thumb and forefinger were pinching the soft flesh of her waist at the moment, so she couldn't change her words. Pft. Pft. There were 2 coquettish smiles coming from the side. It was naturally Ling Xiao and Ling Shui. After all the beauties got off the bus, 5 men got off the bus at the back, and the leader of them simply explained a few words to the 4 people around him, and then walked straight towards the gate of the Ling family. My name is Li Jigang, and I am the chief dispatcher of the reception team. May I ask who is in charge here? Li Jigang is in his 30s. At first glance, he is the kind of very calm and capable person, who speaks very politely, and does not sloppy at all. Although Ling Yun was standing at the gate, of course it was impossible for him to pass by. The disparity in status was too great. Third brother, you can stay here and watch the beauties at ease. I have to go to work. Ling Xiao sighed, and then spoke. Before leaving, she still didn't forget to bury a Merli seed for Ling Yun. During the meeting, Ling Yu said that Ling Feng and Ling Xiao were responsible for connecting with these receptionists. Now that they are here, of course she can no longer be idle. Sure enough, as soon as Ling Xiao took a step, on the other side, Ling Feng, who had come out to stand with Ling Yi and the others, also walked towards Li Jigang. The two siblings met with Li Jigang, and after a few simple exchanges, the arrangement was settled. Li Jigang immediately raised the communicator in his hand, and briefly explained a few words, and the reception staff were automatically divided into red and blue teams. He entered the gate of Ling's house without hesitation. The scene was shocking. The process is smooth. Everything is in order and organized. Ling Xiao and Ling Feng naturally followed in. Although these people were transferred by the Li family, they could serve the guests with tea, snacks, etc., as well as all the details. They had to listen to the Ling family's greetings. Of course they had to be from the Ling family. People are in charge. The two luxury buses that brought them over drove away directly. It didn't even take 5 minutes from the time the luxury convoy drove over to the time the two buses drove away. Floating clouds and flowing water are pleasing to the eye. Ling Yin sighed, "This is really easy." Under the shroud of spiritual thoughts, Ling Yin had already seen that the receptionists who had just entered the front yard were already coming in and out of the reception room and started to get busy. Suddenly, Ling Yin's spiritual thought moved, followed by a smile. Tang Meng is here. Tang Meng was the first to rush to the Ling family's ancestral house this morning. Hey! Fortunately, I came out ahead of time. I really have to greet these people in person. Ling Yin swept his mind and found that besides Tang Meng, there was also Qingniao and He Yuqiong in the same car with him. There are 3 black commercial vehicles behind. The first one contains Shuang Tianda, Song Jingyang, Morong Wenshi, Yu Xingjin, Han Laosan and others. The second one is the senior management of Lingyun Group headed by Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai. The ones in the 3 cars were naturally Wang Chongxiao and the 5 blood clans. Good guy, Tang Meng has brought all of Ling Yun's important staff in Qingshui City over. Ling Yun doesn't need to pick up the people in the last 2 cars, but can he not personally receive the people in the 2 cars in front? No matter how powerful a person is, he must never forget his roots. Ling Yun won't do it anymore. Shanshan, Shuer, follow me. While talking, before Tang Meng and others' car stopped, Ling Yun rushed over with great strides. Brother Yun. Cloud. Aunt Qing. Anyway, we only separated from Tang Meng yesterday afternoon. Ling Yun ignored him, quickly helped Qingniao open the car door, and asked her to get out of the car. At this time, Chao Shanshan and Ling Zuelingli also came over. They naturally knew Jade Bird, so they also came forward to say hello. Qingniao looked at Ling Yun carefully, nodded in satisfaction, and didn't say much. She possesses divine consciousness. Ling Yun has withdrawn the 3 large formations of the ancestral house last night. Everything inside the ancestral house is clear at a glance. Of course there is no need to ask. Brother Yun, I went back to Qingshui yesterday, but unfortunately, I couldn't. Tang Meng was ashamed and wanted to explain what happened last night to Ling Yun. Shut up. Ling Yun hurriedly interrupted, and at the same time immediately changed to voice transmission, and warned fiercely, don't mention Mei Feng Ninger and the others to me today, talk about it later. Tang Meng. Depend on. Tang Meng really wanted to cry at this moment. It turned out that everything Aunt Qingniao said was true, and Ling Yun returned to Beijing alone, not at all forgetting Zhuang Meifeng and the others, but doing it on purpose. Brother, you rushed back alone, relaxed and happy, but you asked me to give you a thunderstorm without even saying hello, but it made me miserable. Thinking like this, he suddenly felt someone staring at him, raised his head suddenly, and found that Chao Shanshan was staring at him with a half-smile, and Tang Meng was terrified at the sight. And this is a double trap. Tang Meng felt even more bitter. Remember, don't mention it. Ling Yin sounded the warning again, then said hello to Blue Bird, and went straight to the next car to meet Shuang Tianda, Song Jingyang and others. Such a long convoy. Ling Yun, the scene at your house today is too big. Song Jingyang was the first to get out of the car, and joked with Ling Yun, "In order to come here, some of us old guys turned upside down the treasures in the bottom of the box at home. Looking at it now, I still feel a little helpless. Don't laugh at our pettiness." Uncle Song was joking, "You guys are already giving my Ling family great face by coming here. How dare I accept your things?" "This is the way of hospitality." Ling Yun hurriedly humbled himself, and then hurriedly followed the several people who got out of the car and said hello to each other. As soon as the guests arrived, the gate of Ling's house became lively and noisy for a while. Ling Yun swept around and found that Chen Jiantao, Qian Ruhai, and others had also got out of the car, so he immediately said, "Seniors, the road is too messy, let's go home first, drink tea and then talk about the past slowly." "Okay, let's go." So Ling Yun led this group of people, and quickly walked into the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house. Of course, these characters are all his own people, so they can't just be left alone by the reception staff. "Tang Meng, you know this place well. You take a few seniors to my uncle's yard first, introduce everyone to each other, and then arrange for them to rest. I have to go out again soon." After Tang Meng arrived, it seemed only for a moment that Ling Yun immediately became busy. "Because there are new guests outside." Fortunately, Tang Meng came so early, he was here to help Ling Yun. He nodded quickly, "Brother Yun, don't worry, you are busy with your work." Ling Yun thought it slow, so he yanked Chao Shanshan's wrist, "Let's go." Chao Shanshan must be pulled, because this time the guests are from the Chao family. Mr. Chao Juanxiong, Chao Xingcheng and his wife, and Chao Tianlong are all here. Ordinarily, in terms of seniority, Ling Xiao is Chao Juanxiong's younger generation. For Ling Zhao's birthday, it is enough for Chao Xingcheng and his wife to come over. It is unreasonable for Chao Juanxiong to come here in person, but this time it is different. Because today is not just as simple as Ling Zhao's birthday, today is also a big day for the Ling family to officially announce their rise and return to the top of China. Outsiders may not know this, but can the Chao family not know? So Mr. Chao didn't care about that at all, saying that he had to come to support the Ling family, and he had to come if he had to, and he couldn't stop him. Of course, Chao Juanxiong is not the only one who has this idea today. At this moment, Ling Yu's courtyard is in the second courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral house. Ling Yu suddenly stood up and said with a wry smile, "Father, it seems that we don't have time to drink this spiritual tea. I didn't expect that the earliest guests who came today were all from our own." Ling Lai, however, laughed loudly. He drank the tea in his cup and said proudly, "Today, is our Ling family still afraid that there will be too many guests? The more the better." After finishing speaking, Ling Lai stood up, "Come on, you two come with me and go out to pick up someone." This is a legitimate in-law, and when Chao Juanxiong came, Ling Lai had to go out to greet him in person, and of course Ling Xiaoling Yu was even more so. With the addition of Ling Yun and the movement of these three people, the Ling family became completely busy. The Ling family is busy, but it is still not chaotic. Even when Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and Ling Yu walked out of the yard, they happened to catch up with Tang Meng bringing Qingmiao, Song Jingyang and others over. After Ling Yu made arrangements, the three members of the Ling family went to the door. No matter how busy the Ling family is, it is impossible to be rude. Song Jingyang and the others have all seen big occasions. Knowing such a big day, the host family must be extraordinarily busy, and they will not blame them in their hearts. With Tang Meng bringing the team from Qingshui City and the entire Chao family from the capital mobilizing, this most important day in the history of the Ling family finally kicked off slowly. Lings. There are so many guests. The Lin family, Mr. Lin Hongjun, came in person. After Old Man Lin's old injuries were completely healed by Ling Yun, he took Ling Yun's Zhuyan pill before the Mid-Autumn Festival, and now he looks younger and more radiant. The first thing he said when he saw Ling Yun was, "Meng Han's father is too busy with work recently, so he really can't come. I'll come over for him to see. If there is anything we need at home today, just tell me. Ling Yan's answer was even better. Hey, Grandpa Lin, I really need it. My grandpa is too bored to be alone at home recently, and always wants to find someone to drink and talk with him. Please hurry up. Well. Mr. Lin nodded. Wine must be drunk, but I will definitely sue your grandpa about you. You sent my precious granddaughter to the Arctic ice sheet in Canada at once, and there is no letter so far. You can't come back for such a big thing. What do you want to do, kid? Ling Yun. Humph, are you out of words? Kid, I knew you couldn't answer. I won't talk to you about this. I'll talk to your grandpa directly. Following Mr. Lin, Shui Mining's parents, Shui Qingya and Zhang Manyun came hand in hand. Shui Mining can be angry and not come, but they will definitely come, not to mention anything else. Before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Ling Yun visited their home in person, and personally delivered 2 pairs of pills. Seeing Ling Yun, Shui Qingya remained silent as usual, and it was Zhang Manyun who spoke. Ling Yun, Ninger is now in her 3rd year of high school, and she is too nervous to study. Ling Yun felt embarrassed. I know. Shui Qingya glared at Ling Yun, and that look seemed to say, you kid knows what a fart. There is no way. There are very few fathers in the world who know that their precious daughter has been wronged and don't get angry. Of course, Shui Qingya is the same. He didn't say the words directly, even if he could bear it. Let's go into the house and talk. Go into the house and say. Ling Yun was sweating all over. Who made him feel wronged? But I can only pretend to be confused. The Qin family also came, Qin Chunfeng and Qin Xiaohua, who also brought Tai Xiaohu. Ling Yun was naturally overjoyed when he saw it. Don't worry, Yuner, your mother has fully recovered, but she still needs to rest. Your aunt has gone into a frantic penance these days, so she didn't come here this time. Although Qin Chunfeng said so, Ling Yun was like a mirror in his heart, very clear that this was just a random reason. Qin Qiuyue has a cold personality, so she doesn't like to go to crowded places, not to mention that she is Ling Yun's adoptive mother. If she suddenly came to the Ling family today, the Ling family will definitely treat her as a guest of honor. In that case, it would be a bit overwhelming. Well, Qin Qiuyue, who is very sensible, would naturally not do this kind of thing, so she didn't come. As for Qin Dongxue, Ling Yun reckoned that he probably wanted to come, but was stopped by his mother. Ling Yun's estimation was accurate, and it was the fact. As for your grandpa Qin, there have been too many family affairs recently, and it is really inseparable. He asked me to say hello to your family on his behalf. Qin Chunfeng explained with a smile, meaning something. Regarding this point, Ling Yun was even more aware of it. When he left the Qin family, he had a secret conversation with Qin Chongqing, and he knew that the Qin family was intensively preparing for a major event related to Qin Shihuang's mausoleum, and it seemed that the critical moment was approaching. So Qin Chongqing will definitely not be able to come. Soon, Ling Xiao and Ling Yu came out at the same time, and they were introduced by Ling Yun. After the two exchanged pleasantries, they accompanied the Qin family brothers and entered the gate of the Ling family. Brother Yun. Naturally, Tai Xiaohu didn't have to follow in. Cultivation has improved, not bad. Ling Yun probed Tai Xiaohu's realm with his spiritual sense, nodded in satisfaction, and then asked, how is that guy Mo Wudao? He hasn't woken up yet. Tai Xiaohu shook his head, not yet. That guy Tang Meng called me. Uncle Ling is celebrating his birthday, so I have to come back from the sky. Ling Yun nodded, but he was a little worried. Then why are you back? You are not needed here. You are here. Who will take care of him over there? Tai Xiaohu shrugged indifferently. His master. Ling Yun. Well, everyone's master has gone there in person, so what else can Tai Xiaohu do? So Ling Yun stopped asking. That's fine, you don't have to stand here with me anymore. Go in quickly and help Tang Meng entertain for me. Tai Xiaohu's figure is too mighty, and now he is nearly 2 meters tall, standing there like a black iron tower. It is too eye-catching. Okay. Tai Xiaohu took big strides, and after greeting a few acquaintances of the Ling family at the door, he walked into the gate of the Ling family in a few steps. Now, Ling Yin would absolutely not dare to enter the house, even if he was beaten to death. Let's see who are the first wave of guests. Not to mention the others, Chao Xingchong, Shuang Tianda, Morong Wenshi, Lin Hongjun, Xue Qingye. Well, if this group of people get together, if Ling Yin still joins up, then he is definitely looking for a model for nothing, playing tricks to death, and death 8 times will not be wronged. Ling Yin didn't go in. As for how they talked when they met inside, it had nothing to do with him, it was whatever they liked. I can only hide my ears and steal the bell, there is no way. At this moment, suddenly a taxi that was incompatible with the big scene at the gate of Ling's family sped up, and as soon as the car stopped, 2 people got out from inside. With a coquettish voice, Ling Yun, why didn't you tell us about such a big event? Qi Xiaoqing, Zhang Ling. Before school started, these 2 had lived in Ling's family, and they were both in the capital at the moment. Since they heard the news, they must come. Ah? Oh. Ling Yun wiped off his sweat, and said directly, Shanshan told you, right? Come in, she is waiting for you at home now. After Qi Xiaoqing stayed at Yanqing University for a month, her demeanor was quite different from before. She was pretty, and stood like a sword. After staring at Ling Yin silently for a while, she suddenly said to Huang Ying, you. Zhang Ling, let's go in. After finishing speaking, he stopped looking at Ling Yun, pulled Zhang Ling, and walked towards the gate. Qi Xiaoqing is a person with inner wisdom. She is somewhat similar to Ning Lingyu in temperament, but she is far more silent than Ning Lingyu, but no matter what it is, she seems to be able to see through the essence at a glance, and she is like a sword. Doing things will not be sloppy. So even though she didn't say anything, as if she just sighed at Ling Yun, it made Ling Yun's heart twitch, feeling inexplicably guilty. Me, what's wrong with me? I don't know why. After Qi Xiaoqing entered the gate, Ling Yun muttered in a low voice, silently finding a place for himself. After the 2 arrived, there were no new guests for a while, and Ling Yun finally got a chance to rest for a while. Anyone in the family who has ever been married, or attended a wedding reception, or attended a large gathering, has had a profound experience. No matter how close the guests are, at this kind of gathering, the time to talk and communicate with the host or friends will not last long, because too many people come and the host is too busy. Just say hello, and just exchange a few words if it's important. If you want to talk deeply, you have to have a private gathering or eat alone. For this kind of banquet, the people with the best relationship usually come from both ends. Either come first, because it is not easy to come here, and before the guests come, you can say a few more words with your friends, and you can also help with something. Either come the last, because everyone is their own person, there is no need for those false politeness, it is enough for people to come, some even don't eat the meal of the host's house, and leave when the favor comes. Trouble. Now, the first wave of guests who came to the Ling family's ancestral house belonged to the former of course, and they were all from their own family. If they wanted to come here first, they dared to come here first, because they chatted with each other and they were able to lend a helping hand when something happened. It's just that they all rushed together, and they were all gathered together, and almost all the people who came just now came from Ben Lingyun, so he was in a hurry for a while, which was helpless. But Ling Yun is also at ease. The group of people just now, apart from his team in Qingshui City, are from the capital. Now there are Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Erbo Lingyue at home. Even if there are people who don't know each other, this time he also knew each other, so he didn't rush in to say hello. Otherwise, he would have been too busy to go around and messed up by now. It's really lively at home now. Ling Yan's spiritual consciousness was enveloped, watching Tang Meng trot all the way and pouring tea in circles, Tai Xiaohu even used his lightness kung fu over there, plus Chao Shanshan, Ling Li, and others were busy running back and forth. An inexplicable feeling grew in his heart. Out of a special kind of leisure. The funniest thing is that after the first wave of guests arrived, the most relaxed people were the reception staff in the reception room. Why don't they relax, let Tang Meng and his gang do all the work themselves? Ling Yun knew that this was the only way to do it now. The first wave of guests could not be entertained by those receptionists, but if outsiders were to receive them, the Ling family would be rude and appear cold, which is tantamount to neglect. However, the leisure of the reception staff ended here. Because a new guest has arrived. This time it was the Li family, Li Junhua's father, Li Guanping, who also brought two younger generations of the Li family. How is the old man? Ling Yun greeted him personally. There was no way, since the Li family put so much effort into their own affairs and made such a big scene, and it was the number one member of the Li family who came, Ling Yun had to come forward to receive him anyway. What's more, he is standing outside the gate at the moment. Okay. Li Guanping said 3 good things in a row, and even took the initiative to take a few steps forward, held Ling Yun's hand, and smiled all over his face. Patriarch Ling, knowing that your father's birthday is today, this old man has the audacity to come to ask for a glass of wine. I wonder if it's okay? Look, as long as the relationship is a little farther away, Ling Yun's dignified patriarch status will be raised instantly. The number one person in the Li family is 2 generations higher than Ling Yun in terms of seniority, and he should be called patriarch when meeting him. Hey, the old man is joking, of course, please hurry up. Ling Yun just led Li Guanping to the door, saw Ling Lai come out, and invited him in personally. This is a person of the same generation, once ranked as the second of the 7 major families in China. Ling Lai must of course come forward in person. Ba. Immeasurable heavenly venerable. Ling Yun turned his head when he heard the sound, and smiled immediately. The ones who came were 2 old acquaintances, Zen Master Shaolin Jiuyuan and Taoist Master Wudong Chongxiu. Hey, what wind brought you 2 here? Ling Yun immediately went forward with a smile on his face. Jiuyuan, Ba, after the demon subduing conference, will the little benefactor be safe? Ling Yun, very good, very good. Chongxiu, Ling Yun, the 2 of us are here to take this opportunity to resolve that public case between Wu Lin and the Ling family. He was talking about martial arts, and he deliberately left out the word decency. It can't be resolved. Ling Yun didn't wait for Chongxiu to finish speaking, and interrupted abruptly, for the sake of the 2 of you, come and drink, just take care. If you want to resolve the grievances, don't talk about it. Daoist Chongxiu choked, that's called aggrieved. Zhu Yuan smiled wryly. Daoist Chongxiu held back for a long time, and couldn't help but said again, Ling Yun, in the battle of the subduing demon conference, you alone disabled half of the righteous martial arts. Now that your Ling family is so prosperous, it seems that you are about to win the championship in Huaxia, why not? Ling Yun, I don't want to hit anyone today, let alone you. On the other side, Ling Yiling Qi and the others, seeing Ling Yun's unkind expression, came over in a flash. That posture, as long as there is a disagreement, the fight will start. Jiuyuan. Chongxiu. The 2 looked at each other in blank dismay, and then they started fighting. What the hell are you talking about? To say familiar. No one is more familiar with Ling Yun's character than these 2 people. Ling Yun doesn't rub the sand in his eyes, and it's useless to talk about things he doesn't want to talk about. And he doesn't care about the occasion at all. Drink, please come in. Ling Yun made an invitation gesture with a half smile. Immediately afterwards, he made another gesture of waving his hand to drive away the passengers. No drinking, bye. Daoist Chongxiu spread his hands and complained, look, I said I can't do it long ago. Jiuyuan smiled wryly, you have to try? Then shall we go in? They come, the security. With a sullen face, Ling Yun sent a voice transmission to Ling Yi, "Take them in." Ling Dalala stepped forward, "You two masters, please." Jiwa Yuan and Chongshu walked a few steps towards the door. Jiwa Yuan suddenly turned his head, "Ba, little benefactor, as far as I know, there are many martial arts fellows coming here today. I hope little benefactor is magnanimous, don't reject people for thousands of miles outside. Let's see who it is." Ling Yun waved his hand lightly, "It also depends on whether they have eyes." This is Ling Yun's most polite answer. Frankly speaking, Ling Yun has no enmity with Wudong. As for Shaolin, in the Battle of Fumo Conference, after Ling Yun beheaded more than 20 arhats on the other side, it is considered a big revenge, and it sounds far away. Shaolin obviously has the intention of admitting cowardice, that's why he didn't call. But Shaolin is Shaolin, Wudong is Wudong. There is no problem with these two people, but if they still want to meddle in their own business, and resolve all the enmity between the Ling family and the martial arts decent, sorry, they don't have such a big face. This has disabled half of China's ancient martial arts world, and there is another half. Thinking of this, Ling Yun directly sent a voice transmission to Ling Yi, "You don't need to recommend to your family members, just take them to the reception room." Patriarch, don't worry. It is conceivable that Jiwa Yuan and Chongshu, two outsiders, are surrounded by dozens of beauties in Chongsam serving tea and water. Ling Yun couldn't bear to look at that scene. Jiwa Yuan and Chongshu entered Ling's house, and after seeing the scene in the reception room, they were also very dumbfounded, but they were guests. Guests could do whatever they wanted. The host's arrangement was like this, they could only bear with it. Look at the nose with the eyes, watch the heart with the nose, and silently recite the Buddha's name and the Taoist name in the heart. In short, hold back. It was quite uncomfortable to hold back. Ha 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 ha. After Ling Yi came back again, he met Ling Yun and Ling Qi face to face. The three of them couldn't hold back at the same time, burst into laughter. Ling Qi frowned and said, "Patriarch, are we going too far?" Ling Yun was very calm, "It's okay, people like them, this is what they do, they can't beat me anyway." Ling Yi. Obviously, Zen Master Jiwa Yuan and Taoist Chongshu were just setting up an outpost. Martial arts sects, ancient martial arts families, hidden families, these ancient martial arts people came very quickly, not one or two, but a large group. There are dozens of people, all of them are the heads of the sect, the core figures of the elder level, and the realm is above the supernatural powers. They are divided into more than 10 groups. Although they deliberately keep a certain distance, it is obvious that they met a long time ago. We met and we came together. Humph. Ling Yun sneered, his consciousness was shrouded, and he could see it from a distance. It's considered that you are sensible. None of these ancient martial arts masters carried weapons, but those around the leader were all holding rare treasures in their hands. Obviously, this is of course not to give the Ling family a bad start or to find trouble, but to give gifts. As the saying goes, you don't reach out to give gifts, not to mention that today is a big day for the Ling family, father's birthday. Ling Yun doesn't want to see blood. Those so-called decent martial arts people have arrived, I don't want to see them. Ling Yi, Ling Qi, leave it to you two. Taking advantage of people's inattention, Ling Yun ran away in stealth, and at the same time sent a voice transmission, "You are welcome to them, and all gifts are accepted, but they are not allowed to enter the door," and directly arrange for a car to be sent to the hotel. Not letting them in, but sending them to the hotel, this is not because of Ling Yun's outpouring of kindness, but because after receiving a gift from someone, he has to give him a seat to drink, otherwise, if he speaks out, he will lose face to the Ling family. When this group of ancient martial arts masters came, the gate would have to be busy for a while, so Ling Yun simply went back to the last courtyard of the Ling family, and waited for more important people to come. Anyway, if you go out again, it will be a matter of flashing. He has divine consciousness, and knows the situation at the gate like the back of his hand. He can hide himself, so no one can see him, he can fly, and if he wants to appear at the gate, isn't it just a matter of flashing? But Ling Yun will never pass through the former triple courtyard, and if he goes there, he will become a target of public criticism. Ling Yun had made up his mind a long time ago. This morning, he will not go to the door, the backyard, or other places. At this time, the last two courtyards of the Ling family were much deserted. Except for Ling Yun himself, there was no one there, and the noise was almost inaudible. Ling Yun calmed down, a trace of worry appeared on his face. Regardless of outsiders, among our own people, almost all those who should come today have already come, and the remaining ones who should come the most are actually unable to come. For example, Miao Xiaomiao, Zhuang Meifeng, Xue Mining, Yao Rou, Qin Dongxue, and even Liang Fingyi, etc. For this point, Ling Yun is indeed a foresight, earlier than Qingmiao. He is like a mirror in his heart. Tang Meng just wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to give Ling Yun a full banquet, but he didn't have to think about it. These Yingjianians are not willing to join together in Qingshui City, let alone come to Ling's house together. And most of the people here will come here for the first time. If Ling Yun didn't personally bring them to the door, who would be ashamed? You know, women are the most face-saving. It's one thing for them to be willing to be with Ling Yun, but it's another thing to come to Ling's house. What's more, the Ling family still has a legitimate Chao Shanshan. To put it bluntly, Chao Shanshan took the lead, and every woman around Ling Yun felt sore and hated it. But what can I do? At the beginning, the Ling family relied on their own strength to fight against the two big families of Sun and Chen. When the battle was decided, they were isolated and helpless. Only the Chao family stood up. Moreover, Chao Juanxiong personally wrote the post for the grandiose marriage. Leaving aside how much I really helped in the end, that is a matter of attitude. Moreover, no matter how weak the Chao family was in the past, it was still stronger than the Ling family without Ling Yun. The two families are both one of the 7 major families in China. Chao Shanshan and Ling Yun are rightly matched. For someone else, who has this family background? Miao Xiaomiao? Dr. Xue and Miao Fenghuang combined, it's barely enough, but Miao Xiaomiao is the one who doesn't want to stick to Ling Yun the most. Ling Yun thought of this early on, that's why he decided to come here across the board. If anyone really came, I would grit my teeth and continue. If I didn't come, I would explain it later. It's better than making a mess. Therefore, Ling Yun wasn't too worried if these people didn't come. However, what Ling Yun was worried about at the moment was that 2 people who should have come the most did not come. Ning Lingyu. Night Stars. In the past, if Ning Lingyu knew that Ling Xiao was going to celebrate his birthday, he would have traveled thousands of miles, put down everything in his hands, and rushed over early. But now? After Ning Lingyu sent his father's coffin to the Ning's house in Kunlun Mountains, there was no news. Ling Yun didn't even know if she was still in the Ning's house. As for Yi Xingchen, after parting with the Heavenly Sword sect in Tianshan and returning to the Demon sect alone to meet Yin Qingxian, Yi Xingchen completely disappeared without a trace. Ling Yun didn't even need to think about it. Yi Xingchen must have known about his father's birthday, because he knew that his mother, Yin Qingxian, would never forget it. On such an important day, why hasn't Yi Xingchen appeared yet? Hey! It's fine if you don't even come. If the 2 meet and fight for no reason, it won't end well. Ling Yun could only comfort himself like this, muttering, as long as nothing happens. And of course Bai Xianer. But Ling Yun didn't worry about her at all. Bai Xianer was limited by her status and couldn't get close to the capital at all. Even if she wanted to come, Ling Yun would stop her. Yuner, what are you thinking? Wen Xing remembered that it was the blue bird who appeared beside Ling Yun at some unknown time. Of course she had nothing to do today, and she was the first one to come. After meeting Ling Xiao and the others, she returned to her original residence in the backyard. Ling Yun naturally wouldn't hide from Qingmiao. Aunt Qing, I miss Xingchen, it's almost 10 o'clock, and I haven't received her message yet. Bluebird smiled, I guess so. Yuner, your mother and Xingchen are safe, so you don't have to worry about it. Qingyao took Ling Yun's hand and found a place to sit down. She gave Ling Yun a reassurance first. Seeing that Qingyao had something to say, Ling Yun suddenly had a thought, grabbed a handful of spirit stones, and set up the imperial god formation. The current Ling family has many eyes, and such top secrets cannot be heard by others. Now, Ling Yun used spirit stones to set up the imperial god formation, as long as he was a cultivator above the foundation, as long as he did not enter the formation, no matter how close he was to the two of them, he would still be unable to hear anything. After setting up the formation, Ling Yun can speak boldly with confidence. Aunt Qing, I have two worries. After we captured Sekontu alive and forced Sikong Wuqing to flee overseas, the Mazong has never made any movement since then, and no one has come out to deal with me. This is one of them. Another point, after Xingchen and I parted ways that night in Tianshan Mountain, with her speed, I expected to rush back to the main altar of the demon sect the next day. Since my mother personally recalled her, there must be something urgent, but after a few days it's over, no matter how big the matter is, it should be over. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon, so I'm worried. So you are worried that the Mazong will make a big move against you behind the scenes, and now you are even more worried that the stars will be controlled by others and will not be free? Qingyao opened his mouth and directly said the two things Ling Yun was worried about. Ling Yun nodded, not bad. Qingyao smiled, with a face full of relief, Yuner, you worry too much, this is called caring and chaos. You child, how worried are you about that girl Xingchen? Being teased by the blue bird like this, Ling Yun couldn't help but blush, but it was true. The demon sect is mysterious, and in the eyes of those so-called decent martial arts people, it can even be called evil. While speaking, Jade Bird did not forget to turn his head, and glanced towards the front yard of Ling's house, with a look of sarcasm in his eyes, but we are all human, so how big is the difference? Yuner. Don't forget one thing, you have the dark blood demon knife in your hand, which is now the blood transforming knife. Ling Yun, oh? You know, the dark blood demon knife is the most sacred object of the demon sect for thousands of years. Anyone who owns the dark blood demon knife will be automatically regarded as the current demon lord by the demon sect, right? No. Ling Yun nodded, he already knew. Yuner, these words are not just casual words, they are true. After Ling Yun heard it, he got up abruptly, damn, the Sikong Tu family of the demon sect, dare to rob me? Qingyao pursed her lips and rolled her eyes at Ling Yun, don't act with me here, who wouldn't want to grab something good? Not to mention that this is the #1 sacred object of the demon sect. You own the magic knife, even if you have been recognized by the magic knife, it does not mean that you are recognized by other masters of the magic sect. As long as you are a member of the demon sect, anyone can challenge you, and anyone can come to snatch your magic knife. What's more, Sikong Tu's family is our life and death enemy. Ling Yun understood it, and said in his heart that this was the case. Not to mention the first sacred object of the demon sect, it is the martial arts decent in front. If Ling Yun really took out the treasures such as the Emperor's Brush, the Earth Emperor's Book, and the Shenong Cauldron, it would be the same, so grab it. It will definitely not be better than the performance of the characters of the demon sect, or even worse. At most, before making a move, shout treasures in the world, the virtuous live in it to occupy the moral high ground and show that it is right for you to grab it. Because I am a virtuous person. Just because Sikong Tu's family doesn't approve, doesn't mean everyone in the Mazong doesn't approve. In the final analysis, Sikong Tu is just a young protector, selected by the demon sect back then. After he was seriously injured by me 18 years ago, he has not made any progress in these years, and was given up by the core elders of the demon sect long ago. Thus, although the news about you killing Sikong Tu and his son has been sent back to the Mazong, no one cares too much about it. One reason is that for the Mazong, such an insignificant role, death is a matter of death. If he is dead, no one will be willing to desperately avenge him. Another reason is the most important. It is because you have the dark blood demon knife. The great elders of the demon sect pay the most attention to inheritance. They know that the demon knife will not recognize the master casually. Therefore, among the core figures of the demon sect, there must be someone recognizes you and supports you. Ling Yun, this is also okay? Bluebird smiled, of course. It is precisely because of this that after you killed Sikong Tu, there has been no movement from the demon sect, and no one has come out to trouble you. The main altar of the demon sect has enough power to suppress this matter. I see. Ling Yan's heart suddenly brightened, and the first worry was easily resolved. However, he asked doubtfully, then why no one came to challenge me and rob me? Could it be that there is no one in the demon sect? Of course not. Qingyao said with a smile, Yuner, you must not underestimate the Mazong. As far as I know, all the great elders of the Mazong, who practiced qi, have reached the state of supernatural powers, and everyone who practiced martial arts is demonic. Physically accomplished, has reached the realm of a martial arts master, that is, innate Dzogchen. There are also people who cultivate both magic and martial arts, and they have all reached the realm of Dzogchen. Besides, the demon sect still has some old antiques that have been hidden for decades, or even hundreds of years, and their cultivation level has long been unfathomable. Ling Yin was shocked. The demon sect is so strong? If it's not strong enough, how can the demon sect gain a foothold? How can it stand firm in China for thousands of years? You must know that Kunlun Shushan, Buddhism and Taoism have always taken the mission of subjugating demons. Qingyao raised her hand to guide the direction of Qingshui City. Think about the one in the Tianqing, your mother's ancestor, Yin Jiuyo. Ling Yin thought for a while and said nothing. In this way, he still underestimated Mazong. If Senior Yin Jiuyo hadn't disappeared suddenly, and the demon sect had broken the lineage, how could he be oppressed by Buddhism and Taoism until now, lingering on? Hey! Ling Yin suddenly asked, Aunt Qing, you should have just learned about what you are talking about now, right? When we were chatting before, you never told me about this. Qingyao smiled, I just realized it? My sister and I have already contacted through Qinghuan. She told me these things and asked me to pass them on to you. Ling Yan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, when? It was the few days when you went to Miaojiang. At that time, Xingchen had already returned to my sister, and your communicator was never turned on. She couldn't contact you, so let Qinghuan tell me, and then let me tell you. Ling Yan felt more at ease, but also more anxious. What about the stars? Why did mother tell her to go back? Also, can she come today? Don't worry. Qingyao's spiritual sense was released, and seeing that most of the people coming to the gate of the Ling family at this moment were secular people, and Ling Yun didn't need to go out to greet him, so he said, although the Mazong has been declining day by day since the inheritance was cut off, for thousands of years, those martial arts decent factions have tried countless times to attack the main altar of the demon sect and destroy it, but they all ended in failure. Does Yuna know why? Ling Yun knew that this was just an introduction, so he didn't answer, but just listened silently. In addition to the fact that every generation of the demon sect has amazingly talented and tyrannical figures, there is another point, that is, there are more than one place in the main altar of the demon sect, and every place is guarded by a powerful formation. Formation? That's right. Qingyao nodded. Moreover, many people suspect that these large formations are ancient formations, and they are definitely not something that ordinary people can break casually. Besides guarding the big formations, there are also some unimaginable formations in several secret places of the demon sect. As long as someone can unlock the formations and enter those secret places, they will be able to obtain supreme benefits, and their cultivation level will improve day by day. Nothing to worry about. My sister told me that just 10 years ago, her cultivation base had reached the great perfection of the supernatural realm, and she once used her own bloodline to break through the periphery of a large formation in the main altar of the demon sect. The core elders of the demon sect high-level people entered it one after another, each had their own adventures, reaped a lot of benefits, and greatly increased their cultivation. Ling Yan smiled smugly when he heard this, but any place protected by a powerful array must be a special secret place, either to prevent things inside the secret place from coming out, or to prevent outsiders from entering, and cultivators have a collective name for such places. Heaven and Earth. Since the members of the demon sect can break through the formation, of course they can benefit. But Ling Yan's focus is not on this. Aunt Qing, you said that my mother has already reached the state of supernatural powers, Zogchen 10 years ago? Bluebird nodded happily. After I heard about it, I was also happy for my sister for several days. The great perfection of the divine ability realm is the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, the peak of the Qi training period. After my sister was forced to separate from your father, although she was sad and missed, she didn't get depressed. Instead, she focused on her cultivation because she understood that only when she was strong enough could she be qualified to stand against the great elders of the demon sect. Only by letting the young people outside the demon sect dare not covet the Ling family can they protect the Ling family and protect you. Just like now, the stronger you are now, the safer your sister will be in the demon sect general altar. It's a truth. Ling Yun nodded silently, his thoughts flashed. I understand. Xingchen rushed back to the main altar of the demon sect this time. Maybe it was the bosses of the demon sect who thought that she had reached enough level and forced her mother to call her back, and wanted her to help break some formation? Qingyao nodded happily. This point, since I am no longer a member of the demon sect, it is inconvenient for you, Aunt Qingfeng, to tell me more, but I guess so. A stone in Ling Yan's heart finally fell to the ground. In this way, Xingchen's safety will definitely not be a problem. But your Aunt Qingfeng told me something else. She said that although Yi Xingchen was picked up by your mother, but it has an extraordinary origin, a unique bloodline, and her cultivation speed is as fast as that of her sister. Now she has learned the mysterious exercise you taught her. Maybe this time, the demon sect break it for a while, there is great hope. Void leading star art. If this is the reason, Mazong will definitely not let her out before breaking the formation, so this time, I can only regret. After hearing the news brought by the blue bird, although a big stone fell to the ground in Ling Yun's heart, he was inevitably furious. Of course Ling Yun was upset about making a wedding dress for someone else. Yi Xingchen's current cultivation is not only due to her own cultivation talent, but also because of the solid foundation Yin Qingxian laid for her, and what Ling Yun taught her with all her strength, but now the demon sect took advantage of her and used her to break the formation? It's unbearable to be picked peaches for nothing. Yuner, I know you're not happy. Qingyao saw Ling Yun's annoyance, so she had no choice but to persuade him gently, but there is no other way. You know, for thousands of years, the heavenly sacred sons of the demon sect have always caught a large number of them. This has been done from generation to generation. Let them fight and kill each other, and finally choose the strongest one, just like the method of raising Gu. But the heavenly saintess, there is always only one in every generation. And her status in the demon sect is even more transcendent. Why do you think about it? If there is not enough use value to bring rich benefits to the demon sect, how can the demon sect have such an inheritance? I understand, Aunt Qing. Ling Yun naturally knew the truth of what the bluebird said. I just feel that my mother and Xingchen are forced by them to do such a thankless thing, and I just feel uncomfortable. It's not absolutely thankless. Qingyao explained, although the one who breaks the formation pays the most, as long as the formation is not exhausted when breaking the formation, he can be the first to enter the formation, and often he can get unexpected benefits. Last time, my sister got the greatest benefit in the secret place. Oh? Ling Yan raised his eyebrows happily. That's okay, that's another matter. The two chatted about the secrets of the demon sect, and more than 20 minutes passed before they knew it, and it was almost 10:30. At this time it is also the time when the guests come most intensively. There is a constant flow of traffic at the gate of Ling's house, people come and go, and the gate will be smashed. The Ling family in the front yard didn't have time to sit down and rest at all. Ling Lai and Ling Yu kept coming in and out, ushering in one wave, and then sending another wave away. In the end, just stood at the door. Poor in the street no one asks, rich in the mountains have distant relatives, and now it is really full of guests. This is a scene that the Ling family has never seen in decades. Ling Yun noticed that among the newly arrived guests during this period of time, most of them were secular figures such as dignitaries, and occasionally there were a few foreign faces mixed in. According to the people who came with them, those foreign faces were exactly some counselors of foreign embassies that Chao Shanshan mentioned last night, but these people were polite and did not behave abnormally, so Ling Yun didn't pay too much attention. However, among these various guests, there were still a few who managed to attract Ling Yun's attention, causing him to take a second look. According to their self-introductions, or those who accompanied them, Ling Yun memorized these names: Ma Zhiyun, Ma Xiujuan, Wang Chonglin, Su Dayan. In fact, there is no need for others to introduce them. These people are all rich in the business world. They are the most successful businessmen in China in the past 20 years. Even these people are here? Ling Yun smiled, and said to himself that it seems that the Long family and the Yi family were disturbed last night by knocking on mountains and shaking tigers. However, at this point, the 72 disciples who went out to collect the bill last night and tossed all night have not yet shown up. Ling Yun knew in his heart that Lu Wenlong and the others hadn't appeared yet, so it was absolutely impossible that they were still sleeping late, but Cui Lao, Ling Yong and the others must have explained something else, and they were not allowed to come over for the time being. Huh? Why did these two people come here together? Ling Yun stood up suddenly, with surprise in his eyes. He hurriedly said to Jade Bird, "Aunt Qing, you go back to the house and rest. I have to go out to meet two old friends now." After speaking, Ling Yun immediately withdrew the formation, put away the spirit stone, and flew straight to the front yard. There are not many people who can surprise Ling Yun and call him an old friend. The two people who just arrived were the young leaders of two hermit families, Dugu Mo and Dongfang Ting, whom Ling Yun met in Qingshui City when his fame was still in its infancy. These two people came. Can Ling Yun not be pleasantly surprised? Can he not greet them in person? A friend is a friend, and it has nothing to do with the state of cultivation, or the distance. It is based on the heart and righteousness. Brush. Ling Yun came to the gate in an instant, taking advantage of the crowds, and no one was paying attention. He showed up directly and walked towards the east with big strides. Dugu Mo and Dongfang Ting walked over from the east. They both changed into city clothes, and each brought a heavy gift. They walked leisurely, talking and laughing happily. When Ling Yun rushed out of the gate, these two people were still 100 meters away from the gate, but Ling Yun's speed was so fast that he had no scruples, and soon came in front of these two people, blocking their way. Ling Yun smiled. "Long time no see." Dugu Mo and Dongfang Ting were stunned at the same time. "You are..." Dongfang Ting and Ling Yun had been separated for too long, and now Ling Yun's appearance had changed so much that he couldn't recognize him for a while. On the other hand, Dugu Mo, stunned for a moment, made a little recognition, and immediately recognized Ling Yun. "Haha, it's really Ling Yun. Damn, how did you know we're coming? You still ran so far to pick us up?" Immediately afterwards, Dugu Mo raised his hand and punched Ling Yun in the chest, neither light nor heavy. Ling Yun's heart warmed up. This is a brother who was born and died together. He is naturally very excited to reunite after a long absence. Huh. What a fart. You two guys have come all the way to my house to be our guest. What do I have to do these few steps? Let's go, let me go home first. I'm not going to be polite to you two. There are too many people at the main entrance. Follow me through the side entrance. After exchanging pleasantries, Ling Yun led the way, followed by the other two, and the three of them soon came to the side door and entered the Ling family's ancestral house. Go to the backyard, it's quiet there. Dugu Imo raised his hand and lifted the things in his hand, and shouted, Ling Yun, we are here to celebrate your father's birthday, have you put down this gift yet? Just give it to me. Ling Yun raised his hand and grabbed it casually in the void. The two of them were caught off guard, and their palms bounced away automatically. The two gifts flew directly into Ling Yun's hands as if they had eyes, and then disappeared. Dugu Mo. Dongfang Court. What kind of exercise is this? This is stronger than Ling Kongsash. Damn, Ling Yun, you're over the top, we just met, are you the one who hit people like this? Ling Yun showed his hand casually, and stunned the two old friends. He chuckled and said, what kind of bullshit Ling Kong is shooting, this is the supernatural power of repelling objects. It's still far away. Dugu Mo and Dongfang Ting showed shock at the same time. They looked at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Thanks to Ling Yun's gift of dragon saliva, the two returned to the family to retreat and practice hard, and their realm has advanced by leaps and bounds. Now both of them have reached the mid-innate peak. When they saw Ling Yun today, they knew that the other party had already stepped into a realm of cultivation that they didn't know. Practice for nothing. It doesn't make sense. It's okay. Hearing the two howling in despair, Ling Yun put his arms around their shoulders, and said in a mysterious but stinky fart, old rules, since you are here, it will be beneficial. What do you want to learn? I will teach you just that. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second. Mobile version reading URL, M. Dear, click to enter and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who gave the new full score found a beautiful wife in the end. The new version of the mobile station upgrade address, data, and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No ads, fresh reading. Chapter 1713, Killing God Ling Yun. Speak as you speak, what are you pressing me to do? Dugu Mo was wrapped around his shoulder by Ling Yun's arm. He didn't feel anything at first, but he soon felt that the force on his shoulder was getting heavier and heavier. It reached 1,000 junctures, and it was difficult for him to even move his legs. Said angrily. Hey. Ling Yun chuckled, and the strength on his arm suddenly loosened. Those dragon saliva, you've drunk it for nothing. Of course Ling Yun did it on purpose. Although he could see through the current state of these two people at a glance, he still wanted to test their strength and cultivation. Dugu Mo couldn't bear it, and the Dongfang Court on the right of Ling Yun also felt it was very difficult. He kept gritting his teeth and holding on until Ling Yun regained his strength. He was able to speak. Ling Yun. To tell you the truth, when I saw you for the first time in the pit that day, I already guessed that your life experience was absolutely extraordinary, but I never dreamed that you were a descendant of the Ling family, or the Ling family back then. The third master and the son of the last generation of demon sect saint. Moreover, it's only been half a year now, and your reputation has spread throughout the entire Chinese cultivation world. And you've even become the head of the Ling family, leading the Ling family back to the top of the big Chinese family. After brother Yu separated from the two of you, he returned to the family and immediately retreated to concentrate on cultivation, but he just left the seclusion a few days ago. No matter where he went, he heard your reputation, and he couldn't decide whether to hear it or not. Compared with the two, I'm really ashamed. Dongfang Ting is a few years older than Ling Yun. He said so much in one breath, although he meant to resolve the embarrassment just now. What he said was all the truth. Oh? Ling Yun turned his head. Am I so famous now? It's more than famous. Dugumo interjected, in the Battle of the Subduing Demon Conference, you single-handedly disabled half of the ancient Chinese martial arts world. After the news came out, it shocked the entire ancient martial world. Fear, who doesn't bow their heads? To say that you are the Megatron Jianghu now is to underestimate you. Dugumo seemed to be honored when he said this. He turned his head and smiled at Ling Yun. By the way, you have a nickname now, do you want to hear it? Nickname? What nickname? Ling Yun thought it was a little funny. Asked casually. Kill God. Killing God Ling Yun. Ling Yun. Actually, I didn't kill many. Ling Yun raised his hand and rubbed the bridge of his nose. He was very humble. It's just that later, those enemies of mine were frightened and wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Of course I couldn't let them. If you leave alive, you can only kill. Dugumo and Dongfang Ting looked at each other, and then curled their lips at the same time. The two of them had communicated about this matter a long time ago, and they both knew that there were hundreds of martial arts fighters who went to the Demon Subduing Conference that night, and finally they were able to leave Longhu Mountain alive, not even 1/3 of Fengligu's, so it's called not killing many? It was Dongfang Ting who said, okay, anyway, in the Battle of the Fumo Conference, you have avenged most of the Ling family's great enmity. Today is Uncle Ling's birthday, so let's not talk about these beatings. It's something to kill. Ling Yun and Dugumo nodded at the same time. The three talked while walking, and soon arrived at the 8th courtyard of the Ling family. Ling Yun led them directly to the practice room for a short rest. Dugumo and Dongfang Ting are distinguished guests in Ling Yun's eyes. When distinguished guests arrive, tea is of course indispensable for greeting and reminiscing about the old days. So under the watchful eyes of Ling Yun and the two of them, they calmly performed a tea-making show. The tea tray, together with the teapot and teacup, came out of thin air and landed lightly on the table. Ling Yun gathered the water directly with his spiritual thoughts, and the Chunyang immortal technique boiled the water, and then poured in the spirit tea to make it ready. The whole process was done in one go, and it didn't even take half a minute. Dugumo and Dongfang Ting looked straight at each other, but in the end they fixed their gazes on Ling Yun's left hand, the dusty Taishu ring. I'm so envious. Dongfang Court shook his head and sighed. When I was under the Tianqing, I vaguely felt that you had the most heaven-defying magic weapon in the legend. After Brother Yu left the customs, I heard that Brother Ling Yun did carry this thing on him more times. All kinds of weapons, magic treasures, talismans, etc., are at your fingertips, and you can see them like ghosts and ghosts. I never imagined that I could see these magical weapons with my own eyes today, and this life is really worth it. Dongfang Court's envy is envy, and excitement is excitement, but his eyes are always very clear, without the slightest hint of greed. Ling Yun knew this person was upright. But Dugumo is different, he simply said, Ling Yun, such a good baby, you have to give me one to play with. Let's go and play. Ling Yun deliberately provoked him, if Brother Dongfang wants, I can make one for him, but you. I'm sorry, let's not talk about it. The Oriental Court is overjoyed. Dugumo is crazy. After being mad for a long time, Dugumo asked angrily, Ling Yun, you must be kind. Put this sentence down first. Don't forget, who accompanied you in the bloody battle against Sun Tianbiao in Qingshui City? You went to Donghai for a month, and who showed you your home for a month? Even if I don't have credit, I have hard work, right? Ling Yun rolled his eyes. Of course I haven't forgotten. But, didn't I lend you the dragon sword to play with? Besides, I didn't give you the treasure, it wasn't because of these things. Dugumo was surprised. Why is that? Because your words don't count. Dugumo was stunned. Where do my words not count? Think about it carefully. Ling Yun began to settle accounts after the autumn. When you separated from me, did we agree to meet at the Demon Subduing Conference? But when it really came to the night of the full moon in the Mid-Autumn Festival, did you go? I didn't see any shadows. This. Duguimo was caught by Ling Yun, and he suddenly felt bitter. He wanted to cry, but he could only murmur, "Can this be my fault?" It was a month. Who knew those bastards would hold the demon conference again? The date has been postponed? I returned to the family and waited for more than half a month. When I was about to leave, I found out that the delay was postponed. This is why I chose to retreat to attack the Midnight realm. After I broke through, I found out that the subduing demon conference had already ended. This is the truth. When Duguimo and Ling Yun parted, it was only mid-May. At that time, Ling Yun's ordinary clinic hadn't opened yet, but at that time, Duguimo had already stepped into the Xiantian realm, close to the second floor of Xiantian. A stream of fairy aura that Ling Yun had infiltrated into his body began to take effect, and when he rushed back to the family, he reached the peak of the third level of congenital with almost no effort. Duguimo was full of confidence at that time, so he waited for the meeting to hold the demon subjugation meeting, and went to meet Ling Yun, and then received the news that the subduing demon meeting was postponed. After breaking through the realm, it was not until the peak of the sixth level of innate, and encountered a bottleneck in cultivation, that he broke through. At this time, just after the Mid-Autumn Festival, Duguimo naturally missed the demon subduing conference. For this reason, he even complained to the family elders for not calling him out. Not long after, the news of the Fumo conference came. Hearing that Ling Yun had massacred all directions and maimed half of the ancient Chinese martial arts world in one fell swoop, Duguimo was inspired by it, so he no longer disregarded his family's objections, and went down the mountain secretly again and went straight to the capital. But at that time, Ling Yun had already gone to the Qin family, and then went to the Heavenly Sword sect to save his mother. How could Duguimo catch up with Ling Yun? After repeated misses, Duguimo had no choice but to travel around the capital, one to polish his realm, and the other to wait for Ling Yun to return to Beijing. During this period, he received a message from Dongfeng Court, who had just left the customs. The two of them both had skyrocketing cultivation bases, so they hit it off and decided to get together in the capital, hoping to meet Ling Yun. But the two had just met yesterday and heard the news that Ling Xiao was going to celebrate his birthday, so they decided to bring a big gift to the door. The three drank spiritual tea, Duguimo narrated, and Dongfeng Ting at the side added. Soon, Ling Yun understood the ins and outs of the whole matter. It turned out to be like this. After Ling Yun finished listening, he nodded and smiled at Duguimo. If that's the case, then this matter is over. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yun regained his expression, stood up solemnly, clasped his fists at the two of them and said, "It was all a joke just now. Ling Yun is here. Thank you two brothers for testifying for me." The two were confused by Ling Yun for a while, but after looking at each other, they understood why Ling Yun did this at the same time. When they were under the Tianqing, the two of them were rescued by Ling Yun and came out alive. However, Shangguan, Shimen, and Nangong's three hidden families, as well as the descendants of Shenkwamen and Northwest Taiki Angliai's family, died tragically. This caused these forces to come to Ling Yun one after another to trouble them. After being repelled by Ling Yun, naturally, people will be sent to the Dugu family in the Hengduan Mountains, and the Dongfeng family in Punlai, East China Sea to inquire what happened, and only then did they learn the truth under the Tianqing. Since then, no one from these families has come to harass Ling Yun, saving him a lot of trouble. Of course, Ling Yun would like to thank him for this matter. The two waved their hands one after another. It's a trivial matter, it's not worth mentioning at all, besides, we just told the truth at that time. Duguimo even added, actually, we are not doing it for you at all, but we are afraid that they will find you, and if they anger you and you really kill them, that would be called unjust death. Ling Yun scratched his head solemnly, thought about the two battles between Longmen Mountain and Xianrenling, and nodded subconsciously, it really makes sense. All three of them smiled, and after taking their seats again, Ling Yun sent a voice transmission to Tai Xiaohu without further delay. asking him to come over quickly. The current Ling family, Tai Xiaohu, Tang Meng, Chao Shanshan, Zhang Ling and others all knew Du Guimo in Qingshui City. Now that Du Guimo came, Ling Yun naturally called to meet him. However, at this time Tang Meng and Chao Shanshan were too busy to leave, so Ling Yun only called Tai Xiaohu over to greet them. After Tai Xiaohu came over, he first met Du Guimo and introduced Dongfang Ting to each other. Then Ling Yun got up directly and apologized. Let Xiaohu chat with you for a while, I'm really too busy today, I have to go pick up people at the door, both of you don't leave today, after the banquet is over, let's have a drink and talk. In this regard, Du Guimo and Dongfang Ting naturally understood how busy the Ling family was today. They had seen it with their own eyes. Ling Yun was able to go to the door to meet them and chat with them for more than 10 minutes. The two were already very touched. Du Guimo waved his hand and said, "You are busy with your own business, don't worry about us. Then I'll go there first." Ling Yun had no choice but to leave, because a real big shot came to the door. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second. Mobile version reading URL, M. Dear, click to enter and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who gave the new full score found a beautiful wife in the end. The new version of the mobile station upgrade address, data, and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No ads, fresh reading. The weather in the Ling family, would have imagined it 2 months ago? 11 o'clock in the morning. An old man of medium build, with ordinary appearance and clothes, came to the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house, stopped slightly, and was full of emotion in his heart. This old man looked to be about 50 years old, and he belonged to the kind who couldn't be found after being thrown in the crowd, but his identity was by no means ordinary. The chief great elder of the Sky Group, Zhou Wenyi. Coincidentally, at this time, Ling Yi, Ling Qi, and Ling Jiao, the dead men of the Ling family, happened to be at the gate. They were stunned when they saw Zhou Wenyi. Before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Ling Yun took Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao to report to Tianzhu for the first time. Not only did they get 6 places in Tianzhu, but the 3 of them were directly promoted to become the Great Elder of Tianzhu. The other 3 quotas were filled by Ling Yun, in order to get 3 more salary and benefits from the Sky team. At that time, the 3 names that Ling Yun filled in by hand were Ling Yi, Ling Qi, and Ling Jiao. But this matter will end on that day, and until now, these 3 guys have not reported to the Tianzhu team. Ling Yun mentioned it after he got home that day, but he ignored it after he finished talking. After that, Zhou Wenyi didn't specifically call them to report for duty. Once the 2 sides delayed, they disappeared. But Zhou Wenyi, the great elder of the Tianzhu, and the dead members of the Ling family really know each other now. The 36 dead men of the Ling family, after intensive training by the Heavenly Killing Organization, have been able to fly all kinds of modern high-tech equipment, which makes their handling methods more superb, and their efficiency is astonishing. Everyone's soft power far better than ever. It was on this basis that the Ling family rebuilt the archives. In the information age, information is king. The newly created archives of the Ling family are rich in information, detailed in content, and accurate in information, and are no longer inferior to the Longye family. Of course, this is top secret, and the Ling family has only just begun to do this, so there is a long way to go, but the road must be this way. Because a behemoth with well-developed limbs, but deaf and blind, is meaningless. In the newly created file of the Ling family, with such an important force in the Tianzhu group, it is naturally the top priority. Therefore, even though they hadn't met Zhou Wenyi, and Zhou Wenyi was 20 years younger after taking Zhuyan pill, Ling Yi and the others recognized him as soon as he showed up. Just, how to call it? Senior? Great elder? Boss? Or leadership? Just when the 3 of them were stunned, Zhou Wenyi glanced at them calmly, secretly satisfied, but also secretly shocked. Ling Yun really wasn't bragging, even the people he brought in to make up the number were still far superior to other people's cultivation geniuses, and these few people could become the new force of the Tianzu within a year at most. Hey, I said you three guys have become stupid? My immediate boss is here, why don't you hurry up to greet him? Ling Yun appeared, directly in front of Zhou Wenyi. He smiled all over his face. Old Zhou, long time no see, I thought you wouldn't come. Why don't you dare to come? You boy occupies the 3 places of great elders in our Tian group. If you move your mind a little bit, the beams of my Tian group will be dangling. Seeing Ling Yun, the smile on the corners of Zhou Wenyi's mouth gradually widened, almost from ear to ear. I am so happy. But immediately afterwards, he frowned again, firmly expressing his dissatisfaction with the way Ling Yun appeared. He said helplessly, Ling Yun, anyway, you are also one of the great elders of our Tianzu. It is best to abide by the rules that everyone has agreed upon. It is really shocking for you to appear out of nowhere. What Zhou Wenyi was talking about was the rule that practitioners cannot perform martial arts in front of ordinary people. To understanding. But Ling Yun didn't care, and said indifferently, it's just that if you have the ability, you don't use it, and it expires. And at my speed, at most they think they are dazzled, and they won't think about it. Zhou Wenyi. You're right, you're right. He really has nothing to do with Ling Yun. Meet the great elder. Fortunately, at this time, Ling Yi and the 3 of them all came over, their movements were uniform, and they clasped their fists and bowed to Zhou Wenyi. Don't be too polite, just go and do your work. Zhou Wenyi nodded slightly. Even if it was a return of the gift, it was important to let the 3 of them go to work first. He is not a person who likes to show off, besides, even if he wants to show off, he can't do it in front of Ling Yun. Ling Yun's eyes slanted. Old Zhou, how are you doing? Zhou Wenyi asked, how about what? The 3 people I brought here to make up the number are no worse than those shit geniuses in your Tian group who occupy the latrines and don't shit, and only get paid? Zhou Wenyi patted Ling Yun's shoulder solemnly, although what you said is the truth, you don't have to scold yourself like that. Ling Yun. My meritorious service is now far more than 100 million, more than you. You'll only get paid. According to the rules of the Tianzu, I am the real chief. You'll only get paid. Be careful, I will take the lead in emptying you. You'll only get paid. Ling Yun has no temper after being bullied, but there is no good way to do it. Who made Zhou Wenyi a distinguished guest today? He had no choice but to say, Old Zhou, can we change the word? You occupy the latrine and don't shit. Ling Yun couldn't bear it, and asked back, you didn't assign me a task, do you still blame me? Even if I want to assign you a task, I have to be able to find you. Okay, from now on, I'll try to find you as often as possible to have tea and chat with you. That's all right. Zhou Wenyi's eyes showed a look of satisfaction. He had achieved his goal, and he finally stopped holding on to Ling Yun's words. After a few days of busy work, let these 3 guys report to me and finish the procedures that should be followed. Even if they are empty paid, they can't be so unruly, otherwise I won't be able to do it. No. Ling Yun nodded, and asked again, would you like to sit at home? Of course. Today I have to have a few drinks with your grandpa. Zhou Wenyi wouldn't show up easily, but as long as he showed up, he really didn't need to worry about other people's gossip. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Ling Lai's laughter came. He took Ling Xiao with him, and Ling Yu came out to greet him in person. They don't know how to be invisible, and it's even more impossible for them to fly out of the house like Ling Yun. They walked out slowly, so they arrived a step late. Mr. Zhou came to the door in person, which really made my Ling family flourish. Ling Lai was late to greet me, and I hope you will forgive me. Seeing Ling Lai and the others coming out, Zhou Wenyi immediately changed his solemn appearance. He stepped forward a few steps, cupped his hands and smiled at Ling Lai. I heard that the Ling family had a big banquet today. and the old man came here uninvited. Ask for a glass of wine. Old man, we are about the same age, I can't afford you to call me mister, from now on, just call Winnie. This is status. Zhou Winnie is still the original Zhou Winnie, the chief elder of the Tianzu, a master who turns his hands into clouds and turns his hands into rain. But the Ling family is no longer the original Ling family. Looking at the whole of China, who would dare to call Zhou Winnie Winnie in front of him? Ling Lai can. Of course, Ling Yin still called Lao Zhou directly, he was another matter. Where is one glass of wine enough? At least 3 jars are needed. Walk around and talk at home. Ling Lai came over, grabbed Zhou Winnie's wrist, and was about to invite him home. Ling Xiao and Ling Yu next to him could only smile wryly. The old man was too straightforward, there was no chance for them to intervene. However, before Ling Lai took a step forward, he suddenly concentrated, and then stopped his steps, and suddenly turned his head to look east. At the same moment, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, Ling Yun and others also turned their heads and looked towards the east. There are 2 black cars coming slowly from the east. In the first car, Yi Qingfeng and Yi Qingxin were sitting in the car, and the second car was naturally Yi Tianshui and Yi Tiandu. People from the Yi family are here. Hey, there are 2 rightful masters today, and one has come. The corner of Ling Yun's mouth twitched slightly. He had seen Yi Qingxin, Yi Tianshui, and Yi Tiandu before. As for Yi Qingfeng, of course he had a copy in the newly created file of the Ling family. Well, old chap, it looks like we'll have to go in for tea later. Ling Lai let go of Zhou Winnie's hand. Not urgent. Zhou Winnie smiled. His realm was higher than Ling Lai's. Although Ling Lai was restrained enough, he could still feel the other party's heartbeat and blood flow accelerated. Among the 4 people from the Yi family, Ling Lai only knew the first 2, but the latter Yi Tianshui and Yi Tiandu, because they had never seen each other before, couldn't be called by their names. This is true for Ling Lai, and even more so for Ling Xiao. But Ling Yu also knew 3, he had never met Yi Tiandu. Because this is the Yi family, it was the first time in 18 years that he officially visited the Ling family. It is the first time for the head of the Yi family to enter the door of the Ling family. Car parked. Just as Ling Lai was about to step forward, he heard Ling Yun's voice transmission, "Grandpa, please don't move, everything is up to me." Ling Lai didn't move, so Ling Xiao Ling Yu naturally wouldn't move either. At the gate of Ling's house, Ling Yun stood tall, with his hands in his trouser pockets, standing at the front, waiting for the people in the car to get off. The car door opened slowly. Yi Qingfeng was the first to get out of the car, followed by Yi Qingxin. When Yi Qingfeng came down, because he didn't know him, Ling Yun didn't bother to pay attention to him. He waited until Yi Qingxin got out of the car, and he immediately went up to meet him. "Auntie, are you here?" Just at this moment, the patriarch of the Yi family, who had a happy face, suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. But he really couldn't blame him, because Ling Yun had never met him before. No matter whether he really didn't know him or pretended not to know him, there was nothing he could do. Kindness. Yi Qingxin smiled and nodded. She took a look at Ling Yun, and praised, "Ling Yun, you are really well dressed today. Ha ha ha, Auntie has won the prize. You are the real beauty." Yi Qingxin pursed her lips, and took the initiative to take Ling Yun's hand. "Come here, let me introduce you first. This is my elder brother, Tiandu's father, the current head of the Yi family, Yi Qingfeng." After Yi Qingfeng got out of the car, Ling Yun hung there. Although it was only 20 seconds, he was almost completely soaked. After all, he is her own brother. No matter how much Yi Qingxin blames him, she doesn't want him to be unable to step down at this moment. "Brother, this is the current head of the Ling family, Ling Yun. Dear, click to enter and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update." It is said that those who gave the new full score found a beautiful wife in the end. The new version of the mobile station upgrade address data, and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No ads, fresh reading. The head of the Yi family came to the door in person. At this moment, in the Ling family's courtyard, in the reception room, dozens of people stood up at the same time with shocked expressions on their faces. Although the Ling family's reception room is very large, based on the Ling family's passenger flow today, nearly 1,000 people have already come in the past 2 hours, so of course it can't accommodate it for a while. But fortunately, under Cui Lao's command and dispatch, almost all the guests from the secular world, as well as most of the ancient martial arts masters with lower status in the world, were sent to the Panga 7 stars early. Therefore, those who can still sit in the Ling family's reception room and drink tea at ease are basically the top figures in the ancient Chinese martial arts world, or the heads or elders of a faction, or the heads of hidden families, etc. Of course, this was planned long ago, and Ling Yu did it on purpose. After all, although the current Ling family is nominally one of the 6 major families in China's secular world, in fact, the Ling family has long been an out-and-out cultivation family. It is too small to say that the Ling family is now the Guwu family. Said. Therefore, those who can stay in the Ling family to drink tea with peace of mind now, except for those who came early in the backyard of the Ling family, the reception room is full of top figures in the world. Traveling in the rivers and lakes, fighting life and death, all they want is a status in the rivers and lakes, and this is the benefit of being in the rivers and lakes. Besides, the Ling family is located in the prosperous capital, and all the settings in the home are based on everything in the city. Today, so many ancient martial arts masters came, although they came with their own purposes, they can't treat them the same as those secular guests. After drinking a cup of tea, I sent it directly to Panga 7 stars. Divide them into 2 places in advance, with a clear distinction. Otherwise, there will be such a happy scene in the reception room as below. The 2 people here shook hands. Boss Ma, I heard that your sales revenue in the first 3 quarters of this year exceeded that of last year? Someone next to him clasped his fists. I haven't seen you in half a year. I didn't expect Master Jiu Yuan to have broken through to the 3rd level of the supernatural powers. It's really gratifying. Master Jiu Yuan said, Ba. Farther away, there are 2 foreigners who are speaking foreign languages. What has become of the Ling family? It's completely wrong with the lips of the donkey. Fortunately, Ling Yu and Li Junhua had thought of this situation a long time ago, and effectively solved the problem. Of course, the Ling family naturally had another purpose for keeping these top ancient martial arts masters. These ancient martial arts masters who are eligible to stay in the Ling family's reception room must be above the peak of the 8th innate level at the worst. Although I dare not say that all of them have divine consciousness, at least the 5 senses and 6 senses are far superior to ordinary people. For example, now, everything that happened at the gate of the Ling family, the voices that came out, no matter how chaotic and noisy the gate was, these characters could still hear clearly. The Yi family has held ancient martial arts auctions for many years. The ancient martial arts masters in the reception room have basically participated many times. Yi Qingfeng shows up once or twice a year, so they naturally know each other. So, when Yi Qingfeng got out of the car, dozens of people in the reception room all stood up at once. This is called the shadow of a famous tree. Walk around, go out and have a look, the patriarch of the Yi family is coming, we have to go out to greet him at least. Yes, we have to go out. Since we are visiting the Ling family, we have to support the Ling family at this time. For a while, they could say anything, but no matter what the reason, these people all rushed out and went straight to the gate of Ling's house. From the reception room of the Ling family to the gate, there is only a short distance of tens of meters, and it is within walking distance. As soon as these dozens of people came out, in an instant, the gate of the Ling family was overcrowded, and it was almost impossible to get through. And it wasn't just these people. Chao Juanxiong and Li Guanping in the courtyard also rushed towards the gate when they heard that Yi Qingfeng was coming. Everyone has similar identities, maybe we will eat at the same table later, so it would be inappropriate not to come out at this time. Yi Qingfeng was really embarrassed. It can be said that this was a scene he had never encountered in decades. Of course he knew Ling Lai, of course he knew Ling Xiao. It was even more so for Ling Yu, the two had met a few days ago and had a long talk. At this moment, these three people were all present, all at the gate. Although Yi Qingfeng had noticed Zhou Wenyi a long time ago and knew that the people from the Ling family had come out to welcome Zhou Wenyi, he didn't care. But the problem is, those people are standing behind Ling Yun, and now there is Ling Yun in the middle, he can't say hello even if he wants to say hello. And Ling Yun is indeed the patriarch of the Ling family now, patriarch to patriarch, there is really nothing wrong with the Ling family welcoming him like this. Obviously, it wasn't the Ling family that was in trouble, but Ling Yun. This was a deliberate blow to him, and it all depended on how he took it. How else can I pick it up? Bear with it, Yi Qingfeng came today, he was already prepared to be angry. As for Ling Yun, he intentionally left Yi Qingfeng alone for dozens of seconds. He wanted to leave him alone for a while longer, but Yi Qingxin took the initiative to introduce him, so he could only use the slope to get off the donkey. Ling Yun raised his hand, clasped his fist slightly, neither humble nor overbearing, patriarchy, look up to me for a long time. It's not a senior, it's not an uncle, it's not that it's not a crime to entertain those who don't know well. It's just a long-standing admiration. Yi Qingfeng smiled wryly in his heart, but in front of so many people, he couldn't help but answer, so he clasped his fists in return. I've heard that the patriarch of the Ling family is a heavenly genius, and his cultivation is astonishing. When I saw him today, he really is a young talent. Dragon among men, lucky to meet. Ling Yan smiled casually, it's easy to talk about. Yi Qingfeng's posture was low enough, but Ling Yan still didn't even have a word of self-effacing. It is impossible to be humble, at this time it is absolutely impossible to be humble, and there is no need to be humble, because Ling Yan celebrates his father's birthday with such a big fanfare, and this moment is what he has been waiting for. He wants to declare silently in front of all the heroes in the world that today's Ling family is no longer the Ling family that lingers on and is bullied by others. I don't know why patriarchy came to visit suddenly. As soon as these words came out, the gangsters who came to the gate couldn't help but gasped at the same time. This is aggressive. Too much, absolutely too much. This is not in line with the way of hospitality. People came, met, introduced, greeted those who should greet, and invited them to the house next, but Ling Yan seemed to have forgotten this, and just stood at the door chatting awkwardly with Yi Qingfeng. Does Ling Yan have a way of hospitality? No need to ask, of course there are, he came out to greet everyone who should be picked up, and none of them was left behind. However, that depends on who the other party is. Everyone else is fine, but Yi Qingfeng can't. Because of the Ling family's public case 18 years ago, although Yi Qingfeng did not personally participate in it, he also secretly contributed to it. After the Ling family tragedy, the Yi family even participated in dividing up the Ling family's property. This is not something that can be offset by a casual visit to Ling's house to celebrate Ling Zhao's birthday. According to Ling Yan's personality, treating Yi Qingfeng like this is already for the sake of Yi Qingxin, Yi Tianxue, and Yi Tiandu, and he is very restrained. At the back, Yi Tianxue and Yi Tiandu had already got off the car at this time, but neither of them moved forward. Yi Tianxue watched with relish, look, I won, right? I already said Ling Yun wouldn't give my second uncle face. Yi Tiandu gritted his teeth, which end are you from? It's true that Ling Yun is a good friend, but Yi Qingfeng is Yi Tiandu's biological father. Seeing Ling Yun slandering his father so viciously, Yi Tian wanted to rush up and beat Ling Yun up a long time ago. No matter what, let's talk about it first. I really didn't expect that in front of so many people, Ling Yun still refused to give his father any face. Yi Tian gritted his teeth with hatred, and kept rolling up his sleeves there. Do not move. Yi Tianxue held him down calmly. Don't talk about you, even if the four of us fight together now, we still can't beat that kid. What are you talking about? And I bet my sister-in-law won't help. Of course, it was impossible for Yi Tiandu to come forward and fight Ling Yun, but he felt aggrieved, and he said angrily, you still have the face to say, didn't my father give you the position of patriarch last night? What are you doing this morning? Why don't you come here first and deal with this situation for him? Yi Tianxue was very innocent. Brother, it's not that I don't want to deal with it for my second uncle, but do you think I've settled the grievances from back then? Yi Tiandu. How shrewd Yi Tianxue is. Yi Tian is naturally aware of it. He knows that Yi Tianxue's words are rough, but not rough. No matter when, no matter where, as long as Ling Yun meets Yi Qingfeng, there will definitely be such a scene. It may even be more embarrassing than it is now. Don't worry, since the second uncle is here, there must be a way to deal with it, and Ling Yun is not the type to kill everything. Yi Tiandu was still upset. After today, I will settle accounts with Ling Yun sooner or later. It's up to you to fight, just don't drag me. As for Yi Qingxin, after she finished introducing both parties, she didn't care about this side at all. She turned her head and looked gently at Ling Xiao, who was not far away. At this glance, thousands of mountains and rivers are broken. You are so young, Brother Ling has returned to the way he was 20 years ago. Ling Xiao and Yi Qingxin have both taken Zhuyan pill, and they have been apart for 20 years, yet they are still the same as before. Everything seems like a lifetime away. Ling Xiao naturally felt it. He nodded his head slightly and smiled back, but he neither transmitted the sound nor stepped forward. Yi Qing was stunned. Now, can't even the familiar little girl hear it? Ahem. Yi Qingfeng coughed and finally broke the calm. He stared at Ling Yun deeply, and finally opened his mouth slowly. The voice is not high, but it is earth-shattering. Since Patriarch Ling asked this question, I, Yi Qingfeng, have to answer it. Forget it. Yi Qingfeng said loudly, 18 years ago, the Ling family suffered a catastrophe, and your parents suffered greatly because of it. I, Yi Qingfeng, was already the head of the Yi family at that time, but in order to seek the interests of the family, I did not save my life. Even conniving in secret, there was a move to fuel the flames. What's more, after that, the Ling family declined, and I, Yi Qingfeng, took advantage of this to gain a lot of your Ling family's property. Now, Brother Ling Xiao has recovered his cultivation, even far better than before. I, Yi Qingfeng, feel deeply ashamed when I recall my mistakes. So today, on Brother Ling Xiao's birthday, I came here uninvited. There are 4 reasons. First, I came to congratulate Brother Ling Xiao. Second, I came to forgive my sins for the little things I did wrong back then. Third, I returned the property of the Ling family with interest. Fourth, it is to take advantage of this happy day, hoping to reconcile the old relationship with the Ling family. Patriarch Ling Yun, I don't know if the old man answered like this. Are you satisfied? Dear, click to enter and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who gave the new full score found a beautiful wife in the end. The new version of the mobile station upgrade address, data, and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No ads, fresh reading. As soon as this remark came out, everyone around was shocked. Hiss. The sound of gasping for air continued to be heard from all around. Yi Qingfeng, the head of the Yi family, actually apologized to a junior, the Ling family, at the gate of the Ling family in front of so many top figures? This is, admit it. Moreover, Yi Qingfeng's posture in front of Ling Yun is really too low, almost as low as the dust. What does this mean? The people present were all peerless figures, no fools. After listening to Yi Qingfeng's words, they all understood that the Yi family has now publicly acknowledged the strength of the Ling family, surpassing the Yi family. How can that be? Even if you want to say this kind of thing, you don't need to announce it in person, and it is in front of the heroes of the world. However, it's a rotten sore, and sooner or later, the flesh will have to be gouged out. It's a boil, and sooner or later it has to be squeezed. Yi Qingfeng himself thought very clearly, and he knew very clearly in his heart that if he continued to evade, and refused to speak out, let alone being unable to enter the gate of the Ling family today, it might even be difficult to get out of the body. And from now on, the little love he had established with Ling Yun through Yi Tianshui and Yi Tiandu just after passing the initial layout, will be gone, and his busy work will be in vain. The rise of the Ling family is unstoppable. As long as Ling Yun is in the Ling family for one day, the Yi family will be crushed to death, and they will never be able to hold their heads up again. The young man in front of him has a clear distinction between love and hatred. It's really not rubbing a little sand in the eyes. He had to say what he said just now. Sooner or later, the difference was only in front of the Ling family, or in front of the hundreds of people in front of him. Instead of clinging to that little bit of face, it's better to simply show the cards and persuade them to the end. He gives up face now, but the Yi family will get benefits in the future. If he desperately wants face now, the Yi family will suffer in the future. Now the situation is turning. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. Yi Qingfeng has no choice. Satisfied. Patriarchy is happy. Ling Yun smiled brightly, and immediately stopped making things difficult for Yi Qingfeng. He finally turned sideways and stepped out of the way. Patriarchy, please come in for tea. As soon as Lu got out of the way, there was nothing wrong with Ling Yun. The kid is messing around. Ling Xiao rushed out, glared at Ling Yun, and said in a deep voice, "It's not big or small, how can you talk to your uncle Yi?" He cupped his fists at Yi Qingfeng. "Brother Yi, long time no see, are you all right? Ling Yun is still young, please don't be as knowledgeable as him. Do a full set of acting. The son put on a bad face just now, and he has already earned enough face for the Ling family. If I am an old man, if I don't come out and put on a bad face, how can I let the other party step down? Otherwise, how could Ling Xiao not speak sooner or later, but waited for Yi Qingfeng to finish all those words before standing up? Brother is serious." Yi Qingfeng naturally returned the gift, sighing in his heart that Ling Xiao, you have changed, but said indifferently, Ling Yun is no wonder, he just asked me why I came, it was brother Yu who felt guilty, so he just told the whole story, in case our two families will be suspicious of each other in the future and hurt our friendship. At this time, Ling Yu also came over, and he smiled all over his face. Brother Qingfeng, we meet again, today we have to have a good chat. Ling Yu obviously meant something. Frankly speaking, just now Ling Yun slammed Yi Qingfeng hard, although Ling Yu behind him didn't speak, but he was really sweating in his heart, for fear that Yi Qingfeng couldn't help it, and the two families would directly quarrel at the gate. Ling Yu was worried, not because he was afraid that the Ling family would suffer if there was a stalemate, but because if the two parties broke up, wouldn't Ling Zhao's birthday be messed up? Furthermore, the last time he had a long conversation with Yi Qingfeng, although the two of them didn't make it clear what they said, Yi Qingfeng had already admitted his mistakes in the past, and directly expressed his intention to befriend the Ling family in the future. If things go wrong today, then the situation of the two big families will definitely take a turn for the worse, and the two big families will face each other, causing everything to go against their wishes. Yi Qingfeng naturally understood Ling Yu's meaning. He smiled calmly, gave the other party a reassuring look, and said, we need to have a good chat. After finishing speaking, he straightened his front, solemnly, stepped forward cautiously, and bowed to Ling Lai, late student Yi Qingfeng, meet Uncle Ling. Yi Qingfeng actually claimed to be a late student, which would have been absolutely impossible in the past, but today, he did so in front of nearly 100 top experts in the ancient martial arts world at the gate of the Ling family. You must know that when discussing among ancient martial arts masters, the most important thing is the realm and cultivation, then the fame and status, and finally the seniority and age. No matter before or now, Yi Qingfeng's realm, cultivation, and reputation are far above Ling Lai, but now, he only pays respects to Ling Lai according to his seniority and age. This low profile can no longer be lowered, and once again shocked the surrounding heroes. Patriarchy is so brave. Ling Lai's heart shook violently, and he quickly put his hands on Yi Qingfeng. Quickly, excuse me, let's drink tea at home. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingfeng didn't move at all. My nephew made mistakes again and again in the past, not only refused to save him, but also made troubles. For more than 10 years, my nephew has been in charge of the Yi family, so I know it's not easy to be in charge of the family. I have experienced Uncle Ling's difficulties and Brother Ling's hardships back then, so I feel deeply ashamed, but I dare not come to the door to ask for forgiveness, such things. I still hope that Uncle Ling will be merciful. When facing Ling Yun just now, it was a last resort to admit his love. Now facing Ling Lai, Yi Qingfeng admitted his mistake frankly. Yi Qingfeng is Yi Qingfeng, and regardless of whether he admits his mistake is true or not, at least what he said is really beautiful and sincere enough. No one in the Ling family can find fault with him anymore. These words really moved Ling Lai. He sighed lightly, and said earnestly, Qingfeng, you are too serious. If you say 1,000 words and 10,000, you were just trying to find a family back then, so how wrong can you be? Besides, no matter what, these are old things. Today is a happy day for my Ling family. Since you are willing to come, Uncle Ling will not pick your reason. Let's stop talking about this at the gate. Go home with me. The so-called killing is nothing more than nodding. Yi Qingfeng has already said this. Of course Ling Lai can no longer be vague, otherwise, it will really be that the Ling family has gained power and is not forgiving. Yi Qingfeng finally got up. He turned his head and said, Qingxin, why don't you come over to greet Uncle Ling? Yi Qingxin immediately stepped forward, and Ying bowed down. Niece Qingxin, pay my respects to Uncle Ling. I wish Uncle Ling good health and a long life. Ling Lai laughed loudly after hearing this. Okay, niece Qingxin, please hurry up, let's talk at home. A quarter of an hour had passed since Zhou Wenyi's arrival until now. So many people blocked the gate of Ling's house. It was really unsightly, so Ling Lai urged him repeatedly. Following Ling Lai, Yi Qingfeng, Zhou Wenyi, and others set off first. The others also turned around and entered the Ling family's ancestral house again. Hey, I heard that your Yi family has been keeping a low profile for decades. Seeing your father behave like this today really makes me admire. Behind, Ling Yun, Yi Tiandu, and Yi Tianxue had already gathered together at this time, and when everyone entered the gate, Ling Yun smiled and opened his mouth. 3 people, but 3 expressions. Ling Yun was elated, and Yi Tian was gnashing his teeth. Yi Tianxue didn't take what happened just now to his heart at all. He was looking around, even using his divine sense, busy looking for Ling Xiu's figure. Ling Yun, thank you for being able to say it out loud. My father has already given your family great face by personally visiting the door today. How dare you humiliate him like this? At this time, Yi Tiandu was staring at Ling Yun with fierce eyes, looking up, down, left, and right, as if he wanted to bite off a piece of meat from him. Oh? Great face? How much is a caddy? What Ling Yun was looking for was Yi Qingfeng's trouble. He and Yi Tiandu didn't have any entanglement in private. What should they do with each other? He just bullied his own father. Yi Tiandu was sure to find fault. This kind of thing is the same for anyone, otherwise, I will be a son of man in vain. To tell you the truth, for such a big matter, your father can easily pass the test with just a few words, and I feel like I'm at a loss. Also, if it wasn't for Yi Tianxue, a fat man, who posed so low and acted so obediently when he saw me, and the 2 of you performed well at the demon subduing conference, do you think your father wouldn't be beaten? After finishing speaking, Ling Yun raised his hand and suddenly patted Yi Tianxue, who was looking around. Hey, what about you? What are you looking for? Yi Tianxue shrank his shoulders and said angrily, why hit me? Ling Yun asked, let me ask you, you said that the grievances between our two families were resolved in this way just now. Is it because my Ling family has lost money? Damn it. No matter how Yi Tianshui could pretend to be confused, it was impossible for Ling Yun to shout at this time. Do you know how much face my second uncle did to your Ling family just now? Also, do you know what my second uncle said just now? To return the family business that was taken away from your Ling family back then, including the principal and interest, what a terrifying fortune that is? Believe it or not, it can choke you to death. Ling Yun laughed. How much? I couldn't help asking. Yi Tianshui didn't want to mention it because it hurts his heart to mention it. He said bitterly, let's put it this way, those properties now are only a lot more than the properties of the Sun and Chen families that you took away at the beginning. Ling Yun. That is indeed a lot. Then he made a move that made the Yi family brothers just want to go crazy, and nodded grinningly, the attitude is still correct, so the grievances between our two families should be written off. I am so angry. Maid, it's really not wrong to kill you. The two brothers of the Yi family were about to go crazy, but it was just a show. In fact, upon hearing Ling Yun's words, Yi Tianshui and Yi Tiandu both let out a long sigh of relief. Problems that can be settled with money are not real problems. Referring to Ling Yun's way of dealing with enemies in the past, today Ling Yun is indeed showing mercy. Especially Yi Tianshui. He is the next head of the Yi family, and he knows the real intention of Yi Qingfeng's willingness to put down such a low profile today. Yi Qingfeng is an old fox, of course there was an element of acting just now, but the real purpose is to pave the way for the Yi family. Yi Qingfeng is about to step down from the position of patriarch. He lowered his eyebrows this time, but he managed to get Ling Yun's approval. It's smooth sailing. Do it for the family. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second. Mobile version reading URL, M. Dear, click to enter and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who gave the new full score found a beautiful wife in the end. The new version of the mobile station upgrade address, data, and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No ads, fresh reading. Long's house, in the old palace. Is that true? Yi Qingfeng went all out at the gate of the Ling family, and confessed to the Ling family in front of all the heroes in the world. Today, Long Haren finished his training early, tidied up and prepared all the congratulatory gifts, but he never left, but sat in the mansion, waiting for news. Of course he was waiting for news from the Ling family, even if he bowed his head last night and was going to the Ling family to celebrate his birthday today, he still had to wait for the opportunity. Yes, father, it is absolutely true. Long Tianqing stood opposite, and said in a deep voice, according to the reports from the deceased, Yi Qingfeng brought Yi Qingxin, Yi Tiandu, and Yi Tianshui, and arrived at the Ling family's ancestral house on time at 11 o'clock. Ling Yun blocked the door, unable to advance or retreat. Then Ling Yun pressed him repeatedly. Yi Qingfeng had no choice but to admit his mistake on the spot, and even called himself a junior in front of Ling Lai. Long Tianqing reported truthfully. Hiss. After hearing this, Long Haren suddenly took a breath. He naturally knew that Yi Qingfeng would be angry if he went to the Ling's house today, but he never dreamed that Yi Qingfeng would be so straightforward and went directly to the Ling's house to admit his mistake. Shameless. After pondering for a while, Long Haren scolded fiercely, this old fox is willing to put down his face and refuse, and also paves the way for the descendants of the Yi family, really. Long Haren was stuck for a moment. He pondered for a long time, but couldn't think of a good word, because he himself couldn't tell whether he should despise Yi Qingfeng or admire the opponent's hand. Tianxing, it seems that the head of the Yi family will be replaced soon. If there is no accident, Yi Tianshui should take over. It has to be said that the Long family is strong for other reasons besides family inheritance. It is Long Haren's ability to see the whole thing at a glance. Yes, father, From this point of view, the Yi family has already set the tone, and they are determined to make friends with the Ling family. Kindness. Long Hauran showed approval in his eyes. He nodded to Long Tianqing, then tell me, what should we do now? Long Tianqing didn't expect that his father still didn't forget to test him at this time. He was taken aback for a moment, then thought for a while and said, according to my boy, father doesn't have to go in person today, let me go, I'm a junior after all, go and give it to me. Ling Xiao pays homage to my birthday, I think the Ling family won't make things difficult for me. The subtext is, no matter how hard the Ling family makes things difficult for me, I will follow through, even if it is embarrassing, there is nothing to lose. Anyway, he was beaten by Ling Yun. But Long Hauran shook his head, Tian Xing, in the past, you can do whatever you want, but today, you can't even enter the Ling family's gate. Long Tianqing. Then he was very anxious, and said sharply, then father can't be humiliated at the gate of Ling's house. What Yi Qingfeng suffered at the door of Ling's house, my child can't bear it, just after hearing it. If we go, then. Long Hauran shook his head, what are you in a hurry for? Our Long family, although we are inferior to others now, we haven't humbled ourselves to that extent. Even if we want to repair with the Ling family right now, it's just a vain trick to slow down the army. The Long family and the Yi family are different after all. There is actually no deep hatred between the Yi family and the Ling family. From the beginning to the end, the two families have never had a direct confrontation. Even back then, Yi Qingfeng was just pushing the boat along. But between the Long family and the Ling family, it's different. On the surface, it seems that the Long family did not do anything to the Ling family, and even came forward to mediate in the end, helping the Ling family to overcome the difficulties, but it was a favor to the Ling family. But in fact, Long Hauran was the one who really contributed to the flames. He abolished Ling Xiao, forced Qingxian away, watched the Ling family fall, and then plotted to seize most of the Ling family's property. Every step was smooth, so Long Hauran from the public case 18 years ago, the family benefited the most and benefited the most. Back then, it was the huge Ling family that collapsed, and the Long family reached the top in one fell swoop. Today, everything is reversed. It is the Ling family who is coming aggressively and vows to reach the top. The identity of the Long family happens to be the identity of the Ling family back then. The most important thing is that Ling Yun's practice is to compete with the Long family for the most important dragon spirit energy. The Forbidden City, Poyang Lake, under the Tianqing, and the East China Sea. It's just cultivation resources. Therefore, as long as Ling Yun is still cultivating and growing, the Long family and the Ling family will essentially have irreconcilable conflicts. This is a battle for resources, and it is also a battle for family interests. It is impossible for the two brothers to be good. This is one of them. Second, no matter how you compare it, the background of the Yi family is far inferior to that of the Long family. The Ling family has risen strongly, and the Yi family has become the weaker side. The Yi family has no power to make a comeback, but the Long family has it. Even now, the Long family really has a fight with the Ling family, and there is an old ancestor in the Long family. Long Hauran knows in his heart that even if his grandfather, who is practicing in seclusion, can't beat Ling Yun after he comes out, at least you can also fight against him for 3 days and 3 nights. This is like a nuclear weapon. You have it, and so does my family. If it doesn't work, let's have a look at each other and see who can hold it. Furthermore, it was confirmed last night that Long Tian was placed in the Laowei Temple waters. Not only did he not die, but he also got a great chance. After he returns, he may not lose to Ling Yun again. In addition to these, the most important thing is that 40 years ago, there were dozens of top masters of the Long family who went to Penglai, East China Sea to hit the fairy fate. Be quiet. It is precisely by holding these powerful trump cards that Long Hauran can sit still, operate and plan, and compete with the rising Ling Yun. To sum up, the interests are irreconcilable, and the Long family is expected to come back. So today, I have to go as my father. I have to meet Ling Yun sooner or later. This is unavoidable. If I don't go today, I really think my father is afraid of him. Long Haoren's eyes flickered, he stood up abruptly, and made a decision. Tianxing, go get the paperwork. Naturally, this was drafted by Long Haoren overnight, and it was a document to return the property of the Ling family that he obtained back then. But father, there is still half an hour, it will be 12 o'clock, let's go to Ling's house at this time. Long Tianxing was still worried. Who said we were going to the Ling family's ancestral house? Long Haoren smiled slightly, we went directly to the Panga 7 Stars. At that time, they all went to the hotel and sat down. I just need to meet the core figures of the Ling family. When the gifts are delivered, they no matter how aggressive Ling Yun is, what can he do to me? In any case, our Long family is also kind to the Ling family. After 18 years of accumulating power, except for Ling Yun, the rest of the Ling family will always give me a little favor. Long Tianxing. He looked at his father adoringly, and he couldn't help but think that Zheng was still old and hot. The child has gone. Long Tianxing turned around and left. Wait. Long Haoren remembered another thing. Tianxing, after you go out, tell the dead man below to bring Long Kuan to see me. What does father mean? Are you really going to hand him over? Long Haoren gritted his back molars and nodded, since it's useless for me to keep it, why don't you give him to Ling Yun as a favor, and with him at that time, the relationship between the two sides can be eased. Long Tianxing was right when he thought about it, but he reminded him and asked, but the key to the underground palace? Long Haoren said coldly, regardless of whether the key to the underground palace is in Ling Yun's hands or not, as long as he knows the secret, he will go to the underground palace to explore sooner or later. Our Long family will guard day and night, waiting for him to open the door. The child understands. Only then did Long Tianxing leave steadily. At 11:30 in the morning, the Ling family's ancestral house. Ling Yu took some time to come to Ling Yun's courtyard, and said to Ling Yun, Yuner, it's almost time, we should leave, go to Panga 7 Stars, right? After Ling Yun led the two brothers Yi Tianxue and Yi Tiandu into the door, he led them directly to his yard, and at the same time, he called Tai Xiaohu from the backyard, Dugu Mo, and Dongfangting to introduce everyone. I know, I'm chatting right now. It's just that Yi Tianxue had other thoughts, and ran away without waiting for a few words. Ling Yun knew what he was going to do, but he didn't bother to care, and let him be Ling Xiu's follower. As soon as he heard that he was going to leave, Ling Yun couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It is true that almost all the guests have come, but for Ling Yun and the Ling family, the most important one has not come yet. Dragon family. Last night, Ling Yun blatantly attacked the Long family, just to shake the mountain and shake the tiger, and remind Long Haoren. As for how the other party reacts, it is naturally out of Ling Yun's control. Long Haoren's coming or not, although it's in the balance, but the Ling family is such an important event, no one from the Long family came, it's not taking the Ling family too seriously. It's better not to come, then I can be unscrupulous. Ling Yun sneered in his heart, but his face remained calm, and he replied to Ling Yu, it's time, uncle, just arrange it. Then Ling Yun directly sent a voice transmission to Ling Yong, brother, tell Lu Wenlong and his gang to leave immediately and rush to Panga 7 Stars now. After the arrangements were made, Ling Yun got up, let's go, brothers, let's go to the Panga 7 Star Hotel and have a drink. Immediately afterwards, the whole Ling family went up and down in a panic. First, Mr. Cui arranged vehicles to send away those ancient martial arts masters in the reception room. My own people were sent to Panga 7 Stars. In the end, Ling Yun went out in person and led the young people in the family to drive all over to the Panga 7 Star Hotel. In less than 10 minutes, all the guests of the Ling family, together with the core members of the Ling family, all left the house. Ling Yun, your Ling family is really beautiful today. This time, the Li family really spent their money and gave you a lot of effort. Undoubtedly, Yi Tianshui had another bump in his nose at Ling Xiu. In the end, he got into Ling Yun's car shamelessly, looked at the mighty luxury convoy in front of him, and said enviously, "Did you promise to give them Li? What's good about home?" Hey. Ling Yun smiled mysteriously. "What do you guess?" "Dear, click to enter and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update." It is said that those who gave the new full score found a beautiful wife in the end. The new version of the mobile station upgrade address, data, and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No ads, fresh reading. Chapter 1718 Shocking Move. The Ling family's ancestral residence is outside the North 5th Ring Road, west of the extension of the central axis of the Forbidden City. This is a century-old house. When the ancestors of the Ling family lived in it, there wasn't even a 3rd Ring Road, let alone the 5th Ring Road. Even just 20 years ago, this place was still a barren mountain and wild ridge, which could not be regarded as the outskirts of the capital city. The desolation around it was not even as good as the mountain village where the Lingyunwei mansion, which is currently under construction, is located. This shows how low-key the ancestors of the Ling family were. However, with the gradual transformation of the 3rd Ring Road more than 30 years ago, and the completion and opening of the 4th and 5th Ring Roads more than 10 years ago, the area around the Ling family's ancestral home became more and more prosperous. China's national fortune is prosperous. But more than 10 years ago, it was the time when the Ling family's family property was almost completely divided up by other families, and it was completely at its lowest point. Otherwise, at least the North 5th Ring Road would definitely be diverted. After all, no one wants their house to be on the side of the main road and be disturbed by traffic noise day and night. Therefore, in the past 10 years, except for Ling Lai and Ling Xiao, they have always guarded the old business of the Ling family's ancestral house. The others have long settled down and lived outside. They only return to the ancestral house for reunion during the Chinese New Year. But this year is different from previous years. Because of Ling Yun, the Ling family has entered into an eventful season this year. Amidst the shock, lead the Ling family back to the top of China. Turn the tide and help the building to collapse. It is also because Ling Yun established a large spirit-gathering formation in the Ling family's ancestral house, and the Ling family set up willows, which made the core members of the Ling family cultivate rapidly. Therefore, in the second half of the year, the Ling family has returned to the ancestral house one after another. Went. Even if it is just one person, as long as he is strong enough, he can change the world. The Panga 7-star Hotel is outside the North 4th Ring Road, almost directly north of the Forbidden City. It's really not far from the Ling family's ancestral house. The whole journey is only 5 kilometers. If there is no traffic jam, it won't even take 10 minutes. At this moment, the Panga 7-star Hotel is in a busy scene. Hundreds of staff members come in and out with a communicator in hand. The hotel security personnel are even more like an enemy. Absolutely no mistakes can be made. 11:50 in the morning. Ling Yan's car drove directly to the north gate of the hotel. He was the last to leave home, and of course the last to arrive. Looking forward, it is a red carpet pavement with a width of more than 10 meters and a length of more than 100 meters. Ling Yan's 72 disciples, dressed in suits and leather shoes today, lined up on both sides of the red carpet, lined up neatly, and greeted Ling Yun. "Drive straight in. Master. Master. Master." The momentum is overwhelming. The car window fell slowly, and Yi Tianshui poked his head out of the car, inexplicably shocked. "Ling Yun, you apprentices are amazing, every aptitude is the best choice." The apprentice has a long face, and the master is naturally proud. Ling Yun smiled. This group of boys must have negotiated and messed around here, regardless of whether the hotel is happy or not. Oh, by the way, let me tell you by the way, it was these boys who made a big fuss in the capital city last night and went to your Yi family and the Long family's secret industries to collect accounts. Ling Yun did not forget to add a sentence. I at #yuan%. Yi Tianshui's face turned black suddenly. Every one of them is crooked. What kind of stuff are they? Ling Yun laughed. Going further, it is the hotel's security and the specially arranged welcome. Ling Yun smiled and said, well, this scene is not small. There are 60 or 70 people in our Ling family, and there are more than 100 people here. Yi Tianshui said casually, didn't I tell you just now, the Li family has spent a lot of money this time. Their own family has never had such a big scene before. Chao Shanshan pursed her lips and smiled, what's the matter with the Li family's money? Even if their family doesn't care, our Chao family can. Ling Shui was also in the car, yes, who cares? Yi Tianshui squeezed into the car with great difficulty, he could only smile awkwardly, actually, I'll do it instead, so that the scene will be better than it is now. Ling Yun hurriedly answered, okay, then next time I celebrate my birthday, I will leave it to you, and Shanshan, and Shuer. Yi Tianshui held. Between talking and laughing, Ling Yun and the others came straight to the main entrance of the hotel after passing through a distance of 100 meters. Li Junhua personally stood at the door to welcome Ling Yun. Everything here has been taken care of by him. The Ling family is the right one, so of course he has to receive him. Otherwise, he has worked so hard for half a month. Who will he show it to? Uncle Li has worked hard. After Ling Yun got off the car, he greeted Li Junhua with a smile. It was this sentence that almost made Li Junhua burst into tears, it was not easy. When the others got out of the car, they all said hello. Let's go to the banquet hall on the second floor, I'll be waiting for you. Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness is so powerful, before reaching the Panga 7 stars, his spiritual consciousness has already enveloped the entire hotel, and the scene in the entire hotel can be seen clearly at a glance. At this moment, there are hundreds of tables in the banquet hall that can accommodate thousands of people, and now every table is full of people, it can be said that the house is full of guests. These are all first-class figures in the Chinese ancient martial arts world and the secular world. At the front of the banquet hall is a beautiful and gorgeous stage with dazzling lights and 7 large characters displayed on the super-large screen. Happy birthday Ling Xiao. Ling Yun, after you go in and read it, don't blame Uncle Li for being tacky. This arrangement was discussed repeatedly with your uncle. Fearing that Ling Yun would be dissatisfied after entering, Li Junhua was still busy explaining cautiously when he went upstairs. Ling Yun smiled, what did Uncle Li say? This is my father's birthday. It's just right. It's nothing too vulgar. That's good, that's good. Li Junhua wiped the sweat from his forehead, and finally let go of his hanging heart. Ling Yun is here. I don't know who yelled. Accompanied by Li Junhua, as soon as Ling Yun stepped into the banquet hall, thousands of people inside stood up almost at the same time, turned around and looked back. Someone else took the lead in applauding, and then, thunderous applause. Ling Yun was not at all restrained, he glanced around slightly, while walking through the red carpet, he raised his hands and pressed his hand, and said with a little dragon roar, everyone, please sit down. Just one sentence overwhelmed the thunderous applause in the banquet hall. Amidst the applause, Ling Yun walked directly to the center of the stage in front of him, stood still and turned around gently, facing everyone in the banquet hall. Everyone knew that Ling Yun was definitely going to speak. Immediately, a service staff rushed onto the stage, trying to hand Ling Yun the microphone. I don't need this, thank you. Ling Yun turned his head, waved lightly at her, and told the girl to back away again. But I do have something to say. Turning around, Ling Yun scanned the entire banquet hall, looking all the way from the front, his eyes squinting. At the same time, the imperceptible aura he emanated was rising wave after wave, and soon enveloped the entire banquet hall. This is the aura of the peak of the 6th level of Qi training. For a moment, the entire banquet hall was silent. Hiss. Soon, gasping sounds came from all around, and every ancient martial arts master unconsciously tried their best to fight against it. This momentum is so terrifying. Yi Qingfeng was astonished. While fighting against Ling Yun's aura, he couldn't help but look at Zhou Wenyi, who was at the same table, and found that Zhou Wenyi also had a wry smile on his face, trying to support himself. Of course, the current Ling Yun has been able to control his aura so well that the aura he released can only suppress the practitioners present. A secular person who doesn't know martial arts has no other feelings except that he feels shortness of breath and rapid blood flow. Otherwise, just relying on this majestic momentum, 700 or 800 people in the banquet hall would bleed to death on the spot. After more than 10 seconds, Ling Yun felt that it was almost done, and he suddenly withdrew his momentum. Call. More than 200 ancient martial arts masters suddenly felt relaxed, breathing heavily, and looked at Ling Yun on the stage with horror. It's too scary. While breathing heavily, many people couldn't help but look around, and found that people in the same way were having a hard time, and everyone was mutual. Under the 3rd level of the supernatural powers, everyone is sweating profusely. I know this is not the way to treat guests. What I did just now was done on purpose. Ling Yun finally spoke. He was not polite. Because today, I want to announce a few things. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun floated directly off the stage, appeared in front of Ling Xiao in the first row, and said with a smile, "Father, please come on stage with me." It was just this move that caused another exclamation from the audience. You know, there are 700 or 800 secular figures in the banquet hall. Seeing Ling Yun flying down, can you not exclaim? Zhou Wenyi could only smile helplessly. This guy. He glanced at Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng shook his head slightly, and secretly replied, I can't stop it. Seeing Ling Yun flying directly down, Ling Xiao also felt embarrassed, and was about to speak, but found that his feet had left the ground, and then came to the stage. Fly up again. Father and son side by side. Today, I would like to introduce you officially. I am the current patriarch of the Ling family, Ling Yun. The person next to me is my father Ling Xiao. Today, my Ling family held a big banquet to celebrate my father's birthday, but it's not just a simple birthday celebration. Ling Yun ignored the surprise and shocked whispers of those people in the audience. Because Ling Xiao was too young, he looked no more than 2 or 3 years older than Ling Yun. After all, among the more than 90% of the people present, not many people had actually seen Ling Xiao, and even fewer knew that Ling Xiao had taken Zhuyan pill. Ling Yun turned his head and looked at Ling Xiao, with tears in his tiger eyes. Father, my boy will offend me a little, but I have to say it. Ling Xiao smiled calmly. Yuner, you can just say whatever you want. Kindness. Ling Yun responded, and turned to face the audience again. Use Shenlong Xiao again. As we all know, 19 years ago, my father and my mother, yes, the last saint of the demon sect fell in love, and then I was born. Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed at himself. Afterwards, my parents returned to the Ling family and reported the matter to the elders in the family. However, they had just returned home, but they were tricked by Xiao Xiao. That night, the good and the evil joined hands to kill my Ling family, almost destroying our Ling family. Said, and forced my father to abolish his martial arts, and forced them to make an oath that they would never see each other forever, and from then on, the world will be separated, and the Ling family will be ruined. Before Ling Yun finished speaking, Ling Zhao's blood surged instantly. Under the stage, Ling Lai, Ling Yu, all the younger generations of the Ling family, as well as old Cui, Ling Yi, Ling Qi, and other dead soldiers present all stood up. The Ling family was too excited and unprepared. No one thought that Ling Yun would say this in front of thousands of people. Everyone in the Ling family was shocked at this moment, clenched their fists, and seemed to have a premonition of what Ling Yun would say next. So, as the patriarch of the Ling family, I am announcing the first thing. Today, the Ling family has returned to the top of the Huaxia family. Back then, the Ling family's bloody enmity, my Ling family will definitely start today to get it back one by one. Under the stage, there is a banquet hall with more than 1,000 people. There was no sound. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second. Mobile version reading URL, M. Dear, click to enter and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who gave the new full score found a beautiful wife in the end. The new version of the mobile station upgrade address, data, and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No ads, fresh reading. The Ling family will take revenge. This is something that everyone who knows about the tragedy of the Ling family can think of. But it's one thing to think about it, and another thing to hear the Ling family say it with their own ears. What's more, on an occasion like today, the head of the Ling family announced it himself in front of everyone. In the past, Ling Yun only did things, but didn't talk, but today, he stopped talking here. Anyone who knows Ling Yun knows that he is a spittle and a nail. As long as he speaks out, there is absolutely no reason to change it, let alone discount it. It is completely foreseeable that after today, many people in the other half of China's ancient martial arts world will become ants on the hot pot. The second thing I want to announce. From today, from this moment on, apart from the necessary business competition, who dares to provoke the Ling family, the Chao family, and the Qin family? After a pause, Ling Yun noticed the expectant eyes of Li Guanping and Li Junhua from the audience, so he could only add another sentence. There is also the Li family. Don't blame me, Ling Yun, for being ruthless. I didn't warn you in advance. As we all know, the Chao family and the Ling family are married iron alliance. Qin Chuyue from the Qin family, that is Ling Yun's adoptive mother. As for the Li family, although they didn't have much affection with the Ling family before, in the past 2 months or so, the Li family has invested in Ling Yun Group like crazy, and also undertook the construction of Ling Yun's outer house. It is well known to passers-by. Of course, there are also Xue Qingya, Lin Hongjun, Shuang Tianda, Moron Wenshi, etc., from the Qingshui department present here. There is no need for Ling Yun to specifically mention these. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the banquet hall, whether they were masters in the ancient martial arts world or giants in the secular world, were shocked and frightened. Can you not be afraid? Just the Ling family is already so terrifying, plus the Chao family, Qin family, Li family. There are only 6 major families left in Huaxia, and 4 of them have all formed an alliance. Who can compete in the secular world? As for the Yi family, Yi Qingfeng just admitted to the Ling family in the middle of the gate of the Ling family, and is sitting in the first row of the banquet hall right now. Depend on. This kid is not kind, he didn't even mention our Yi family. Yi Tianshui's eyes were dim, and he turned his head and complained to Yi Tiandu, beside him. Stupid you, as long as Ling Yun doesn't come to deal with us, how can our Yi family need other people's protection? Besides, if he really brings the Yi family with him, do you think my father can sit in the first row? Yi Tian couldn't help but rolled his eyes. That kid is smart. That's right. The third piece. Ling Yun didn't seem to want to give these people in the audience time to react, and immediately announced the third thing. Starting today, the Ling family will fully take over the mess after the collapse of the Sun and Chen families, and will take back the property that the Ling family took away from other families with the principal and interest. As soon as the words fell, there was another gasp from the audience. You must know that none of the people who came to the Ling family to celebrate their birthday today got an invitation. Except for the Ling family members, everyone else made a temporary decision to come after weighing the pros and cons after receiving the news that the Ling family knocked the mountains and tigers. Ling Yan has just announced that he has formed an alliance with the Qin family, the Chao family, and the Li family. There is no doubt that the Chao family and the Li family must have returned all the Ling family property they took away. Counting the Qin family, there were originally 8 major families in Huaxia. Sun Chen had already been destroyed. The Qin family, the Chao family, and the Li family were allies of the Ling family, and Yi Qingfeng of the Yi family had just confessed his mistake at the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house, and personally announced that he would reunite with the family. Return the property of the Ling family with interest. So who's left? Just one family, the Long family. If the second thing Ling Yan announced was to announce his allies, then the third thing he just announced was to announce his enemies. Unless the Long family will also send someone here, like the Yi family, to return the property of the Ling family that they conspired back then, including the principal and all the profits. As a result, some smart and good-hearted people, thinking of this, couldn't help turning their heads and looking in the direction of the entrance of the banquet hall. The door was closed and no one came. It seems that some people have already thought of it. Ling Yun naturally noticed the reactions of these people. He smiled slightly, and said solemnly, even if the opponent is the Long family, it's the same. There will be no change in the result. What our Ling family lost, our Ling family will definitely get it back. The corners of Yi Qingfeng's eyes twitched unnaturally, and he glanced at Zhou Wenyi next to him, only to find that the other party was also glancing at him. Ling Yun is openly challenging the Long family. It's like declaring war in public. Yi Qingfeng's eyes were slightly teasing, the meaning was obvious. If the Ling family and the Long family were really torn apart, what would you do with the elders of the Tianzu today? Zhou Wenyi just smiled and didn't respond. In the last row, Yi Tianshui's liver trembled, it's too fierce. Yi Tiandu also grinned, it's really domineering, absolutely fierce. The fourth thing. Ling Yan came again, he took 2 steps forward, and shouted violently, since ancient times, men and women have loved each other, what's wrong with it? My parents were in love back then, and they didn't steal or rob, and they didn't kill anyone. Who's in the way? Ling Yan questioned repeatedly, but he didn't need anyone to answer. He immediately said, listen up. I don't care if people call my mother a demon sect saint, or ghost sect saint, I only know that she is my own mother. My father was persecuted back then, and the vow he made that he would never see my mother in this life will never be counted again. Not only that, but I also have to clean up my parents' grievances personally. Before the spring festival, I will be on the main altar of the demon sect, and go to the VIPs of the demon sect. Gods will block and kill gods, and demons will block and kill demons. My parents are reunited from now on. Hearing this, Ling Xiao shook his body excitedly. Yuner, well said. Below, Ling Lai couldn't bear it anymore, his blood was already boiling, and he was the first to raise his arms and shout. 18 years of humiliation for the Ling family. At this moment, she was finally rectified by Ling Yun. Qing Yao also stood up already, her eyes filled with tears. Yuner, good boy. Ling Yu shouted even more excitedly, don't worry, Yuner, if you save your mother, the Ling family will fight to the death with all their strength. At this time, the people on the Ling family's side had already stood up, and the momentum was higher and higher, almost toppled the roof. Ling Yun, I, Yi Tianshui, support you in this matter. You must call me when the time comes. Yi Tianshui couldn't hold back anymore, he almost jumped on the table and shouted. Yi Tiandu. Yi Qingfeng smiled secretly. Zhou Wenyi curled his lips, now, our Chinese cultivation world is really going to be lively. After a long wall of noise, under Ling Yan's repeated gestures, the momentum finally subsided gradually. With disdainful eyes, he pointed at the top experts in the ancient martial arts world below the stage. I know that among the martial arts people present today, there are Buddhist sects, Taoist sects, suzerains, and elders of ancient martial arts sects, as well as patriarchs and guest officials from hidden families. You all claim to be upright in martial arts. I will only say the following sentence once, and I will not wait until it expires. I, Ling Yun, am standing here now. If there is anyone who can't stand the matter of my saving my mother and the reunion of my parents, and feels uncomfortable in my heart, and can't help but want to uphold justice, you don't have to bring people into my Ling's house anymore, you can stand up against me now. Who is against it? Silence. Deathly silence. Who dares? With the demon subduing conference in front, and the terrifying coercion unleashed by Ling Yun just now, who is Ling Yun's general in the banquet hall at this moment? Whoever comes out will die. Zen Master Jiu Yuan of Shaolin Temple bowed his head. Taoist Chongshu of Wudong Mountain lowered his eyebrows. It's like being settled. Yi Tianshui covered his face. Nima, I've never seen someone treat a guest like this since I was a child. Yi Tian didn't know where to find another piece of grass to bite on, and nodded in agreement. Well, I am too, but then I have to share some guests. No one objected, right? That's good. Ling Yin sneered, then turned to look at Ling Xiao. Father, look, it's not as difficult as you imagined. When he turned around again, Ling Yin changed his awe-inspiring expression again. I hope everyone here will remember that my mother's surname is Yin, and the name of Yin from Yin Sheng is Qing Xian. From now on, no matter who dares to take my mother's identity choose the tongue, as long as I hear it, I, Ling Yun, will chase him to the ends of the earth and cut off his tongue. Well, now we can't even mention the 4 saintesses of the demon sect. Ling Yun is rectifying her mother's name. Only when the name is right can the word be smooth. 5th thing. Brush. Red light flashes. Ling Yin took out the blood-transforming magic knife from Taishu's ring, and the crimson knife light flickered with a strange light under the gorgeous stage lights. Ling Yin raised the blood knife. By the way, let me tell you that the sacred object of the demon sect, the dark blood demon knife, is in my hand. Wow. Just at this moment, the ancient martial arts masters in the banquet hall could no longer sit still, and there was an uproar. Ling Yin sneered and said, I heard that it is rumored that whoever owns the dark blood demon saber is the current demon lord. This knife has been on my body for more than half a year. Whoever wants to uphold justice, or who wants to keep it for himself, just ask me, Ling Yun, to get it. The ancient martial arts practitioners in the audience were silent like cicadas, and everyone was sitting on pins and needles. But still no one dared to stand up and say anything. Humph, if you have the intention of harming others, everything in the world can hurt you. If you don't intend to harm others, even if you sit in the pile of weapons, those weapons are nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. Master Jiu Yuan is an eminent monk who has achieved the Tao. I don't know whether my words are right or wrong. Ling Yin suddenly called the name and found Zen Master Jiu Yuan. No matter how good Jiu Yuan is, he almost wants to cry at this moment. But he knew that he couldn't escape, so he had no choice but to stand up. Ba, what Patriarch Ling said just now, the poor monk has no way to refute. Master Jiu Yuan, please sit down. Ling Yin smiled brightly. Master Jiu Yuan is right, so it seems that he is right. The red light flashed and disappeared. Ling Yin put away the blood-transforming sword, and said calmly, every word I, Ling Yun, said here today, no matter who it is, after leaving this place, you can spread it to the outside world. In the past 6 months, there have been not 1,000, but 800 souls who died under the dark blood demon knife. It's not bad for a few more people who don't have long-sighted eyes to come to feed the knife. Dear, click to enter and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who gave the new full score found a beautiful wife in the end. The new version of the mobile station upgrade address, data, and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No ads, fresh reading. Ling Yun is really not bragging. In the past 6 months, he has experienced more than a dozen battles, and each time he has won more with less. The number of souls who died under the blood knife has already exceeded 1,000. After a rough calculation, Ling Yinxiao said more than half of what he said. Of course, if it was just the dark blood demon saber, it would kill almost 1,000 people. Just now, after Ling Yin took the stage, he announced 5 things in one breath. The Ling family ascended to the top, protected allies, seized their property, and justified their mother's name, with the magic sword in hand. After withdrawing the saber, Ling Yin finally stopped stimulating everyone's nerves. He stopped for a while, sent Ling Xiao off the stage, and returned to his seat. Then Ling Yun returned to the center of the stage. Okay, the 5 things I said just now, everyone here should have almost digested them, right? Then I will announce 2 more things. Looking at the group of ancient martial arts masters who had already been stupefied, Ling Yun almost didn't even dare to raise his head. Ling Yun laughed out loud. Don't worry, the 2 things to be announced next are good things. Today is my father's birthday, so I can't just talk about killing and killing. Hearing that it was a good thing, everyone in the banquet hall raised their heads immediately. The first thing. Our Ling family's ancient martial arts auction. Speaking of this, Ling Yun deliberately paused, and looked at Zhou Wenyi and Yi Qingfeng, who were in the audience. This time, the corners of Yi Qingfeng's eyes and mouth twitched at the same time, his heart skipped a beat, and then his mood sank to the bottom. After Tianzhua, there will be no business anymore. Coincidentally, Zhou Wenyi also shook his head and smiled wryly, thinking that this day is still here. At the same time, Yi Tianshui at the back changed his face miserably, tilted his head, slammed it heavily on the table, and simply pretended to be dead and pulled him down. He held miserably in his heart, fuck me, grab the business. Ling Yun, are you still letting people live? Take a panoramic view of the performance of these 3 people. Ling Yun and his uncle Ling Yu looked at each other again, and smiled slightly. Our Ling family's Guwu auction has been intensively prepared for more than 3 months, and it won't take long before it will open on an auspicious day. Ling Yun deliberately added 2 months of preparation time, which seemed grand, and no one was serious about it anyway. Because our Ling family is holding this kind of large-scale ancient martial arts auction for the first time, and we lack experience, we hope that friends from the ancient martial arts world will forgive us if we are not thoughtful at that time. After finishing speaking, Ling Yin raised his hand and cupped his fists at everyone in the audience. This time, the more than 1,000 people in the audience really couldn't sit still. Unlike the announcement just now, before Ling Yin finished speaking this time, there was a commotion below. What? The Ling family is also holding an ancient martial arts auction? Why, what is there to make a fuss about? The Long family can do it, the Yi family can do it, and the Ling family has reached the top now, why can't they do it? But climbing to the top is going to be the top, I'm afraid the background is not enough. You know what a fart. With Ling Yin standing there, it doesn't matter what his background is or not, just drive it. That's right, Ling Yin is a living sign. Let's listen again and see what's so special about the Ling family's ancient martial arts auction. Exactly. For a while, the audience had different opinions and was noisy. Ahem. Ling Yun coughed lightly, asked everyone to be quiet again, and then said with a smile, although it is the first time for my Ling family to hold this kind of auction, I can assure you that our auction house is definitely the most complete auction ever. Yes, people from the secular world, the ancient martial arts world, and even the cultivation world will definitely be able to buy useful treasures. Sacred weapons, kung fu secret books, pills and talismans, elixir herbs, spiritual fruits and teas, and all kinds of rare treasures that are hard to find in the world. I, Ling Yun, guarantee that they will have everything. Presumably, all the distinguished guests have been to our Ling's house just now, and they must have drunk our tea, right? Is it different from the tea you usually drink? Everyone in the audience nodded naturally. Just now, many guests were resentful because they were sent to the hotel by the Ling family. It was because the tea from the Ling family was too tempting and they didn't drink enough. That's right, that's spiritual tea. This tea was cultivated by me in a place with rich aura among the 100,000 mountains in the southern border of China. Although I dare not say that it gathers the aura of heaven and earth, gathers the essence of the sun and the moon, but it is definitely full of aura. Ordinary people drink it to clear the heart and moisten the lungs, eliminate all diseases, and prolong life. Ancient martial arts practitioners who drink this tea for a long time can use the spiritual energy in it to nourish the meridians, clear the heart and refresh the mind, so that your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds, and you will make great progress. Blow, you blow hard. Yi Tianshui's voice reached Ling Yan's ears, and what Ling Yan received was a provocative look, and a voice transmission. I just blew it, how can you drip it? Then I saw Ling Yan spread his hands. What I said just now, everyone didn't respond. Maybe they are all doubting the efficacy of this tea, which is not as magical as I said. No problem. Ling Yan chuckled, and raised his hand in an inviting gesture. Grandpa, Father, Aunt Qing, oh, and Grandpa Chow, Grandpa Murong, Grandpa Dong. Please come on stage. He called 7 or 8 people to the stage in one breath, lined up, facing the audience. I think most of you here today have a question in your mind. That's why my grandpa looks only in his 40s. My dad doesn't even look a few years older than me? Ling Yan is persuasive and persuasive. Yi Tianshui in the audience, seeing this scene, felt a chill in his heart. Of course he knew what Ling Yan was going to do. Sure enough, after Ling Yan finished asking, the people below immediately started whispering to each other. Yeah, I know that Mr. Ling is already over 70 years old. Even if he can maintain his appearance by practicing ancient martial arts, he will be 10 years old at most. But why is there such a difference now? What are you talking about, old man Chow? Do you know who that person is? I was lucky enough to meet him once half a year ago. At that time, the old man's hair and beard were all white, but now he looks less than 50. He really looks like a young man. There is also Mr. Murong, who is a celebrity in the antique world. I met him at an antique auction this year and talked to him for a while. At that time, his hair and beard were all gray, but now he looks younger all of a sudden. More than 10 years old, how is this possible? Especially Ling Yan's father, then. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would dare to say that they are father and son when they walk on the street? It looks like they are almost 2 years old. They said everything for a while, but most people were surprised. They were guests. Ling Yan didn't mention this kind of thing, no one dared to say anything more, but now Ling Yan took the initiative to mention it, and immediately drew out the questions that these people had been holding all morning. Of course, there are also a very small number of people who just laugh without saying a word. They are those who know the inside story. It's not someone from Ling Yan's side. It was Ling Yan who had personally demonstrated and successfully auctioned a pair of xuanhuan pills at the auction the night before the Fumo conference. When the news spread, it was naturally remembered by interested people. Because time is limited, I won't waste everyone's time by playing tricks. Ling Yan opened his mouth and revealed the secret very simply. My grandfather, my father, including everyone on the stage, there is only one reason why they look dozens of years younger than their actual age. That is, they have all taken the xuanhuan pill that I personally refined. Xuanhuan pill, as long as you take it, you can rejuvenate people and return to youth. When the mystery was revealed, the atmosphere in the banquet hall was detonated by Ling Yan almost instantly. Sure enough, it's xuanhuan pill. It can rejuvenate people. This is definitely a heaven-defying baby. I must buy this. I will find a way to get one at all costs. It is equivalent to living for decades. Ling Yan was very satisfied with the effect of the detonation just now. He waited for 3 full minutes before motioning for everyone to be quiet, and then secretly used Shenlong Shao to say word by word, not much to say, this xuanhuan pill is extremely refined. difficult, so I don't have much stock in hand, but I can guarantee here that at the first auction held by my Ling family, a pair of pills will definitely be auctioned as the grand finale. Ling Yin opened his arms. All friends, please help my Ling family to do more publicity from now on. I dare not say anything else. As long as they pay a deposit and enter the auction house of my Ling family on the opening day, as long as they bid for something, yes, 30% off for all, even if you don't participate in the auction, my Ling family will give you a mysterious gift. The more Yi Tianshui listened, the more he couldn't sit still, and in the end he just beat the table and howled, "Shameless, if you grab business like this, others will close the business early." With Zhu Yandan as the finale, this free publicity was thorough enough. Ling Yin didn't bother to spend any other thoughts, and directly asked the elders who came on stage just now to go back to their seats. Ling Lai turned around to step down, but was stopped by Ling Yun. "Grandpa, Father, and Aunt Qing, you three, please wait until I finish the last thing before going down." "Oh?" Ling Lai stopped, and asked wonderingly, "Yuner, I've finished talking about the Guwu auction, what else is there?" Ling Yun chuckled, "Of course." He turned to face the audience. "This last matter is actually just a small matter of my Ling family. Now, my grandfather, my father, and my Aunt Qing, all three of them have reached the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training. Just tonight, they will break through the tribulation. If any friend has time and is interested in watching Du Jie tonight, then after lunch today, please don't leave, just stay in this hotel, and then go together at night, how about it?" Although Ling Yan's words were intended for everyone, his real target was all the ancient martial arts masters present. Whether the Ling family is strong or not, and how powerful it is, how can it be done with just one mouth? Now, Ling Yun is recognized as strong, but what if he is not at home? Not afraid of thieves stealing, but also afraid of thieves thinking about it. Therefore, Ling Yun wants to take this opportunity to let these top ancient martial arts masters see with their own eyes how powerful the Ling family is today. "Okay, I've finished speaking, let's start the banquet. Dear, click to enter and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update." It is said that those who gave the new full score found a beautiful wife in the end. The new version of the mobile station upgrade address, data, and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No ads, fresh reading. The peak of the 3rd level of Qi training. Breaking through the border and crossing the robbery. And there are 3 people at once. Once again, the banquet hall fell into a short silence. A few people are because of shock, and most people are because of bewilderment. Shockers, such as Zhou Winnie, Yi Qingfeng, Yi Tianshui, Yi Tiandu, and other superclass masters, they are all experienced, have experienced the 4 or 9 minor catastrophes, and know what is going on. There are too many ignorant people, such as most of the secular world figures in the banquet hall, and those ancient martial arts masters who have not yet reached the supernatural power level. Breaking through the tribulation? What's going on here? This is the normal reaction of most people. Curiosity and doubt are written all over their faces. What Ling Yin said must be the one played on TV, right? Anyone who has read Xianxia novels will know what's going on. Those who usually like to watch TV or read novels mutter to themselves. That's a legend. It's the same thing when it's played on TV and written in a novel. Now it's announced by Ling Yin himself. It happened around us, and it really happened? Break through the tribulation, soar in the daytime. Become a fairy? This is a bottle full of dissatisfaction, and half of the bottle is rattling, thinking that after crossing the catastrophe, he will directly become a fairy. In short, for a while, I have everything I want. But those who really know how to do things don't think about these boring things in their hearts. Because what Ling Yun was talking about was not the supernatural power state, but the Qi training state. Although the essence is the same, the change of the name means that the concept level is completely different. What's more, when Ling Yan promoted the Ling family's ancient martial arts auction, he personally said that the Ling family's ancient martial arts auction can also provide various resources that cultivators need. Even Ling Yan didn't expect that when he announced this time, he officially brought the word cultivation from a vague or secret legend to the public's eyes. Not long ago, among the 100,000 mountains in Miaojiang, divine Dr. Xue once told Ling Yan solemnly that he would start a great world. Who opened the world? Ling Yan also. Hee. Zhou Wenyi could only helplessly smile, and sighed, if you want to say that you can really do whatever you want and don't take the world's rules seriously, there is really only Ling Yan. You can say whatever you want, and you can do whatever you want, whether you are used to seeing it or not. Does it have anything to do with me? This is the real way to go. That's why no one can do anything to him. Yi Qingfeng came over via sound transmission. He was even more puzzled, but as far as I know, since Ling Xiao abolished his dantian back then, although he has practiced in the past 18 years, it is difficult to advance to the 5th level of the acquired state. In less than 4 months. The implication of Yi Qingfeng's words is, how could it be possible for a person to reach the peak of the 3rd level of qi training directly from the 5th level of the acquired state in less than 4 months? This speed of cultivation is simply shocking. If it's Ling Yan himself, that's fine, but it's unreasonable for the Ling family to come out with 3 in such a short period of time. He knows his own affairs. Yi Tianxue and Yi Tiandu, although they have reached the 6th level of qi training, how did they cultivate? To put it bluntly, they really started practicing from the womb. But what about the Ling family? Ling Lai, in his 70s, has been recovering from injuries for 18 years, barely maintaining his innate realm. Ling Xiao, nearly 40 years old, abolished his dantian 18 years ago, and lost the possibility of cultivation at all. Qingniao, who is also nearly 40 years old, was seriously injured 18 years ago, and even lost her memory completely, and became crazy all over. It's just these 3 people who are going to cross the catastrophe now? Moreover, they are not swollen faces to make them fat, and they insist on forcibly crossing the catastrophe, but each of them has a solid foundation and full of vitality. It can be seen that they have reached the peak level of the 3rd level of qi training early, and now the level can't be suppressed, chose to break through. Yi Qingfeng is a discerning person. He has been observing these 3 people secretly. He knows that this is an unchangeable fact, but he cannot accept it intellectually. You know, Yi Tianxue just survived the 4 or 9 small heavenly tribulations not long ago, okay? Zhou Wenyi naturally deeply understood Yi Qingfeng's doubts, but he didn't respond much, just casually glanced at Ling Yi and the others in the distance. Why are you asking? The dead soldiers of the Ling family have all stepped into the late innate state. How many does your Yi family have? Besides, according to the family inheritance of the Ling family, the willows of ghosts and gods have already blossomed in the Ling family, and have been standing in the 5th courtyard of the Ling family for almost 3 months. I will tell you. Although Yi Qingfeng had seen it a long time ago, his divine sense still followed Zhou Wenyi's gaze, and then he became even more depressed. Not to mention, although Ling Yi and Ling Qi have just stepped into the 7th level of the innate realm, their foundation is stronger than when Yi Tianxue stepped into the 7th level of the innate level. With such a foundation, you don't even need to think about it, you will be a proper supernatural power master in the future, without any discount. Looking at the juniors of the Ling family, it is even more thorough. Except for Ling Li, even Ling Shui is already in the late innate state. Do you think Ling Yan dares to announce that the Ling family has ascended the summit casually? Zhou Wenyi was free and happy to make fun of Yi Qingfeng. Old man Zhou, do you want me to eat this meal? Yi Qingfeng said angrily, you really think I don't know? You ate Ling Yan's Zhuyan pill and took Ling Yan's space ring? Hey, for this kind of thing, it's good to be jealous in your heart, and you don't need to put it on the table. Zhou Wenyi's face was full of color, and he had an expression of dissatisfaction with you hitting me, which was very hateful. Old man Zhou, if I'm not mistaken, the young Aunt Ling Yun is talking about should be the little girl next to his mother back then, right? Seeing that Yi Qingfeng asked something serious, Zhou Wenyi stopped joking and nodded slightly. It is indeed her. Yi Qingfeng frowned and said, Ling Yun is really strong. A little girl beside her mother can be brought into such a state by him. That's right, not ordinary strong. Zhou Wenyi echoed. Yi Qingfeng suddenly smiled slightly. Then how strong do you think Ling Yun is now? Zhou Wenyi raised his eyelids. You ask me? Who should I ask? Don't tell me about the battle of Ling Yun Tianshan's rescue of his mother. You don't know anything about it. Then he gave a hint. The true suzerain of the Heavenly Sword sect is Di Xiaozhen's father, Di Hemming, who was in the Foundation establishment realm. Di Xiaozhen's protector, her sixth uncle Di Hei, was known as the peerless genius of the Heavenly Sword sect. It is said that he has been in seclusion for 3 years in order to hit the peak of Foundation establishment. But even so, the current Heavenly Sword sect has been changed to Ling Yun Sword sect. How strong do you think Ling Yun is now? Ling Yun had never mentioned these things to Zhou Wenyi before. It can be seen from this that the position of chief elder of the Huaxia group is definitely not for nothing. Yi Qingfeng remained silent. There was no doubt that Ling Yun could kill a peak foundation builder, and he was still fighting more with less. So, the old man saw your performance at the gate of the Ling family just now, and I really admire it in my heart. Moreover, you stepped back from the position of the patriarch of the Yi family at this time, and the timing was also very good. At this moment, the banquet hall was buzzing with people, and the waiters served dishes like butterflies, but Zhou Wenyi didn't bother to move his chopsticks. He just pretended to drink tea and chatted with Yi Qingfeng via voice transmission. They didn't come for the meal. Yi Qingfeng's eyes were fixed. You can guess this? Zhou Wenyi glanced at him. Do you think I'm deaf and blind? Or do you think I'm out of my mind? If you don't retreat from that position, there will always be a layer of estrangement with Ling Yun, and it will never be possible for Ling Yun to communicate with you. With this layer of obstacles, everything will go wrong for your Yi family in the future. But your nephew is different. That kid is as smart as a ghost, and he will definitely have meat to follow Ling Yun. Yi Qingfeng. They are all old foxes. However, with this trick, Yi Qing is popular, but their Long family can't. Long Haren is in an awkward situation now. It can be said to be in a dilemma. I don't know if he will come again. Zhou Wenyi smiled. That's it. He will come. Yi Qingfeng smiled confidently and answered the question calmly. The two looked at each other tacitly, and suddenly their expressions changed at the same time. At the same moment, Ling Yun, who had just stepped off the stage and was busy communicating with the older guests from the Ling family in the first row, suddenly looked up. Then, Ling Lai got up, Ling Xiao got up, and all the core members of the Ling family who possessed spiritual consciousness and the range of spiritual sense over 300 meters all stood up from their seats. This scene was naturally seen by other people in the banquet hall. Those secular people who don't know how to practice were a little dumbfounded, thinking that something had happened. However, everyone stopped what they were doing at the same time, and turned to look at the entrance of the banquet hall. Ling Yun was a little dignified. He stood up, and clasped his fists slightly around. Everyone, please wait a moment, I'll go out for a while. But at this moment, a voice came into his ears. You don't need to come out to pick me up. I'm here to deliver something to your house. Just put it down and leave. Ling Yun had no choice but to give up. Huaxia Dragon Group, Great Elder, Zhao Xingwu, is here. After a while, Zhao Xingwu appeared outside the banquet hall, and then went straight in. Seeing Zhao Xingwu appear, the entire banquet hall was silent for a while, but at least 70% of the people stood up one after another. My God! Why is he here? Many people exclaimed in their hearts. It can be said that at least 70% of the guests in the banquet hall know Zhao Xingwu, or in other words, have seen Zhao Xingwu. Those who know the inside story know that he is the great elder of the dragon group, and those who don't know the inside story know who he is, because it is indeed very common. After Zhao Xingwu entered the banquet hall, his indifferent expression did not change at all. When he walked through the entire banquet hall, he just nodded to Zhou Wenyi, Yi Qingfeng and a few others, which was regarded as a greeting. He soon came to the first row. Ling Yun, the leader, knows that today is your father's birthday, but he is too busy to spare time, so he asked me to send this letter. Although Zhao Xingwu's voice was not high, it was just enough for everyone in the banquet hall to hear clearly. Then, holding the words in both hands, he handed them to Ling Yun with ease. At the same time, the sound transmission said, "After I leave, you can open this painting in public." The leader also said, "Don't forget to go to his place after you finish your work." Ling Yun nodded slightly. Zhao Xingwu pondered for a while, then cupped his fists at Ling Lai again. "Congratulations, Mr. Ling." Ling Lai pursed his lips, and hurriedly returned the salute. "Farewell." Zhao Xingwu turned around and left, and quickly left the banquet hall. Come fast, go faster. The real dragon sees the head but doesn't see the end. But this short time, less than a minute, was no less than an earthquake to the entire banquet hall. I really did the right thing this time. This is everyone's first reaction. It seems that today's gift to the Ling family is still light. This is the second thought that pops up in most people's minds, followed by regret. Frankly speaking, at least half of the people in this banquet hall were caused by Ling Yun's knocking on the mountain and shaking the tiger last night. After receiving the news, they decided to come here temporarily. Naturally, there are fools in the wall here, and it's more about taking the opportunity to curry favor with the Ling family. Even if they can't get on with the incense, at least they can get acquainted with each other, right? But no matter what, there is absolutely no one who dares to come to see the excitement of the Ling family. At this moment, everyone was thinking about everything, but their thoughts were their own, but no one dared to speak. The shock was too great. The guests in the banquet hall, in terms of status, perhaps few people can compare with Zhou Wenyi, Yi Qingfeng, Chao Juanxiong, Li Guanping, etc., but, without exception, they have repeatedly weighed whether their status is qualified enough. Only those who dare to come here are definitely leaders from all walks of life in China. Among these people, there is not a single fool. Zhao Xingwu personally came to give the gift. What it meant, they would only think big, never think small. There was silence in the banquet hall, and a needle could be heard. Ling Yun didn't send Zhao Xingwu away. He knew it was unnecessary. The other party didn't want to make any noise. At this moment, he was holding the calligraphy with one hand, thinking in his heart, should he open it in public? Ling Yun couldn't make up his mind for a while, so he could only look at the people in the front row, trying to find out what they meant. Chao Juanxiong smiled slightly and nodded slightly. Li Guanping also nodded imperceptibly. Zhou Wenyi simply transmitted the voice directly, "Stinky boy. If you don't open it at this time, when do you want to wait? After passing this village, there is no such shop." Finally Ling Yun looked at Ling Yu. Ling Yu smiled, "Just open it, let everyone have a look." Ling Yun didn't hesitate anymore, and lightly shook his hand. The calligraphy, which was nearly 1 meter wide, suddenly left the palm of his hand and slowly floated towards the center of the stage, then stood up in the air, and the scroll slowly unfolded from left to right. Big, pung, spread, wings. As the calligraphy was gradually presented in front of everyone, naturally many people read it word by word. Everyone was dumbfounded. Not only because of the majestic font, but also because of Ling Yun's unintentional hand. However, when people saw the inscription under those 4 words, they immediately chose to shut up and stopped talking. The so-called elation, but that's all. Good word. Ling Yun sighed in admiration, and raised his hand again. The calligraphy slowly merged, flew back into his hand, and was immediately put into the Taishu ring by him, and disappeared. Good words, majestic. The implication is extraordinary. The Ling family definitely deserves it. After Ling Yun opened his mouth, various echoing voices rang out from all directions in the banquet hall. Everyone in the Ling family is excited. It is a pinnacle to be able to have such a treatment for a birthday party alone in the family. I can't ask for more. Looking at the whole China, how many people are there? At this moment, Li Junhua hurried over suddenly, came to Ling Yu's side, bowed his head, and exchanged a few words with him. Ling Yu nodded, then got up, smiled and said to Ling Yun, "Yuner, just now your uncle Li said that the private rooms are ready, should we ask everyone to change places? This is a banquet for the guests of the Ling family, not some company's team building or annual meeting. When the guests arrive, they will gather in the banquet hall to listen to the master's speech for the time being, which is just a necessary procedure. But if so many top figures eat in a banquet hall, no matter how good the food is, no matter how strong the Ling family is, they will feel uncomfortable. Not hospitality at all." So Li Junhua had already made arrangements, but it was inevitable that Ling Yun would speak and Ling Xiao would appear on stage in public. What's more, the Ling family doesn't distribute invitations or make publicity, so they don't know who will come. They can only wait for the guests to come and report their identities before temporarily arranging private rooms. They can gather thousands of people in such a short period of time. According to their status, it is not easy to assign them to suitable private rooms. As for 100 or so private rooms, it is just a piece of cake for paying a 7-star hotel. This time it was Ling Yu's turn to take the stage. With a spring breeze on his face, he clasped his fists to the audience. "Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Lingyue. First of all, I would like to thank you all for coming to my brother's birthday party in Ling's house during your busy schedule. Before today, my Ling family didn't send out invitations, and I didn't know there would be so many people coming to join us, so please forgive me for the poor hospitality." When Ling Yu spoke, it was naturally tight and seamless. However, everyone present here today can be said to be of various religions, from all walks of life. It is really inappropriate for so many people to eat in the banquet hall, and it is not in line with my Ling family's way of hospitality. Fortunately, it's only 12:30, so it's not too late. All distinguished guests are invited to go to their private rooms for dinner. We won't go home today if we don't get drunk. Before Ling Yu finished speaking, he heard someone below saying hello repeatedly. At the same time, many waiters began to enter the banquet hall and began to divert these guests. Just as Ling Yu walked off the stage and the guests began to stand up one after another, Ling Yun suddenly moved with his spiritual thoughts, followed by a sneer on his face, and spoke loudly. "Please go back to your seat and wait for a while. I, the Ling family, have another guest coming soon." Ling Yun opened his mouth, who would dare not listen? So everyone went back to their seats and sat down again, waiting eagerly, talking a lot. "Oh? It's already this time, and there are still guests coming? Of course, you don't even look at who came here just now. In such a big scene, there are so many important people who have something to delay for a while, which is very normal. Actually, it's not too late, anyway, the banquet hasn't started yet. Let's see who said it." Everyone can guess that the person who made Ling Yun speak and postponed the banquet must be an extremely important person, so everyone is discussing the identity of the person who came. However, very few people know that the guests who came this time have aloof status, but they definitely did not come to celebrate Ling Zhao's birthday. "Long Hauren, you are still here after all." Immediately after Ling Yun noticed it, Yi Qingxin also sensed it, and she smiled lightly. "It's really lively now." After Zhao Xingwu left, Zhou Wenyi sat in his seat and didn't move at all. At this moment, he sensed Long Hauren's arrival and couldn't help but speak. "Hey, don't tell me, I'm really looking forward to it." Yi Qingfeng had just been pissed off by Ling Yun, he could be said to be the one who lost face the most today, and now he finally has someone with the same disease as him, so of course he has to find a balance. Longhauren, Long Tianqing is here, do you want to make a bet? Yi Tianshui pulled Yi Tiandu beside him, and asked with a smile. Yi Tiandu asked lazily, what are you betting on? Bet whether Ling Yun will leave Longhauren for dinner. Yi Tian thought about it for a while, and felt that he was really not sure, so he rolled his eyes. Are you bored or not? The devil will bet with you. Rejected directly. Yi Tianshui said firmly, I bet it will. Why? Think about it, the things Ling Yun announced just now are so imposing. If the Long family really doesn't come, it's not giving the Ling family face. According to Ling Yun's temper, the two families will fight at any time. But the Long family is here now, and it was Longhauren who came in person. As the saying goes, you don't give gifts when you reach out, so could Ling Yun drive him away in public? This kid is too bad, so he deliberately only talked about the most superficial level. In fact, what he really bet on is that besides Ling Yun, the other core figures of the Ling family will definitely keep Longhauren for dinner, and will stop Ling Yun from letting him mess. I'm afraid not. Yi Tiandu glanced at Ling Yun in front of him, and raised his chin. That guy has a bad complexion. At this time, Longhauren and his party had already got off the car and entered the hotel lobby. Yi Tianshui was very anxious. Just say whether you want to bet or not. What's the bet? Your space ring. Get out. Yi Tian thought in his heart that whether he likes to eat or not has nothing to do with me, and he has no way of trying to hit me with the space ring. Of course Ling Yun had never met Longhauren, but he had already read the other party's information and knew Long Tianqing better. Therefore, as soon as Longhauren entered the scope of his spiritual consciousness, he knew that he would never admit his mistake. Longhauren and Long Tianqing are not very important to Ling Yun. What is important is the person they brought. Long Wu's father, Long Kuan. Uncle Kuan, long time no see. Ling Yun was heartbroken. Long Kuan had been missing from Qingshui City for several months, but he finally showed up today, and it seemed that his complexion was fine. Obviously, he had not suffered too much embarrassment at Long's house. It eased a lot. However, Long Wu was still nowhere to be seen. Ling Yun made up his mind, this time, even if he fights directly with Longhauren, he must ask Long Wu's whereabouts. Longhauren had already reached the second floor, and was walking slowly towards the banquet hall under the guidance of the reception staff, with a free and easy posture and steady steps. Although Long Tianqing tried his best to restrain himself, his face became more and more serious. Only Long Kuan, although he has been silent all the time, has a hint of excitement and anticipation in his eyes. Behind these three people, they followed each other step by step, and many people followed, but they were not members of the Long family, but Ling Yun's 72 disciples. Especially Lu Wenlong, Luo Yuqing, etc., Ling Yun's 6 best apprentices. They walked in the front and followed closely. Each of them was full of anger. You know, Long Kuan was their former boss, the person these boys admire most. They called Uncle Long in their mouths, and tried to post it several times, but they all bumped into an invisible barrier, and they couldn't rush through or get close. Uncle Ling, since my brother Ling Xiao celebrates his birthday today, why didn't you send someone to notify me, which caused me to be in a hurry and didn't have time to prepare a generous gift, so I was a step late. Longhauren stepped into the banquet hall, met the gazes of thousands of people in the banquet hall, but ignored them. Head start. As soon as Longhauren entered the door, more than 1,000 people who had just sat down in the banquet hall immediately stood up and cheered. At a glance, at least half of the people stood up. Especially those guests from the ancient martial arts world, except for Zhou Wenyi and Yi Qingfeng, all of them stood up. This is a subconscious reaction of people. Longhauren, his power is too strong. Longhauren, the current patriarch of the Long family, is known as the peerless genius with the most cultivation talent of the Long family in the past 50 years. reached the peak of the 6th level of the supernatural power realm at the age of 10. This statistic is nothing in Ling Yan's eyes, but in the past, it was absolutely magnificent, because he has always been in the lead and has never been surpassed. And different from Yi Qingfeng, because of his personality, Yi Qingfeng seldom fought with others in the past few decades, but Long Haoren's prestige was the same as the current Ling Yun, fought one battle after another. It is absolutely no exaggeration to say that he crushed an era. Leaving aside, let's just say that in the banquet hall at this moment, those ancient martial arts practitioners who are about the same age as Long Haoren, including those who are more than 10 years away from him, have all seen Long Haoren make a move with their own eyes, and many people even followed him. He has sparred, and the result is that Long Haoren has never been defeated. Invincible at the same time. With such prestige, who would dare not give Long Haoren some face? What's more, Long Haoren is still the current patriarch of the Long family, the #1 peak family in China, and has been in control of the Long family for 25 years. After he got married and had children, he seldom competed with others. After more than 10 years, those grievances when they deliberately competed for supremacy have already been resolved, and the relationship between all parties has been handled extremely well. Seeing so many old acquaintances in the banquet hall suddenly, it is impossible not to give him face. That's right, Ling Yun had just announced that the Ling family had ascended to the top and returned to the top family in China, but he had just announced it after all, and the Long family had been the largest family in China for decades before that. In the end, who is strong and who is weak? Who can tell the difference between the unknown swordsman and swordsman? Not to mention these guests from the ancient martial arts world, at this moment, even those big figures in the first 3 rows of the banquet hall have also stood up now. Because Long Haoren not only has the identity of the ancient martial arts world. Moreover, the Long family is the #1 secular family in China, and the bigwigs from other families in the capital naturally have to get up, which is due courtesy. Otherwise, it would not be Long Haoren who lost the price, but these people. Not everyone can regard etiquette and rules as dung like Ling Yun. Back then in the Laowei temple waters of Poyang Lake, Ling Yun had asked Yi Qingxin about Long Haoren's realm and strength, but Yi Qingxin was also vague, only saying that Long Haoren had suppressed his realm at the peak of the 6th level of Qi training for more than 10 years. The immersion is too deep, but the real strength is at least above the peak of the 7th level of Qi training. But now Ling Yun just scanned it with his divine sense, and he knew that Yi Qingxin was wrong, and it was outrageously wrong. Break 6 is 9. And as long as he is willing, he can easily build a foundation, and even kill people across borders. This is Ling Yun's evaluation of Long Haoren's true strength. For ordinary cultivators, it is almost impossible to see through the cultivation of cultivators whose realm exceeds their own. They can only rely on guesswork. The greater the gap in realm, the more difficult it is to see through and guess. This is like a person with a monthly income of 5,000 yuan, trying to guess how much property the richest man in China has. He will definitely not be able to guess. But with Ling Yun's strength, before he reached the 6th level of Qi training, he was able to kill the peak of foundation establishment, and now he is at the same level as Long Haoren, who is at the peak of Qi training at the 6th level. How strong Long Haoren is, he can naturally, even if they are different, they are not too far away. Break 6 is 9 means that as long as Long Haoren no longer suppresses the realm, once he breaks through, he will be directly at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, and he can't even suppress it. Even if he wants to, he can go one step further and directly establish the foundation. Naturally, Ling Yun knew about the Long family's cultivation techniques. When the dragon control art was deployed, it was ever-changing, and there was even the secret technique of reversing the scale dragon's fury, so Long Haoren could naturally kill people across borders. It turns out that Long Haoren's real strength has already surpassed his father Long Ruoyu. No wonder he can cultivate 2 sons who are at the peak of the 6th level of Qi training. Regarding this, Ling Yun had no fear at all. Long Howren's two sons were both beaten by him, Long Howren's elder brother was seriously injured by him, and Long Howren's father and two uncles were crushed by him. Now, Ling Yun, who has already practiced at the peak of the 6th level, how can he be afraid of a Long Howren? Humph, what a mighty power, what a strong aura. Ling Yun sneered in his heart, what an ear-piercing voice. Relying on his status, Long Howren pressured the audience and grabbed everyone's attention first. As soon as he entered the door, he found Ling Lai. Although there was nothing wrong with what he said, it was up to who would listen. When Ling Yun heard it, he felt it was particularly harsh. It was as if Long Howren was late, not because he was late on purpose, but because he blamed the Ling family for not notifying him in advance. Ling Yun noticed that as soon as Long Howren stepped into the banquet hall, before he could speak, Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu and others had already stood up first. Even Ling Lai subconsciously left his seat at this time, wanting to, he must go forward to greet Long Howren in person. Ling Yun doesn't blame his grandfather Ling Lai and his family. After all, the Long family has bullied the Ling family for 18 years. It is only with the support of the Long family that the Ling family is always on the verge of collapse. This huge inertia, it is difficult for anyone to get rid of it in a short time. Then today, I will break this inertia and let the Ling family completely get rid of the idea of being attached to the Long family, both physically and psychologically. Ling Yun waved his hand and transmitted his spiritual thoughts. Grandpa, you don't need to answer, I will deal with him. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yun released his aura and climbed up suddenly. With a slight twist, he came to the aisle in the middle of the banquet hall, facing Long Howren, who was walking towards him. Then Ling Yun smiled slightly, and walked over with big strides. The two sides walked towards each other, their steps were fast, and naturally they met each other soon. Uncle Kuan, you are here, why don't you notify me in advance, so I can arrange someone to pick you up? Ling Yun blocked Long Howren's way, but regarded him as heir, and directly greeted Long Kuan beside him. Fuck, this guy is here again. Yi Tianshui raised his hand to caress his face, he couldn't bear to look directly at this scene, he was too familiar with this scene. That's how Ling Yun stopped Yi Qingfeng at the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house just now. At this moment, even the air was about to freeze, and everyone held their breath, watching the head-on confrontation between two generations of invincible powerhouses. Because no one came forward to make an introduction, Ling Yun and Long Howren are still in the state of do not know each other. The person Long Howren wanted to talk to at the beginning was Ling Lai. The current situation is that he was rushed by a stranger, blocked the way, and this stranger just pretended not to see him. Long Howren remained calm and expressionless, he had made up his mind, Ling Yun pretended not to know him, it was even more impossible for him to take the initiative to ask a junior. He didn't move his shoulders, didn't shake his body, and his figure flashed to the left, but it was faster than teleportation. Ling Yun didn't move, he still maintained his posture of greeting Long Kuan, but he still stood in front of Long Howren. Long Howren smiled. Swipe swipe. His figure flashed 9 times in succession, but the speed was so fast, in the eyes of the ordinary people around, it seemed as if he hadn't moved at all. Ling Yun didn't seem to have moved, but he still stood firmly in front of Long Howren. It's awesome. Yi Tianshui's eyes were wide open, and he desperately watched the two of them display their body skills, but he was also dazzled. Can this be stopped? This kid. Yi Qingxin blinked her beautiful eyes, admiring in her heart. Zhou Wenyi and Yi Qingfeng looked at each other in shock and shook their heads. The two of them knew very well that if it was the two of them who blocked the way just now, they might barely be able to block Long Howren, but it is absolutely impossible for Xiang Lingyun to be so relaxed and leisurely. Uncle Kuan, I haven't seen you for so long, but I miss you so much, are you all right? In this dazzling time, Ling Yun had already greeted Long Kuan twice. It wasn't that Long Kuan didn't want to talk, but that he was completely suppressed by the aura released by the two fighters, and he couldn't even breathe. Mouth. Like a 12th level gust of wind blowing on the face, one mouth is filled with airflow. Suddenly, Long Kuan's expression suddenly relaxed. He felt as if he was covered by an invisible hood, and then he felt a huge force pulling him, and he appeared behind Ling Yun in an instant. In any case, first grab the person into your own hands, and then talk. Seeing Long Kuan being dragged away by Ling Yun, Long Haren didn't stop him. At the same time, he gave up his plan to bypass Ling Yun and stood still. Ling Yun, let me introduce you, this is. Long Kuan spoke immediately. Little tiger, hurry up and invite Uncle Kuan to his seat, what are you waiting for? Before Long Kuan could say those words, Ling Yun interrupted abruptly. Everyone has been rescued, there will be plenty of time to talk in the future, don't rush this moment. As for Long Haren's identity, of course Ling Yun doesn't need him to introduce. Here comes Brother Yun. Tai Xiao, who rushed over in stride, called Uncle Kuan respectfully, then half pushed and half dragged Long Kuan away. So, in the aisle in the middle of the banquet hall, only Ling Yun was left, confronting the Long family father and son. Ling Yun, what on earth do you mean? My father brought a generous gift to celebrate your father's birthday. Why are you blocking it? It was so embarrassing to be blocked by Ling Yun in the middle of the banquet hall, so Long Tianqing spoke up out of anger. He naturally knew Ling Yun. Oh? Who is your father? Ling Yun put his hands in his pockets, still ignoring Long Haren, and asked Long Tianqing instead. Stirred by Ling Yun, Long Tianqing's face was filled with anger, and he was about to step forward to speak when he heard Long Haren speak. God, shut up. Long Haren looked at Ling Yun with a smile, and immediately said, his father is naturally me, the head of the Long family, Long Haren. Oh, so you are the patriarch of the Long family. Without long admiration, without disrespect, Ling Yun resented directly. So you are Ling Yun. Long Haren was also unequivocal, tit for tat. The idea he made up before he came was that losers can't lose. The Long family is now dominated by Ling Yun, but on a bigger scale, it is only one end at present. How can he lose to Ling Yun in terms of momentum? Moreover, today is Ling Zhao's birthday, this is at his birthday banquet, and Long Haren is here to celebrate his birthday. No matter how violent Ling Yun is, it is impossible for Ling Yun to fight him. Since Ling Yun refused to let him go, Long Haren simply stopped moving forward. With his status, what difference does it make where he stands? Sure enough, a hero is a boy. Ling Yun, in fact, I have seen you a long time ago, on the night of the life and death battle between you and the Sun and Chen families. Ling Yun, oh, I know, I already know what you look like, and know many of your relatives. I just pretended not to know you on purpose. After saying the words many relatives who know you better, Yi Tianxue, who was watching the excitement from a distance, almost sprayed a mouthful of tea on Yi Tiandu's face. Because here, if you know these two characters, you have typed them. This is a slap in the face. No matter how well cultivated Long Haren was, he couldn't bear it for a while. He was not a clay bodhisattva, his face changed instantly, and his voice became low. Ling Yun, why bother? Ling Yun smiled coldly, because what you just said was not pleasant. Long Haren asked doubtfully, what did I say that didn't sound good? As soon as you entered the door just now, you questioned my grandfather, saying that our Ling family didn't notify you in advance about my father's birthday, so you came late, right? Yeah, what's wrong with that? Is there something wrong? Don't you know anything about it yourself? Ling Yun smiled slightly, I sent so many people to your house to collect the bills last night. Could it be that the dignified patriarch of the Long family didn't hear anything? Long Haren. Just as he was fighting back with words, Ling Yun suddenly shouted softly, Lu Wenlong, Luo Yuqing, Ma Qianjun, you guys. Bring those things signed last night to me now. Yes. Soon, Ling Yun's 6 disciples, each holding a stack of papers, came to Ling Yun and handed them to him. Then they did not forget to stare at Long Haren fiercely, and then they all retreated. Ling Yan held the thick stack of contracts in his hand. He didn't even bother to look at it, he just raised his hand and handed it to Long Haren. Patriarch Long, I think you should know what these things are. Now I want to ask you, do you recognize it or not? Long Haren was also too lazy to look at those contracts, he just stared at Ling Yan's eyes with sharp eyes, and after a long while, he suddenly burst out laughing. Ling Yan, if you want to get back the properties of the Ling family that I won back then, just tell me, you don't need to use these methods at all. Long Haren turned his head, Tianxing. Long Tianxing immediately stepped forward, and handed forward a large stack of documents that were more than 1 foot thick in his hand. Ling Yan, these are the properties of your Ling family back then, and our Long family will return them in full. People count it. Oh? Didn't expect Patriarch Long to be so happy? You don't know me well enough. If you really get to know me, you will find that I, Long Haren, always do things happily. It's just such a big family business, is Patriarch Long willing? It's just returning the property to its original owner, what is there to be reluctant about? It's good to be willing. While speaking, Ling Yan raised his hand and put all the documents in Long Tianxing's hand into the Taishu ring. He didn't even bother to look at it carefully, let alone worry that the Long family would play tricks on it. After some confrontation, Ling Yan knew that Long Haren had definitely come prepared, and that this person was extremely difficult to deal with. A strong man doesn't feel sorry for breaking his wrist, and he doesn't change his face when he makes a fool of himself in public. Being able to do two things like this is by no means comparable to ordinary big men. Ling Yan stood in the way to rob people, completely ignored Long Haren, and pointed out the matter of beating Long Haren's 6 close relatives without saying a word, and asked to return the Ling family's property. Slapped in the face, Long Tianxing's eyes were full of fire and his face was livid, but Long Haren not only calmly resolved the tricks, but his face was as if nothing had happened. At this time, the people around were already dumbfounded. Ling Yan didn't know, but those who knew Long Haren in the early years knew that, let alone Ling Yan persecuted Long Haren like this, even if anyone dared to block Long Haren's way, he was slapped flying by him directly. But Long Haren actually saw the tricks, and endured them all. For those ancient martial arts masters in the banquet hall, this is simply unbelievable. I didn't expect Long Haren to be so patient. Even Yi Qingfeng was sighing. That's because he knows that he is indeed not Ling Yan's opponent at the moment. When he fought Ling Yan just now, he has already tried it out. Zhou Wenyi spoke out the essence. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. This is an eternal truth. Ling Yan had the upper hand and gained the upper hand, but Long Haren did not lose. At least his words were beautiful. Ling Yan, since your family's property has been taken back, you should let me pass now, right? Long Haren asked with a smile, with an expression on his face that I see what else you can do now. No. Oh? Why is that? You have to know that I'm here to celebrate your father's birthday today. Ling Yan said calmly, what about the gift? Long Haren pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth in secret, turned his wrist suddenly, and his hand suddenly became radiant. Everyone watched intently, and found that there was a medicine bottle in Long Haren's hand, and there was only one pill in it, the size of a longan, burning and shining, extremely eye-catching. Ling Yan just glanced at it, and his pupils suddenly shrank. At the same moment, Long Tianxing was in a hurry. He rushed forward, grabbed Long Haren's arm, and said anxiously, Father, why did you take this out? This is absolutely impossible. Long Tianxing never dreamed that his father would change his mind temporarily and replace the gift he had prepared long ago with this elixir. Shut up. Long Haren stopped Long Tianxing, and then said to Ling Yan, I have heard that you are a master of alchemy. I guess you should know the goods and know what it is. I do. Ling Yan nodded, but his expression was very calm. This is the foundation building pill. A cultivator who has reached the 9th level of Qi training can complete the foundation building as long as he takes this pill. Zhu Jiden. Hearing Ling Yun say the name of the elixir, in the banquet hall, as long as it is a master who has reached the supernatural power level, his eyes will be straightened immediately. Even Zhou Wenyi and Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but stood up, released their spiritual thoughts, and observed carefully. A foundation establishment pill means a master in the foundation establishment period, who wouldn't be shocked? No wonder Long Tianqing was in such a hurry. Sure enough, good eyesight. Long Howren sincerely praised Ling Yun. This foundation establishment pill is the only one in my Long family. Originally, I planned to keep it for myself. Now, I will give it to your father as a birthday gift for him. Are you satisfied? Ling Yun laughed it off. My heart said that Long Howren was really a good method. This is indeed a foundation establishment pill, but its appearance is too bad. Anyone who uses it to establish a foundation will definitely reach the foundation establishment realm, but the cultivation level will stop here, and it will be difficult to make further progress. In fact, Ling Yun really wanted to ask Long Howren, where did he get this foundation establishment pill, but Ling Yun knew it well, and Long Howren would never tell him, so he simply didn't ask. If he was an ordinary person, he would definitely be tricked by Long Howren. Not only would he accept the elixir, but he would also be grateful to him in his heart, thank him 1,000 times, and treat him as a guest of honor from now on. It's a pity that Long Howren really chose the wrong person for his tricks this time. Ling Yun is a master of alchemy, and he refines the best Dao pills in batches, let alone a small foundation building pill. With Ling Yun's current cultivation, as long as he reaches the peak of the 8th level of Qi training, he can refine the top-grade foundation building pill, and when he enters the 9th level of Qi training, he can refine the top-grade foundation building pill. How could he care about Long Howren taking it out? This low-quality pill? Such a good treasure was taken out, but Ling Yun seemed indifferent. Even Long Howren was really anxious. He held the pill bottle and said, Ling Yun, I know why you are dissatisfied with me. I admit that I am indeed responsible for the public case of your Ling family 18 years ago, but the family's struggle for supremacy has been like this since ancient times. It's the same as what you are doing now. If my Long family collapsed today, I don't think you will just watch my Long family's family property being eaten up by other families, and you will not fight for it? If I really want to say that I was wrong, it is that I shouldn't let people of good and evil persecute your parents, let your father abolish his dantian, and force them to have no contact with each other forever. So, I, Long Howren, came here specially today to present this foundation establishment pill to your father as a birthday present. I hope that one day he will be able to use it when he reaches the 9th level of Qi training. In addition, I also know that you are eager to save your mother. I, Long Howren, can guarantee this. When you are ready to kill the main altar of the demon sect someday, my Long family will definitely help you to save your mother from the sea of suffering. Let your parents reunite. What do you think? What Long Howren said was more beautiful than Yi Qingfeng. Unfortunately, high-sounding. As long as Ling Xiao takes this foundation establishment pill, it will be difficult for him to improve his cultivation. As for helping Ling Yun save his mother, that's even more nonsense. Long Howren's goal is to follow Ling Yun to the demon sect to get a share of the pie. Ling Yun smiled, casually, raised his hand, and took away Zhu Jidan, and then said with a smile, since Patriarch Long's kindness is hard to refuse, I will accept this gift for my father. Zhuji pill is a defective product, but since Ling Yun can refine elixir, of course he can process elixir even better. In his hands, this elixir will sooner or later become a top-quality treasure. Save a lot of materials. But I, Ling Yun, save my mother. It is my Ling family's business, and I don't need your Long family's help, so I accept it with good intentions. Long Howren was dumbfounded, the look of disappointment in his eyes flashed past. Can you not be disappointed? He changed his mind temporarily and sent out a big gift. Although the elixir did have flaws, no matter who took it, he would become an out-and-out foundation-building master. Moreover, Ling Yun rejected his proposal of helping in person, which made his wishful thinking come to nothing. It's useless in front of Ling Yun after all the tricks are exhausted. Losing his wife and losing his army made Long Hauran instantly feel powerless. The most frustrating thing is that Ling Yun accepted the gift, but he still didn't give way, and was still blocking the way in front of him, with no intention of giving way at all. Patriarch Long, let me ask you one more thing, where is Long Wu now? At last Ling Yun was polite once. This. Long Hauran was stunned for a moment, and suddenly changed to spiritual sound transmission. Ling Yun, this matter involves my Long family's secrets, and I can't tell them in public. Anyway, I can guarantee that Long Wu is absolutely safe. Long Kuan knows the reason, you can ask him. After Ling Yun listened, he immediately passed the original words to Long Kuan, who nodded slightly to confirm. Very good. Since this is the case, even if the grievances between our two families 18 years ago have come to an end, it is up to Patriarch Long to decide whether it is an enemy or a friend in the future. Then, Ling Yun waved his hand and said two words that made everyone's eyes drop. See a visitor out. See a visitor out? Eyeballs fell in the banquet hall. Many people could hear the uncontrollable low-pitched exclamation. There is always a limit to arrogance, right? Slapping the face can't kill people, right? Killing is nothing but nodding. There are many people who don't know the inside story, and they have more or less thoughts in their hearts. They feel that Ling Yun is really going too far. After all, he is a guest when he comes, so what's the point of leaving him for a meal? You know, from the moment Long Hauran entered the door until now, he hasn't even had a sip of tea, let alone a seat to sit down, and he is even 8 feet away from today's rightful lord, Ling Xiao. Then it blasted out. Where in the world is there such a way of hospitality? What's more, he is not some unknown person, he is the head of the Long family. What a god. Fuck. 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 Yi Tianshui felt bad when Ling Yun uttered the word, very good. When Ling Yun waved his hand and said to see off the guests, the word fuck came out of his mouth as if he didn't want money. Jump inside and out. Among the children of big families in the capital, Yi Tianshui is definitely famous for being arrogant, but now, he feels that compared with Ling Yun in front of him, his arrogance is just like a child putting on airs in front of adults. It's too much, Mada, I can't bear it, even if I can't beat you, I will eat a piece of meat off of you. You lost. You owe me a space ring. Next to him, Yi Tian didn't forget to add fuel to his fire. Yi Tianshui. You didn't dare to bet with me just now. Zhou Wenyi in front couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard Ling Yun waving his hand to see off the guests. Yi Qingfeng's eyebrows were trembling even now. He really knew just how crazy Ling Yun was, and why his ghostly nephew Yi Tianshui couldn't get any favors in front of Ling Yun. This guy really can do whatever he wants, favors, etiquette, rules, Ling Yun can really completely ignore them. Even Ling Lai couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Ling Yun, Yuner. Why don't you just drive away the father and son of the Long family like this? How can you accept a gift from someone and not let him eat? Ling Xiao also wanted to send a voice transmission to Ling Yun, but he pondered for a while, and felt that Ling Yun's intentions were not just to act arrogantly, so he held back. Grandpa, you don't understand the inside story, I'll explain it to you later. Ling Yun sent a voice transmission to Ling Lai immediately. Frankly speaking, as soon as Long Hauran arrived, Ling Yun blocked the way, robbed someone, slapped him in the face, took back his belongings, and received congratulatory gifts. It can be said that he has already pushed the other party to the limit. Long Hauran also knew why Ling Yun was dissatisfied with him, and he had always adhered to the original intention of coming here. In order to buy the Long family a period of time, he endured endlessly, virtually defusing a lot of Ling Yun's offensives. Losing without losing, Long Haren basically achieved it just now. Moreover, when taking out the Foundation Establishment pill as a congratulatory gift, coupled with the extremely beautiful words he said at the end, Long Haren almost made a comeback in the end, and almost won the whole house. From a common-sense point of view, from anyone's point of view, Long Haren felt that what he had done was good enough. At least he was qualified to stay for this meal as a distinguished guest of the Ling family. Long Haren himself also thought so, because he gritted his teeth and took out the Foundation Establishment pill, because he had a strong premonition that if he took out the gift he had prepared, Ling Yun would probably drive him away directly, leaving him with no face left. After all, it was a real foundation-building pill, and it was indeed prepared by Long Haren for himself. To take a step back, even if he didn't use it, he could just give it to someone at home who had no hope of building a foundation after 9 levels of Qi training. Produce a master in the foundation period. But Long Haren never dreamed that he took a Long Kuan, returned the Ling family's property, and gave away a Foundation Establishment pill that shocked the world, but it still failed to impress Ling Yun. In the end, he still lost. When Ling Yun uttered the merciless "see off," Long Haren knew that today's face could not be kept. His face turned red and pale, and after a long while, he held back his anger and said in a deep voice, "Ling Yun, what do you mean?" Ling Yun smiled. "Seeing off guests, naturally means seeing off guests. Patriarch Long won't understand?" "Ling Yun, I advise you not to go too far. Just now, in order to resolve the grievances between the two families, my father even gave you his own Foundation Establishment pill. Don't you think it's too deceitful for you to do this?" Seeing his father being so humiliated, Long Tianqing was already furious. He took a step forward and questioned Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't even look at Long Tianqing at all, he just looked at Long Haren, smiled lightly and said, "Patriarch Long, as I said just now, in view of your patience just now and trying your best to resolve the grievances between the two families, I promise you that the grievances of the Long Ling family will come to an end." Speaking of this, Ling Yun raised his hand, and Zhu Jidan appeared in his hand again. "This elixir, in the eyes of others, may be a dream, but in my eyes, Ling Yun, not to mention it is rubbish, it is all ready for you. You have saved a lot of face, if you regret it, then this elixir will be returned to you, and the grievances between our Long Ling family will continue for another 1.5 years. While speaking, with a movement of Ling Yun's divine mind, the elixir bottle left his palm, flew out slowly, and floated in front of Long Haren again. Long Haren. Ling Yun's words almost choked him to death. However, Long Haren was not sure whether it was Ling Yun who was sure that he could make the Foundation Establishment pill, or whether he had noticed that there was a big problem with this pill. However, if it was the latter, and Ling Yun didn't care about it, and told the truth in public, then everything Long Haren did and the humiliation he suffered would be in vain, not only in vain, but also lose his character. Because he is a cheater, it's the exact opposite of what he said, it's completely diametrically opposed. He buried the thunder and screamed, and the Ling family treated him as a distinguished guest to stay for dinner. That's the real trick. As for the reason, Long Haren didn't dare to gamble, and although the meaning of Ling Yun's words was unclear, the threat in the words was clearly on the surface. "Return your elixir, the hatred will continue, and I will hit you if I want to hit you in the future." Thinking of this, Long Haren suddenly laughed loudly. Long really didn't expect that the patriarch of the Ling family would not even pay attention to this Foundation Establishment pill. It seems that I, Long Haren, was the one who was being abrupt today. Everyone laughs at me. After finishing speaking, Long Haren cupped his fists slightly around the surroundings, and then raised his voice and said, "Uncle Ling, I think my reason for coming here has been made clear just now. Since your precious grandson also agrees that the past enmity between the two families is now over, then I, Long, will not bother you any more, and I will visit you again when I have a chance. Farewell." After finishing speaking, Long Haren turned around. "Tian Xing, let's go." So, under the shocking eyes of thousands of people in the banquet hall, the father and son of the Long family turned and left. Against the sky. Absolutely against the sky. Long Howren was trampled to the ground by Ling Yun, without even taking a sip of tea, and just drove away like that. All the ancient martial arts masters in the banquet hall were staring at Zhuji Dan suspended in the air with complicated eyes at this moment. Especially those ancient martial arts masters who have reached the supernatural power level, thinking that such a treasure is really rubbish in Ling Yun's eyes? Is this pretending, or bragging? Now that I've reached this point, I'll announce one more thing. Ling Yun stood still at the same place, raised his hand and pointed at the radiant Zhuji Dan in the air, and smiled proudly. This is indeed the Zhuji pill. If anyone needs it, you might as well wait until the spring of next year to come to my Ling family's gu-wu. There are too many bids at the auction, I dare not say, there are always 10 or 8. Another hard broadcast for free. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun made a casual move, took back the Foundation establishment pill, then turned to Ling Yu and said, "Uncle, let everyone go to the private room for dinner now." Of course Ling Yun knew that his ruthless driving away of the Long family father and son would definitely cause many people to misunderstand, but he even drove away Long Howren like flies, so why should he explain to these people? Everyone left the table and went to the private room. The Ling family officially opened the banquet. On the other side, Long Howren and his son had already driven away from the Panga 7 stars. Long Howren's face was ashen, extremely ugly. Long Tianqing was furious, his eyes spit fire. After leaving the hotel far away, Long Tianqing said cautiously, "Father, everything else is fine, but why did you really give away that Foundation establishment pill? You kept the Foundation establishment pill. Speak through voice transmission." Long Howren turned his head. "Tianqing, remember in the future, no matter what kind of situation you encounter, don't lose your temper. Looking at Ling Yun's current strength, killing an expert in the Foundation establishment realm is already like killing a chicken. Since Ling Yun can kill a master in the Foundation building stage, it means that he has at least the speed and spiritual sense of the Foundation building stage. 10,000 meters away, we are still within the range of his spiritual sense at this moment." After explaining the reason, Long Howren finally got to the point. A Foundation building pill, no matter whether Ling Yun can refine it or not, it has no meaning to him. The truth is obvious, Ling Yun's killing a peak Foundation builder is already a joke, so what's the use of sending him a base builder at this time? Moreover, he is also a master of Foundation building who has ruined his way forward. When your great-grandfather gave me this Foundation establishment pill back then, he specifically said that this Foundation establishment pill is a low-quality pill. At most it is a low-grade pill, unless I can open the underground palace and pour my body in dragon's blood. Only when the time comes can you take the breakthrough, otherwise, even if you can successfully build the Foundation, there will be no hope of breaking through in the future. Nowadays, as long as you break through as a father, you will be at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. With the resources at home, it is not difficult to break through the Foundation establishment realm. Today, I took out this Foundation establishment pill, not to give the Ling family a master Foundation establishment, but to protect the face of our Long family in front of the heroes of the world, and also to win a sigh of relief. It's just a pity. I don't know whether it was Ling Yun who saw the clues of this elixir, or whether he was able to refine this elixir, which led to the failure of success and the loss of everything. Long Tianqing was a bystander, and he said cautiously, "Father, if Ling Yun really knows how to refine this pill, doesn't it mean that he has at least seen this pill, or, he has already seen the problem with this pill?" Long Howren's head buzzed. Lost. No wonder Ling Yun would ruthlessly see off the guests in the end. However, in front of his son, Long Howren also had to protect his face. He tried his best to restrain his expression, maybe. But no matter what, today is a period of peace for our Long family. We just need to wait until your brother comes back, or if your great-grandpa goes out, our Long family can still compete with his Ling family. After these 2 days, I will go to the East China Sea to see what's going on there, and inquire about the news of the 3 Immortals Island in the East China Sea. No matter whether there is a chance or not, I will break through in the East China Sea for my father. Father, if Ling Yan got the secret of the key to the underground palace from Uncle Kuan, what if he went to open the underground palace in advance? Long Howren gritted his teeth and spit out 2 words coldly. Fight to the death. Long Howren, this little bastard, at this point, he still wants to cheat my Ling family. He really doesn't deserve to be our Ling family's guest. In the largest private room of the Panga 7-star hotel, after hearing Ling Yan's explanation, Ling Lai was furious. He asked angrily, Yuner, why didn't you expose him on the spot just now, so that the heroes of the world can see with their own eyes what Long Howren did to my Ling family? Ling Yan smiled lightly. Killing people is nothing more than nodding their heads to the ground. Just teach him a lesson and let him retreat in spite of difficulties. In the private room next door, Yi Tianxue, who had been listening to the movement with his ears up all the time, couldn't help but rolled his eyes when he heard Ling Yan say that killing people was nothing but nods. How can this be called killing people without nodding their heads? You stepped on his face on the ground and rubbed it hard, okay? However, Yi Tianxue finally understood why Ling Yan ruthlessly drove away Long Howren in the end, and he couldn't help but feel frightened. There is nothing better than Long Howren who kills without blood. That is Ling Yun Jihua. Everyone here today, except for Ling Yun, would be beaten to death by Long Howren. They have sold you, and you have to be grateful to them. Rivers and lakes are rivers and lakes, the water is too deep. Ling Yun is such a monster. Everyone is clearly at the peak of the 6th level of Qi training. How does he even know Zhu Jidan? Yi Tiandu next to him took a sip of wine indiscriminately, and said vaguely, trying his best to suppress the powerless feeling in his heart with the power of alcohol. Due to the fact that there were too many important guests today, in the private room where Ling Lai was located, there were 2 large tables, each with a diameter of more than 4 meters, and each table could seat at least 20 people. At Ling Lai's table, there are Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, Qing Yao and others, as well as Ling Yun, Ling Xiu, Ling Shui and other 6 Ling family juniors. Chao Shanshan is also here. After all, today is Ling Zhao's birthday, so the Ling family naturally sits together. This is not only convenient for the family to talk, but also convenient for other guests to come to toast and get to know each other. Others who can sit at this table are naturally those heavyweight bigwigs, such as Zhou Wenyi, Chao Juanxiong, Li Guanping, Qin Chunfeng, Lin Hongjun, Xue Qingya and his wife. Yi Qingfeng, because of his transcendent status. And today's excellent performance at the gate of the Ling family also occupied a seat, sitting next to Zhou Wenyi. He was there, Yi Qingxin was naturally there too, just next to the blue bird. This table of people is located at the head of the east table in the private room. The table on the west was almost all members of the Qingshui gang. Among them, Morong Wenshi and Xuan Tianda were honored as honored guests, Tang Meng and Tai Xiao who were companions, and at Ling Yan's special request, Dugu Mo and Dongfang Ting, I was lucky enough to sit here. Although these 2 came here by themselves and their level is not high, they represent an ancient martial arts family after all, and they are friends who are recognized by Ling Yun and Metu Weima. The core members of the Ling family sat at the table with the most distinguished boss. Ling Yan's team from Qingshui City sat at the side table. Although this kind of arrangement is a bit messy and not perfect enough, but in a hurry, it is already in place. So Yi Tianxue and Yi Tiandu, despite their status, were unable to squeeze into this room, so they had no choice but to do so. Ling Lai is really happy today. Not because of the scene in front of them, but because of the 7 or 8 things that Ling Yun announced in the banquet hall just now. Which one would not make the Ling family proud? Which one is not shocking the world? And even if Long Howren came in person, Ling Yun completely crushed him from the beginning to the end. The Long family not only lost, but also lost, and in the end they were kicked out by Ling Yun without even drinking a cup of tea. All of this shows that the Ling family is indeed a well-deserved peak family in China. The old man has drunk 3 rounds, his brows and eyes are in a daze, and he vaguely sees the prosperous appearance of the Ling family 40 years ago. Yunner, good boy, it's only been less than half a year. Ling Lai praised Ling Yun in public, and the second half of the sentence, he was really embarrassed to say it in front of Yi Qingfeng and Zhou Wenyi, so he could only keep silent. But everyone understands that with such a terrifying development speed, what will the Ling family look like in half a year? Grandpa, you drank too much, don't forget, you are going to cross the catastrophe tonight. Ling Yun reminded with a smile, but he didn't take it seriously in his heart. Ling Lai wanted to get drunk. If he wanted to sober up, he could force all the alcohol out in minutes. However, when Ling Yun mentioned crossing the catastrophe, Zhou Wenyi smiled and said, Ling Yun, the 3 of you are crossing the catastrophe tonight, do you need someone to help protect the law? Ling Yun laughed when he heard this, old Zhou, I thought you would keep pretending to be confused until the end. Now that you brought it up on your own initiative, I'll save it for you. In fact, even if Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and Jade Bird were to cross the catastrophe at the same time, Ling Yun alone would be able to guarantee nothing would go wrong, but since Zhou Wenyi offered to help, he couldn't embarrass the other party, right? Okay, I can't drink your family's wine in vain. Then you tell me the place to cross the catastrophe later, and I will go there when the time comes. Ahem, Uncle Ling, brother, if you're not afraid that I, Qing Fengyi, will cause trouble for you, count me in as the Dharma protector tonight. Zhou Wenyi was put on eye drops, and Yi Qingfeng couldn't accept it if he wanted to. Besides, he really wanted to watch the scene where the 3 of them crossed the catastrophe at the same time. Brother Ling, Sister Qingmiao, I will also help protect the law. The one who spoke was naturally Yi Qingxin. Okay, go. The more people who protect the law, the better. Ling Yun never refuses anyone who comes, and accepts all orders. When the banquet was almost over, it was inevitable that Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and others at the next table came to toast first. Seniors, this is Tang Meng, this is Tai Xiaohu, they are all my brothers, please take care of me from now on, seniors. Ling Yun naturally wants to introduce grandly. The opportunity for this group of big shots to get together is absolutely rare. Peak of the 5th level of Qi training. What a qualification. When Zhou Wenyi and Yi Qingfeng spoke up, of course they praised Tai Xiaohu. Ling Yun is leisurely and complacent, but Tai Xiaohu has been carefully cultivated all the way, and now he is absolutely embarrassing. Little tiger, I wanted to talk to you just now. A few days ago, we two were able to compete on a par. Why did you run in front of me? Ling Lai complained happily, his words were full of sourness, and at the same time he did not forget to give Ling Yun a hard look. Tai Xiaohu could only babble, not daring to answer. After these 2 people came to toast, Murong Wenshi, Zhuang Tianda and others were naturally followed by Murong Wenshi, Zhuang Tianda and others. The 2 of them could be honored as honored guests, naturally because of the relationship between Murong Feishue and Zhuang Meifeng. Of course, this is their only reliance, otherwise, with their own status, it would be impossible for them to eat in the same room with so many big shots. Especially Zhuang Tianda, his heart was already pounding with excitement, thinking that back then, in order to open up the market north of the Yellow River, he gave his eldest daughter Zhuang Meifeng to a worthless playboy of the Sun family, and they still regarded him as a wrong person. But now? The Sunchen alliance has long been destroyed, and then look at the table in front of you. Afterwards, it was time for table sharing, or even room sharing toasts. Throughout the luncheon, including Ling Yun, the dozen or so core members of the Ling family never left the private room. It was someone else who came here from other private rooms to toast. This is the current status of the Ling family. However, there is no permanent feast in the world. No matter how luxurious and grand the banquet is, there will be an end. For Ling Zhao's birthday party, if the time of the banquet hall is included, it started at 12 o'clock and ended at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After the banquet, before Ling Yun left, he deliberately called Li Guangping, Li Junhua and his son together. Both the father and son had a premonition of something, and they suppressed their excitement at the moment. Grandpa Li, Uncle Li, I am really satisfied with my father's birthday party, thank you very much. Li Guangping hurriedly waved his hands, this is something that should be done. From now on, our Li family will have to rely on you to take care of it. This trivial matter is not worth mentioning. Li Junhua also nodded again and again, that's right, Ling Yun, if you treat Uncle Li as one of your own, don't mention thank you from now on. Ling Yun smiled, and with a thought, Zhuyan pill and beauty pill, a total of 3 pairs of high-grade spirit pills, appeared in his hands. These were specially reserved for Ling Lai, before the Mid-Autumn Festival and before he participated in the Demon Subduing Conference. There were a total of 10 pairs of pills. The old man was very tight-handed. He only sent out 4 pairs, and he still had 6 pairs. Ling Yun specially ordered 3. Come on. Grandpa Li, frankly speaking, I also have a better Zhuyan pill here, which can restore 50 years of youth. I don't want to give it to you, but I think that if you take it, it may affect your identity in the future. Not very convenient. Ling Yun was still explaining here, but over there, Li Guangping and his son's eyes were straightened, and even the old man's lips were trembling. Ling Yun, what are you talking about? You don't need to explain that. I know that your grandfather and your father are all taking this kind of elixir. If you want me to take a better one, that's not beating me. The old man's face? There is nothing wrong with these words, after all, so far, apart from Shui Jingqi and his wife, as well as Mr. Cui and Ling Yun's relatives, no one has taken the middle-grade treasure pill he refined. These 3 pairs of pills, you two can take 1 pair each. If you don't think you need to take the beauty pill, you can keep it as a gift, and keep the other pair for yourself as a spare. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun handed the 2 medicine bottles to Li Junhua's hand. Just eat it. If Uncle Li is still worried, just ask my uncle, and he will tell you in detail. Okay. Li Junhua held the 2 medicine bottles tightly in his hand, nodded his head like pounding garlic, and said incoherently, this, we can't ask for this in vain, Ling Yun, tell me, what do you want, what do you want? I promise you all. Ling Yun just smiled, with the investment in Qingshui City, the construction of my outer house, and today's banquet, Uncle Li has already done enough. From now on, the 2 of us will go hand in hand. Hearing Ling Yun's words, the Li family father and son choked up for a long time, unable to control themselves. The Li family father and son knew in their hearts that the 3 things Ling Yun said could not be exchanged for Ling Yun's 3 pairs of pills, not even one of them. And what Ling Yun said in the end was not protection, but hand in hand. Give the Li family enough face. After Ling Yun left. Junhua, tomorrow you can go and give the Ling family a generous gift. Also, from now on, you can just help Ling Yu honestly. The Ling family has just brought back such a huge family business, just to consolidate it. I'm afraid it will take a year or 2, and their family's casual share of the soup is better than our Li family's now. The child understands, and the father is at ease. For the Li family father and son, Ling Yun's gratitude is a gift. There is no doubt that Ling Zhao's birthday party has completely changed the situation among the big Chinese families. The Ling family officially climbed to the top. Among the other 5 major families, the Qin family, the Chao family, and the Li family are all allies of the Ling family. Although the Yi family has not officially announced it, anyone with a discerning eye can tell that the Yi family is no longer keeping a low profile and is taking the initiative to build a good relationship with the Ling family. The fact that the 4 core figures of the 2 generations of powerful Yi Jiaqing appeared at the Ling family banquet at the same time was a strong signal. The chief elder Zhou Winnie of the Huaxia group clearly supported the Ling family. Zhao Xingwu, the chief elder of the Huaxia dragon group, personally delivered a gift to the Ling family. Although the gift was light, it was meaningful. Long Haoran, the patriarch of the once China's #1 peak family, the Long family, also appeared at the banquet, making his debut, but was repeatedly slapped in the face by Ling Yun, expelled mercilessly, and finally lost his character, and lost everything. This undoubtedly proves from the negative side that the Long family is powerless to stop the Ling family's ascent to the summit. Even if Long Haoran personally stepped forward, it would be useless. Since then, the Long family has fallen from the altar, its light is dim, and its future is uncertain. The Ling family was radiant, completely covering the light of the Long family, and the future was bright. At least, every one of the thousands of distinguished guests who came to the Ling family banquet today thought so. But at the same time, everyone can vaguely sense that the Ling Long family will inevitably have a tough battle to fight in the near future, and it is still unknown who will win the battle. After the banquet, the guests who lived in the capital naturally returned home one after another. Those ancient martial arts masters who came from all directions did not live in the Panga 7-star hotel, but chose to leave separately and went to other places in the capital to temporarily settle down. Ancient martial arts masters, if not necessary, cannot live together in groups. This is a tacit and invisible rule in the ancient martial arts world. Because it is too inconvenient, not to mention the supernatural powers, even the masters of the innate late stage, the 5 senses and 6 senses are far beyond ordinary people, talking alone. Others can hear clearly within a few hundred meters and cannot communicate. Therefore, after the banquet was over, those bigwigs from the ancient martial arts sect all left, and none of them chose to stay. Of course, these characters actually have their own secret places in the capital that they are used to living in. Just like Yi Xingchen, there is a reason why they have unknown places to stay in the eastern suburbs of the capital. It was the group of people who came from Qingshui City, and they simply lived in Panga 7 stars. Because this is Ling Yun's direct line team, they are not just here to celebrate the birthday. There are many important figures in the Qingshui gang, such as Murong Wenshi, Zhuang Tianda, Song Jingyang, Yu Xingjin, and others. They are now occupying important positions in Ling Yun group, and finally the difference is also a consultant of the group. They have a lot of things to discuss with Ling Yu in detail this time, and they will carry out various business connections. Without 3 or 5 days, they will not be able to leave at all. In addition, those business celebrities in the secular world have become the most people who live in the Panga 7-star hotel. First of all, they are business celebrities, and most of them have met each other. There is no need to hide the other party's identity. The most important reason is that this time the Ling family ascended to the top, resulting in too much change in the business structure of China. The huge industries of the Yi family and the Long family that the Ling family just took back are an astronomical figure. Once the integration starts, it will definitely affect all walks of life in China are closely related to the respective business empires of these business celebrities. One hair will affect the whole body. The bigger the enterprise, the more obvious this effect. These people have to take this opportunity to try to establish as much love with the Ling family as possible, so as to achieve greater development. These people had to line up to see Ling Yu, so it was impossible for them to leave. One can imagine how busy Ling Yu will be from this moment on. Therefore, after the banquet was over, Ling Yu, Cui Lao, and Dong Qingshan had to stay in the Panga 7 stars for the finale. It's just that they are busy, but they are enjoying it. After all, this is a situation that the Ling family has never seen in decades. Unlike when they went to the hotel in a mighty manner in the morning, after the banquet in the afternoon, the people who returned to the Ling family's ancestral house were so small that they could be counted with 2 hands. Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and Qing Yao were the first to return to Ling's house, because they were going to cross the catastrophe at night. After all, a banquet is just a matter of saving face, and the strength of the realm is the foundation. Then there are Ling Yun, Chao Shanshan, Ling Xiao, and Ling Shui. Then there are Ling Yi, Ling Qi, Ling Jiao, and several other dead soldiers of the Ling family. After Ling Yun returned to the Ling family's ancestral house, he was very busy for a while. He immediately rearranged the 3 large formations, and then replanted the ghost willows again, but this time, Ling Yun planted not one, but directly planted 2 ghost willows in the Ling family ancestors' house, the 5th and 6th courtyards. Boom! The moment the 2 ghost willows were planted, the Ling family's ancestral house was completely filled with the life energy and mysterious yellow energy released by the ghost willows. 10 times better than before. This is because the ghost willow that Ling Yun carried with him is really too powerful now, with a diameter of more than half a meter, and the crown of the tree has many branches, and the shade of the tree almost covers half of the courtyard. Grandpa, Father, Aunt Qing. After releasing the willow of ghosts and gods, Ling Yun immediately sent a voice transmission to the 3 of them. You don't need to practice individually, all of you can come under this willow of ghosts and gods and meditate together. Swipe. The 3 of them appeared beside Ling Yun in an instant. Ling Lai smiled wryly. Yuner, how can you practice this? The moment you just took out our ghost willow, I almost couldn't hold back the realm, and broke through directly. Ling Lai did drink a lot today, but when he just left the hotel, he had already forced all the alcohol out of his body. Ling Xiao and Qing Yao also looked at each other and smiled wryly. Obviously, the situation of these 2 people was also similar to Ling Lai. This is really a happy trouble. Ling Yun. He thought for a while, and smiled. It's only 5 o'clock, and we have to wait at least 2 hours before we can go out to overcome the tribulation. However, you can't be idle during this period, so you should persevere and use spiritual energy to refine your body first. Well, after all, the most fundamental thing to overcome the tribulation is to use your body to fight against the tribulation thunder. Ling Lai thought for a while, and simply sat cross-legged on the spot. Alright, then just train your body. Ling Xiao and Qing Yao naturally also sat cross-legged around Guishan Lu and began to train their bodies. Boom! Ling Yun was still not satisfied. He raised his hand and released the yin-yang and 5-element flames in a radius of 2 feet, completely enveloping the 3 people who were meditating, tempering their bodies. Grandpa, Father, Aunt Qing, you practice like this first, and I will come to help you after 3 hours. After speaking, Ling Yun left with a smirk and flew to the front yard. The gifts the Ling family received today are piled up into mountains. At this time, Chao Shanshan, Ling Xiao, Ling Shui, and others were sorting the piles of gifts with Ling Yiling and the other dead men. Don't worry about the gifts sent by those secular figures. Just pick out the cultivation resources sent by the ancient martial arts world. Ling Yun said with a smile. So, with Ling Yun's help, everyone spent more than half an hour picking out all those cultivation resources and putting them away separately. Patriarch, when are we going to use so many cultivation resources? Ling Qi looked at those massive cultivation resources, rubbed his hands excitedly, and said, pretending to be troubled. Ling Yun just laughed aloud. Now you must think that our Ling family's cultivation resources are endless, but when you all step into the realm of Qi training, you will know that these things are not enough at all. Ling Yi approached mysteriously. Patriarch, can we dead men really be able to enter the realm of Qi training? It just depends on who is faster. No matter who it is, as long as it steps into the realm of Qi training, I will create a natal flying sword for him. Hearing this sentence, the dead soldiers of the Ling family present were all rejoiced. All right. Ling Yun glanced at the backyard, and then said, now the life energy of our Ling family is more than 10 times that of before. Eldest sister, Shanshan, and Ling Yi, you guys, take advantage of this little time, hurry up and meditate. After the 3 of them crossed the catastrophe, Ling Yun would leave again tomorrow, and he would definitely take the ghost willow with him. Shui, come with me. After Ling Yun finished making arrangements, Ling Shui was left alone, and brought her to the meeting room. "Brother, what is it? You are so mysterious, you still want to tell me alone?" Ling Xue stomped her feet anxiously. "I still have to hurry up and practice." Ling Yun, however, took his time and waved his hands to set up a small imperial formation around him, then motioned for Ling Xue to sit down and talk. "Sister, my brother was too busy after he came back, so I didn't wait to tell you in advance, but I announced today that I'm going to save my mother." Ling Yun looked at Ling Xue solemnly. "You don't feel uncomfortable in your heart, do you?" "What?" Ling Xuemei's eyes widened. "Brother, you called me over just to talk about this?" This reaction made Ling Yun a little dazed. "That's right." Ling Xue rolled her eyes at Ling Yun angrily. "Brother, are you annoying? I have already told my father that when you go to save the aunt, you must take me there. You still have to ask me at this time. I am really mad at you." Ling Yun. "Aunt?" Ling Xuejiao smiled and nodded. "That's right. My mother told me to call her that way. After I see my aunt, as long as she agrees, I can call her mother in the future." Ling Yun. "That being said, I was really worried for nothing. Actually, it's not mainly for this reason that I called you over." In order to hide his embarrassment, Ling Yun took out a flying sword and gave it to Ling Xue. "This is a top-grade spiritual weapon, and you already have your own sword spirit. Keep it up for fun, and you can use it when you reach the realm of Qi training." After all, it is his own sister, and Ling Yun's attack is a top-grade spiritual weapon. "Wow. Thank you, bro." Ling Xue cheered happily, took the flying sword directly, and recognized the master by dripping blood on the spot. "What else do you want?" "As long as you tell me, I will give you whatever you want." Ling Xue smiled mischievously. "I don't want anything, I want to be like my brother, step by step, practice steadily, and when the time comes, I will accompany you to the demon sect to save my aunt." After finishing speaking, Ling Xue blinked at Ling Yun, and her tender body disappeared in a blink of an eye. Ling Yun smiled in relief. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second. Mobile version reading URL, M. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Ling Yun, who was meditating cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were dark, and his eyes were silver. This is the external manifestation of his crazy cultivation of the yin-yang art of Wan Qi. Everyone in the family was cultivating desperately, so Ling Yun naturally wouldn't be idle. After he returned to his yard, he practiced for more than 3 hours in one breath, until he had filled up all the divine energy that had been consumed in Miaojiang, and then stopped. At this moment, in the sea of consciousness in Ling Yun's brows and hearts, his spiritual energy was overflowing, and his state was adjusted to the best, waiting to protect the 3 people who broke through the tribulation. Ling Yun floated up. Quack, quack, quack. I don't know when, the golden thread crow, who was kicked out of the house by Ling Yun last night, has already flown back to Ling's house. At this moment, it is flapping its wings and circling back and forth over the 5th and 6th courtyard of Ling's house, obviously overexcited. "Don't be noisy, Dakin." Ling Yun flew out and appeared directly in the 6th courtyard. As soon as he raised his hand, a ball of pure sunlight was thrown, almost the size of a football. "I'll go out tomorrow. I'll feed you first." Quack quack. The golden-lined crow's eyes glowed with golden light, and swooped down sharply, like a peck with a golden beak. It took away the entire pure sunlight ball, and then obediently got into the canopy of the half-meter-thick ghost willow tree, continued to lie down. "Grandpa, Father, Aunt Qing, why don't you cultivate?" Ling Yun noticed that the 3 elders who were about to transcend the tribulation had already stopped running the exercises, but sat cross-legged, bathed in the flames of yin and yang and 5 elements, chatting and communicating. What else to practice? After practicing for a while, the 3 of us will really break through. Ling Lai stood up, moved his muscles and bones a little, felt the explosive power all over his body, and answered Ling Yun with a smile. I don't want this century-old house of our family to be chopped up by the thunder. Well, that's true. Ling Yun swept away his spiritual thoughts, and knew that the three elders had indeed reached the critical point of breakthrough. Ling Yun's eyes flickered. He suddenly gave a wicked smile, raised his hand suddenly, and threw another basketball-sized ball of light. Seeing this, the golden-wired crow laying on the ghost willow tree immediately widened its eyes like a conditioned reflex, and just wanted to fly out to snatch it, but after seeing what the ball of light was, it immediately shrank back. Chuck, chuck. The white light shone, and the electric snake swirled around. What Ling Yun threw out this time was a lightning ball. Thunder pool. This is the tribulation thunder energy that Ling Yun took out from the Dantian thunder pool. Hey, Grandpa, Father, Aunt Qing, wait a moment, as long as you break through, you will be over the calamity. Do you want to know in advance how it feels when the tribulation thunder hits you? Ling Yun was purely out of kindness. After all, it was the first time the three of them had crossed the robbery. They were worried that they would be afraid of lightning in their hearts, so I wanted them to try it in advance. When the tribulation thunder comes down, they will be able to deal with it calmly. Ling Lai, Ling Xiao and Jade Bird were also stunned. Stinky boy, you actually want to strike your grandfather and your father with lightning? After Ling Lai was stunned for a moment, he was instantly furious, and he was about to fight. Ling Yun's figure fluttered, and he quickly hid away, but he said aggrievedly, Grandpa, I just want you to feel it first, so as to save you from panic. Fart. Your grandfather, I have never experienced any strong winds and waves, and I am still afraid of a small thunder disaster. Use you to train your grandfather in advance. Ling Lai unfolded his movements and chased Ling Yundong to hide in Tibet. Father, calm down. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile and said, Don't tease Yuner. After persuading Ling Lai to stop, Ling Xiao looked solemn, turned his head and said to Ling Yun, Yuner, I don't blame your grandfather for being angry, although we all understand your thoughts, but this time you really thought too much. In the past few months, you have told us a lot about cultivating truth, about breaking through the tribulation, and you have faced 3 calamities alone. It was the first time for Diaoyu Island in the East China Sea, the second time for One Night Immortal's light and clear water, and the third time for the 4-9 little heavenly tribulations in the East China Sea. Ling Xiao was right, but Ling Yun said in his heart, it wasn't 3 times, including the world of cultivation, dozens of times. Yuner, since you can face the calamity alone, then our Ling family, as long as they are cultivators, can do it. You also said that cultivating truth is going against the sky and fighting for life with the sky. Your grandfather and I, as well as the rest of the family, can't always be under your protection, so that we can cultivate and break through the realm. If so, what will we do when you are not by our side? My grandfather and I, can't we just stop cultivating, break the realm, and survive the calamity? So this time, you will let us all rely on ourselves from start to finish, and truly experience what is going on in a catastrophe. In this way, even if you are not by our side in the future, our Ling family, as long as the realm is reached, you can boldly break through and face your own catastrophe. Ling Yun was shocked, never expecting his father to be so far-sighted. But he had to admit that what Ling Xiao said was indeed the truth. He could protect the Ling family for a while, but he couldn't protect the Ling family for a lifetime. Grandpa, Father, Aunt Qing, you. Ling Yun looked at the 3 seriously, do you really think this way? Jade Bird chuckled, of course, this matter has already been discussed after we stopped cultivating. Ling Yun asked again, then, do you still need me to give this medicinal pill, defensive talisman, magic weapon, or something? Ling Xiao smiled, casually, Yuner, you have given us enough treasures, and now we can be self-sufficient. If we can't survive the 4 or 9 small tribulations with these, then how can we be worthy of our Ling family's inheritance? What qualifications are there to continue to practice? Also, Didn't you say that my father already has the strength to crush the 6th level peak of Qi training? If such strength, even the 4 or 9 small tribulations can't survive. Ling Xiao is strong and confident, his eyes are firm, and the meaning in his words is very clear. If he can't withstand the catastrophe, then he is not qualified to be Ling Yan's father. Boy, do you understand? Ling Lai also said, hurry up and put away the thunder ball of yours. Okay, then I'll listen to you. Ling Yun was thoroughly persuaded. In fact, he knew in his heart that what his father said was right. He was not afraid that the 3 of them would not be able to cultivate enough, but he was worried that there would be a thunderstorm like the 5 elements thunder tribulation tonight. In that case, the 3 people in front of him would definitely not be able to bear it. Of course, with this probability, it would be good to have 1 or 2 encounters among the millions of cultivators. Besides, even if there was such a calamity thunder, Ling Yun would not be able to watch these 3 people die, and they were struck to death by lightning. After silently making up his mind, Ling Yun resolutely withdrew the tribulation thunder energy, and then said to the 3 of them, then you should prepare yourselves now, and then directly break through. Ling Yun is also looking forward to the 3 people in front of them. What kind of realm can they reach in one fell swoop? Direct breakthrough? Ling Lai was stunned. It's here? What should I do when the calamity falls that day? Ling Yun laughed when he heard it. Don't worry, Grandpa, no matter what kind of calamity, there is no reason why lightning strikes you immediately after breaking through the realm. In the great world of self-cultivation, the calamity transcending period, after reaching the calamity transcending period, the powerful heavenly calamity will even be brewing for 100 years, or even 1,000 years, before it will be sensed by the calamity transcending power. So there is a saying of the calamity transcending period, otherwise, if you break the realm, you will be robbed. How can you say that you are in the calamity period? Even, there is a great power who has reached the calamity period, sensing that his calamity is particularly terrifying, and he simply suppresses his realm and hides his strength, so that the calamity cannot fall on his head. To put it bluntly, even if you play side balls with Tian Dao and play a hooligan, Lao Tzu will not be promoted to immortals, and Tian Dao will not be the same. It is because of this that there are old monsters who have been hiding for thousands of years, but have the strength to kill angels. So that's it. Ling Lai blushed and flew away. Ling Xiao and Jade Bird also looked at each other and smiled, and went back to the house to prepare. It didn't take long, about 10 minutes, the 3 of them came back one after another. Under Ling Yan's signal, they each found a place to sit cross-legged on the spot under the willow tree of ghosts and gods. Grandpa, Father, Aunt Qing. Ling Yan heavily instructed, after you break through, as long as you feel that you still have enough strength, you can break through the border again and again, but remember that you can't force it. It counts as far as you can, as long as it's just right. The 3 nodded at the same time. Don't worry, Yuner. Ling Yan unreservedly released all the flames of Yin and Yang and 5 elements, covering the 3 of them. Let's start. Boom boom boom. The 3 suddenly ran their respective exercises, breaking through the realm almost at the same time, without any suspense. As soon as the 3 broke through, they reached the peak of the 4th level of Qi training at the same time. Ling Yan's face was overjoyed. Call. The brows and the sea of consciousness of the 3 of them suddenly soared, and the speed of the flow of infuriating energy in their bodies was several times faster than before, and they were all madly absorbing the life essence and xuanhuan spirit energy in the Ling family's ancestral house. It's too domineering. With the place where the 3 people are located as the center, a spiritual vortex quickly formed here, like a tornado, whirring. The various auras that had reaccumulated in the Ling family's ancestral house were quickly absorbed by the 3 of them. But it doesn't matter, at this time, the inheritance of the Ling family, the 2 ghost willows, the tree bodies are blooming with green and radiant brilliance, and they keep releasing pure life essence and mysterious yellow energy, which is completely enough for the 3 of them to absorb. Of course, only Ling Lai and Ling Xiao are from the blood of the Ling family. They practiced the xuanhuan Zheng. Bluebird also understands this, so what she absorbs is mainly the life essence released by ghosts and God's willow, but even so, the benefits of her breakthrough this time are incalculable. Boom. At this time, Ling Zhao's aptitude and age advantages were fully reflected. He made a breakthrough again and officially stepped into the 5th layer realm of Qi training. Boom. Next was Ling Lai, who also broke through. After another 3 minutes, Jade Bird also broke through again and entered the 5th level of Qi training. Ling Yun held his breath and stood by the whole time, protecting the law for the 3 of them. He thought many times in his heart whether he should take Yin Jiuyo's top-quality elixir for the 3 to eat, but after hesitating, he gave up. The medicinal power was too strong. Ling Yun dared not take it before breaking through the 7th level of Qi training, let alone these 3 people. After half an hour, the 3 of them stopped cultivating one after another, and under the protection of ghosts and God's willow and tempered by yin-yang and 5 elements fire, they completely stabilized their realm. Finally, Ling Xiao reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi training. Ling Lai reached the late stage of the 6th level of Qi training. Jade Bird was slightly worse than the 2, but he was able to enter the 6th level of Qi training. Walk. When the 3 of them got up, Ling Yun didn't dare to delay any longer. He first took back the flames of yin-yang and 5 elements, and then took the ghost willow tree that he carried with him. He immediately took the 3 of them to the sky, and quickly rushed to the place of tribulation. At this time, black as ink-stained robbery clouds had already piled up layer upon layer above the Ling family's ancestral house, with a radius of more than 500 meters and an inexplicable thickness. This is the robbery cloud of 3 people. Half an hour ago, when the 3 of them just broke through the realm, it began to appear. Now it is already thick and abnormal, and the pressure of heaven is more than 3 times that of ordinary robbers. Before Ling Yun put away the ghosts and God's willows, the 3 of them could hardly feel this kind of coercion from heaven, but as soon as the ghosts and God's willows were put away, they immediately began to face this invisible oppression. Ghosts and God's willows are mysterious and unpredictable, capable of resisting tribulation thunder, and also able to conceal the secrets to a certain extent, Ling Yun has long known. Therefore, Ling Yun did not dare to fly too high, and only brought the 3 of them to an altitude of more than 300 meters, then changed direction and flew straight towards the northern suburbs of the capital. Ling Yun's speed was so fast, he opened the primordial Qi shield to wrap the 3 of them, directly breaking the sound barrier, and the moment was a kilometer. As soon as they moved, the black robbery cloud in the air immediately followed, like a shadow. North of the Forbidden City, high on the top of Jingshan Mountain. I can't believe that Ling Yun would dare to let them break through directly in the Ling family's ancestral house. At this moment, Long Hauren, who had been standing here observing the Ling family's ancestral house for a long time, said with a solemn expression, "What is so strange in this Ling family's ancestral house?" "Father, the only thing I know is that Ling Yun didn't practice the xuanhuan mantra of the Ling family's inheritance method, but he was the one who reopened the inheritance of the Ling family." Long Tianqing next to him replied, "Of course I know what you said." Long Hauren's face was complicated. Seeing that the thick cloud of calamity suddenly flew north, he didn't have time to think too much, and immediately ordered, "Tianqing, you immediately send an order to let them act according to their plan." "Yes. Know yourself and the enemy, and you will not be imperiled in 100 battles." At noon, Long Hauren suffered a big loss at the Ling family's banquet and paid a huge price, in exchange for Ling Yun's promise that the grievances between the 2 families will come to an end. Of course he did not dare to provoke the Ling family in a short time, but it didn't mean that he would ignore the Ling family's affairs from now on. Long Hauren understood very well that the scenery of the Ling family's banquet in the daytime was just an indication, and the current strength of the Ling family was the foundation. Tonight, the three core characters of the Ling family broke through the border and crossed the calamity at the same time. Long Haren naturally should pay special attention to this. But it is impossible for him to rush to the land of tribulation himself to find out, because now Ling Yun's strength has crushed him. As long as he is close, Ling Yun will definitely regard him as a great enemy, and the loss in the daytime is meaningless. Therefore, Long Haren arranged for several dead men who had not seen their faces for a long time, dressed up as ancient martial arts masters watching the tribulation, and mixed with the ancient martial practitioners who went to watch the tribulation tonight to watch the three Ling family's tribulation process. Transcending tribulation has always been a life or death barrier for practitioners. Either transcend the calamity successfully or die. Therefore, when transcending the calamity, it is difficult for those who transcend the calamity to retain their strength, and they will definitely play their cards. Even just looking at the strength of the Ling family and their sons is still good. This was Long Haren's plan. Ling Yun Yakong flew north. When passing by the Lingjiao martial arts school, he swept away his spiritual thoughts and transmitted a voice to the bottom, Tai Xiaohu, Wang Chongxiao, follow me to protect the law. After speaking, without waiting for the two people below to respond, they left in an instant. After the banquet this afternoon, Tai Xiaohu greeted Ling Yun and brought Long Kuan, Dugumo, Dongfang Ting, and Ling Yun's 72 disciples directly to Ling's martial arts school. Apart from Dugumo, Dongfang Ting, and Wang Chongxiao who were good things, all of them were people who used to be Qinglong. Long Kuan has not returned for a long time. At the banquet, these people have no chance to speak. After the banquet is over, they naturally have to have a good conversation. There is no more suitable place than the Ling family martial arts school. Of course Ling Yun knew that these people were all here, so when he passed by the martial arts school, he made a special shout. Uncle Kuan, would you like to come and see it together? After Tai Xiaohu heard this, he immediately asked Long Kuan. It is good. Long Kuan nodded and smiled. In the past few hours, I was really fascinated by your experience in the past 6 months, but unfortunately I missed it all. Now, you and Ling Yun are already considered gods, so I naturally want to see it myself. Look at your immortal means. Tai Xiaohu smiled embarrassedly, scratching his head embarrassedly and said, Brother Yun is the real immortal. Then, without further delay, he looked at Wang Chongxiao and flew to the square with Long Kuan. Hey, wait. Dugumo and Dongfang Ting rushed out and shouted, Old Iron, you can fly over, what about the two of us? After a day of getting along, the two of them, Tai Xiaohu, Wang Chongxiao, and Ling Yun's 72 disciples, had already become acquainted with each other. Tai Xiaohu scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Brother Yun said, this time, the 72 disciples will go over to watch, so that they can gain insight, so please bring them over together. Dugu Mo. Dongfang Ting asked with a smile, Xiaohu, where is the exact location? Tai Xiaohu smiled and said, it's right in the mountains to the north, you can run after Jeyun. If you really can't find it, when the lightning strikes, the sky and the earth will be bright, and you will see it immediately. Immediately afterwards, the three figures disappeared in place. Damn, intentional, absolutely intentional, this kid can't fly when he bullies us. Dugumo pointed at the night sky, gestured his middle finger fiercely, then turned his head and said, brothers, let's go, if it's late, you won't be able to see anything. So, in the dark of night, 70 or 80 black shadows rushed out of the Ling family martial arts school, each exerted their light power, and charged towards the mountains in the north. The addresses of Ling Xiao and the others had already been announced during the banquet. Therefore, this night, not only the people from the Ling family came to watch the calamity, but none of the ancient martial arts practitioners who attended the banquet during the day left. The mountains came. Even, in addition to these ancient martial arts practitioners who attended the banquet, the ancient martial arts practitioners around Yanjing did not want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity after receiving the news. They all came to this mountain range early and waited. Watch the robbery. Transcending the calamity, what an incredible thing for an ordinary cultivator. The peak swept past underfoot. There are so many people here? Ling Yun and his party of 4 quickly came to the sky above the inconspicuous mountain last night. With a swept away, they found that the surrounding mountains, with relatively gentle trends, were already full of people. A rough estimate is that there are no less than 400 or 500 people in the dark crowd. Moreover, among the mountains farther away, the figures of cultivators who are galloping and leaping can be seen everywhere, rushing towards them from all directions. Come on, why are people from the acquired realm here, to join in the fun? Ling Yun let go of his spiritual sense, and found that among the hundreds of people who were already present, not only were more than half of them masters acquired the day after tomorrow, but there were even some secular figures who were not skilled in martial arts. Moreover, many of them were familiar faces they had seen during the day. Among them, the ones that caught Ling Yun's attention the most were Ma Zhiyun and Ma Shoujuan. They had both arrived early, and there were actually 5 or 6 innate experts around them to protect them. People who are rich enough that money is just a string of numbers have no pursuit of worldly things, and naturally think about something else. This has been the case since ancient times. As for being so curious, Ling Yun laughed happily, thinking that it is dark now, and the sky will be filled with white lightning in a while. What can you see clearly when you come? However, now is not the time to ponder these things. Ling Yun landed directly on the top of the mountain and looked up at the coverage area of Jiayun. Everyone, it doesn't matter if you come here to watch the calamity, but I advise you all to stay farther away, at least give up 3 more hills, or else you will be killed by lightning later, and my Ling family will not be responsible. Ling Yun performed the dragon's howl, and the sound spread all over the surrounding mountains. Ling Yun's voice was amazing. Before he could finish his words, he saw a rush of people on the nearest hilltops. People began to run down the hills one after another, and they quickly changed to another hill. Although it was a dark night, everyone saw it at this time. The robbery cloud in the sky was darker than the night, and there were electric snakes rushing out from time to time, which was very terrifying. Many people are inevitably startled when they see thunder and lightning, not to mention the scene of this kind of calamity. Whoosh whoosh. However, the real master is naturally not afraid. At this time a few people came from the sky, and the speed was too fast. They landed on the top of a steep mountain, just outside the scope of Jiayun, but they were able to see everything in Ling Yun clearly. Zhou Wenyi, Yi Qingfeng, Yi Qingxin, Yi Tianxue, Yi Tiandu. The Yi family came to 4 in one breath. Ling Yun, we are here to protect your father and the others. Thank you very much. Ling Yun laughed loudly and clasped his fists in thanks. Chuck, chuck. At this time, the robbery cloud was getting lower and lower, and the electric snakes inside began to become more and more dense, and frequently pierced the clouds, and the pressure of heaven became more and more obvious. Based on experience, Ling Yun knew that it would not be long before the catastrophe would begin. Grandpa, Father, Aunt Qing, there are no people on the 2 peaks over there. Are you going to separate the tribulations, or are you both here to survive the calamities? Ling Yun started talking about the key points. Ling Xiao asked, what's the difference? The 3 of them are in one place, which means that each of them has suffered at least 3 times the tribulation thunder, but after successfully transcending the calamity, the benefits are far beyond ordinary transcending calamities. If you separate, the tribulation clouds will be separated, which is equivalent to crossing the tribulation separately. Ling Lai was too lazy to write ink, so he simply asked Ling Yun directly, Yuner, according to you, with the current strength of the 3 of us, can we withstand it? Ling Yun thought about it seriously, and said truthfully, in my opinion, if you 2 are separated, you can easily survive the calamity. If the 3 of you are together, you should be able to survive, but you will definitely suffer a lot. You may be seriously injured. Since Tai Xiaohu had just succeeded in transcending the tribulation not long ago, Ling Yin could tell that the tribulation cloud in front of him was at least 3 times stronger than Tai Xiaohu's 4-9 little heavenly tribulation. But after Tai Xiaohu broke through the realm, he only reached the peak of the 4th level of qi training, and after the successful calamity, he was only in the middle stage of the 5th level of qi training, but the 3 people in front of him are now above the 6th level of qi training. Ling Yin was very confident in the true strength of the 3 of them, so he wanted them to overcome the calamity together and gain more benefits from heaven. Before he could speak, he saw Ling Lai's beard and hair stretched out, and he waved his hand. "It's just an injury, what's there to be afraid of? Let's go through the calamity together, or have someone to take care of." The old man chatted about teenage madness. "Hey, Grandpa, I'll just wait for your words, you can rest assured, I won't let anyone disturb you." After speaking, Ling Yin teleported, directly breaking the sound barrier, and quickly left the place where the 3 of them crossed the calamity. Boom! Click! 2 minutes later, the first wave of robbery thunder fell, and 3 thick lightning bolts fell from the clouds, reaching the sky and the ground. Between heaven and earth, as bright as day. Blind people's eyes. Mobile version reading website, M. Oh my goodness! My God! There is such a thick lightning. It's over, I'm deaf. Caught off guard, the moment the first thunder and lightning fell, it completely shocked the world. At least half of the people on the surrounding hilltops were stung by the light from the 3 thick lightning bolts and closed their eyes. Many people quickly raised their hands to cover their ears. Shocked by the thunderbolt, he fell directly to the ground. This is the power of xuanhuan heavenly tribulation. It turns out that all of this is true. There are really people in this world who can survive the catastrophe. On the top of a mountain in the Far East, Ma Zhiyun watched 3 bolts of lightning strike. He managed to stand still and muttered to himself. "I really didn't expect." Ma Shojuan next to him couldn't help sighing, and asked at the same time, "Flying in the sky, traveling freely between the world and the earth, compared with these people, what's the point of earning more money if you say that we are working hard?" The 2 looked at each other and were silent. Once the lightning strikes, it will not stop. It's like God's punishment. Among the surrounding mountains, hundreds of birds are frightened and beasts are crawling. 3 levels of qi training at the 6th level. At noon, Uncle Ling and the others were still at the peak of the 3rd level of qi training. Yi Tian was looking at the place where the thunder and lightning fell in the distance, with complicated thoughts. He couldn't help but turned his head and asked Ling Yun, "Break 3 realms in a row, Ling Yun, how did you do it?" Ling Yun chuckled, "The heavenly secret must not be revealed. It's okay to even break through the 3 realms, but how dare 3 people go through the tribulation in one place at the same time? This is simply unreasonable." Yi Tianxue was also shocked. He thought that Ling Yun was crazy, not to mention the 4 waves of lightning. The first wave of lightning in front of him already surpassed the intensity of the 3rd wave when he crossed the tribulation. It's really strong, especially Brother Ling Xiao. Yi Qingfeng's spiritual consciousness was wide open, and he used his spiritual thoughts to lock on the 3 people who had crossed the catastrophe, and found that Ling Xiao didn't use any kung fu, but only relied on his strong physical body to easily withstand the first wave of thunder and lightning, and suddenly felt incredible. How tyrannical is such a fleshly body? And it wasn't just Ling Xiao, the 3 of Du Jia were like this. The 3 of them sat cross-legged in a zigzag shape on the top of the mountain, and the thick lightning struck them like a bolt, but they didn't respond. Ling Yin secretly laughed in his heart. This is naturally to temper the body with the help of the most masculine and majestic thunder and lightning power between heaven and earth. The 3 of Du Jia have all practiced the great evolution gathering stars treasure, and after repeated tempering by Ling Yan's yin yang and 5 elements fire, they have now reached the peak of the 2nd largest realm, and they are only 1 step away from breaking through the 3rd largest realm. Enter harmless territory. The first wave of thunder and lightning in the fourth ninth tribulation looked particularly frightening, but it was nothing more than a superficial appearance. Although there are many benefits to crossing the tribulation like this, but the three of them get together, will it be a little too big? Yiqing worked her eyesight, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the top of the mountain. Her heart fluttered, but she was also worried. She is from Mount Shu, and she has seen the seniors in her sect go through robbery with her own eyes, so her knowledge is naturally far superior to others. Ling Yin responded with a smile, "Don't worry, Auntie. From the looks of it, they should be able to survive the first 3 waves of tribulation thunder safely, and there will be no major problems." What about the 4th wave? Injuries are inevitable. If something unexpected happens, I will not sit idly by. Although Ling Yin was talking, his eyes were always watching the changes of Jia Yun, and he was estimating the maximum intensity of GLA. Yi Qingxin suddenly turned her head, her beautiful eyes were full of expressions. "Yuner, can you intervene in heavenly tribulation?" Ling Yin nodded slightly, and then said via voice transmission, "I can't say dare, but at critical times, it shouldn't be a problem to use 1 or 2 magic weapons to resist the critical thunderstorms." Of course he is qualified to say that. Ning Lingyu's gift from heaven was snatched by him back then, not to mention the tribulation thunder in front of him. Although the Jayan this time is terrifying, it is still far behind Ling Yun's 4-9 small heaven tribulation and 5 elements thunder tribulation. Only Zhou Wenyi, with a calm face, concentrated on watching the lightning strikes, as if watching with relish, without any worry. "Stinky boy, as far as I know, after tonight, you are going to the special zone in the south, but you want to solve the matter of the little girl of the He family? Old Zhou, do you have nothing else to do except investigate me every day?" Ling Yun couldn't help but rolled his eyes, and asked back, "You even know about this?" "It's not such a big secret." Zhou Wenyi didn't answer at all, and immediately said, "After you go, I don't care how to solve the He family's affairs, but I have one request." "Any request?" "Act in secret and don't make a big deal out of it." Zhou Wenyi said word by word, with a serious expression. "Don't worry, I know the situation over there in my heart, and I know what to do. After I go there, I will leave after I have cured Mr. He's illness. There will be no delay." Ling Yin said casually. "No." Unexpectedly, Zhou Wenyi refused to agree. He pondered, "You should have heard of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance, right? The Loose Cultivation Alliance has been a bit noisy recently. I think that what happened to the He family may be related to them. You go after it is discovered. We must find a way to investigate clearly, and then, suppress it." Ling Yun. After a pause, Ling Yun finally came to his senses. "Old Zhou, is this the task of Tianzu?" Zhou Wenyi nodded imperceptibly, "That's right." "After the task is completed, is there any reward?" Zhou Wenyi. "Ling Yun, you are now the great elder of our heavenly group, and you are going to solve some problems along the way. How can you still ask me for a reward? Don't do it without a reward." Ling Yun flatly refused. Zhou Wenyi seemed to have expected that Ling Yun would refuse, but he didn't care at all. He just smiled and said, "If you really don't want to do it, then forget it, I can send other people there. However, as far as I know, there are a few old monsters in the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance who have a lot of cultivation resources." Hearing this, Ling Yin came to Zhou Wenyi's side in a flash. He put his arms around his shoulders and said with a smile, "Old Zhou, I think, as the great elder of the Tianzu, it is my duty to solve the problems for the Tianzu." An old fox-like smile appeared on Zhou Wenyi's face, and he said lightly, "Then it's settled? It's a deal. Leave everything to me." Ling Yin sneered, "A group of jumping clowns dare to break ground on Tai Sui's head, let's see how I deal with them. When doing things in Tianzu, remember not to reveal your identity, and keep your name incognito." Zhou Wenyi gave heavy instructions. "Don't worry, when I arrive in Nanyang, my alias is Lin Tian, and my identity is just a casual cultivator. I guarantee that no one will recognize me. Okay. Zhou nodded in satisfaction, and he pointed to the top of the distant mountain. Look, the second wave of tribulation thunder is about to end, and your father sacrificed a flying sword. Ling Yun had already seen that the trio of Du Jia were resisting the second wave of tribulation thunder at this time, and they unanimously sacrificed their magic weapons, not for defense, but for tempering them. Father, how do you feel? Can you bear it? Ling Yun asked via sound transmission. Hee, don't worry, Yuner. In the lightning forest, like a curtain, Ling Zhao's slender figure moved freely, chatting and laughing freely. Soon, the second wave of tribulation thunder ended, and not long after, the third wave of tribulation thunder began to strike the top of the three of them. Boom boom boom. 49 small heavenly tribulations. The power of each wave of tribulation thunder increases geometrically. The power of the third wave of tribulation thunder increased significantly. It didn't take long for the blue bird to be overwhelmed, directly used 2 7th-level defensive talismans for himself. After the first 2 waves of tribulation thunder, Ling Lai obviously gained a lot of benefits. He has already reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi training. Although his body is scorched black, he keeps screaming, shuttles between the vertical and horizontal, and helps the blue bird to block a lot of thunder and lightning. At this time, the Ling family's xuanhuan scripture exercise was finally manifested. Ling Xiao was still unscathed, and the third wave of tribulation thunder still couldn't hurt him. 20 minutes later, the third wave of tribulation thunder finally ended. It's done. Ling Yun raised his head and looked at less than a quarter of the Jiayun left in the sky, knowing that it would be very difficult to cause fatal damage to Du Jia and the three of them with only this little energy of GLA. And it is. When the last wave of tribulation thunder fell, although Ling Xiao obviously had a lot of trouble, he insisted on not using any talismans, and relied on his physical body and kung fu to bear it down. Ling Lai was blackened by the thunderbolt, and his skin was bruised. He used a lot of defensive talismans and healing talismans, and barely passed the test with almost all of his cards out of the hole. Qingyao was seriously injured, and the last 3 lightning strikes, if Ling Xiao and Ling Lai hadn't helped her resist, the consequences would have been unpredictable. There was no danger, and it was not much different from what Ling Yun estimated. The 6th level of Qi training, the second peak of the Dian gathering star treasure, the body repeatedly tempered by yin-yang and 5-element fire, plus black gold demon silkworm clothes, various defensive talismans. With such strength, he was still injured by the heavenly tribulation, not because Jade Bird was not strong enough, but because the heavenly tribulation combined by the 3 of them this time was really too strong. But fortunately, all 3 of them succeeded in crossing the tribulation in the end. The benefits they got from crossing the catastrophe this time, let alone Yi Tianshui, even Tai Xiaohu, were slightly inferior. Brush. After the robbery clouds cleared away, Ling Yun flew over and threw more than 100 spirit stones in an instant, setting up a maze to completely isolate the outside world. Grandpa, Father, are you okay? Yuner, we're fine, you first treat your Aunt Qingyao. Ling Yun waved his hand to sacrifice the willow of ghosts and gods, and with a move of his divine sense, he planted it directly on the rock on the top of the mountain, allowing Ling Lai and Ling Xiao to use their spiritual energy to restore their skills, and then began to treat the blue bird. Yuner, look at what state Aunt Qing is in now. Soon, Qingyao recovered from her injuries and asked Ling Yun immediately. Ling Yun said with a smile, Aunt Qing, although you are the most injured, but this time through the tribulation, your realm has improved the most. Now you are at the late stage of the 6th level of Qi training, and you will be able to reach the peak of the 6th level in a short time. After hearing this, Qingyao nodded in relief, and she smiled at Ling Yun. Yuner, this catastrophe is really terrifying. If I didn't always think that my sister is still suffering in the demon sect, Aunt Qing might not be able to bear it. Half an hour later. Ling Yun took in Ghost Willow, and withdrew from Huntian Meisian. The three members of the Ling family, who have already been tidied up and completely reborn, stand proudly on the top of the unknown peak, facing the heroes of the world. Xiaoya, from now on, even without Ling Yun, your Yi family can't beat the Ling family. After Zhou Wenyi swept away the three of them with his divine sense, he couldn't help laughing and teasing Yi Qingfeng. Mobile version reading URL, M. Facing Zhou Wenyi's ridicule, Yi Qingfeng remained silent. Because there is really nothing to say. At this moment, Yi Qingfeng's little sense of superiority towards the Ling family has long since disappeared. The original Ling family is strong, it is because Ling Yun himself is too strong, he can crush other people's entire family, or the entire sect, plus Ling Yun's character of not rubbing sand in his eyes, he will kill you if he doesn't move you, he is clean, so that the Chinese ancient martial arts world can do nothing to him, even if he refuses to accept, he can only hold back. However, if Ling Yun is left aside, the Ling family without Ling Yun can only hee-hee. If Ling Yun is compared to a king, the Ling family 4 months ago was not even considered bronze, barely qualified 3 months ago, silver 2 months ago, and gold 1 month ago. Even until today's daytime luncheon, the overall strength of the Ling family was at best a platinum level. But at night, after Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and Qing Yao succeeded in crossing the catastrophe, 2 of them were at the peak of the 6th level of Qi training, and 1 was at the late stage of the 6th level of Qi training, the Ling family suddenly had 3 more Qing Yao. The current Ling family, even if Ling Yun suddenly disappears, still has the strength to fight against the Yi family. If Ling Yun does not participate, the Ling family and the Yi family will fight each other. Even if the Ling family can't, if you crush the Yi family, you will never lose. This is because Ling Xiao is too strong. The current Ling Xiao, even in Yi Qingfeng's eyes, already feels unfathomable. After the 4 waves of thunder calamity, the hilltop where the 3 of the Ling family crossed the calamity was forcibly cut off by 2 feet by the domineering thunder calamity, and it was more than 10 meters shorter. Within a radius of 10 feet from the top of the mountain, there was scorched earth everywhere, and not a single blade of grass grew. It was such a terrifying catastrophe, Ling Xiao didn't use any defensive things from the beginning to the end, and only relied on his body to carry it down. Yi Qingfeng himself is now at the peak level of the 6th level of Qi training, and has been deliberately honing in this level for many years. Although he can't guarantee that he can break through 6 or 9 like Long Hauren, he is not too far behind. But even so, Yi Qingfeng couldn't do what Ling Xiao did, relying on his body to resist the thunderstorm, not to mention the 4 waves, he couldn't even handle the 3rd wave. After these 4 waves of robbery thunder passed, Yi Qingfeng could be like a blue bird, it would be nice to save your life. The physical body is already like this, what about the combat skills? What about magic weapons? Who knows how much Ling Xiao has learned of those heaven-defying fighting skills of Ling Yunhui. There is another one who is not too different from Ling Xiao. What about Ling Lai, who is also at the peak of the 6th level of Qi training? And what about the blue bird? Father, with your current strength, if you use the top-grade spiritual tool flying sword I gave you, you can at least be on par with Long Hauren. He will definitely not be able to please you if he fights with you. Zhou Wenyi and Yi Qingfeng's assessment was correct. This was Ling Yun's assessment after carefully observing Ling Zhao's current strength. Now, use that flying sword to kill Ji Zhu. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. Boy, don't just praise your father, what about your grandpa? Ling Lai successfully crossed the catastrophe, and after recovering from his injuries, he absorbed Ghost God Willow's Xuanhuan aura for more than half an hour, and his state was at its peak, very domineering. Ling Yun smiled and said, Grandpa, if you kill 1 or 2 Qi training peaks at the 9th level, it must be like playing, you can still not lose if you meet a master in the early foundation establishment stage, but if you are against a cultivator in the middle foundation establishment stage or above, it's still important to save your life. You brat, why are you talking to your grandpa? Ling Lai glared, tell me, Did you secretly teach your father some exercises, but you didn't teach me? Otherwise, why am I so much worse than him? Ling Yun chuckled. It's nothing, the fist is afraid of the young. He could only explain it in this way, but of course it wasn't the real reason. Ling Zhao's cultivation aptitude was obvious, except for Ling Yun, no one in the Ling family could match it. Of course, regarding this point, Ling Lai is actually very clear in his heart, knowing that Ling Yun is giving him a step down. The old man is also happy to accept it. The aptitude and strength of the three of Du Jia were actually obvious when the three of them broke through. Ling Xiao reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi training, because he knew that this was a big hurdle, and he stopped breaking through after reaching this level, and stopped on his own initiative, sending and receiving freely. Ling Lai reached the late stage of the 6th level of Qi training because he refused to accept his old age, and he didn't want to be left behind in front of his son and grandson, for fear that he would lose his old face. However, because of the incompatibility of blood and martial arts, Qingyao couldn't absorb the mysterious yellow energy of Ghost God Willow at will like Ling Lai and Ling Xiao. It purely relied on its own aptitude and the wood spirit energy released by Ghost God Willow to break through. After Ling Xiao. This is like a comparison. If a top student takes a test of 100 points, it is because the full score of the test paper is 100 points, and when others take a test of 99 points, that means he can only get 99 points. Yuner, this birthday you celebrated for my father really made me very happy. Ling Xiao stood on the top of the mountain, facing the wind. His heart was throbbing, his blood was surging, and he didn't dare to look back. Tears welled up in his eyes. Last night, the conversation between you and your uncle was actually heard by my father. This 9th day of September is indeed the day of my father's rebirth. My father will never forget this birthday. Yuner, thank you. Father, you still say thank you to me, this is what a child should do. Ling Yun hung his head back, he didn't want to embarrass Ling Xiao, and immediately said, I've been here for so long, Auntie and the others should be waiting, I'll go and have a look first. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun Yekong flew away and went straight to the mountain where Zhou Wenyi and others were. After Ling Yun left, Ling Xiao quickly wiped away the hot tears from his eyes, then turned around and knelt down on his knees facing Ling Lai. Father, 18 years ago, my son did something wrong, which almost caused our Ling family to be wiped out. It has made your old man worry and troubled for many years, and it is all children who are unfilial. But from now on, I will ask my father to sit in the high hall and preside over the overall situation. From now on, I will share all the trivial matters in the family with you. Ling Lai knew that he couldn't stop what his son wanted to say, so he quietly listened to him, and then smiled happily. Third son, you are the one who was the father's favorite and proudest back then. Son of me. You get up first. Ling Lai stretched out his hands, helped Ling Xiao up, and after looking carefully at it, he continued, you can say these words, even if Yuner's painstaking efforts were not in vain. Humph. What happened back then, where did you go wrong? It was just that our Ling family couldn't beat them back then. Look at today, Yuner justified Qingxuan's name in front of so many people from the martial arts sect, announcing that he possessed a magic knife. Who dares to fart? This was Ling Lai's happiest scene today, so he will never forget it. Then he said, third brother, look at your second brother, he is so busy today that he hit the back of his head with his feet, and it was the three of us who crossed the catastrophe, and he was one step late. Think about it, if you don't care about family affairs anymore, you will be regarded as an old man in the future. Even if he is exhausted, he is too busy. You have reached your level now, and you have your strength. From now on, you are not allowed to just look at the construction of Ling Yun's outer house, and the dozens of little guys in the martial arts school. Inside our Ling family, everything related to cultivation people and things are all under your control, and we must improve the overall strength of our Ling family as soon as possible. Do you hear me clearly? Ling Xiao smiled confidently, my child understands. Ling Lai laughed loudly. That's right, from now on, you are in charge, your second brother is in charge of the outside. Let me take care of the family business that Yuner worked so hard to bring back, so that I can concentrate on cultivation. Take care of yourself for the rest of your life. After hearing this, Qingniao couldn't help laughing. Old man, master the inside and the outside, how could it be so useful? Having said that, Ling Lai and Ling Xiao couldn't help but gape and laughed. Humph. But instead, Ling Lai snorted angrily, and said in a deep voice, tell me, if that unfilial son saw everything that happened to our Ling family today, would he regret what he did? A fly in the ointment. Ling Xiao knew that it was human nature for the old man to think like this at this time, so he asked cautiously, Father, do you miss your eldest brother? If you miss him, my son can go. Shut up. Before the word find was uttered, Ling Lai shouted angrily, what do you want to do with that unfilial son? What does the Ling family look like now? If he is not deaf and blind, he will naturally know clearly. If he knows that he is wrong, I've come back and confessed my sins a long time ago. I'm so stubborn, I'd better just die outside. Ling Xiao had no choice but to shut up. The more Ling Lai thought about it, the more angry he became, and suddenly he said solemnly, Third son, let me tell you something here. Neither you nor Ling Yu can make up your own mind about Ling Zhen's matter. Only Yuner is qualified to handle this matter. Did you hear that? Ling Xiao bowed and said with a solemn voice, my child has made a note. Okay, now that we've completed the tribulation, it's time to leave here, so as not to let those boring people watch it endlessly. Ling Lai said again, also, Yuner left the house early tomorrow morning, let's go back and get ready. Before he finished speaking, Ling Lai rose directly from the sky and flew towards the mountain where the members of the Ling family were. Ling Xiao and Qingniao naturally followed immediately. The other side. Ling Yun returned to the mountain where Zhou Wenyi and the others were. As soon as he landed, he first thanked everyone for their protection. Regardless of whether he helped or not, after all, he rushed over to protect the law, and this thank you is necessary. Thank you very much. Congratulations. The other 5 people sincerely congratulated the Ling family. All in harmony. Auntie, I'm really too busy today, so I couldn't say a few words to you. When you are free, you must come to our house as a guest. Ling Yun took the initiative to invite Yi Qingxin. Yi Qingxin smiled and nodded. I'm going too. Yi Tianshui shouted with jumping feet. Ling Yun didn't bother to talk to him. Yi Tianshui was getting more and more annoying. It was like a piece of brown sugar. On the other side, Zhou Wenyi suddenly smiled and said, Ling Yun, can I discuss something with you? Ling Yun was very vigilant. What's the matter? You also know that our Tianzu is currently short of manpower. You see, I invite your father to join the Tianji. Stop coming. Ling Yun rolled his eyes straight away. You want my dad to work in Tianzu? Let's make your spring and autumn dream come true. In the hearts of all the big shots in China, it is generally accepted that the 9th day of September this year is a watershed for the Ling family. October 15th, 10:30 in the morning. A luxury private jet took off from the capital airport, made a turn in the air, and headed straight to the south. There are many people on the plane, but in the luxury cabin, there are only 8 real passengers. In addition to Wang Chongxiao and Ling Yun's 5 slaves of the blood clan, there were also 2 beauties. One is naturally the owner of the plane, He Yuqiong, the other is a guest she deliberately invited, Zheng Yingying. After the plane came to a high altitude, it began to fly smoothly. He Yuqiong immediately unbuckled her seatbelt, turned her head and asked Zheng Yingying with a smile, Beauty, what would you like to drink? I'll go get it for you. I don't want to drink anything. Zheng Yingying's words were obviously angry. Yo, are you still angry with me? You don't need to be in such a hurry if you want to see your sweetheart again. He Yuqiong stood up, leaned over, pressed Zheng Yingying's profile face, and whispered teasingly. Zheng Yingying tilted her body to the side. Who has a sweetheart? Where do I want to see him? I went to the casino to play cards. Okay, I know you're here to play poker, but you can't just sit here and get sulky for a trip of more than 3 hours, right? Wine. Zheng Yingying gave He Yuqiong a hard look, and unfastened the seat belt around her waist. You don't need to take it, I'll go drink it in the bar by myself. It is not the first time for Zheng Yingying to fly on He Yuqiong's private plane. She has accompanied He Yuqiong to fly through Las Vegas, and has been to Europe many times together, so she is very familiar with it. He Yuqiong knew why the other party was so angry, so she wasn't in a hurry. She just stepped back a little to get out of the way, and she only followed after Zheng Yingying got up and walked over. Mr. Wang, there are a few gentlemen, what would you like to drink? Although Tang Mei was not on the plane this time, He Yuqiong never dared to neglect Wang Chongxiao and the others. In her eyes, they were like heaven and earth. She had to rely on these people to protect her this time. Water will do. Wang Chongxiao was very polite. Ms. He, bring me a glass of red wine, thank you. Edward is courteous, perfectly displaying the etiquette of noble blood. Paul, Els, Pierce, the three also ordered red wine, except for Jester. Beer. He wants beer. Okay, please wait a moment. He Yuqiong smiled and returned quickly with a glass of warm water and a bottle of beer, handing them to Wang Chongxiao and Jester respectively, and then said to Edward and the others, I'm sorry, for gentlemen, your red wine needs to wake up for a while. Awake. Edward got up politely, adjusted his suit first, then shrugged his shoulders, and said to He Yuqiong, Ms. He, you are too polite. We are all familiar with each other. You don't need to do this to us. Paul also stood up and said politely, Ms. He, your friend seems to be still angry, you should hurry up and comfort her. As for the problem of red wine, we can solve it ourselves. Okay, then I'm welcome. The wine cooler is over there. Please do your best. He Yuqiong smiled and nodded, then went to the bar. Zheng Yingying didn't have time to sober up. At this time, she had already started drinking. Seeing that He Yuqiong was finally done, she poured her a glass. He Yuqiong took it, turned the glass gently, and said with a chuckle, you can drink hundreds of thousands of bottles of Romani Conti when you open it, and you're not afraid of throwing things away. Zheng Yingying's face is full of indifference. Miss, if you really hurt, I will pay you 2 bottles. He Yuqiong just smiled. This is the red wine she usually drinks, just like ordinary people drinking beer on skewers. How can she feel distressed? Beauty, tell me, why are you so angry? Zheng Yingying stomped her foot and gave the other party a look of you know what to ask before asking, didn't you say Ling Yun wants to go home with you? Then why didn't he get on the plane? He Yuqiong glanced narrowly at Zheng Yingying. Who told you to go to his house together? You have to take a plane together? Brother Ling said that he will go there by himself, and he will be there at night. She knew that Zheng Yingying was in a hurry, so she stopped detouring with her. Zheng Yingying wondered and asked, is there something wrong with him? He wants to go by himself instead of taking such a good private jet. Don't talk nonsense. He Yuqiong was shocked. She quickly covered Zheng Yingying's mouth, glanced at the 6 people in the front cabin, and found that no one was paying attention, so she frowned. Brother Ling is too busy. After a random explanation, He Yuqiong lowered her voice and solemnly warned, Yingying, I can warn you, it's good to have personality, but personality can't be eaten, and it has to be divided against whom. If you dare to treat Big Brother Ling again disrespectful, don't blame me for not recognizing you as a friend in the future. Zheng Yingying. Then he whispered softly, look at how scared you are. As for. He Yuqiong stared, you still said that? Okay. Zheng Yingying saw that He Yuqiong was really about to turn her face, and quickly relented, I'm wrong, okay? He Yuqiong's expression softened. We. Zheng Ying suddenly became bright again, lowered her voice and said, Yu Qiong, you said, Ling Yun will go to Hong Kong and Macau this time, will those Ying Yan Yan beside him really not bring any of them? This is the point. Zheng Ying decided to get on the plane temporarily because of this. Probably. He Yu Qiong pondered and said, I dare not say this time, but last time, when we went to Qian province together, he brought a girl, and this time Uncle Ling's birthday, I didn't see that girl, probably didn't follow. Of course she was talking about Miao Xiaomiao. Zheng Ying was a little discouraged, but asked unwillingly, do you think that girl is beautiful? How does she compare to me? He Yu Qiong took a sip of wine and didn't answer for a long time. Zheng Ying was anxious, what's the matter? You're not the same type. He Yu Qiong talked about him from left to right. Are you going to tell me? He Yu Qiong was helpless, it's not that I don't want to say it, but that I'm afraid to hit you. Zheng Ying said, don't worry, how many times have I lost in poker, and I'm still afraid of this blow. Just say it. He Yu Qiong thought about it for a while, and used a method that did not attack the other party. If our girl's looks are out of 10, you are at least 9. Zheng Ying raised her chest proudly, of course. Where's that girl? At least 12 points. Zheng Ying. Depressed like a ball. And yesterday I saw a girl with a body and appearance that was over 12 points. Hearing that guy from Tangming said, she seems to be called Qi. By the way, Qi Xiaoqing is also from Qingshui City, Jiangnan Province. This year's college entrance examination is the first in the province. Third, he is now studying at Yanqing University. Zheng Ying was completely mad, holding the wine glass and waving her hand, stop, stop. Please don't say anything, when I didn't ask. The deflated ball was stomped hard again, and it was completely deflated. It's absolutely impossible to compare beautiful women with looks. He Yu Qiong smiled comfortingly. Zheng Ying's eyes widened, what is that? Anything can be compared to fate, compared to personality, compared to tattoos, compared to serving people. Anything can be compared, but it can't be compared to appearance anyway. He Yu Qiong shook her head, it was none of her business anyway. Zheng Ying stopped talking, looked down at her chest, grabbed her waist with her left hand, and rolled her eyes. Anyway, for the sake of us being good sisters, I'll give you the chance. As for whether you can seize it, it's up to you. She invited Zheng Ying to go to the casino together, but beyond the plan, Ling Yun and Tang Meng did not know that He Yu Qiong was sweating in order to satisfy her good friend's wish. After all, you haven't told me that Ling Yun is in the special zone, does he have a confidant? Do not know. Then how long did he stay there? Do not know either. These, Tang Meng, didn't tell you? Auntie, please figure it out, okay? I'm asking for help, how can I ask anything? Then what can you do for me? I'll try to find a way to arrange for the two of you to stay in the same hotel, or in my house by the sea. You are really my good sister. The beautiful sound of wine glasses colliding. The two beauties chatted very happily, but they didn't know that their conversation was completely heard by the other 6 people in the cabin. Jester had already eaten 3 bottles of beer at this time, he didn't need any gentlemanly manner, he blew directly on the bottle. The boss is so happy. Of course, the boss always does, Paul said with a shrug. Then he added, actually, that girl doesn't need to be so troublesome, because both cities have my property. 2 special zones, 2 world-famous cities. Wang Chongxiao was stunned. Does this work too? Edward sipped the red wine, and with a light smack, the corners of his handsome mouth curled up, I have it too. Els and Pierce touched their glasses and smiled happily, it seems that the boss is there is really no shortage of places to live. Wang Chongxiao was so stimulated that he suddenly felt that the white water in front of him was meaningless. He slapped his thigh and shouted loudly, Miss He, do you have any fine liquor on the plane? Bring me a bottle. Please wait a moment, Mr. Wang. He Yuqiong quickly ran all the way and brought 2 bottles of wine. Mr. Wang, I'm really sorry. I really don't have liquor on the plane, but I have a few bottles of good vodka. Would you like to try it first? Thank you. Wang Chongxiao grabbed it and threw a bottle to Jester. Stop drinking beer, let's drink this. Bang sound. When Wang Chongxiao moved his spiritual thoughts, the cork flew away automatically. He raised his head and started to drink. Hey hey. Jester followed suit and drank. This time, Tang Meng was not able to go as he wished. At this time, he was being turned around by Ling Yu's orders, and he was running back and forth in the Panga 7-star hotel. At this time, Ling Yun and Jade Bird had returned to Qingshui City, Jiangnan Province. Although after returning home last night, Ling Yun had already passed on the formation method of the Xiaoyushan array to the 3 who had successfully survived the calamity, Jade Bird still felt that it was not suitable to live in Ling's house for a long time, and insisted on returning to a place in Qingshui City. Delano is in retreat and practice alone, so Ling Yun has no choice but to leave it to her. The more important purpose is to escort Long Kuan. Long Kuan insisted on going back to Qingshui City to live, and never wanted to stay in the capital for a little longer. There are also 2 people, Du Gumo and Dongfeng Ting. As for Tai Xiaohu, he had already returned to Qinling to concentrate on his cultivation at this time. So, Ling Yun flew south with a sword, and brought Long Kuan, Du Gumo and Dongfeng Ting along with Jade Bird Yukong Chanli and returned to Qingshui City. After landing, the 5 said goodbye for a while, and Jade Bird returned to Villa No. 1 alone. Du Gumo and Dongfeng Ting's faces turned pale, they almost got acrophobia, and they wanted to visit Qingshui Lake for an excuse, so they also said goodbye and left. In the end, only Ling Yun and Long Kuan were left. Go to my house and talk. Ling Yun took Long Kuan directly to Long Kuan's house in the northern suburb of Qingshui City. The house is so clean. The key was gone. Ling Yun flew in with Long Kuan directly. After Long Kuan landed, he glanced around and was a little surprised. Ling Yun explained with a smile, after you and Long Wu were taken away, I came here to explore. After that, I changed the keys and asked Tang Meng to arrange for regular cleaning. Long Kuan nodded in relief, and did not enter the room. He sat directly on the bamboo chair he liked to sit in the past, lay back comfortably, and said comfortably, it's still comfortable at home. Frankly speaking, not only Du Gumo and Dongfeng Ting were frightened, but Long Kuan was also frightened, because Ling Yunfei was too high and too fast. Even if the 3 of them were protected by Ling Yun's primordial qi shield, it was the same. The primordial qi shield can resist the wind, but it will not block their sight. Fear is inevitable. Long Kuan first closed his eyes and rested his mind. After resting for a long time, he raised his hand and gestured to Ling Yun to sit down too. I hate that place in Beijing. After Ling Yun sat down, Long Kuan seemed to be talking to himself and opened the chat box. Well, I understand, Uncle Long. Ling Yun was busy making tea and responded softly. Some things can't be said in the capital, because I'm afraid the walls will have ears. These 2 sentences from Long Kuan were considered to explain the reason why he had to rush back to Qingshui City. Ling Yun smiled and handed the teacup to Long Kuan. Uncle Long, please drink tea. Long Kuan suddenly opened his eyes. So fast? Ling Yun smiled and said, this time it's too slow. I don't know the tea ceremony, so just drink it. Haha. Really good tea. Leave 2 kilograms for you later, and we will have everything you need for this kind of spirit tea in the future. Long Kuan nodded, staring at Ling Yun, his eyes filled with relief. Ling Yun, seeing you, and your Ling family, have today's strength, I feel at ease. Ling Yun knew that Long Kuan was about to get to the point, so he didn't interrupt and listened intently. You really don't have to worry about Long Wu. She was sent to the Feng clan by Long Hauren. The Feng clan now regards her as a saint. She is practicing the Feng clan's exercises there. Call. Ling Yun let out a long sigh of relief, finally knowing the whereabouts of Long Wu. But at the same time a little annoyed because another one was lost. Uncle Long, I know that your Long family has a deep relationship with the Phoenix family, but I don't know where this Phoenix family is. Long Kuan smiled casually. Don't worry, Yuner, the Feng clan's practice is not weaker than the Long family, but this clan only has women, and they rarely show up in the world. He raised his hand and pointed to the northwest, the hinterland of China. The Feng people are in Shaanxi, around the Qinling Mountains. The approximate address is near Baoji. I really don't know the exact address. Ling Yun. He had just returned from Qin's house, not long ago. Baoji was only 100 kilometers away from Xianying, but he passed by. But it doesn't matter now, Ling Yun can now travel across the land of China, this distance is nothing. You don't have to rush to find her. I know my daughter. With her character, even if she is just a little successful, she will come out to find you on her own. Of course Long Kuan knew what Ling Yun planned, so he said with a smile. Ling Yun nodded and had no choice but to give up. Since the Feng clan regards Long Wu as a saint, they will definitely not embarrass her. Isn't Long Wu walking sideways there? Now, I don't have to hide it from you. You, Uncle Long, and I are indeed the Long family. I have a Hao in the middle of my current name, which is my real name, called Long Haokuan. Ling Yun hurriedly asked, Uncle Long, you and Long Hauren, aren't you brothers? Long Kuan smiled and shook his head. Although we are from the Long family, we are not from the same family. My grandfather and Long Hauren's grandfather are brothers. My grandfather and father both went to the East China Sea 40 years ago. Peng Lai. Ling Yun. Sure enough, it involves the secrets of 40 years ago. Uncle Long, what's your realm like? Long Kuan smiled. The realm is too low, right? You just say it directly, don't have any scruples. Although Long Hauren is younger than me, he is indeed the first genius of the Long family. He was so strong back then that he overshadowed the brilliance of everyone in the same generation of the Long family. My grandfather and my father went to Peng Lai again, without the ancestors. Take care, I can't get any cultivation resources at all. Speaking of which, Long Kuan bowed his head, sat up straight, and said solemnly, Yuner, the jade pendant of the blue dragon I gave you, do you still take it with you? Ling Yun nodded naturally, and when his spiritual sense moved, he took it out, and the dragon energy began to permeate. This thing, you can keep it carefully, it will be of great use in the future, but I can't tell you right now, I have to wait for you to break through again. Ling Yun smiled, Uncle Long, don't worry, it will never be lost. Just kidding, Ling Yun had seen the video footage in the cellar of Long Kuan's bedroom. He already knew that the Qinglong jade pendant was the key to the underground palace, but it was just where the underground palace was. Although Ling Yun was not sure, he could guess. If you forget the plot, you can go back to chapter 1083. That's good. Long Kuan waved his hand at will, signaling Ling Yun to quickly put away the Qinglong jade pendant. Yuner, I heard Xiaohu say that you were only practicing Qi at the 6th level peak realm? Not bad. But it can kill the peak of foundation building. Ling Yun didn't need to be modest when facing Long Kuan. Long Kuan smiled and nodded, you don't have to emphasize this to me. If you didn't have this strength, how could you hit Long Hauren in the face yesterday afternoon? When can we break through? At most half a month. Then you will come to me after you break through, and I will tell you all the secrets of the Qinglong jade pendant, even if you are completely at ease. Uncle Long, what's your safety? Long Hauren took a sip of tea. Don't worry, Yuner, as long as Long Wu stays with the Feng clan, Long Hauren won't dare to touch me again. Besides, you can also shock the Long family now, since he is willing to hand me over to me. Come out, you will never mess with me again. Uncle Long is right. Ling Yan thought it was true, so he was relieved, and then asked, Uncle Long, what are your plans in the future? Long Kuan smiled and said, it's still the same as before, but because of my status, I can't come forward to help you with things, so I just drink tea, climb mountains, and relax every day, that's all. Ling Yun listened happily. Uncle Long, I can understand that you don't come out to do things, but just being so idle is not the answer. Don't you want to cultivate? I understand what you mean, but I really don't want it for the time being. I just got out of the cage, so let me be at ease for a while. Long Kuan is very free and easy, and is not in a hurry to cultivate. Yuner, I heard that you got 2 dragons? Yes, and they are in our Qingshui city, in the underground river. Well, when you're not busy, let me take a look. It is good. Long Kuan suddenly changed his words. Yuner, remember, from now on, you must pay close attention to the movements of the East China Sea. Ling Yan was surprised. Donghai? Long Kuan said solemnly, yes, Donghai Penlai, your friend Dongfang Ting is from there. He came to you this time. There should be other things, maybe because of Dugyumo, he hasn't had time to talk to you alone. If you are too busy, you can let your 2 dragons go around the East China Sea more, maybe you can find something. Ling Yan was overjoyed and hurriedly said, thank you Uncle Long for your guidance. Okay, I have already told you all the important things that should be said. I heard that you are going to the special zone today. Are you in a hurry to leave? Long Kuan asked. Ling Yan hurriedly said, this is not in a hurry, I will only leave at night. Long Kuan tilted his head and glanced at him, with a half smile but not a smile. When you return to Qingshui, why don't you go see your confidants? Ling Yun Xuanhuan, Uncle Long, don't make fun of me, okay? Just pretend I didn't return to clear water this time. Ha 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 ha. Long Kuan laughed loudly. Stinky boy, there are times when you have nowhere to go. Then you can stay for dinner and have a drink with me. It's considered to wash away the dust for me, and it's also considered to see you off. Let's have a good talk with the 2 of us. It wasn't until 3:30 in the afternoon that Ling Yan left Long Kuan's house, but he didn't go anywhere. Instead, he sneaked in stealth, went straight to the Tianqing, took out the water droplets, entered the Tianqing, followed the dragon energy, and found it. The shelter of Big Red and Little Black. Owner. The 2 dragons happened to be there, and when they sensed Ling Yan's arrival, they immediately rushed over to greet him. Da Hong is the same as before, not much has changed. Xiao He has grown significantly. He has eaten the golden dragon pill, and the medicinal power is still working. Now that his limbs have become thicker, Long Wei is already amazing. Ling Yun frolicked with the 2 dragons for a while, then crossed his knees on the spot and practiced for 2 hours. He didn't stop until it was nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. Da Hong, Xiao He, you 2, follow me into the sea. Ling Yan stood on Da Hong's back, carrying Xiao He along the water of the underground river, from under the ground, straight into the East China Sea for 600 miles. Over the blue waters of the sea, clouds and mist suddenly filled the air. Yunxing from the dragon. There were huge waves and waves on the sea, and 2 dragons, one red and one black, emerged from the sea with their heads and tails raised. The sky is high and the sea is wide. Xiao He, don't go back before I come back, just wander around in this East China Sea to see if you can find anything unusual in this East China Sea. Good host. The Jiaolong entered the sea, and Xiao He's huge dragon body kept spinning on the sea surface, obviously very happy. Da Hong, I'll take you to the South China Sea. Let's go. That night, Ling Yun rode the dragon to the South China Sea. In the middle of the night, the bright moonlight shines on the vast sea, sparkling, making the dark and quiet sea even more mysterious. Above the sea, a dense mass of cloud and mist, with a radius of more than 100 meters, was rapidly passing through in the southwest direction. The speed was so fast that it was a kilometer in an instant. In the dense fog, there is one person and one dragon wrapped around, naturally Ling Yun and the scarlet dragon body of the big red, dark blood demon dragon. At this time, the dark blood demon dragon has fully displayed its huge body. Its body is tens of meters long, its abdomen is as thick as a tire, and its scales are scarlet. An unrivaled beast. With his hands behind his back, Ling Yun stands proudly on the dragon's head, letting the wind blow in his face, his clothes fluttering, like an old monk in meditation. He is trying his best to practice the Diyan Ju Xing Ju. Although Da Hong's speed is not as fast as Ling Yun's now, it is not slow. Even if he flies unhurriedly, he still has a distance of 1,000 meters per second. At this speed, even if the time wasted around the bend is counted, it will take more than half an hour. Almost there. That's why Ling Yun is too lazy to fly by himself. It's a waste of divine energy, and he obviously has such a good pet as a dragon, so it's useless to keep it. Anyway, from the East China Sea to the South China Sea, all the way is at sea, and there is no more suitable way to go down the dragon. A few minutes later, an island in front of him entered Ling Yun's range of consciousness, and he stepped on the red dragon's head. Stop at that island. It is Fishing Turtle Island. When Ling Yun came out of the underground river, he was about 300 kilometers away from the coastline of the East China Sea. This distance had already crossed Diaoyu Island, so he flew towards the southwest coastline. After flying for a certain distance, he happened to hit Diaoyu Island. Ling Yun couldn't help showing a smile on his face. When he brought Xiao Bai here half a year ago, he was only at the 6th level of body training, so he could only take a speedboat with Xiao Bai. It was easy to land on the island, and personally planted the Chinese flag on the highest point of Diaogui Island. But half a year later, Ling Yun has reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi training, able to control the sky for thousands of miles, and this time he came by dragon. Since he happened to pass by this place, he naturally had to stop for a while. The distance was getting closer and closer, and when the entire Diaogui Island was within the scope of Ling Yun's consciousness, he was furious when he saw the situation on the island clearly. The national flag he had planted on Diaoyu Island was still there at this moment, but it was in danger at this moment, because there were more than a dozen black-clothed warriors leaping rapidly towards the highest point of Diaoyu Island. The fastest one among them was about to reach the peak. He drew a long sharp knife from behind and swung it to cut. Court death. Whoosh. As soon as Ling Yun moved his mind, the blue shadow flying sword disappeared in a blink of an eye, crossing a distance of 2 kilometers in an instant, and with a swipe, it cut off the man's body. It's too fast. The distance of 2 kilometers is as if it is in front of your eyes. Kill. Ling Yun's eyes were piercing, and he didn't give the enemy any chance at all. Wherever the divine mind moved, the blue shadow flying sword flew across, quickly beheading all the dozen or so Oriental ninjas. Anyone who moves our Chinese flag will be killed without mercy. Ling Yun flew here immediately, looked at the national flag first, and found that it was only a little damaged after a long period of wind and rain, and he felt a little relieved. Thanks for arriving in time. Manslaughter is impossible. Ling Yun has dealt with too many Oriental ninjas. It can be seen only from their clothes and their long knives and weapons for fear that others will not recognize them. Idiot. There was a person who was pierced through the chest by the green shadow flying sword, and he was not dead yet. His eyes were bulging, and he stared at Ling Yun, who suddenly appeared, frightened and angry. Thank you. Ling Yun sneered, your sound can only prove that I did not kill wrong. It's only been half a year, and I haven't had time to go to Dongyang to find you. You guys dare to fish for Turtle Island again. Go to hell. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun waved his hand and directly swept the man into the air. He was already dead in the air, and his body fell straight into the East Sea, feeding the fish. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yan's divine sense moved again, and he threw all the surrounding corpses into the sea to feed the fish. Only then was he satisfied. Whoosh whoosh. Ling Yan performed the xuanhuan Earth Emperor Kung Fu again, mobilizing all the mountains and rocks that weighed 1,000 pounds within a kilometer of the surrounding area, and set up a terrifying formation around the national flag. Humph, this time, if you are not a master at the late stage of Qi training, no one can get close to here. Then Ling Yun walked in the sky, and quickly circled Diaogui Island to make sure that there was no one else on the island, and then returned to Da Hong's back. Let's go. Ling Yun thought in his heart that he had to come here next time to change to a brand new national flag. One person and one dragon continued to go south. The rest of the trip went smoothly without incident. At 9:30 in the evening, Ling Yun came to the mouth of the Pearl River and stopped over the sea hundreds of miles away from the coastline. The night was high in the sky. Ling Yun gazed into the distance, and saw two bright lights in front of him. That was his destination. Hong Kong Island, the city of casinos, one east and one west, straddles both sides of the Pearl River. They are two bright pearls in the South China Sea. It's really bustling. Ling Yun couldn't help admiring. 100 miles away, Ling Yun is not in a hurry to go. He first opened the Tianzu's communicator, which was very advanced and belonged exclusively to the Tianzu Great Elder. Old Zhou, I'm here, I'm entering the city right away. Ling Yun greeted Zhou Winnie first, and then contacted Wang Chongxiao. Where are you? Wang Chongxiao replied, Boss, are you here? We are now on the seaside around the island of Haojiang Road, and I will send you the location right away. Casino, also known as Haojing. Okay, I'll be there soon. Ling Yunxin said that there was no need to post the location at all, because the Haojiang River was too small, with a total area of only more than 30 square kilometers. After he landed on the shore, he would be able to find where Wang Chongxiao was by simply scanning it with his divine sense. Da Hong, from here, to the south is the South China Sea of Huaxia. You can play as much as you like these 2 days, but remember not to go too far, so as not to get lost. Da Hong's IQ has already far surpassed that of ordinary people, and when he heard Ling Yun say that he was afraid that it would get lost, he couldn't help shaking his head and expressing his dissatisfaction. Ling Yun squatted down with a smile, and patted the big red dragon head. Do you still remember the rules I set for you? Da Hong nodded quietly, expressing that she remembered. That's good. Go play in the sea. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun disappeared directly, soared into the sky, and quickly flew towards Haojiang. A minute later, Ling Yun came to the sky above the Haojiang River. He was enveloped by divine sense, and then he saw Wang Chongxiao and the 5 blood servants. Ling Yun swooped down, landed directly in front of the 6 people, and then suddenly appeared. Is nothing wrong with He Yu Qiong? Wang Chongxiao replied, Don't worry, the boss. After we left the airport, we were indeed followed by a few spiritual practitioners, but those people were obviously young people, and we dismissed them easily. Do it? It's useless to shoot directly. Jester used a dark magic casually, and trapped them. Kindness. Ling Yun nodded. Where is He Yu Qiong? Where is it now? According to the original plan, Ms. He hasn't come home yet. She is now in the villa in front, with. Speaking of this, Wang Chongxiao suddenly had a mental thought, and shouted violently, Not good. Ling Yan's divine sense swept away, and immediately sneered, You're courting death. Brush. Ling Yan's figure had already disappeared. What? Ah. Mom. After Ling Yan's figure disappeared by the sea, the exclamation of the 2 women reached the ears of the 5 blood clans. Something happened to He Yu Qiong and Zheng Yingying. They arrived at Haojiang International Airport at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Since He Yu Qiong knew that Ling Yun would come over at night, according to the plan, she could not go home alone without seeing Ling Yun. Therefore, after consulting Wang Chongxia's opinion, the two women had hit it off. Go shopping first. They didn't hide, and He Yuqiong turned a blind eye to the paparazzi who followed her from the airport, and went in and out of the luxury stores in Haojiang openly, sweeping all kinds of famous brands. So, it didn't take long for an amazing news to spread like wildfire. Master He Wensan's appointed successor, He Yuqiong, the eldest daughter of the He family, suddenly appeared in Haojiang, going in and out of major luxury stores to sweep goods. May I ask, Haojiang is only so big, looking at the entire casino, who would not know He Yuqiong? Moreover, it is no exaggeration to say that even on Hong Kong Island across the sea, there are not many people who do not know He Yuqiong. Soon, many people discovered a strange phenomenon. He Yuqiong appeared in the bustling area of Haojiang and went shopping for more than 3 hours. From the beginning to the end, there was only one woman by her side, followed by a few people who seemed to be bodyguards, not to mention the relatives of the He family. None of the famous ladies and celebrities who had close contacts with her showed up. This kind of situation is considered normal if it is in the capital city of China, Hudong, or even Hong Kong Island across the sea, but it is extremely abnormal in Haojiang. Because Haojiang is really too small, the distance from north to south is no more than 10 kilometers, and the width from east to west is only a few kilometers. To put it bluntly, if you stand on a street, you can't say that there are acquaintances everywhere, but at least they are familiar faces. Moreover, the place where He Yuqiong appeared was the most prosperous area in Haojiang, surrounded by properties and shops of the He family. Now that the appointed successor of the He family is here, no one from the He family has shown up. I can't justify it. What's even more strange is that he flatters her the most on weekdays. Those high-class socialites in Haojiang who hugged her and couldn't drive her away, it is said that if they knew that she was back, let alone those in Haojiang, even those on Hong Kong Island would have already smelled it. The wind is coming. For this, people have only one explanation: something happened to Miss He, and the successor status is not guaranteed. And on this point, before He Yuqiong finished shopping, everyone had already reached a consensus. There must be another big change at home. When He Yuqiong was choosing jewelry, she lowered her voice and said to Zheng Yingying. She made a judgment early on. Miss, you said that if you came back alone today, how embarrassing the performance would be this time. Zheng Yingying didn't take it seriously and said with a smile. Yingying, someone is telling you something serious. You still have the heart to joke around here. He Yuqiong was a little bored and worried. Even if your house is a sea of swords and flames, when Lingyan arrives at night, they will all be settled for you. What is there to worry about? I'm not worried about this. I'm afraid that Grandpa's condition will worsen, and even his life is in danger now. After all, it has been more than a month since He Yuqiong left Haojiang. She knew that all the news from her family in the capital was false, and now she suddenly appeared. The 3 spiritual practitioners sent by her uncle to monitor her, they are all dead again, so there is no guarantee that the enemy will not change their original plan, kill the old man, and seize control of the family in advance. In that case, even if Lingyan came, it would be meaningless. After He Yuqiong arrived in Haojiang, he did not go home immediately, but appeared directly in the public eye, which was a temptation. With the protection of Wang Chongxiao, disguised as a bodyguard, and the 5 major blood clans, she doesn't have to worry about her safety at all. This is to see how the current He family treats her. Now that the results have been released, He Yuqiong's feeling is getting worse and worse. Even if it's a performance, she no longer has the mood to shop. Let's go, stop shopping, go home, and let them really be our bodyguards for a day. He Yuqiong took Zheng Yingying and left here, and disappeared from public view again. They first found a secluded place to have dinner, and at around 8:30 in the evening, they returned to a mansion in the south of Kowloon Island together. The situation in the family was so bad that it was impossible for He Yuqiong to arrange for Zheng Yingying to stay in a hotel, so he simply invited her to his home, so that he could keep her company. This is a large villa, facing south, with a garden-style building, not far from the beach, and an open-air swimming pool in the yard. When they got home, the two of them put down their things, and after resting for half an hour, Zheng proposed to go for a swim in the yard to relax before Ling Yun arrived. At this time, Wang Chongxiao and the servants of the 5 blood clans had already gone to the beach to wait for Ling Yun. He Yuqiong and Zheng changed into swimsuits, plunged into the water, and began to swim. Unexpectedly, not long after the two of them swam, something happened. He Yuqiong was not as excited as Zheng. She went ashore after swimming back and forth a few times, went back to the living room and opened a bottle of red wine, intending to wake up early, and after Zheng came up, the two drank and chatted together. But when she returned to the pool with the red wine and 2 wine glasses, she vaguely felt something was wrong. Because under the light, the color of the pool water seems to be reddish. Before He Yuqiong could react, the color of the pool water turned completely blood red. At this moment, Zheng happened to swim towards her, raising her head to breathe in the water, and He Yuqiong saw a terrifying scene. On Zheng hair, her face was not water, but scarlet blood. She seemed to have turned into a female ghost that emerged from the pool of blood in an instant. What? He Yuqiong screamed in fright. The red wine bottle and wine glass in her hand fell to the ground with a pop and shattered into pieces. But Zheng was unaware of everything that happened to her, but when she raised her hand to wipe the water from her face and looked at He Yuqiong, she also screamed in shock. Oh my goodness! She saw an extra human head protruding out of nowhere on He Yuqiong's right shoulder, without a body, only a human head, with a ferocious face, grinning at her. This is the reason for those 2 exclamations. What a terrifying scene. But all of this ends here. Brush. Ling Yun appeared in an instant. Without looking at the blood-red water in the pool, he came directly to He Yuqiong, raised his hand suddenly, and grabbed the head on He Yuqiong's shoulder. Whoosh! The ferocious head flew away in an instant. Are you leaving? Ling Yun sneered. He stood beside He Yuqiong, and with a movement of his divine sense, the green shadow flying sword came out suddenly. With a whoosh sound, the back hair came first, and instantly caught up with the flying away head. With a sneer, it directly shot the human head was pierced, and then the tip of the sword faced down, nailing it firmly to the brick floor. Ah! The human head let out a stern cry, as if it had a neck, struggling and twisting desperately on the ground, trying to get rid of the blue shadow flying sword, but it was impossible. The current Qingying flying sword is a high-grade treasure, with its own consciousness, following Ling Yun's will, and when the head struggles, it cuts on that head, but it can guarantee that it will never be completely severed. Break it! Looking at the scarlet water in the pool, Ling Yun cast the divine martial Qingyang immortal art, and in an instant, a 3-foot Qingyang sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the pool. Laugh. There was a flash of white steam on the surface of the swimming pool. Then He Yuqiong was stunned to see that the scarlet color in the pond disappeared instantly, and became extremely clear again, and Zheng also changed back to her original appearance, but the beautiful eyes were terrified, stunned, shy, and surprised, changing back and forth. She was wearing a bikini, and at the moment she was in the water again, she was frightened to death when she first saw the ferocious head, and then she saw Ling Yun suddenly appear. It was not strange that she had such an expression. But at this time, Ling Yun has no time to appreciate her figure. Flying head down and blindfolding, there are some tricks. Ling Yun sneered, but in front of me, Lin Tian, a loose cultivator in the East China Sea, it's like a child's play. The reason why he yelled like this was that Ling Yun was worried that the 2 beauties would accidentally call out his name when they were in a state of surprise, so he deliberately reminded them. Boom! Ling Yun's divine sense was put to the maximum in an instant, and then said to Wang Chongxiao and others, Eastern Sea. Walk. With Ling Yun in the villa, Wang Chongxiao and the 5 blood clans naturally didn't need to worry anymore. After hearing Ling Yun's sound transmission, they rushed straight to the east of the villa. The real enemy is there. Whoosh. But they were fast, and Ling Yun was faster. In order to prevent the enemies on the sea from escaping, he sacrificed his Yin-Yang Gang Chi sword. The Yin-Yang Stellar Chi sword, the size of an index finger, disappeared in a flash. What? After a few breaths, there was an extremely shrill scream, which came from the East Sea area. Between Kowloon Island and Hong Kong Island, there is a 100-mile wide sea surface. On the wide sea surface, there are hundreds of large and small islands. Among them, there are 4 larger islands, which are the closest to Kowloon Island. They are located in the east of Kowloon Island, arranged in order from north to south, facing Kowloon Island across the sea. Between Kowloon Island and these 4 islands is a sea more than 10 kilometers wide. The East Sea area that Ling Yun mentioned refers to this place. On the sea, about 1 kilometer away from the east coast of Kowloon Island, there was a 7 or 8 meter long speedboat originally parked. The speedboat was very ordinary, and the lights were not turned on. The moment it was firmly nailed to the ground, the speedboat suddenly started and rushed towards the east at full speed. It's a pity that no matter how fast the speedboat is, it's not as fast as Ling Yun's flying sword. Ling Yun's Yin-Yang Stellar Chi sword is now a high-grade treasure. Under Ling Yun's deliberate urging, its speed has already exceeded 8 times the speed of sound, approaching 3 kilometers per second. Without such speed, it is impossible to pose a threat to the masters of the Foundation establishment stage, let alone kill the peak Foundation establishment stage. Release the flying sword. If you can't even catch up with him, how can you kill him? What's more, the Yin-Yang Stellar Chi sword is made of the purest Yin-Yang Stellar Chi. If it condenses, it becomes a sword, and when it disperses, it turns into Chi. Ling Yun can use it as he likes, and now he doesn't need to deal with enemies of this level at all. To sacrifice the body of the Yin-Yang Gang Chi sword, all you need to do is sacrifice a little. The Yin-Yang Gang Chi sword, the size of an index finger, is invisible, shadowless, and even more silent, as if it has merged with the night, and caught up with the speeding speedboat in the blink of an eye. It shuttled back and forth in the speedboat, like an elf in the night, like stitches. It first pierced 7 or 8 holes in the vital parts of the headless body in the speedboat, and then swished into the back dantian of the person who was driving the speedboat. Boom! Under Ling Yun's control, the Yin-Yang Gang Chi sword exploded in the man's dantian, turning into Yin-Yang Chi, and then turned into a palm-sized Yin-Yang Gang Chi vortex, absorbing all the true Chi in the driver's body, and all assimilate into Yin and Yang. Condensation. Ling Yun moved again, and the vortex of Yin-Yang Chi condensed into a Yin-Yang Chi sword in an instant. The sword body was obviously several times stronger than before, and then suddenly came out from the man's lower abdomen. All these wonderful operations. In the eyes of Wang Chongxiao and others who just arrived, it was the person who was fleeing in a speedboat. His body suddenly tightened and he froze. He leaned over and gradually became fatigued. A master at the 3rd level of the divine ability realm died just like that. Wang Chongxiao, Edward, what are you still doing? Turn off the engine of that speedboat quickly, and bring it back to me intact. Ling Yun transmitted the sound, then recalled the Yin-Yang Stellar Chi sword, and immediately withdrew his divine sense. Wang Chongxiao on the sea is stupid, he doesn't know anything about high-tech things, he can't play at all. Look at me. But Jester was very good at it. He landed directly on the rampaging speedboat, pulled the dead driver aside, put on the steering wheel with one hand, and turned around towards Kowloon Island. After arriving at the shore, Jester turned off the engine, and then used the dark cage to raise the speedboat above his head in the air. With one hand, he rushed back to the villa like lightning. At this time, Zheng Yingying had already come out of the swimming pool. She and He Yuqiong both put on bathrobes, and they stood beside Ling Yun, one on the left and the other on the right, slightly in shock. The head nailed to the floor tiles by the Qingying Feijian didn't dare to struggle any more at this moment. His eyes were full of fear, and his ferocious face showed a painful expression, but he stared at Ling Yun firmly, opening and closing his mouth. Want to talk? Don't worry, your body has already arrived. Ling Yun had a good time, wondering if the other party could understand. Seeing Jester coming in with the speedboat in one hand, he immediately winked at him. Jester first put the speedboat on the lawn, then reached out, grabbed the headless body, and threw it next to the head on the ground. What? Zheng is immortal. She didn't know what happened outside just now. Seeing Jester appearing in the yard holding a speedboat with one hand, she was completely dumbfounded, and then saw him throw a speedboat from the speedboat without a head. He screamed in fright. It was He Yuqiong, because she had seen the miracles performed by Ling Yun and Wang Chongxiao when she was in the capital, and she was not very surprised now. Receive. With a movement of Ling Yun's mind, he immediately took back the Qingying Feijian. Next, it was the moment when the 9 people stared at each other. Even Ling Yun was the same. Flying heads, for ghost cultivators, are definitely commonplace, and Ling Yun has seen them a lot. But a good living person can actually separate his head from his body. When a head flies out so far to do something, the body can still lie there quietly, wait for the head to come back and then put it back on, and then still talk to someone who is fine. Same, this is too high-tech. Ling Yun is curious and wants to study it. Not to mention Ling Yun is now, even if he reaches the golden core stage, he can't do it, unless he is in the Yuanying stage. When he can be defeated, when the interest comes, he can play for a while. But he would not do this kind of thing even if he killed Ling Yun, because in his eyes, it was no different from committing death. He Yuqiong and Zheng, one by one, held Ling Yun's arm tightly with both hands, but they were not willing to blink. They both wanted to see how the flying head was reattached to the neck in the legendary flying head drop. That Jiangshi's head had already been destroyed by Qingying Feijian. Except for his face, the whole back of his head seemed to be plowed and rotted into pieces, but he was not dead yet. He didn't look for his own body either, only to see his mouth opening and closing for a while, chanting incantations, and soon, his head began to move towards the neck of the headless body as if being pulled by an invisible rope. But because he was seriously injured and dying, it was very difficult for him to move. It took more than 2 minutes to move over the distance of more than 1 meter. Then he struggled hard, adjusted his position desperately, and struggled again with all his strength. Only then did he put his head against his own neck cavity. Then Ling Yun saw that with a faint red light shining, the gap on the descendant's neck completely disappeared. The joint of the neck was actually intact, just like Ling Yun used the advanced healing talisman to heal human wounds. It's an eye-opener. It's amazing. Ling Yun couldn't help clapping and applauding, and nodded seriously. If you don't understand, you can't pretend to understand, you have to obey what should be obeyed. Ling Yun has always done a good job in this regard. All that he did just now seemed to have exhausted all the strength of the descendant. He had no time to reply to Ling Yun. He was just panting heavily, lingering on his last breath. If it was only his head that was seriously injured, he wouldn't need to work so hard at all, but the problem is that his body brought back by Jester has more than a dozen holes on his chest and back, and his body is completely useless. After a long while, the descendant seemed to regain a little vitality, his limbs could barely move, and then he turned over desperately, using all 4 limbs together, and struggled to climb towards the speedboat in the distance. Old Wang, help him. Ling Yun knew that this descendant would not live for a few more minutes. He was only moving with the little obsession left in his mind. Ling Yun didn't want to waste time, and wanted to send the Buddha to the west. Wang Chongxiao understood immediately. Using his divine sense, he carried out the dead driver's body in the speedboat and threw it in front of Jiangshi. It is rumored that people who practice flying head descending will find a very secret training place when they practice, and then they dare to use the descending technique to let their head leave the body, and the head drags their gastrointestinal blood vessels forward, away from the body. The ground should not exceed 3 feet, go out every night to suck the heart and flesh of people or animals for cultivation, and must return to your body before sunrise in the morning. There are a total of 7 levels of flying head descending. Each level must be practiced continuously for 7749 days without making any mistakes to be successful. Every time a level is broken through, the master's skill will increase dozens of times. After the 7th level is completed, flying head descendants can live forever. Wang Chongxiao had obviously heard about this terrifying secret technique of Nanyang. He was busy explaining it to Ling Yun and the others. His face brightened. According to the mooring position of this speedboat and the distance from the head to the body, this descendant should have at least cultivated to the 3rd level, so he dared to make such a big deal. As for the one who stayed in the speedboat guarding his headless body, it must be the person he trusts most with his life. Judging by his age, he should be his son. Ling Yun nodded repeatedly when he heard it, deeply agreeing, because when Qingmiao talked about Miaojianggu art with him, he also talked about this kind of Nanyang secret art, which is roughly the same as what Wang Chongxiao said now. But Ling Yun is very clear that this descendant has definitely not only cultivated to the 3rd level, because the Qingying Feijian is a high-grade treasure. The head has reached an extremely hard level, and it has already caught up with Ling Yun's Wugo glazed body. Otherwise, he couldn't have done such a great job, first nailing the head with the Qingying Feijian, and then releasing the Yinyang Gongqi sword to kill Jiangshi's headless body. In Ling Yun's view, this descendant has at least the strength equivalent to the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. The dying master climbed up to the body of the guardian, first hugged his body and murmured for a while, then put down his body, then turned his head, staring at Ling Yun with bulging eyes asked, "Who are you? We have no grievances, no enmity, why are you so vicious, killing me and refusing to give up, even killing my son?" Unfortunately, Ling Yun couldn't understand what he was saying at all, so he turned his head and asked, "Which of you can understand what this person is saying?" Everyone shook their heads. He Yuqiong said with a little embarrassment, "I only know that he speaks the dialect of T country, but he speaks too fast and is vague. In fact, she only knows a few words of everyday language." At this time, Paul suddenly smiled, "Boss, let me translate for you." "Fuck, talent." Ling Yun was shocked and asked him to translate immediately. After listening, Ling Yun looked at the descendant, and said calmly, "Not to mention that you are going to hurt my friend, it's just that you have practiced such an evil technique, and at this level, you have already hurt countless innocent lives. I killed you just to eliminate harm for the people." Although Ling Yun's tone was light, it was righteous. After listening to the translation, the descendant fell silent for a while, but said again, "Okay, I know that our practice of descending masters is very evil. As long as they are caught, they will surely die, but my son is a pure, the spiritual cultivator is not a flying head descendant. Why did you kill him?" Ling Yun smiled after hearing this. "I only saw that when you came out to harm others, he was the one who guarded your body. You should have contributed a lot to your current state, right? So he killed you." "You." Fita Jiangshi's tone was stagnant, and his mouth was tongue-tied. "I'm going to ask you a few words now. If you want to say it, you can say it, and if you don't want to say it, you can pull it down." After answering the other party's 2 questions, now it was Ling Yun's turn to ask questions. He left the life of the descendant for the purpose of asking questions. Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed to the left and right. "The 2 of them have no grievances with you. Why did you find them tonight, and who sent you here?" Master Fita Jiang stared at Ling Yun coldly, and said after a while, "I won't tell you." Ling Yun laughed. "Actually, if you don't tell me, I would know that it is from the He family, right? Or, it is a member of the Nanyang Loose Cultivator Alliance who has now colluded with the He family and wants to seize the He family's family business." Flying head descendant. Ling Yun smiled and said, "I can't figure it out. How can you, a mere person who has cultivated to the 1st floor of the flying head, have the courage to participate in this kind of thing? If you kill Miss He, you are not afraid that the He family will cross the river and tear down the bridge in the future. Are you looking for someone to kill you? Ling Yin used two idioms, which caused Paul to spend a long time trying to translate the meaning, but the other words were translated neatly and clearly. Master Fitujiang was furious when he heard this. Nonsense. I have already cultivated to the 4th level of Fitujiang. In the eyes of ordinary people, I have already been a master with great powers. It's just that I am too careless today, so I will fall in love with you, out of your way. Ling Yin secretly smiled, thinking that the other party was really easy to be fooled. Although Nanyang's flying head drop technique is extremely difficult to practice, at least 999 of them will be found and beaten to death by thousands of people. In the end, it is considered good if only one person can master it. The more you practice, the easier it is. Because the higher the boundary, the easier it is for the flying head to go out at night to suck the flesh and blood of people or animals, and the flying speed of the flying head has also become very fast, which can ensure that it can return to the body quickly, so it is not easy for people to find and kill it. On the 4th floor, the flying head can already fly into the sky, escape from the ground, come and go freely, and the headless body has also become extremely powerful with the growth of skill, so it can naturally be called supernatural powers. After the supernatural power is great, if there is an expert to protect it, it will be almost immortal, and it is impossible for ordinary people to deal with it. It will be easier to practice in the future. Ling Yin knew that there was definitely more than one flying head descendant in Nanyang. He needed to understand the strength of the flying head descendants at each level, and what kind of magical powers each level possessed, in order to know himself and the enemy. That's why Ling Yin provoked him on purpose. It's just that he didn't expect the other party to be fooled so easily because his brain was not enough. Oh? The 4th floor? Impossible, the flying head descendant on the 4th floor, why is he so capable, even my sword can't block it. Ling Yan's eyes showed disdain, and he said provocatively. That's because your magic weapon is too powerful. My flying head can't stop your flying sword, so I was killed by you. If I have cultivated to the 5th level, don't say that your flying sword can't pierce my head, even if it can pierce and kill my head, my body can be replaced by another head, and I can seek revenge from you in the future. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. The flying head descends to the 5th floor, the head is killed, can the body find another head to replace it? Isn't this the reverse seizure? In other words, after the head of the flying head Jiangshi flies away, the body completely possesses the soul and memory of the Jiangshi. Although he can't grow another head, he can change his head and continue to live. In this way, this is indeed another method of immortality. This made Ling Yin immediately think of zombies. Thinking of this, Ling Yin couldn't help turning his head and looked at his 5 blood servants. These 5 turned out to be zombies who lived by sucking blood. It turns out that you are a family. Ling Yin smiled and said to his servants of the 5 blood clans. Boss, it's still very different, we're really dead without our heads. The servants of the 5 blood clans were very embarrassed and quickly explained to Ling Yin. Of course, Paul would never translate this little episode for the descendant. What about the 6th floor? The 6th floor can live without a head. The body is as copper as iron, immortal. No, you are tricking me, so I won't be fooled by you. Ling Yin inexplicably thought of Xing Tianwu's relatives. Anyway, it's all about the 6th floor, why don't you just tell me all about it, and what's going on with the 7th floor? Ling Yin is earnest and good at seduction. But the descendant kept his mouth shut, and stopped talking even after being beaten to death. But Ling Yin has already understood everything. According to the Jiangshi, the 7th floor is indeed immortal. If the Jiangshi is willing, he can even grow a head again, which is unknown. The last 2 realms of the flying head descending master, in fact, in terms of effect, are similar to the 3 realms of the cultivator's out-of-body, distraction, and integration, and they are all above the nascent soul. Ling Yun is a great expert, he really understands it too well. Out of the body, the primordial spirit is out of the body, and the body can live, distracted, that is, one primordial spirit is dead, and the other can still live, combined body, broken body can be reborn. After all, this flying head drop is actually a method of self-cultivation in the end, with the same approach, but the same effect. Okay. Ling Yin seemed to sigh, since you don't tell me, then I won't ask, then can you tell me where old man, who is the grandfather of Miss He Yuqiong in front of you, is he now? Alive? Hearing this, He Yuqiong finally became nervous. The descendant suddenly grinned and let out a jerk laugh. Of course he is still alive, but he has also become a living dead. As long as I can't go back tonight, he will die tomorrow. And she, and you, all of you here will be killed by Master Kunba. Is Master Kunpa very powerful? How many times can he beat you? Jia, the 3 spiritual practitioners who followed that woman to Huaxia are all disciples of Master Kunba, and now Master Kunba knows that they have all been killed. And the purple color that Master Kunba needs, the chalcedony, was also taken away by a guy named Ling Yun. That man named Ling Yun dared to rob Guru Kunba of what he needed. Sooner or later he would be killed by Guru Kunba, and his bones would be turned into ashes. His soul would be refined into a ghost, and he would become Guru Kunba's puppet from then on. Ling Yun. Since you are dying, I might as well tell you that I am the Ling Yun who stole the purple chalcedony. Anyway, there are no outsiders here. What? The descendant's eyes widened immediately, and he exclaimed, didn't you just say that your name is Lin Tian? You're going to lie to me? Ling Yun smiled and said, I didn't lie to you, it's just that your head is too far away from your body, and you've lost your wits for a long time. It's just that I couldn't think of it. Jiangshi exhausted his last bit of strength, raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun, and let out a hee-hee grunt from his throat, and finally his body fell backwards, dying of breath. All of you, stay farther away, at least 30 meters away. After Ling Yun waited for the other party to die, his expression turned cold, and he immediately asked everyone to retreat to a distance, and directly sacrificed the fire spirit phoenix. With a movement of the divine mind, the fire spirit phoenix opened its mouth and spewed out flames. It took a full minute to completely burn the corpses of the descendant and his son to ashes. With a flick of his hand, Ling Yun drove all the ashes out of the villa yard, and was not satisfied until they were sent into the sea, where they were truly wiped out. The villa was clean, and the flying head descendant and his son completely disappeared from this world as if they had never appeared before. Brother Ling, what does the descendant mean when he said that my grandfather is now a living dead? Do you have any other options? He Yuqiong ran over eagerly from a distance, her face was pale, and she was completely panicked. What should we do now? You all remember, from now on, no matter how incredible or unimaginable the situation is, you must call me Lin Tian. Ling Yun first emphasized his new identity, and then smiled and said, what else can I do? Come and not be rude. Since the other party has made a move, we can only call the door. You two, hurry up and change your clothes and get ready to go. After such a dangerous incident happened, Ling Yun was of course worried about leaving Zheng Yingying here alone. Ling Yun had deliberately tricked the flying head descendant just now, and deduced the general strength of the enemy from this, but he didn't put in so much effort for himself. Just based on the fact that the descendant sent by the enemy possessed the strength of the 9th level of Qi training, Ling Yun knew that the enemy never underestimated the bodyguards He Yuqiong brought back from the capital. The realm strength of the 5 blood clans has already been quite impressive and fully estimated. After all, He Yuqiong arrived in Haojiang 7 hours earlier than Ling Yun, and even brought Wang Chongxiao and others to openly appear in the most prosperous area of Haojiang Peninsula, and swaggered around for a whole afternoon. If those enemies have not been able to figure out the strength of Wang Chongxiao and others in such a long time, then they are not qualified to control the He family, let alone use this to mess up Hao Zheng. The enemy didn't choose to attack during the daytime, just because they knew that Wang Chongxiao and the others were very strong. If they attacked in a prosperous area, it would inevitably lead to a fierce battle. In that case, the matter would become a complete mess, and it would be given to the authorities as a reason to intervene. After all, now Hao Zheng has already returned to China, whoever dares to do this will not seek to win the He family, but will be shot at the point of the gun, which is purely self-defeating. Looking at the entire Nanyang, no matter which side of the force, no one would dare to make trouble like this, so they chose to attack at night, and sent a flying head descendant as soon as they made the move. If Ling Yun was one step late just now, only Wang Chongxiao and others, even if they could work together to defeat the descendant in the end, it is estimated that He Yuqiong would have been in danger of being poisoned by then, because none of them could instantly kill that flying head. At that time, even if Ling Yun arrived again, even if he killed all the members of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance, it would be meaningless, because the person he protected was already dead. It can be said that the Jiangshi suffered a loss because of his carelessness. He never expected that Ling Yun would arrive just in time and possess the strength to kill him instantly. Therefore, Ling Yun knew very well that even if the current He family was not a mountain of swords and flames, it was definitely a fortress of iron and steel, and the enemy was waiting in full force, waiting for him to go. When Zheng Yingying heard that Ling Yun wanted her to change, her bathrobe was lightly stretched out, her shoulders were exposed, and she deliberately dawdled away from Ling Yun. "Don't dawdle." Ling Yun smiled secretly, but frowned slightly. "I know you are in good shape, I saw it in the swimming pool just now." Zheng Yingying's face turned red immediately, and she quickly trotted into the villa to change clothes, faster than He Yuqiong. Hao Zheng is a real city that never sleeps. It goes from north to south. It consists of 3 parts, Hao Zheng Peninsula, Taipa Island, and Luhuan Island. Because Hao Zheng Peninsula is close to ZH Customs, most of the parishes of Hao Zheng are located in Hao Zheng Peninsula. Therefore, this place is the most prosperous and the most luxurious casino in Hao Zheng. Dense places. The Hao Zheng Peninsula is surrounded by the sea on all sides. Most of the luxury casinos are built on the coast of the Hao Zheng Peninsula. In addition, there are many luxury hotels around the casinos. Every night, the lights of the casinos and hotels are brilliant and colorful. The splendor of the water reflects the magnificence of the entire Hao Zheng River. Looking from a distance, it is shocking and makes people linger here even more. The Hao Zheng Peninsula is like this, and Taipa Island, which is opposite to it across the sea, is no different now, with the same bright lights, the flow of tourists, and the sound of people. Relatively speaking, only the southernmost Kowloon Island is relatively quiet. The traffic here is relatively small and the environment is good. Therefore, most of the wealthy families in Hao Zheng choose to live in Kowloon Island. As for the richest people, most of them live in Kowloon Island. They have already moved to the opposite Hong Kong Island to settle down. Naturally, the same is true for He Yuqiong. She owns her own mansion on Hong Kong Island, and this villa on Kowloon Island is just one of her footholds. A little after 10 o'clock in the evening, Ling Yun and his party of 9 people, each in 2 luxury cars, slowly left the villa and started the journey of finding someone. The person they were looking for was of course old man He Wen Kan, but since none of the He family had contacted He Yuqiong until now, even she didn't know where her grandfather was now. Although Mr. He is over 90 years old now, he was handsome and unrestrained when he was young, resolute, personable, and glamorous. Confidant, there are too many to count. Whose house did your grandfather live in when you left Hao Zheng? As soon as he went out, Ling Yun asked about He Yuqiong. It's at my house. He Yuqiong drove the car herself. She is now worried and a little restless. Which island in Hao Zheng is your home? It's on Kowloon Island, in the middle of the west coast. It's less than 5 kilometers from here. He Yuqiong is driving there right now. Ling Yun immediately let go of his divine sense, scanned the large mansions on the west coast, then shook his head with a smile. Then there is no need to go, I just checked, and your grandfather is not in that area at all. That's right, Ling Yun now possesses 10,000 meters of divine sense, and can visit a range of 10 kilometers, but it depends on what it is used for. Sweeping with the divine sense, checking the overall environment around, or focusing the divine sense on a certain direction to explore there, or releasing the flying sword to kill a determined target, these are of course not a problem. However, if you want to use this divine sense to find a person within a range of more than 10 square kilometers, it is definitely a needle in a haystack, which is even more difficult. It's not that the scope and condensed level of divine thoughts are not enough, but that the brain power is not enough. For example, a person can see a forest with his eyes at once, but can he find a special leaf in this forest at once? With ordinary people's eyesight, it is very difficult to find a 3 on a page full of 8s, and you need to find it line by line, let alone use your spiritual sense to find a person in such a large range. And sometimes, even if the eyes see it, the brain has not reacted, and it is common to miss it. The spiritual power of a cultivator is the same as human eyesight. It is for this reason that after a cultivator has reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi training, he needs to develop his brain with the help of divine essence and magic power, so as to improve his own brain power, which is what must be done to break through and enter the later stage of Qi training. He Yuqiong left the He family for more than a month, and her grandfather was taken to other places by her family. This was already expected by her, so she was not too disappointed. She just slowed down the car and asked Ling Yun, "Then what do we do now, manage?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "Since we have already come out, we must find the old man tonight." He gave He Yuqiong a reassurance first, and then came up with an idea. "In this way, you are familiar with both Haojiang and your family's situation, and you should have a rough judgment on the old man's whereabouts. Let's not worry. Just look for it one place at a time. When you get to a certain place, you don't need to get close. You tell me the general location, and I can confirm it with a glance. It is good. That's all there is to it. It's much more efficient than He Yuqiong knocking on doors from door to door." So, He Yuqiong drove the car and began to search the entire Haojiang area, from south to north, Kolon Island, Taipa Island, and Haojiang Peninsula. He searched all the way, went to more than a dozen places one after another, but still found nothing. After searching for more than an hour at a stretch, He Yuqiong was a little discouraged and stopped the car. "You have so many houses." Even Ling Yun couldn't help admiring, or rather worrying. "Yes, my grandfather has 5 or 6 sons alone, and more than 10 daughters. In my generation, now I have more than 20 brothers and sisters." He Yuqiong replied with a sigh. Ling Yun pondered and said, "In my opinion, they didn't hide your grandfather in Haojiang. How much property does your family have on Hong Kong Island?" He Yuqiong was shocked. "Then there are too many to count. Almost everyone in our family has their own houses on Hong Kong Island." Ling Yun was silent, and suddenly, his eyes flickered, and he looked towards the large sea area in the southeast direction. He remembered that the son of the descendant, when he finally fled, the speedboat was going in a certain direction to the east. "Come on, let's go back immediately, put the car down, and go to the island to find it." 10 minutes later, Ling Yun and the others arrived at the southeast coast of Kolon Island, where Jester drove the speedboat ashore. Ling Yun stood still, looking at the sea, and suddenly raised his hand to point to the southeast. "Is there any property of your family on that island, especially your uncle's?" After serious thinking, He Yuqiong suddenly nodded vigorously. "Yes, 3 years ago, my uncle developed a resort on Dongao Island." "Then it can't be wrong." Ling Yun sneered. "Let's go there first." With a movement of Ling Yun's divine mind, he directly led the 2 women to fly up against the sky, and ignored their exclamation, and rushed to the southeast first. In addition, Wang Chongxiao and others naturally followed closely. 15 kilometers of sea passed by in a flash, and Ling Yun's divine sense opened up, covering the entire Dongao Island. Found it. When there was still 1,000 meters away from Dongao Island, Ling Yun had already discovered the exact location of Yuan Can. He immediately disappeared and landed quietly near the resort. Ling Yun voice transmission, Pierce, Els, from now on, the two of you, don't care about other things, just be responsible for protecting the safety of the two of them. The two blood marquises nodded at the same time. Walk. Ling Yun gave an order. Brush. 9 people showed up at the same time. Ling Yun took the lead, with his hands behind his back. Shiran walked straight to the gate of the resort. Who? The resort is heavily guarded. As soon as Ling Yun appeared, he was discovered by 6 spiritual practitioners at the gate. Kill your people. Ling Yun drank softly, strode forward with his head held high, raised his hand and flicked his fingers. Chi 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 chi. After the wind of 6 fingers passed, the 6 spiritual cultivators on the opposite side immediately fell to the ground. Flick to kill. Ling Yun's expression was indifferent, but he was merciless when he shot, and went straight to the killing spree. Just now he scanned with his spiritual sense and found that there are more than 100 Nanyang spiritual practitioners ambushing in the huge resort, and most of them are short in stature and dark in complexion. Judging from their appearance and clothing, they can be known. Basically, they are Nanyang loose cultivators. The enemy's barriers are heavily fortified, and they are already ready for battle. No wonder Zhou Wenyi specially gave him this task. This group of people has come to Huaxia's house to make a fuss. What else is there to be polite? The wind of the 6 fingers passed by, and the 6 spiritual cultivators who didn't even reach the innate realm, each of them had a hole in the center of their eyebrows, and they all fell to the ground and died. Come with me. Ling Yun greeted casually, but didn't show his body skills. Just like taking a walk, he stepped into the gate of the resort first. Swipe, swipe, swipe. More than a dozen figures flew out from all directions of the resort, blocking Ling Yun's front. Fellow Taoist, please stay. On the opposite side is the leader, tall and thin, wearing a short skirt, carrying a long sword on his back, and speaking fluent Chinese. For the sake of fellow Taoists, Ling Yun temporarily stopped his steps. The man clasped his fists at Ling Yun and saluted. Hua Chaofan is a sword cultivator of the South China Sea Sword sect. Now he is a guest of the He family. I don't know Yu Zun's name? My name is Lin Tian, a loose cultivator in the East China Sea. At this moment, Ling Yun was not afraid of being recognized by others, because before he showed up, he had already adjusted his appearance. Although his figure did not change, he slightly stretched the bones of his face, turning his originally handsome face into a Chinese character. The face, which looked very heroic, could not be called handsome. Ling Yun reported his alias, and then frowned slightly. South Sea Sword Sect? Do you belong to the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance? This. Hua Chaofan was a little embarrassed, because he could tell that Lin Tian, who was opposite him, seemed to have a lot of hostility towards the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance. Currently. In the end, he still chose to answer truthfully. It is impossible to hide it, but Ling Yun is following He Yuqiong. Ling Yun sneered. Hua Chaofan hurriedly smiled and said, Friend Taoist Lin, I don't know what grievances you have with the He family, but you forced your way into the He family late at night. Ling Yun laughed. Hua Chaofan, is it still interesting to pretend to be confused at this time? I just brought Miss He to meet her grandfather. Since that's the case, why did fellow Taoist Lin just kill without saying a word? Seeing them unhappy, kill them if you want. Hua Chaofan. He glanced to the left and right. Friend Taoist Lin, whether it's Donghai Loose Cultivator or Nanyang Loose Cultivator, we are all of the same kind after all. Isn't it a little too much for you to talk like this? Not at all excessive. Ling Yan's eyes turned cold. If you don't get out of the way and still waste my time here, you will know what is truly excessive. Hua Chaofan was stunned. He realized that the person in front of him really didn't make any sense. Mr. Hua, I advise you to get out of the way quickly. Of course He Yuqiong knew that Hua Chaofan was a guest invited by her uncle. Although he was working for her uncle, he was not considered a bad person, so she really didn't want his life to be wasted. Hua Chaofan smiled wryly. Miss He, please forgive me for being so hard to follow. If you came here by yourself today, I would naturally let you go, but now you are causing trouble like this. You don't need to let us go. Ling Yan hadn't finished speaking, and suddenly cast a form-changing form, transforming himself into 15 people. In an instant, the dozen or so people blocking the way were shocked to find that there was a Ling Yan in front of each of them. Tiangang Fumo Fist. Bang 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 bang. The sound of fists hitting people was heard almost at the same time, followed by the sound of chirping and chattering. 3 seconds later, these people simultaneously let out extremely shrill screams. 15 of them fell down in the blink of an eye, all of them with broken bones. Only Hua Chaofan was safe and sound. He stood there in a daze, looking at the ancient Muay Thai masters who fell on the ground and screamed, dumbfounded. You know, these ancient Muay Thai masters have long cultivated their skin and flesh to the point of copper tendons and iron bones, and they can open monuments and crack stones with random punches and kicks. But these people couldn't even resist a move by this Donghai loose cultivator, so they all lay down. Of course, this is not the scariest thing. The scariest thing is the opponent's speed. 15 in one body? Such a terrifying movement technique, even the Nanyang Transformation Realm Grandmaster would definitely not be able to display it. I asked you to stand just to ask you again, can I go over now? Ling Yan moved his wrist and asked Hua Chaofan with a smile. Hua Chaofan is very sensible. He is a sword repairer at the 2nd level of the supernatural power realm, but he dare not draw his sword at all at this moment. He just took a deep look at Ling Yan, then dodged to the side, and voluntarily moved out of the way. Thank you, Senior, for your mercy. I no longer dare to call you fellow Taoist Ling Yan, and directly changed it to Senior. Humph. Ling Yan sneered, and flicked his fingers again and again, pointing to the wind. Those ancient Muay Thai masters who fell to the ground and screamed, died one after another, and could no longer make a sound. Hua Chaofan's legs were trembling, and he was sweating frequently. He suppressed the fear in his heart with all his strength, and held his breath desperately. This Lin Tian is simply killing people without blinking an eye. Ling Yan walked over, and when He Yuqiong passed by him, Hua Chaofan immediately whispered, Miss He, Hua has offended me, thank you for reminding me just now. He Yuqiong nodded slightly in response, but did not speak. She knew in her heart that Ling Yan wanted to kill whomever he didn't want to kill. That was all a matter of Ling Yan's thought, and her little reminder was of no use at all. They passed Hua Chaofan and walked less than 10 meters away, when they saw 7 or 8 people hurriedly approaching in the distance ahead. With the help of the light in the courtyard, He Yuqiong took a closer look at the person in front. Her beautiful eyes widened immediately, and she said coquettishly, He Kai Tong, I didn't expect you to hide my grandfather here. What is your intention? Ling Yan was stunned, thinking that the righteous master finally showed his face. He Kai Tong is the eldest son of the old man, He Wen Kan, that is, the uncle of He Yuqiong. After all, this is a resort developed by him. At this time, someone broke in and killed more than 20 people. I can only bite the bullet and come out. He Kai Tong was indeed frightened out of his wits, because his niece brought so many people tonight. She was a god of murder, leaving no room for negotiation on his side, not even a word of nonsense. He is just a mortal seeking the He family's property. Where has he seen such a battle? Yuqiong, you really misunderstood your uncle this time. Your grandfather is fine now. How dare I hide him? It was he himself who proposed to come to this island to relax and asked me to bring him here. He Kaitong responded loudly to He Yuqiong, then speeded up and trotted all the way to Ling Yun. Ling Yun stopped again, smiling at the sweaty He Kaitong. You're talking nonsense, Grandpa has lost his mind a long time ago, how could he ask to come here? He Yuqiong rushed to Ling Yun long ago, pointed at He Kaitong and cursed in grief and indignation. Yuqiong, why am I lying to you now that you're here? If you don't believe me, follow this immortal Lin in and see if your grandfather is fine now.